great curiosity. But I could also argue that violence is a pretty primitive way to operate in the world, which is like that's one way to protect yourself because defense is off.
I think violence. Let's not talk about violence.
That's the summary of this podcast.
I would, yeah, but maybe I wouldn't just call it violence. I'd call it erasure. It's about the way evolution works, all the way. So if you say you build curiosity allows you to open up new graphs, right? So new features you can play. What the ability to erase those things allows you to start again. So the universe, I think curiosity gets you first. Curiosity gets you rockets to land. It gets you robots that can make drugs. It gets you poetry, art, and communication. And then, I often think, wouldn't it be great in bureaucracy to have another world war? Not literally a world war now, please no world war, but the equivalent. We remove all the admin bureaucracy, right? All the admin violence, get rid of it. Start again. You know what I mean? Because you get layers and you get redundant systems built. So actually, a reset, let's not call it violence, a reset in some aspects of our culture and our technology allows us to then build more important things without because how many cookies do I have to click on? How many extra clicks do I have in the future of my life that I can remove? A bit of a reset would allow us to start again, and maybe that's how I suppose I'm aliens. Maybe they would fight us and say, I'm excited by you, thought who's going.
Or they might want to reset Earth.
Yeah, why not?
Like, let's see how the evolution goes again. It seems like that. There's nothing new happening here. They're observing for a while. This is just not it's not really efficient. I like how you equated violence to resetting your cookies. I suppose that's the kind of violence. In this modern world, there are words of violence, resetting cookies. What? Okay, so let's talk about life. What is life? What is non-life? What is the line between life and non-life? Maybe at any point, ideas about something. Like, how do we start to try to define life? For people listening, Sarah identifies as a physicist, and Lee identifies as a chemist. So what is life? I love asking that question. It's so sweet.
I know, I love it. It's my absolute favorite question in the universe. So I think I have three ways of describing it right now. And I like to say all three of them because people latch on to different facets of them. And so the whole idea of what Lee and I are trying to work on is not to try to define life, but to try to find a more fundamental theory that explains what the phenomenon we call life. And then it explains certain attributes. And you end up having a really different framing. So the way I talk about it in three different ways. Life is how information structures matter across space and time. Life is, I don't know, this one's from you actually, simple machines constructing more complex machines. And the other one is the physics of existence, so to speak, which is life is the mechanism the universe has to explore in space what's possible. That's my favorite.
Can I add on to that?
Okay, can you say the physics one again?
The
physics of existence.
Yeah, the physics of existence. I don't know what to call it. Like if you think of all the things that could exist, only certain things do exist. And I think life is basically the universe's mechanism of bringing things into physically existing in the moment now.
Yeah, well, what's another one?
So we were debating this the other day. So if you think about a universe that has nothing in it, that's kind of hard to conceive of, right? Because this is where the physicists really go wrong. They think of a universe with nothing in it. They can't. And you think
non-existence is really hard.
Non-existence, yes. And then you think of a universe with everything in it. That's really hard. And you just have this blob, right? It's just everything. But the fact we have discrete stuff in the universe beyond, say, planets, it puts stars, space, planet stuff, right? The boring stuff. But I would define there are architectures, any architectures, and we should stop fixating on what the build is building the architecture to start with. And the fact that the universe has discrete things in it is completely mind-blowing. He's thinking about it for 1 second. The fact there's any objects at all, and there's because the object is a proxy for a machine that built it, some information being moved around, actuation, sensing, getting resource, and building these objects. So for me, everyone's been obsessing about the machine, but I'm like, forget the machine. Let's see the objects. And I think in a way that assembly theory, we realized maybe a few months ago that assembly theory actually does account for the soul of say, get trapped, its memories then have a causal effect on the future. Concentrated in a machine, and you're actually able to integrate the past, the future, and do stuff. That's when you are most alive. Yes.
Wait a minute. Why is the object? So one of the ways to define life, as Jared said, simple machines creating complex machines. So there's a million questions there. So how the hell does a simple machine create a complex machine?
This is what we were talking about at the beginning. The minimum replicator, so molecules. This is what I was trying to zero the mechanism to get there. You have a certain molecule that can copy itself, but then there has to be some variability, otherwise it will get more. You add bits on. So you have a molecule copy itself, but then it can add bits on, and that can be copied. Those add-ons can give you additional function to be able to acquire more stuff. So existence is weird, but the fact that there is existence is why there is life, and that's why I realized a few days ago that there must be, that's why alien life must be everywhere, because there is existence.
Is there like a conservation of cheating stuff? How can you keep injecting more complex things? Doesn't the machine that creates the object need to be as or more powerful than the machines it creates? So how can you get complexity from it?
So the way you get complexity from simplicity is that I'm just making this up, but this is kind of my notion. You have a large volume of stuff, so you're able to get seeds, if you like, random cues from the environment. You just use those objects to basically write on your tape, ones and zeros, whatever. And that is necessarily rich, complex, okay? But it has a low assembliness, but even it has a high assembly. Not to talk about that. Then when you start to then integrate that all into a smaller volume, as over time, and you become autonomous, you then make a transition. I don't know what you think.
I think the easiest way to think about it is actually, which I know which is entropy, but people are more familiar with entropy than what we're talking about in assembly theory. And also the idea that physics as we know it involves objects that exist time or fluidity. So one of the conclusions that
memory objects.
yeah, so physics involves low memory objects. But
Physicists are creators of low memory objects, manipulators of low memory objects. Very sorry.
yeah,
Sorry to interrupt.
I like it too. It's very funny. But I think it's a good way of phrasing it because I think this kind of idea with the theory is that the physics as we know it has basically removed time as being a physical, observable of an object. And the argument I would make is that when you look at things like water bottles or we're actually things that have a large extension. So we actually have a physical size and time, and we measure that with something called the assembly effect. in molecules, but presumably everyone should have sort of a. You want to explain what assembly?
Yeah, you know what? Let's step back and start at the beginning. What is assembly theory? We sent me some slides. There's a big sexy paper coming out probably maybe.
Almost.
It's like also something. It's not. We're all
We're almost done.
history of
We
science.
are ready to start an interesting discussion.
Right. You're the machine that created the object. We'll see what the object is. All right. So what is assembly?
Yeah. Well, I think the easiest way for people to understand it is to think about assembly of molecules. Although the theory is very general, it just apply to molecules, and this was really weak, right? So it's kind of funny that. But, okay, all right, I'm ready. You just tell me where I get the check mark minus that. Yeah, I know. But imagine a molecule, and then you could, break the molecule apart into elementary building blocks. They have to be bonds, and then you could think of all the ways for molecular theory. You could think of all the ways of building up the original molecule. So there's all these paths that you can assemble it, and the sort of rules of assembly is you can use pieces that have been generated already. So it has this kind of recursive property to it. And so that's where kind of memory comes into assembly theory. And then the assembly index is the shortest path in that space. So it's supposed to be the minimal amount of history that the universe has to undergo in order to assemble that particular object. And the reason that this is significant is we figured out how to measure that with a mass spec in the lab. And we had this conjecture that if that minimal number of steps is sufficiently large, it would indicate that you required a machine or a system that had information about how to assemble that specific object, because the combinatorial space of possibilities is getting exponentially large as the assembly execution.
So just sorry to interrupt, but so that means sufficiently high index that if observed object is an indicator that something like created it, or is the object itself like?
Both. But you might want to make the distinction that a water bottle is not life, but it would still be a signature that you were in that domain of physics, and I might be alive.
So there would be potentially a lot of arguments about where the line at which assembly does interesting stuff start to happen.
The point is, we can make all the arguments, but it should be experimentally observable, and then we can talk more about that part of it. But the point I want to make about it is there was always this intuition that I had that there should be some complexity threshold in the universe above which you would start to say whatever physics governs life actually is operative. And I think about it a little bit like we have Planck's constant, which and we have the fine structure constant, and then this sort of assembly threshold is basically another sort of essentially constant of nature. It might depend on specific features of the system, right? But which we debate about sometimes. But then when you're past that, you have to have some other explanation than the current explanation of physics, because now you're in high memory. The things actually require time for them to exist, and time becomes unnecessary.
So the path to the creation of the object is the memory. So you need to consider that.
Yeah, but the point is that's a feature of the object. So so when I think of all the things in this room, we see the projection of them as a water bottle, but assembly theory would say that this is a causal graph of all the ways the universe will create this thing. That's what it is as an object. And we're all interacting with causal graphs, and most of the creativity in biosphere is because a lot of the objects that exist now are huge in their structure across time. 4 billion years of evolution to get to us. And so
is it possible to look at me and infer the history that led to me?
You as an individual might be hard. You as a representative of a population of objects that have high assembly, this is called causal history structure that you can communicate with, i.e. other humans. You can infer a lot from you. Which we do genomically even. I mean, it's not like we have a lot of information in us we can reconstruct histories from. Assembly is saying something's
one thing to add, I mean, it's not just about the object. The objects, not just objects with high assembly number, because you can have random things have a high assembly, but there must be a number of identical copies. You know you're getting away from the random, because you could take a snapshot. This is why I hate entropy. I love entropy when used correctly. Because the problem with entropy is you have to have a labeler. And so you can label the beginning and the end, start and finish, you know. So what you can do in assembly is say, oh, I have a number of objects at the bottom, they all have these features, and then you can infer. And one of the things that we debated a lot, particularly during lockdown, because I almost went insane trying to produce the assembly equations. So we came up with the assembly equations I had. Just imagine this, so you have this string where, actually it makes me trying to remember. It did my head in for a long time. Yeah, because I couldn't. So if you just have a string of, say, words, say, you know, a series of words, series of letters, so you just have A, 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 B, B, C, 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 you just have 4 A's, 4 B's, 4 C's, then, and that you measured that, you physically measured that string of letters. Then what you do is you infer some graphs of maybe the 4 A's, 4 B's, 4 C's, 4 C's. You don't see them in the real world, you just infer them. And I really got stuck with that because there's a problem to try and work out what's the difference between you know, a physical object and the assembly space of objects. If you realise the best way to put that is infer it. So although we can't infer your entire history, we know at some point the 4 A's were made, the 4 B's were made, the 4 C's were made, the 4 D's were made, and they all got added together. And that's one really interesting thing that's come out of the theory about the killer knew we were going beyond beyond standard complexity theory, incredibly successful, is that we realised we could start to measure these things for real across domains. So the assembly index is actually an intrinsic property of all stuff that you can break into components. Particularly molecules, because you can break them up into smaller molecules, into atoms. The challenge will be making that more general across the domain. Right now, that's the theory of do that.
So components, domains, so you're talking basically measuring the complexity of an object in biology, chemistry, physics. That's what we mean by domains.
Complexity is tests,
sociology,
computers, complexity of means, you know.
Means?
Yeah.
What was that? Ideas?
Yeah, I mean,
Ideas of objects.
Yeah.
They're physical. I mean, they're just features of the causal graph. I mean, the fact that I can talk to you right now is because we're exchanging structure.
So conversation is the exchanging structures. What is this heaven space?
When I started working on Origins of Life, I was writing about something called top-down causation, which a lot of philosophers are interested in, and people that worry about the mind-body problems. But the whole idea is, you know, if we have, a microscopic world of physics is causally complete, it seems like there's no room for higher level causes, like our thoughts to actually have an impact on the world. And that seems problematic when you get to studying life and mind, because it does seem that the emergent properties do matter to matter. And then there's this other sort of paradoxical situation where information looks like it's disembodied. So we talk about information like you can just move from any physical system to any other physical system, and it doesn't require, like you don't have to specify anything about the substrate to talk about information. And then there's also the way we talk about mathematics is also disembodied, right? Like the platonic world of forms. And I think all of those things are hinging that we really don't know how to think about abstractions as physical things. And really, I think what assembly theory is pointing to is what we're missing there is the dimension of time. And if you actually look at an object extended across time, what we call information and the things that look abstract are things that are enabled in the histories of those objects. They're features of the overlapping assembly space. So they look abstract because they're not, part of the current structure, but they're part of the structure if you thought about it as like the philosophical concept of a hyperobject, an object that's too big in time for us to actually solve. And so I think information is physical, it's just physical in time, not in space.
Two hyperobjects, difficult to resolve. So we're supposed to think about of life as this stretches through time. There's a causation chain that led to that thing. And then you something with the assembly index about.
The assembly index is the ordering, you can think of it as like a partial ordering of all the things that can happen. So in thermodynamics, we coarse grain things by temperature and pressure. In assembly theory, we coarse grain by the number of copies in an object, and the assembly index. Basically, if you think of the space of all possible things, it's like a depth of how far you've gone, based on how much time it's required to get there.
In the shortest possible version. It's not average. Can't you just read it? Not 3D. Can't you always 3D print the thing?
No, because I have such quite so Sarah's team, my team around this paper at the moment, and I think we kind of shared it at the beginning. You were like, no, that's not right. Oh, yes, we're doing this right. And then, the problem is when you build a theory, build the intuition. There's some stuff, features, right? The theory. So I almost felt like I was being religious. I say, right, you have to do this. Like good assembly theorist of this. And Sarah's postdoc Daniel, and my postdoc Abhishek, they were both brilliant. But they were like, no, we don't buy that. It is. We're like, well, hey, actually, I thought you were the first to say that you can't explain it. It doesn't. You can't do an experiment that doesn't exist. And that saved me. And I said to Abhishek, never since my postdoc in Glasgow, Daniel, Sarah's in issue. Like, I have the experimental data, and when I basically take the molecules we talked about in the mass spec, the assembly number is never the average, always intrinsic property, and then it's going to drop average. Okay, so I had these things that we had to believe to start with, or trust, and when we've done the math, turns out they now have the shortest path. That explains why the shortest path. Here's what the shortest path is called. The shortest path needs to identify when the university experience that we've got a memory. Not an average. So what you want to get to is say, what is the minimum features that I want to be able to see in the universe? When I find those features, I know the universe has a coherent memory. Is basically alive. And so that makes you the lower bound. So that's like, of course, there's going to be other parts we could be more ridiculous. It's just the minimum. So probabilistic things, because assembly theory was built as a measure by physics, I needed to go there. And then I realized it's physics, and then Sarah realized physics, just using that solution together, and then people were like, yeah, but if I have enough energy and I have enough resources, and I make it a bit longer. I take a really long path, which allows to do something else. So what you do is, let's say I've got two different objects, and they both have different short paths together. But then, if you want to make A and B together, they will have compromise. If you join the assembly space, that might be an average, but actually the shortest way to make both A and B with the minimum amount of resource at time. So suddenly you then layer these things up, and so the average becomes not important, but it's as you literally overlap those tests, you get a new. And so what we realise time and time again when we do the math, is intrinsic, is fundamental, and is measurable. We just mind blowing.
So what we're talking about, some things will be how many steps we should have how many steps we take, turn those basic ingredients into the final so there's a lot of ways. There's a shortest way. You take the full spectrum of ways and probably an average. Is the average measure the average length to assemble a thing? Does that tell you something about the way nature usually does it? Versus something fundamental about the object, which I think is what you're aiming at.
Yeah, I mean, look, we all have to optimize them. The minimum task gives you the lower bound, so you know you're detecting something, you know you're inferring something. The average tells you about really how the objects are existing in the ecosystem of technology. And that there has to be more tasks explored, because then you can happen upon other memories and then condense them down. I'm not making sense, because you look at the same, let's just say, maybe we're going to get to alien civilization later, right? But I would argue strongly that alien civilization A and alien civilization B, and this is extended space. So they're kind of going to be a bit messed up, so happen from one another. Only when they find some joint overlap in their technology, because if aliens come to us and they don't share any of the graph we share, but hopefully they share the periodic table and some other important things, that we're going to have to really think about the language to talk to aliens by inferring, by using assembly theory to infer their language, their technology, and other bits and bobs. And the sort of task to help you do that.
Right, so all aliens
It's the building blocks, I would say. Because they live in the same universe. Like,
so
it depends on how far back in time you go.
the universe has all like we have to assume that. So at least there's not different classes of causality for that. Right? The universe would just say like you get the red causality graph and you get the blue one. The ingredients and they're geographically constrained, or constrained in space or time or something like that.
They're constrained in time because only by the virtue of the fact that you need enough time to have passed for some things to exist. So the universe has to be big enough in time for something. So just the one point on the shortest path versus the average path, which I think gets this, is you had a nice way of saying it's like the minimal compression is the shortest path in the universe to produce that. But it's also like the first time in the ordering of events that you might expect to see that object. But the average path tells you something about the actual steps that were realized, and that becomes an emergent property of that object's interaction with other objects. So it's not an intrinsic feature of that object, it's a feature of the interaction with other things. And so one of the nice features of assembly is you've basically gotten rid of, you just look at the things that exist, and you've gotten rid of the mechanisms for constructing them in some sense, like the machines are not as important in the current construction of the theory, although I would like to bridge it to some ideas about constructors. But then you can only communicate with things as we were saying if you have some overlap in the past history. So if you had an alien species that had overlap, then there would be new means of communication. But as we become, as we progress further in some time and more things become possible because the assembly spaces are larger, because you can have a larger assembly space in terms of index and also just the size of the space is exponentially growing, then more things can happen in the future. And the example I like to give is actually where we make first contact with gravitational waves, because that's an alien phenomena that's been permeating our planet. Not alien, it's like alien, like something we had never knew existed. It's been, there's gravitational waves we're like this right now. But we had to advance to the level of Einstein writing down his theory of relativity, and then 100 years of technological development, even quote unquote see that phenomenon.
So to see that phenomenon, our causal graph had to start intersecting.
Yeah, we needed the idea first, the abstraction, right? And then we had to build the technology that can actually observe features of that abstraction.
So the nice promising thing is over time the graph can grow, start overlapping.
Yeah, so the interesting feature of that graph is there was an event 1.4 billion years away of the black hole merger that we detected on our detector. And, now suddenly we're connected to this communication channel with this distant event in our universe that, if you think about 1.4 billion years ago what's happening on this planet or even further back in time, that, there's quantum physics underlying all those events, but even for the communicate more. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a really abstract example, but
causal graphs are not overlapping.
yeah. So, well, let's just say now our causal graphs are overlapping in deep time. Yeah.
Oh, I like it. So you made it.
I totally missed it. Yeah.
You made a connection with it. No, I do like that.
No, you can tell me what your opinion is now. This is good.
Because I was.
And I should get the joke for 30 seconds after.
I get it.
No, we're sorry. I'm
The
slow.
joke.
I'm slow on the uptake
I
here.
wasn't able to comprehend what you were talking about. The saying the channel communicates the past. What you're saying is we were able to infer what we thought to go. We the rabbit way. I mean, I think it's amazing that at that time we were just becoming more, right? It's like it's safe. And then we progressed from multicellular narrative through to technology and built it, and then for sort of extrapolate backwards. So I think although we didn't do anything back to graph back in time, we understood its existence and overlap and go forward. And that's
Well, that's the eyebrow.
yeah, that means that one of the things I was trying to say is I think I don't know, Sarah might be correctly in first, and I'm a get constructed. There has to be this transition in random construction. So when the object is being constructed by the process, bakes in that memory, those memories then add on. So as it becomes more competent in life, it's about taking those memories and compressing them and increasing their autonomy. And so I think that, like the cell that we have in biology is our way of doing that, really the maximum ability to take memories and act in the future. No. Mathematics doesn't exist.
No, but that's the point. The point is that abstractions do exist. They're real physical things. We call them abstractions, but the point about mathematics that I think is so I don't disagree that I think you're object first and I'm information first, but I think I'm only information first in the sense that I think the thing that we need to explain what abstractions are and what they are as physical things. So all of human history, we thought that there were these properties that are disembodied, exist outside of the universe, and really they do exist in the universe. We just don't understand what their physics is. So I think mathematics is a really good example. We do theoretical physics with math, but imagine doing physics of math, and then think about math as a physical object. And math is super interesting. I think this is why we think that it describes reality so well, because it's the most copyable kind of information. It retains its properties when you move it between physical media, which means that it's very deep. So it seems to describe the universe really well, but it probably is because it's information that's very deep in our past. And it's just reinvented a way of communicating it very effectively between us.
Isn't the assembly of the graph isn't basically a set of assembly. It's assembly theory invented math, but it did. It has to be.
Okay. So what is math exactly? It's a nice simplification, a simple description of what?
We have a computer science physicist and chemistry. I think the chemist is math. You guys.
Lay it on us, please. We're ready.
I think the ability to label objects and place them into classes and then do operations of objects is math.
So on that point, what does it mean to be object first versus information first? So what's the difference between object and information when you get to that level?
You stuff first, the stuff, and then when stuff becomes objects, it invents information, and then the information acts on your stuff because of objects. So I think there is a transition to information, whereas we go from stuff to objects. Yeah,
Information is emergent.
not emergent. Information is actionable memories from the universe. So when memories become actionable, that's information.
But there's always memory, but it's not actionable.
Yeah, and then it's not information.
And actionable is what you can create.
You can use it. If you can't use it, then it's not information. You can't transmit it. If it doesn't have any causal consequence.
Also, of course, I don't understand why is that not information.
It's not information. It's stuff happening, but it's not causal. This is
happening.
No,
But
no,
happening requires information.
no.
Still happening.
This is where the physicists get themselves loop. They think the universe. I mean, I think that Max Tegmark and is very playful and say like the universe is just math. Then we might as well not bother having any conversation because conversations are written. We just have to go to the future. So can you just give us a conversation that's happened already? Why the problem is that politicians are so successful in this stuff and so successful in these labels, they forget that actually they're merge and information built on those memories. So memory in the universe are constraints, graph. When they become actionable, the graph can move back on itself or interact with other graphs, and they can intersect. Those memories become actionable and therefore information. And I think you just changed my mind on something pretty big, but I don't have a pen. I'm going to write it down later. But roughly the idea is like you've got these two graphs of objects and stuff, and then they can act on each other. That's maybe the mechanism by which information is then, so then you can abstract. So one graph we have to go through. Here's the way to do it. Staff building comes first, but then once staff build abstraction, the abstraction can be then teleported on staff. Yeah.
Okay.
Am I making stuff?
So first, God made stuff, and after that, when you start to be able to form abstractions, that's when
God is the memory the universe can remember.
God is the memory.
Yeah.
Otherwise, wait, did you? What does the mean by this?
Don't dislike my one line.
I wasn't thinking it. It sounded very. I don't know what it means. What does it mean?
Okay, wait. We do. How do we get onto this? We were time, causality, mathematics. So what is mathematics in this picture of stuff, objects, memory, and information? What is actually mathematics?
It's the most efficient labeling scheme that you can apply to lots of different graphs.
The labeling scheme doesn't make it sound useful. Yeah, sure.
So you rejected my definition of mathematics. I'm
Yes.
shocked.
Sorry.
But it's correct. Go on, sorry.
No, I mean, I think we have a problem, right? Because we can't not be us. Like, we're stuck in the shells we are, and we're going to serve the world. And so mathematics looks like it has certain properties. And I guess the thought experiment I find useful is to try to imagine if you were outside of us looking at us as physical systems using mathematics, what would be the specific features you associate to the property of understanding mathematics and even implement it in the universe, right? And when you do that, mathematics seems to have some really interesting properties relative to other kinds of abstraction we might talk about, like language or artistic expression. One of those properties is what I mentioned already, that it's easy to copy between physical media. So if I give you a mathematical statement, you almost immediately know what I mean. If I tell you the sky is blue, you might say, is it cobalt blue? Is it pure blue? What color blue do you think? And you have a harder time visualizing what I actually mean. So mathematics carries a lot of meaning with it when it's copied between physical systems. It's also the reason we use it to communicate with computers. And then the second one is it retains its property of actually what it can do in the universe when it's copied. So the example I like to give there is about like Newton's law of gravitation. It's a compressed regularity of a bunch of phenomena that we observe in the universe. But then that information actually is causal in a sense that it allows us to do things we wouldn't be able to do without that particular knowledge and that particular abstraction. And in this case, it's launch satellites to space or send people to Mars or whatever it is. So if you look at it from the outside and you say, what is it for physical systems to invent a thing called mathematics, and then to use and then it to become a physical observable, mathematics is kind of like the universally copyable information that allows new possibility spaces to be open in the future, because it allows this kind of ability to map one physical system to another and actually understand the general.
So is it helping the overlap of causal graphs then by mapping?
I think that's the explanation for what it is in terms of the physical theory of assembly would be some feature of the structure of the assembly spaces of causal graphs and their relationship to each other. So, for example, and I mean, this is the thing that we're going to have to work out over the next few years, and we're completely uncharted because of territory here. But as is usual, diving off the deep end. But I would expect that we would be able to come up with a theory of like why is it that some physical systems can communicate with each other, like language. Language is basically because we're objects extended over time, and some of the history of that assembly space actually overlaps. And when we communicate, it's because we actually have shared structure in our causal history.
So let me have another quick go at this, right? So I think we all agree. So I think we take mathematics for granted because we've gone through this chain, right? We all share a language now, okay? And we share languages. We have languages that we can make interoperable. And so whether you're speaking, I don't know, all the different dialects of Chinese, or different dialects of English, French, German, whatever, you can convert them. The interesting thing about mathematics now is that everybody on the planet Earth, every human being, computers, share that common language. That language was constructed by a process of time. So what I'm trying to say is that assembly invented math is those right from the mathematics didn't exist before life. Abstraction was invented by life, right? That doesn't mean that the universe wasn't capable of mathematical things.
Wait a minute. Can we just ask that old famous question: is math invented or discovered? When you say assembly invented or whatever, you mean it's just right?
We argue
Exactly.
We argue.
That's what it sounds like. Are we discovering?
No. Well, yes, no. I would say.
You call mathematics a language.
I would say that. Look, I'm pretty sure that there are some very common seeds of mathematics in the universe, right? But actually, a lot of the mathematics that we are finding now is not discovered; it's invented. But even though I think those two terms are very triggering, and I don't think they're necessarily useful, because I think that what people do, the mathematicians say, "Oh, mathematics was discovered," because they live in a universe where there is no time and it just all exists. But what I'm saying is, and I think in the same way you can create, let's say I'm going to go and make a piece of art. Did I make that piece of art, or did I discover it? Like inventing the airplane. Did I invent the airplane? Let's get the airplane. The airplane's a good one, right? Let's say did I discover the airplane? Well, in a way, the universe discovered the airplane because we chucked a load of atoms together, a load of random human beings, all this stuff, and we discovered the airplane in the space of all of possibilities. But here's the thing: when the space of possibilities is so vast, infinite almost, and you're able to actualize one of those in an object, you are inventing it. So in mathematics, because there are an infinite number of theorems, the fact that you're actually pulling no difference between inventing a mathematical structure and inventing the airplane. They're the same thing. But that doesn't mean that now the airplane exists in the universe, something weird about the universe. That, so I think that the more is the thing that I can probably, the more memory required for the object, the more invented it is. So when a mathematical theorem needs more bytes to store it, the more invented it is, and the less bytes, the more discovered it is.
But everything then is invented. It's just more or less invented.
Absolutely.
Okay. And it wasn't there. And the way we're thinking it, when you're thinking about the difference between invented and discovered, is because we're throwing away all of that. So if you start to think in terms of causality and time, then those things become the same. Everything is invented.
And the idea is to make everything intrinsic to the universe. So I think one of the features of assembly theory is we don't want to have external observers. It's been this long tradition of physics of trying to describe the universe from the outside and not the inside. And the universe has to generate everything itself if you do it from the inside.
Assembly theory describes how computers build this thing.
Did it take you 15 seconds to say that? To come up with that also?
No, I thought.
Okay. It's like
Are you making funny?
No, I'm not making fun. I'm having fun.
Oh, that's good. I'm not all into it.
And there's a causal history to that fun. You mentioned that there's no way to communicate with aliens until there's overlap with cause of growth. Communication includes being able to see them, and like, what are we? This is the question: is communication any kind of detection? And if so, what do aliens look like as you get more and more overlaps of cause of
You're
growth?
assuming, let's assume that so when you see them and they see you, you're assuming they have vision, they have the ability to construct in 3D and in time. There's a lot of assumptions we're making.
What detection? All right, let's step back. So yes, okay, you're right. So when in the English language, when we say the word see, I mean visually show up the party, it's like, oh, that's visual, that's 3D, that's okay. And it's also assuming scale, spatial scale, something that's visible, which can't be microscopic or it can't be so big that you don't even realize it's an entity. Okay, but other kinds of detections too.
I would make it more abstract. I was thinking this morning about how to rewrite the receive a message in assembly theory and also to abandon binary. Because I don't think aliens necessarily, why should they have binary?
Well, they have some basic elements with which to do information exchange.
So let's make it more fundamental, more universal. We need to think about what is the universal way of making memory, and then we should re-encode our receiver in that way.
What's more basic than zeros and ones?
Well, it's really difficult to get out of that quantum chain because we're so there's a very easy idea of zero at the moment. It took human beings a long time to come up with the idea of zero. Now you got the idea of zero, you can't throw it away. It's so useful.
Discover it.
Yeah. To discover and invent.
I don't know. But it took a long time to invent it. Right.
Yeah, I think zero was invented. Exactly. It's not a given that aliens know what zero is.
It's just like the one.
Massive assumption.
It's a useful discovery. If you're saying if you break the causal chain, there might be some sort of more efficient way of.
That's why I want to meet him and ask him
for a shortcut. But you won't be able to ask him.
What? So I interrupted you, and I think you're making a good point. I was just going to say, well, look, sorry. Rather than seeing,
please internet, tweet out there for the rude interruptions.
Maybe it's changed. How do we? So, I don't know what it's like to be an alien. I would like to know.
What is the full spectrum of what aliens might like to us? Now that we've laid this all on the table, I'm like, all right, there has to be some overlap of these causal chain that led to them. What are we looking for? What do you think we should do? So you mentioned mass spec, measuring certain objects that aliens to create, structural planet, maybe not a planet, and maybe what the hell is the basic object we're trying to measure?
Let's cut ourselves a break.
Assembly
Let's cut ourselves a break. Let's assume that they're metabolized. They've got an energy source, and they're a size that we can recognize. Let's cut ourselves a break, because there could be aliens that are so big we won't recognize them seeing them. There might be aliens that are so small we don't yet have the ability to, we don't have microscopes that can see, far enough away that we just would get to see them.
What's a good range?
So let's just make a range. Let's just be very percentage and say we're going to look at aliens roughly our size, technology our size, because we know it's possible, right? I mean, the reasonable thing to do would be to find exoplanets that are in the same zone as Earth, and just keep stuff, and then say, hey, if it's like the same kind of gravity, same kind of stuff, we could reasonably assume that alien life there might use a similar kind of physical infrastructure. And then we're good. So then your question becomes really relevant. Right, there's vision, sound, touch.
Right. So okay, that's really nice. So there's a lot of aliens out there. There's a good likelihood if you match to the planet that they're going to be in the same spatial temporal, operating in the same spatial temporal domain as humans. Okay. Within that, what do they look like visually? What do they sound like? What do they? Okay, this sounds creepy. Taste like? What do they? Smell like?
It sounds like our podcast was like, can we have sex with aliens? which was basically me saying, but it wasn't actually about sex, it was about chemistry compatible, right? Is there some,
Can we, are they edible too? They could be very edible, delicious.
That's why I want to see some aliens, right? Because I think evolution, evolution exploits symmetry, right? Because why generate memory? Why generate storage, the need for storage space when you can use symmetry? So, and symmetry is maybe quite effective in allowing you to mechanically design stuff, right? So maybe you could be reasonable to assume that aliens they could be bipedal, they could be symmetric in the same way, might have a couple of eyes, a couple of senses. Maybe we can make that, and perhaps there's this whole zoo of different aliens out there. We'll never get to be able to classify some of the weird aliens we can't interact with because they have made us such weird stuff. But we are just going to look at find aliens that are most like us. Why not?
Because those are the first ones we
Yeah.
I think it's really hard to imagine what the space of the element is because the space is huge. Because there's plenty arguments that you can make about why like chemistry, because chemistry is the first scale in terms of building up objects and elementary objects. That the number of possible things that could exist is larger than the universe can possibly make all at once, right? So you imagine you have two planets and they're cooking some geochemistry. Our planet invented one kind of biochemistry, and presumably, as you start building up the complexity of the molecules, the chances of the overlap in those trajectories, those causal chains being built up, is probably very low. And it gets lower and lower as it gets farther advanced along its evolutionary path. So I think it's very difficult to imagine predicting the technologies that aliens are going to have. I mean, you're looking at basically planets have kind of convergent chemistry, but there's some variability, and then you're looking basically at the outgrowth into the possibility space for chemistry.
Do you think we would detect the technology, the objects created by aliens before we detect the aliens?
Possibly.
So when you're talking about measuring the assembly index, don't you think we would detect the garbage first? Like at the outskirts of alien civilization, this is just going to be trashed.
I think I'll come back to Arecibo. The Arecibo message sent from the Arecibo telescope, built by Drake, I think, and Sagan.
How's Arecibo spelled?
ARECIBO.
Yes. And there it goes. There.
That's the telescope that sent the message that you're
Yeah.
So that message was sent where?
It was aimed at a star, a specific star, and it was sent out many years ago. And what they did, so this is why I was pushing on binary. It's a binary message. I think it's a semi-prime length number of characters. So I think it's 73 by 23, I think. And it basically represents human bit, proton, binary, human beings, DNA, male and female. And it's pretty cool. But I'm just wondering if it could be done not making any assumptions that aliens speak binary. Make that assumption. Why not just assume that if the difference between physics, chemistry, and biology is the amount of memory that's recordable by the substrate, then surely the universal thing. I'm going to make some sacrilegious statement, which I think is pretty awesome for people to argue with.
So this is we're looking at an image for the entirety of the message, encoded in binary, and then there's probably interpretation of different parts of that image. There's a person, there's green parts. It looks like for people just listening, like Tetris, game Tetris. So it's encoding in minimal ways, much of cool information, probably.
representing all of us.
So at the top, it's kind of teaching you how to count, and then it all goes all the way down to teaching chemistry, and then just says, but it makes so many assumptions. And I think if we can actually, Sarah's much more eloquent expressing this, but I'll have a go and correct it. Which is like, one of the things that Sarah has had a profound effect on the way I look at the origin of life. This is one of the reasons why we're working together, because we don't really care about the origin of life. We want to make life, make aliens, find aliens. Make aliens, find aliens. I think we might have to make aliens in the lab to find aliens in the universe, right? I think that would be a cool way to do it. So what is it about the universe that creates aliens? Well, it's selection. Through assembly theory, creating memories. Because when you create memories, you can then command your domain, you can basically do stuff with command matter. So we need to find a way, the understanding online things, of how the minimal weight of command matter, how that would emerge in the universe. And being, if we want to communicate, maybe we don't want to necessarily communicate. What I would do, perhaps, if I had, because I would send out lots of probes away from Earth, I have this magic way of communicating with aliens, get them quite far away from Earth, plausibly deniable, and then send out the message that would then attract all the aliens, and then basically work out if they're a friend or foe and how they want to hang out.
The message being something has to do with memory.
Yes, like the assembly version of Arecibo, so that everyone in the universe that has been understands what life is. So aliens need to work out what they are. Once they've worked out what they are, they then can work out how to encode what they are, and then they can go out and send messages. It's like the universal, the Rosetta Stone for life in the universe is working out how the memories go. I don't know, Sarah, do you have any thoughts? Whether that you agree with that?
No, I wanted to raise a different point, which is about the fact that we can't see the aliens yet because we haven't gotten the technology. And presumably we think assembly theory is the right way of doing it, but I don't think that we know how to go from the kind of data you're describing, like visual data or smell, to construct the assembly spaces yet. And in some ways, I think that the problem of life detection really is the same problem at the foundations of AI, that we don't understand how to get machines to see causal graphs, to see reality in terms of causation. And so I think assembly and AI are going to intersect in interesting ways, hopefully. But the sort of key point, and I've been trying to make this argument more recently, and I write an essay on it, is, people talk about the great filter, right? And which is, again, this like doomsday thing that, people want to say there's no aliens out there, something terrible happened to them. And it matters whether that's in our past or our future, as the longevity of our species, presumably, which is why people find it interesting. But I think it's not a physical filter. It's not like things go extinct. I think it's literally we don't have the technology to see them. And you can see that with microscopes. Like, we didn't know there were microscopes or cables for thousands of years, or telescopes. Like, there's so much of the universe we can't see. And then basically what we have done as a species is outsource our physical perceptions to technology, building microscopes based on our eyes, and building seismometers based on our sense of feelings, like feel earthquakes and things. And AI is basically trying to outsource what's actually happening in our thinking apparatus into machines now, into technological devices. And maybe that's the key technology that's going to allow us to see things like us and see the universe in a totally different way.
But you kind of mentioned the great filter. Do you think there's a way through technology to stop being able to see stuff? Can you take a step backwards?
I think so, yeah.
Did you apply that with the great, like?
Well, no, I mean, I think there's a great perceptual filter in the sense that a example of life evolving on planet over billions of years has to acquire a certain amount of knowledge and technology to actually recognize the phenomena that it is.
But that's the sense I have. Is when we talk to physicists, engineers in general, there's kind of idea that we have most of the tools already just to hear the signal. But to me, it feels like you don't have any of the tools to see the signal. That's the biggest, like, to hear. We don't have the tools to really hear, to see.
Yeah.
Aliens everywhere.
Exactly.
I mean, I got this in part actually because you were like, last time you were like, could it like be an alien detector? Or part could be aliens. I mean, I think you really don't.
But it would be. The aliens nevertheless have a high assembly index. They produce things at high assembly index.
Yeah.
And those things are high assembly index. You have to have a detector that can recognize high assembly index in all its features.
Yeah.
That's it.
Take data, construct assembly.
Yes, patterns, basically. So one way to think about high assembly index is interesting patterns. All basic ingredients.
I can give you an example because in molecules we've been talking about in objects, but we're also trying to do it in spatial trajectories. Like, imagine you're just I always get bothered by the fact that, like, when you look at birds flocking, you can describe that with like a simple Boyd's model, or like, people use stained glass to describe animal behavior, and those are like really simple physics models. Yet you're looking at a system that has agency and there's intelligence in those birds. And basically, like, you can't help but think there must be some statistical signatures in the fact that they're that's a group of agents versus, like, I don't know, the physics example, maybe like, I don't know, gravity motion or something. And so what we're trying to do is actually apply assembly and trajectory data to try to say there's a minimal amount of causal history to build up certain trajectories for observed agents as like an agency detector for behavior.
Do you think it's possible to do some like voids or those kinds of things? It's artificial, like selling automata. Play with those ideas with assembly, assembly theory. Have you found any useful, really simple mathematical like simulation tools that allow you to play with these concepts? So, like one, of course, you're doing mass spec in this physical space with chemistry, but it just seems, well, I mean, computer science goes through. It seems easier to just,
I agree with you.
sexier in terms of tweeting visual information on Twitter or Instagram, more importantly. To play like, here's an organism of low assembly index and here's an organism of a high assembly index, and let's watch them create more and more memories and more complex objects. And so, like, the mathematically you can observe what that looks like to build up an intuition with assembly index.
We are building a toolkit right now, so I think it's a really good idea. But what we've got to do is, I'm kind of still obsessed with the infrastructure required, and one of the reasons why I was pushing on information and mathematics, when human beings take a lot of the infrastructure for granted, and I think we have to strip that back a bit going forward. But you're absolutely right. I would agree that I think the fact that we exist in the universe is like, I can see that lots of people disagree with the statement, but I don't think Sarah will. But I don't know. The fact that objects exist, I don't think anyone on Earth will disagree that objects can exist elsewhere, right? But they will disagree that life can exist elsewhere. So what perhaps I'm trying to say is that the acquisition of universe's ability to acquire memory is the very first step of building life. And that's so easy to happen. So therefore, alien life is everywhere, because all alien life is those memories being compressed and minimalized, and the ability of the cell working. So I think that we will build new technologies to find aliens, but we need to understand what we are first and how we go through physics and chemistry and biology. The most interesting thing, if they take these two organisms, different assemblies, is when you get into biology gets more and more weird, more and more contingent. Physics is, chemistry is less weird, the rules of chemistry are still rules of biology, and then you go away to physics where you have a very nicely casual number of ways of arranging things. And I think assembly theory just helps you appreciate that. And so once we get there, my dream is that we are just going to be able to suddenly I'm maybe just being arrogant here. I don't mean to be arrogant. This is again, I've just got the hammer for assembly and everything's nailed. But I think that once we crack it, we'll be able to use assembly theory plus telescopes to find aliens.
Sarah, do you have disagreements really on the number of aliens that are out there? So, and what they look like. So any of the things we've been talking about, is there nuance? It's always nice to discover wisdom through nuanced disagreements.
Yeah, I don't wholly disagree, but I think, but I do think I disagree. It's kind of, there's nuance there. But
you can disagree.
No, it's fine. It is nuanced, right? So you made the point earlier that you think, once we discover what life is, we'll see alien life everywhere. And I think I agree on some levels in the sense that I think the physics that governs us is universal. But I don't know how far I would go to say that we're likely phenomena because we don't understand all of the features of the transition at the origin of life, which we would just say in assembly as you go from the no memory physics to there's like a critical transition around the assembly index where assembliness starts to increase, and that's what we call the evolution of biosphere and complexification of biosphere. So there's a principle of increasing assembliness where that goes back to what I was saying at the very beginning about the physics of the possible, that the universe basically gets in this mode of trying to make as much possibilities as possible. Now, how often that transition happens that you get the kind of cascading effect that we get in our biosphere. I think we don't know. If we did, we would know like the life of the universe. And a lot of people want to say life is common, but I don't think that we can say that yet because we have the empirical data, which I think you would agree with. But then there's this other kind of thought experiment I have, which I don't like, but I did have it, which is, if life emerges on one planet and you get a real high density of things that can exist on that planet, is it sort of dominating the density of creation that the universe can actually generate? So, like, if you think about counting entropy, right? Like, the universe has a certain amount of stuff in it, and then, assembly is kind of like an entropic principle. It's not entropy. But the idea is that now transformations among stuff or the actual physical histories of things now become things that you have to count as far as saying that these things exist and we're increasing the number of things that exist. And if you think about that cosmologically, maybe Earth is sucking up all the life potential of the universe. I don't know. But
how's that? Can you explain that a little bit? Why can any one geographical region suck up the creative capacity of the universe?
Just like I know it's a ridiculous thought. I don't actually agree with it, but it's just a thought.
I love that you have thoughts that you don't like and don't agree with, but you have to think through them anyway.
Yeah.
The human mind is fascinating.
Yeah, I think these sort of like counterfactual thought experiments are really good when you're trying to build new theories because you have to think through all the consequences. And there are people that want to try to account for, say, the degrees of freedom on our planet in cosmological inventories of, talking about the entropy of the universe and, and when we're thinking about like cosmological error of time and things like that. Now, I think those are pretty superficial proposals as they stand now, but assembly would give you a way of counting it. And then the question is if there's a certain maximum capacity of the universe's speed of generating stuff, which Lee always has this argument that assembly is about time, the universe is generating more states. Really what it's generating is more assembly possibilities. And then dark energy might be one manifestation of that the universe is accelerating its expansion because that makes more physical space. And what's happening on our planet is it's accelerating in the expansion of possible things that exist. And maybe the universe just has a maximum rate of what it can do to generate things. And then if there is a maximum rate, maybe only a certain number of planets can actually do that, or there's a trade-off about the pace of growth on certain planets versus others.
I have a million questions that would be
just a quick, I'll just say something very quick. No, it's good. I think I get it. So what I want to say is, when I mean aliens everywhere, I mean memories are the prerequisite for aliens via selection and concentration of selection. And selection becomes autonomous. So what I would love to do is to build, say, a magical telescope that was a memory, a magical one. Yeah, that was or a real one. There would be a memory detector to see selection. So you could get to exoplanets and say that exoplanet looks like there's lots of selection going on there. Maybe there's evolution and maybe there's going to be life. What I'm just trying to say is to narrow down the regions of space where you see there's definitely evidence of memories, high assembly there, or not high assembly because that would be life, but select where it's capable of happening, and then that would also help us frame the search for aliens. I don't know how likely it is to make transition to cells and all the other things. I think you're right, but I think that it's we just need to get more data.
Well, I didn't like the thought experiment because I don't like the idea that if the universe has a maximum limit on the amount it can generate creative time, that our existence is actually precluding the existence of other things.
Just say one thing.
But I think that's probably true anyway because of the resource limitations.
So I don't like your thought experiment because I think it's wrong. I do like the thought experiment. So what you're trying to say is like there is a chain of events that goes back that manifestly culminated with life on Earth. And you're not saying that life isn't possible elsewhere. You say that there has been a number of things, contingent things that have happened that have allowed life to emerge here. And that doesn't mean that life can't emerge elsewhere. But you're saying that the intersection of events may be concentrated here, right? And I think that's
not exactly. It's more like if you look at, say, the causal graphs are fundamental, maybe space is an emergent property, which is consistent with some proposals in quantum gravity, but also how we talk about things in assembly theory. Then the universe is causal graphs generating more structure in causal graphs, right? So this is how the universe is unfolding. And maybe there's a cap on the rate of generation. Like there's only so much stuff that gets made per update of the universe. And then if there's a lot of stuff being made in a particular region that happens to look the same locally, spatially, that's an after effect of the fact that the whole causal graph is updating. Like
Yeah, I don't know that. I think that doesn't work.
I don't think it works either, but I don't have a good argument in mind about it.
But I do like the idea of the capacity that the universe, because what number of states. Yeah, we can come back to it.
Well, let me ask real quick. Like, why does different like local pockets of the universe start remembering stuff? How does memory emerge exactly? So, at the origin of the universe, is very forgetful. That's when the physicists are happiest. It's low memory objects, um, which is like ultra low memory objects, which is the definition of stuff. Okay, so how does memory, which is this, how does the temporal stickiness
So
of objects?
um, I'm going to take a very chemocentric point of view because I can't imagine any other way of doing it. You could think of other ways, maybe. But I would say heterogeneity in matter is where the memory. So you must have enough different ways of rearranging matter for there to be a memory. So what that means is you've got particles colliding in a box. Let's just take some elements in the box. Those elements combine in a combinatorial set of ways. So there's a combinatorial explosion of a number of molecules or minerals or solid objects, bonds being made. Because there's such a large number, the population of different objects that are possible. This goes back to assembly theory, where assembly theory, there's 4 types of universes, right? You've got basically, and this is what one was up earlier, where one universe where you just got everything is possible. So you can take all the atoms and combine them and make everything. Then you've got basically what is the assembly combinatorial, where you basically have to accrue information in steps. Then you've got assembly observed, right? And then you've got the object assembly going back. So what that means, what I'm trying to say is like, if you can take atoms and make bonds, let's say you take a nitrogen atom and it's a carbon atom, find an amino acid. Then you add another carbon atom of particular configuration and another one, all different molecules, they all represent different histories. So I would say for me right now, the most simple route into life seems to be through recording memories of chemistry. But that doesn't mean there can't be other ways, there can't be other emergent effects. But I think if you can make bonds, lots of different bonds, and those molecules can have a causal effect on the future. So imagine a box of atoms, and then you combine those atoms in some way. You make molecule A from a load of atoms, and then molecule A can go back to the box and influence the box. Then you make A prime or AB or ABC, and that process keeps going, and that's where the memories come from. Is that heterogeneity in the universe bonding?
It's beginning to flourish at the chemistry level.
Yeah.
So the physicists have no like not enough.
Yeah. I mean,
they're like desperately begging for
physicists will
more
claim
freedom.
Yeah.
And heterogeneous components.
Yeah. That's exactly it.
And you mentioned already, I think it's significant that whatever physics governs life emerges actually in chemistry. It's not relevant at the subatomic scale or even at the atomic scale. It's in, well, yeah, chemistry. But like when you get into this combinatorial diversity that you get from combining things on the periodic table, that's when selection actually matters, or the fact that some things can exist and others can't exist actually starts to matter. So I think of it like you don't study gravity inside the atomic nucleus. You study it in the large scale structure of the universe, with black holes or things like that. And whatever we're talking about as physics of information or physics of assembly becomes relevant at a certain scale of reality. And the transition that you're talking about, I would think of as just when you get a sufficient density in terms of the assembly space, like the relationship, the overlap, and the assembly space, like a feature of common memory, there is this transition to assembly down many atoms, whatever that is. So, like, and we're trying to map out exactly what that transition looks like. We're pretty sure, of some of its features, but we haven't done all of it.
Do you think that if you were there in the early universe, you would have been able to predict the emergence of chemistry and biology? And I ask that because at this stage, as humans, do you think we can possibly predict the length of memory that might be able to be formed later on in this pocket of the universe? Like how complex is what is the ceiling of something?
I think as much time as you have in the past is how much you can predict in the future. That it's actually physical in the system, and you have to have enough time for the features of that structure to exist.
Wake up. What isn't there somewhere in the universe that's like the shortest path that stretches all the way to the beginning?
Yeah.
That's building some giant
Right. Maybe, yeah.
Yes.
So
The universe has as much memory as the largest assembly object in the universe.
Yeah.
Right, but you can't predict.
You can't predict any deeper than that.
Right. So that I guess is how I'm saying is like what intuition do you have about complexity living in the world that you have today? Right? Because you just can. I mean, I guess I will.
Well, you
Does it
couldn't
get
have
more
predicted.
fun? Like, isn't there going to be at some point, because there's a huge death in the universe, isn't there going to be a point of the most, of the highest assembly of objects with the highest probability being generated?
When is the universe going to be the most fun, and can we prove ourselves in this end?
Exactly. Will you know when you're having the most fun that this is the best time you're in your prime? Or are you going to do what everyone does, which is deny that you're in your prime and the best years are still ahead of you?
What options do we have? I mean, the problem is that there's lots of really interesting features here. I just want to mention one thing that might be, is that I do think assembly theory applies all the way back to subatomic particles. And I also think that cosmological selection might have been actually, there might have been I would say it's a really boring bit, but it's really important for a cosmologist that universes have gone through. Was it Lee Smolin who proposed this, maybe? But there is this, but basically a universe evolves, you've got wrong constants, you start again. And the most productive constants where you can allow particles to form in a certain way, get propagate to the next universe and go again. So actually selection goes all the way back to the cycle of universes. And now this universe has been selected because life can occur and it carries on. I've really butchered that. There's a much more...
So there's some aspect where through the selection process, there's parameters that are being fine-tuned and we have to live in one where there's some level of fine-tuning. Is there, given that, can you steel man the case that we humans are evolving with the universe? We're the highest assembly index object.
Yeah, I can, I guess. It's sad though. I mean, so from
Is it possible?
yes, it's possible. Let's assume that we know. I mean, it's possible. So okay, so there is a particular set of elements on Earth, a particular ratio, and the right gravitational constant, and the right viscosity, of stuff being able to move around, the right distance from our sun, right number of events. We have a moon, the Earth is rotating, the late heavy bombardment produced a lot of brought in the right stuff, and Mars is cooking up, the right molecules first, so it was habitable before Earth. It was actually doing combinatorial search. Before Mars became uninhabitable, it seeded Earth with the right molecular replicators, and there was just the right stuff on Earth, and that's how the miracle of life occurred. Although I find I'm very uncomfortable with that because life came so quickly in the Earth's past. But that doesn't mean that life is easy elsewhere. It just might mean that because chemistry is actually not a long-term thing. Chemistry can happen quickly. So maybe carrying on with the steel manning, the argument is that actually the fact that life emerged quickly doesn't mean that life is easy. It just means that chemistry is right on Earth, and Earth is very special. And that's why there's no life anywhere else in the universe.
Yeah. So Sarah mentioned kind of cascading thing. So what if that's the reason we're lucky, is that we got to have a rare cascading of accelerating cascading effect in terms of the complexity of things. It's like maybe most of the universe is trying to get sticky with the memory, and it's not able to reform it. And we got really lucky at that. And it has nothing. Like there's a lot of there's like conditions that say, but it's just you really, really have to get lucky on this.
But I'm doing experiments. I'm doing experiments right now. In fact, experiments that Sarah and I are working on to get some joint funding for this. So we're seeing that the universe gets sticky really quickly. Now, of course, we're doing very concentric, we're using laboratory tools and theory, but actually, the phenomena of selection, the process of developing heterogeneity, we can do in the lab. We're just seeing the very first instance of it. And wouldn't it be great if we can start to pin down a bit more precisely, becoming good Bayesianists for this, for the origin of life and the emergence of life, finding out what kind of chemistries we really need to look for. And I'm becoming increasingly confident that we will do that in the next year. Make life in the lab, or make some selection in the lab from inorganic stuff, from sand, rocks, from dead stuff, from the moon. It's going to be great to get stuff from the moon, put it in our origin of life experiment and make the moon life. And restrict ourselves to interesting, self-replicating stuff that we find on the moon.
Sarah, what do you think about this approach of engineering life to understand life? So building life in the machine.
Yeah, so I mean, Lee and I are trying right now to build a vision for a large institute or experimental program, basically, to do this problem. But I think of it as like we need to simulate a planet. So, like the Large Hadron Collider was supposed to be simulating conditions just after the Big Bang. He's put a lot of technology in his lab to do this kind of selection engine. But the question you're asking is, how many experiments do you need to run? What volume of space do you need to explore before you actually see an event? And I like to make an analogy from my favorite particle physics experiments, which is Super Kamiokande, that's looking for the decay of the proton. So this is something that we predicted theoretically, but we've never observed in our universe. And basically what they're doing is every time they don't see a proton decay event, they have a longer bound on the lifetime of the proton. So imagine we built an experiment with the idea in mind of trying to simulate planetary conditions, physically simulate. You can't simulate origin cycles. You have to do it in an experiment. Simulate enough planetary conditions to explore as much as possible and bound the probability for a future life event. Even if you're not observing, you can talk about the probability. But hopefully, life is not exponentially rare, and we would then be able to evolve in an automated system alien life in the lab. And if we can do that, then we understand the physics as well as we understand what we can do in particle accelerators.
So keep expanding physically the simulation, the physical simulation, until something happens.
Yeah, build a big enough volume of experiments and evolve them.
So volume
I mean, physical volume in terms of space, but I actually mean volume in terms of common collective chemistry. So,
how do you nicely control the combinatorial exploration, the search phase? No, such that it's always like you keep grabbing the little hanging fruit.
Yeah, how do you build a search engine for chemistry?
I think it's very well. We should carry on this.
This is parkour, internet sensation of 2004, and it was in one of the Bond films. It was pretty impressive. The goal is to get from point A to point B as creatively as possible. So technically, they are doing parkour as long as point A is dilution and point B is the hospital.
Okay, we all go together or we go one at a time. Here it is, here it is. Truck to refrigerators to dumpster, 360 spin onto the pallets, backflip gainer into the trash. Yeah, gainer! Yeah! Parkour!
Excellent. Thank you.
There you go. Is there anything else I can do?
Yes. So those files behind Kevin's desk, go put them all in random order.
Okay.
And come back here and next decide concerning their order.
This is the last day of our summer interns. It's been nice. We haven't had interns in a while, ever since Michael's Monica Lewinsky incident. He didn't do anything sexual. He just made far, far too many Monica Lewinsky jokes. It was just easier for corporate to shut down the program.
I think she did them. I lived or something there. I was with them in the kitchen yesterday, and they were all too happy to be cleaning the freezer.
If they get married before I do, I'm going to kill myself.
Who's getting married?
Nobody.
Somebody doesn't tell me, I'm going to start screaming.
It's Eric and Megan.
Oh, hey, I hired them. Matchmaker. Places like Spaniard Fly.
You're not getting married, it's just talk.
Did everybody know about this but me?
Nothing to know, it's just gossip.
I invented the computer just because I wanted to build this origin.
We haven't told anyone that I'm pregnant.
What with her being unmarried, knocked up by some guy. I mean, the yakety yaks in this office would have to deal with that.
Yeah, we don't want them at the wedding thinking Jim's being marched down the aisle by my dad with a shotgun.
And that's what we, I think,
Wait, they're not
very
Nope.
deeply about.
No shotgun. Because that changes everything.
Can't back out now, help.
The origin
Maybe I feel about it.
the gravity,
There's no shotgun.
the origin, right? And the
Real
origin
nice, real nice.
is, I think, the biggest.
No, keep it up.
Or not the biggest, but it is a big.
Never guess. Let me finish this thought. He most definitely does. He's been asking her out repeatedly for weeks. She finally said yes. They went on a group date the other night. Apparently it went very well. How do you know this? You can tell me things. I guess I have a face you can trust. I think it's because of my low cheekbones. And, well, okay, what is it? What can I guess?
I hate being left out. Whether it's not being picked for a team or being picked for a team and then showing up and realizing that the team doesn't exist or that the sport doesn't exist. I should have known, poop ball. Oh man, I know how you feel. Third wheel. I have been the third wheel so many times in my life. My mom told me something that makes me feel better. She said, the third wheel is what makes it a tricycle. What are you talking about? I am talking about your group date with Megan and Eric at Tate's. Yes. How'd you know back then? Well, didn't Stanley tell you? Stanley was on your group date?
No, Stanley was with his wife. I waved at him, but he didn't wave back.
Does anybody else know about this?
No.
No, I think so. It's so much, just like, so much weight of back in the previous conversation, right?
So, what is a scuttlebutt? Anybody hear anything?
Yeah, I will.
Nothing? I got a little something. I don't know if I should say.
So just keep it to yourself.
Stanley is having a midlife crisis.
Stanley is way past the middle of his life, especially considering his height to weight ratio.
Well, apparently, he and his wife were out dancing at a club for young people.
Terry's out of town, Michael.
Who?
Stanley's wife, Terry. She's at an interior decorating expo in Philly. Stanley hates crowds, kids, and music. I think you should check your facts.
You stupid son of a bitch, you set me up. What are you talking about? Stanley's wife is out of town.
She was with somebody. Definitely someone.
Oh, was he? What, who? His sister?
I
don't get it.
That was his sister going out there doing it. Totally illegal.
What you need to be able to do is go out and inspire people to go out and look at CAs, service agents. You know, let's find some CAs that emerge in our universe. And for people just like to drop.
Okay, no, it's okay. Never mind. Carry on.
Stanley's having an affair.
What? I am very happy right now. Thrilled, perhaps, to be a part of the office, to be a part of the conversation. When you have somebody's attention and their eyes are lighting up because they are very interested in what you have to say, that is a great feeling. And I experienced that firsthand today. It is wonderful to be the center of attention. That and that are the same letter.
Here.
No. No. Okay. It's holding a pencil. You could be doing a crossword puzzle with that pencil. What's that letter? Right there. Same letter here and here. What haven't you guessed?
T.
T. Yes. Yes. That is a T. And there's another one right there. Just sound that out. You're almost there. Hey, Stanley, where are you going, big guy? Up to no good?
Do you have a problem with that?
No. I just had a quick question for you. I'm casting a movie, and I'm looking for a woman who can dance. Beautiful woman. Do you know anybody?
Goodbye.
Pays $5 million. You to do your choir. Oh, okay. I get it. You feel out of the loop and you feel sorry for yourself. And it's really sad because everybody thinks you're a loser. Do you know if it's true? Do you have any idea? Because you might be ruining his life.
How can we generate messages in the lab and make them like
Hold up. No. Time to stop being polite and get real. Stanley, you having an affair?
That is ridiculous. Of course not. Why would you think that?
So it's not true. Okay. Well,
how difficult is it?
oh, those interns, they told me they saw you at the club and they all said it was you. Clearly just racial profiling gossip. Brutal.
I know. Told I was a stupid idea.
That's so stupid. It's just that.
Jerry's been traveling a lot.
I know.
It's been lovely.
Oh, I bet.
Cynthia's been keeping me company. She was my nurse. I was in rehabilitation. We used to go on these long walks on the treadmill. I didn't.
Wait. So it's true.
Yeah, but Michael, I'm going to go break it off. That's where I'm headed right now.
Oh my God! Wait a second. Do people often say they're going on sales calls and then go someplace else?
Because that's not cool. I just need you to promise not to say a word about this to anyone. Michael, please.
I'm not saying it. You can count on me.
Oh, that smells good. I might have extra. It just depends on how many I eat.
Did you hear about Angela? That's pretty weird.
Yeah. What do you mean exactly?
Well, the fact that she apparently is dating an 81-year-old billionaire. What's more than on the turnpike?
Really?
Well, right? How do you untell something? You can't. You can't put words back in your mouth. What you can do is spread false gossip so that people think that everything that's been said is untrue, including Stanley is having an affair. It's like the end of Spartacus. I have seen that movie half a dozen times, and I still don't know who the real Spartacus is. And that is what makes that movie a classic whodunit. Anorexia. She's an anorexic type.
We should do something.
Nothing can be done. Just have to tell everybody, for a best, I guess. I'm worried about Erin because she's not a very good worker. I don't know how long she's going to last here.
Really?
Got it.
So, and Andy, the gay.
Andy Bernard?
Now we're back.
Band was pregnant.
All right. So we talked about the story is in first and the stuff.
I hate being a mom.
Value causality. You can immediately supply the causality. What happened before?
What? Tea. So, you would.
What's outside?
I like tea. Oh, I bet you like it. Yeah. I like it a lot. I love tea. You like it as much as you like men's butts. What? Because you're gay? Who told you that?
If I can't do the ceramic, you can do ceramic.
Was it Rob? From Kai Sai? Or did you run into someone from my high school? This is not the first time rumors about me being gay have come up. Twice before, actually. It's a weird coincidence. A little too weird.
I agree. I was
Almost makes you wonder if it's not a coincidence at all. Whoa. Which it is, of
If there is
course.
a
But it makes you wonder. Did you hear the rumor about me? I'm gay.
Did.
And what? Do you think it's true? Do you think that I'm gay?
Are you attracted to other men?
But let me keep this scenario. I'm at like a beach cabana and Brad Pitt approaches, tries to lean in and kiss me. I would definitely resist, like at first. But if he was persistent, I might give in a little bit to just see what it felt like. Would I push him away? How hard? Like, what if he's like really aggressive?
If you resisted Brad Pitt a little bit, he would still need to get to you.
This is not real Brad Pitt. This is my fantasy. It's like not fantasy. It's like what I'm. It's just a scenario.
I wish I could help you, Michael. You might be gay. You might be gay. What exactly is my responsibility here? To comfort insecure heterosexual men? That can't possibly fall to me.
How far along is being females? That's my emotional line.
Guys, I can't remember everything you hear. Like Stanley having an affair. That is crazy. Just there's no stock in it. It's a weird day for false facts. Let it go. Okay, everybody. Big day. Last day for our interns. A lot of other stuff. Who knows what to believe? Right, the honors. Present these to the dean for credits. And as a gift, I've attached my card. You can call me anytime of the day or night. Why would we tell you that? You can't call me at all, so problem solved. You'll regret that when you find yourself between a moose and a cubs. Look to the intern on your left. Now to your right. One of you will do exceedingly well in business, just unlimited potential. One of you will make a living and nothing more. One of you will make a great mother. It's up to you to choose which you want to be.
I am so happy you're eating again.
Oh, no.
Dude, how come you never try to set me up? Oh, I don't really do that. But man, I have to call them women friends, not guy friends. Are you interested in guy friends? No. I mean, for the record, I prefer women. Okay. But off the record, I'm kind of confused. Really? Yeah, the evidence is sort of stacking against me. So you got to figure this out. Yeah, right. Yeah. How? Have sex with a woman. Where the hell is one man? Oh. Well, hey, yeah, congratulations to you. Come on. Little baby tuna. Little junior Toro.
You know, a baby conceived out of wedlock is still that's great. What? Want me to say it again? Why did that come into your brain?
Can I touch you for a second?
In the sense that the whole part of the and therefore part of
What would you tell me? Hey, tell Scanner that I have asked me, because I don't.
but it
If
doesn't
it gets out, they won't let me scoop it. If I can't scoop it, then what's this whole been about? What am I working on? You think I'm the voice of the Taco Bell dog? I have a daughter. How can I be a voice of?
Hey, has everyone heard a crazy rumor about themselves today?
Yeah. You know what? Let's discredit these rumors.
Yeah, sure, but who's been saying all that stuff?
It's not important, Jim. I just think we shouldn't listen to any of this crap.
Sure, but we should get to the bottom of this. Let's pick a rumor and trace it back to the beginning.
I need to do mine first. Who's been saying that there's another person inside of me, working me with controls?
I heard that from Andy.
I heard it from Aaron.
I heard it from Michael. Michael?
Right. I'm agnostic.
Michael? He's over here. Where are you going?
Nowhere.
That allowed us to do like that optimism. So I tend to draw the boundaries. I ask things scientific ones because I find
When I showed you
that
where my
that's where the
comes
most
from.
creative potential is to impact the future trajectory.
Don't get on it.
Michael, don't.
Don't get on. Do not.
Michael,
Step away.
Okay, I made it all up.
Even the fact that I'm gay?
Yes. Well, guys, I'm a victim here too. Okay? People have been saying that I'm a J. Crew model.
No, we heard that about Jim.
Jim? No. I spread the rumor that somebody here was a J. Crew model, and I was referring to myself.
How is that a bad rumor?
Because a lot of people think that models, even though they're very attractive, are somewhat vapid. It set our industry back quite a bit.
Michael, why? Why say all these things? Why make about eating disorder, Stanley's affair, me being a smoke star?
You told everyone I was having an affair.
Okay, here's the thing. There was one true rumor out there today. I didn't want everybody to know what it was. So all of you are off the hook, except for this one person.
Well, then what's the one true rumor? We have a right to know.
Michael, am I gay?
The one true rumor
Well, I think I said it earlier.
that's going to ruin this person's life is
That
that
man's pregnant.
I knew it.
I knew it. Her breasts were a tiny bit bigger. At first, I thought, oh, she has a new bra with padding. But then I thought, Pam doesn't need padding. It just didn't add up, Jim.
Congratulations. That's really good.
I got vaccinated with the father.
Jim.
How far along?
4 months.
Who's the OBGYN?
All right. You know, this is not the truth. And you can't follow the sword this way. The real thing is that Stanley Hudson had an affair.
No.
Yes.
Thank you for trying to defend us. But actually, Pam is pregnant and we can prove it.
Yes.
I would like to see proof.
Okay.
Pam, look at that. That is the inside of your vagina.
Not necessarily. It's clear why we were trying not to tell people. That's clear now.
So rules. I just feel like
How long have you known about the pregnancy? A week, month, a year? Michael, we looked all our parents last week. GP had a stick. I did. It was inconclusive.
I wonder if
You should have told me.
machine that's required to generate this.
You're right.
Very important.
We should have realized that you are an equal part of
As
this.
I said earlier, I think I said so.
Yes.
Michael, very happy returning
I
your
mean,
call.
does God exist in our universe?
You called Stanley's wife?
Where does God exist? God
Yeah,
exists
a long time ago, just to make sure she was out of town. Oh, God.
Don't take it.
No, I have to take it. It seems suspicious.
If you talk to her, you're going to tell her about Stanley, and that's going to seem more suspicious.
No, I can do this. Yes, I can. I am going to tell her that I need to redecorate my condo and I need her help. We will haggle about money and I will back down. And then I won't talk to her until this whole Cynthia thing is blown up.
Sounds terrible.
Please don't.
Hey, what up, Cynthia?
In our minds, trying to just into gravitational waves, detecting gravitational waves. It's the same thing.
Just hang on a second, Cynthia.
Go back further and further into our memory and try to understand the machines that make up us. So it's possible to
Well,
that.
it turns out that Terry was already suspicious because she had caught Stanley and Cynthia a few months ago. So Stanley promised that he would stop, and he did. End of story. Well, not exactly. Cynthia kept calling him. She would not stop calling him, and she was in love with him. Oh, and get this, Cynthia also married. So you can't stop love, I guess. And quite frankly, I don't think you should ever even try.
I learned that a company can describe their internship as.
I agree with that.
And we respond, perhaps this reasoning is incomplete. That's how scientists talk trash each other on Twitter. Which there don't you agree with?
Yeah, you want to say? Yes, Oscar. Go on ahead. Close the door. Thank you. Thanks so much for talking to me. Yeah, sure. I'm going in for a procedure today. Is everything okay? Yeah, it's routine. I'm just a little bit scared. I'm sure everything will be fine. But what's the procedure? Let me ask you. It is a colonoscopy.
But then the thing is, lots of people see
In your experience, what should I be expecting in terms of sensation,
it creates all this stuff.
emotions?
And the fact that we can even relate to each other is because we have the same, we share that heritage. the way we love each other or we'd like to see God in each
Is there
other.
anything
It's just
I can do to make it more pleasurable for me or for Dr. Chandri? The main concern is I was safe for him.
Yeah.
Also being able to communicate.
So, Michael, you can give me a rundown on the buffet times by Monday?
So, you know what? I'll do
Yeah,
one better. Sunday
I
night.
liked your analogy of the
Hold on, big guy. I'm going to put it in the mail Sunday night. You'll get it Wednesday.
I think part of the problem is,
Jimmy, you want to head the conference room?
I mean, we have this conception that we can distinguish.
Oh, right, this thing. I remember now.
That's the whole thing about like proper
It's just
separate, or the way we
It's okay.
No, it's okay.
Really? All right. Do you mind if I sit this out? I have so much work to do. I feel like I'm going to blow my brains out.
Then it gets back to the God of the universe. And then I think the deeper question is, why does it seem like there's meaning and purpose? And if I think about the features of the universe.
Am I worried that Jim and David are having a meeting without me? No, because we are the three
God is a
amigos.
physically real thing.
And once in a while, one of the amigos will go off to the bathroom while the other two have a secret meeting.
There is really a physics there. It's not like a illusory thing, and that is what the physics of life is.
Hey, let me escort you to your desk.
Okay, it's just 3 or 4 steps, but thank you. Thank you.
Jim, we're close, huh?
Yeah, I think the pregnancy really brought us together.
Hey, what do you think he and David are talking about? What do you?
I don't know.
He said good luck to Jim as he walked in.
Did I? Doesn't sound like me. I'm very superstitious.
If you're lying to me right now, Pam, your baby is going to come out a liar. That's how it works. They inherit things through breast milk.
Please don't talk about my breast milk.
I just don't want you to lie to me. I don't want you to ever lie to me. Have I ever lied to you?
Yeah.
I just don't want you to.
I was rushing to fill in order. I put the ladder up to grab a box of 300 from the top shelf. Next thing I know, I'm on the ground. Ladder's on top of me.
That's how you broke your ankle.
Yes.
Interesting. How did the ladder end up on top of you? If you fell off of it?
It's not concerning you, man. You need to walk away.
Oh, really? I'm sorry. I thought this was a free country. I didn't know we were in communist Sweden.
If you were living in Sweden, I wouldn't have to worry about this because you have universal health care.
Yeah. Okay. I will finish off the conference. Make sure you hold on to the bill. We'll get it. Come on, Daryl. Feel better. He's lying. Yeah, the doctor will. Dr. J. Has a goodness. We just fall off of that. And I sure fell off a lot of training times. I mean, since when have you known Daryl to rush to do anything other than come up here for birthday cake? Y'all having birthday cake? Oh, there goes mess. And how many foremen do you know that build boxes? Just didn't add up. Well, we did a little investigation. I had a good point. The ladder didn't reach the top shelf. I don't know if I believe it. I am a fan of the hard-boiled detective. Wow, punch into my seat. Well, he doesn't like you. You can tell that SOB. He is fired. Sorry, I'm going into a meeting right now. I love you too. Bye. Sorry. What I missed?
Michael, we would like to continue the rest of this meeting in private. Please, you do this, right?
Left mind. Yes, I do. No, I don't. Yes, I do. No, I don't want. Catch you guys at the Liberty Club. Oh, this. Oh, waiting. Yeah. Well, you tell the mayor he just lost 6 votes. They've been in there a while. That'd be good. Think they're talking about me? No, I think they're talking about me. Yeah, that makes way more sense. Okay, thanks, Bucks. What is you telling him that I can't handle his job? That's bullcrap. That is bullcrap. Although it has been chaotic lately. Corporate shut down the Buffalo branch, which left us to absorb all of their clients. I will tell you, there has been work every day had to come in on a Saturday to retrieve. I left my cell phone.
Hey, Kelly. Oh, so jealous of your boobs. Thank you. Listen, I just wanted to confirm that you're not coming to the wedding, which is totally understandable and more than fine. Is Ryan going? I don't know. He hasn't RSVP'd yet. We invited everyone in the office to our wedding, even though we realized most people wouldn't be able to make the drive to Niagara Falls. Which is why we're having in Niagara Falls. Then Michael told everyone they could have Friday and Monday off if they came. So now people have to decide if they want to come to our wedding or have to work.
Here's the deal. I really want to go, but I'm not going to go if Ryan doesn't go because it's kind of a waste of time. And I came out wrong. It would be awesome if you could try to get him to go because I'd really like to be there to support Jim.
What are we gonna do for you, Hans?
How are your sales doing?
Busted. That's because of the economy. You're not buying it. Good. Okay, the truth is, I've been having trouble focusing lately. I'm in this weird, flirty, nebulous thing with this cousin of mine, and it's a total mind effort. Oh, I'm sorry, Phyllis. You explain this email. Okay? Hey, Andy, let's go visit Grandma and then get drunk together. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on in that room, okay?
Wallace had to show up on the 1 4-month period that I'm completely overwhelmed. You know when they say it's so crazy it just might work? Well, I don't believe that. I say go for the airtight plan. And that is why I am having Andy wheel me into the conference room inside a makeshift cheese cart. It is just elegant.
So in this case, so if you talk about
We're going to do this. It's not for you.
We're preparing for you a cheese platter, which I will place here on the eastern wall of the conference room. From the Wisconsin region, a nice firm cheddar. Also from the great state of Wisconsin, an aged Parmesan. Here you will find a cheddar-style spread, which has reacted nicely with the air to form a light rind, which I think you'll find both challenging and delicious. At that point, I would recommend you take a quick trip south of the border to the great state of Illinois, where you will find this fine blue cheese dressing. If I may be so bold, it's a lot of fun to let the grilled fish take a little swim in the blue cheese. Bon appetit.
All right, well, I should go. Thanks for this. You've given me a lot to think about. You promised me you won't do anything until you speak. No, I won't.
Yeah, very smart, very rich people in AI are doing this.
Aaron? Is Michael on?
Yeah, and I think, and also.
Hey, you must walk right past me. How you doing? Yeah, if you talk in your office, yes,
I'm just wondering, is there something we get out of Stephanie that allows us to rebuild current machine learning architectures to
Sounds like a MDP40.
It's a GE. P40 is much higher pitched. You're in the chain? I've been my whole life. I'm rebuilding a turn of the century steam engine in my slaughterhouse. Well, I think we take a look at that. Yeah, it's just a run-of-the-mill slaughterhouse, for sure, anytime. Using crutches. Workers, come my ass. Yeah, you ass. You hear that dog from himself? Okay.
So I just wanted to confirm that we're not.
I'm not so bad.
about $75
But
per
yeah, I
person.
think
I want to
it's
invest in brand because like I said,
already touched the whole direction.
Can you just tell me now if you can use it?
Like, we have to-
yes,
but I would like to write some
I'm coming
products.
to your wedding.
The basic
Okay.
idea is, like,
Ryan Howard, yes.
Probably yes.
Kelly Kapoor, yes.
I'm sure we'll be able to
You know,
do
like
it.
an instantaneous,
What
like
are you
physical
talking to?
environmental
Just
setup.
trying to
So we
figure
have to
out
how to
the
do
best way
this.
to utilize
But
everyone's
there was
talents.
something that would be
Well, I would
different
say
in the
that my
future.
greatest talent
And there was a
is
symmetry
being the
breaking
best
sort of
man,
present
woman,
based
or
on that
child to
possibility
ever
of
run
future
this
outcome.
branch, ever.
Then
And what
you
about
would say
Jim?
that system
Jim
has
is someone who's ready to move into a management
goal and
position.
about what it wanted to do in the future. So goals are interesting because they don't exist as instantaneous things. They exist across time, which is one of the reasons that assembly theories maybe more
He
naturally
is tall
able to
and
account for the
yellow
existence of
and very nice, but we can put him in charge.
Goals are capable through existing time or
Victor doesn't make the tough decisions.
through
If I was going to put someone in charge, I would put Bert in charge,
it's almost like
or I would put one of the real
imagine
girls in
like
charge.
if representations in your mind, right?
I don't like Jim.
And
I'm
you
very
imagine
Jim is my best
possibilities.
friend.
But
But
imagine everything
there's
else
this
is
performance.
as the only thing that you actually change based on is
Now,
what
this
you
was written by
want as the
Toby.
future outcome. Then
We all know
somehow
it's
that
extremely
representation in your mind of the
reliable.
future outcome can cause
Constant
you to freak out.
office distraction, spends way too much time at
But it's not
reception,
actually that
tagging on his other
it's just that
salesman that all
your
wins.
assembly space is
Not
actually
very often.
includes those
You get the
possibilities
gist.
as
If
part of the
anybody
structure. It's
else,
just
you
you're
think
not
they're doing the
observing
day-to-day
the
of
assembly
the
space you're currently
I could just continue to run it myself. That's Jim had an interesting idea to help you with this extra workload. It involved
So
you
one of
being
the features of
promoted to
assembly
oversee
space is
all
super
Northeast
interesting,
sales.
and it's
And
easier
Jim
to
would be
envision
promoted
with
to
Lego
your position.
is if you're thinking about an assembly space, you can't observe
This
the
was
entire
Jim's
assembly
idea.
space in any instant in time. So if you imagine a stack of Legos and you want to look at the assembly space and stack of Legos, you have
Well,
to break the
I'd have to
Legos
talk to
apart,
my
and then
mother
you look
and
at all the possible ways
my
that
guy
you
H
can
on our block.
the original object. So now you have in your mind the goal of building that object.
But
You
let's
have
see,
all
here's
the
the thing,
possible
the
ways of
plan
doing
doesn't
it,
work
and those are actual
unless we have
physical
someone to
features of that
replace you.
object. But that object doesn't always exist. What
That's
exists
what we have
is
to worry
the
about. Jim, he has
possibility of
another job.
generating it.
We have to replace him.
Well,
I didn't tell Michael
object,
because
you know, like,
I thought he'd try to help.
well-defined assembly space.
Example, he handed out Jello shots at the
Object is
23rd mile of the Steamtown Marathon.
But you actually have to unpack that object at this time to view that feature.
Jim,
It's only
get out of my car for a second.
The term goal is such a important, difficult to explain concept, right? Because what you want is it's like I think only conscious beings can have conscious goals. Everything else is doing selection, and but selection does invent goals, and in the way that biology interprets
I can't help but feel partially responsible.
is kind of help you to understand that there's a goal in the past, right? It's kind of like goals only exist back in childhood.
So, pick me up. Oh, this is the best. So rush. You were in the office earlier talking about us. Did I get home at all?
Well, we did talk about how
Go
handsome.
for it.
Oh, what did we got? We said,
Michael, look, I'll just be honest with you. Earlier today, I spoke with Wallace about a promotion. I actually think that talk went really well. And after he spoke with you, for some reason, it felt like things had changed.
That's weird. That's weird. Oh, weird, man. Did you know that Lincoln's secretary was named Kennedy? Tell you what, when you leave this office, I'm going to call Wallace and I'm going to tell him that you should get that promotion.
Really?
Yeah, and I guess
Yes.
Want to do it right now?
Yeah. So Dan
Yes.
Denver this really nice essay.
I tried to keep Michael in the dark.
Coding cats and free will inflation.
I should have known that he did just as much damage.
I need to see your pupils. I will see if they dilate. The white
So if you've got a imagine two objects on the other side.
You come to my house, bust up my trash cans, call my baby sister and ask what told her to eat dog food?
We thought that she was you.
Why would you think a lady is me?
How do you know objects have gold? Now you are
Are you serious? Because you look exactly alike,
am I the only one? Are you getting this? And
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm calling corporate and I'm filing a complaint against both of you.
Hey, David, this is Michael. Michael Scott here. Yeah, just wanted to talk to you about Jim Halpert. I understand that he did not receive that promotion, and I wanted to see what I can do to nudge you in the right direction.
So if you're changing your mind about Jim?
Absolutely not. Like I said before, Jim is fantastic and he deserves his job.
Michael, it seems like you're cutting in and out, but this is not what you said earlier.
Here's the thing. Jim is the best man for this job. I think he should give it to him.
Well, it doesn't change what you showed me in Jim's file.
Well, that was an anomaly. That file had been falsified. Toby Flenderson is doing that.
Michael, I really don't know what's going on down there, but I get pulled over for talking on my show.
But I think for me, everybody's always interested in explaining intrinsic experience and quantifying experience. And there's also
they're using the lift as their own personal elevator. He broke his ankle, climbing over the railing, and he lied about it because it was a misuse of company equipment. Case closed.
Stupidest thing I've heard.
Then why is there new wood only on one railing?
And those are real physical things.
Let's just check the security tapes, Toby.
Must have causal consequences.
Well,
So
there's
the
any
way
reason
I would ask the question of consciousness is not, what is it like?
Yeah. All right, so what else?
Is there any sort of reason
Now,
from the outside?
I would like to file an official complaint to corporate because Daryl lied on an official form.
I'm telling them you guys sexually harassed my sister.
The judge is going to believe that.
They become real physical things because we imagine them.
Oh,
And people
okay.
might disentangle that from conscious
Look, we
experience.
get all
I think a lot of
fights
us
against each
imagination
other
is
and just
exactly
trying to see if
conscious
it's worth
process.
it.
So then he did
You know,
raise a
we're
question
all there.
of observing systems, and I said,
So it was like Daryl,
internal
came to an agreement that they would
is
both
slightly different
file
than that conscious
complaints with corporate. And now I get to do all this.
it's a loose set of other experiments. Then and I set them up in a physically equivalent situation.
Hey, Jim, what we did right now, you just punch me in the face, all right? How many times have I asked you to put me up for a branch manager job? I never recommended you because I didn't want to lose you. I don't want to lose me.
Didn't want to
No, I don't want to lose
do
the baby. So
that.
instead, you screwed me.
No. He never dealt with the internal experience. I set up an experiment where you could actually test for that.
For imagination.
Yeah.
Like,
That there was something internal going
Hey,
on.
Michael,
Yes.
you got Jim there with you?
No, just us.
Actually, can you call Jim in? I want him on this.
It actually is an
Oh.
agent. It's
Well, here he is right now.
It has an external representation.
Man.
And whether you say that's experience or not is a different thing. But it is the feature that there's some extraction that's
Hi, David.
obvious.
Hey, guys. So, I spoke to Alan. We had kind of an unconventional idea, which I think is pretty cool. But it only works if everyone's on board.
Well, just as long as it means Jim becomes a manager.
We were thinking of having 2 branch managers in Scranton, both of you guys working as co-managers. Jim would handle the day-to-day, and Michael, you would focus on clients and big picture stuff.
Wow, sounds pretty cool. I like that. So manager and co-manager.
Co-manager and co-manager. See, there are a lot of moving pieces, but this is the only way I can sell it upstairs.
Well, that might be a little confusing for people because they know me as manager.
Hey, Michael, can you pick it for 1 second? Okay, look, I'm not going to force you into anything. If you're willing to lose Jim, fine. You just say so, we'll find another solution. Okay? Is that what you want to do?
Train the order to be like crabs. Give them an internal representation. Give them the ability to integrate information.
Okay, people, listen, everybody. I have an announcement to make. Rob was committed. And do you have an announcement? I was making it. Everybody, David Walls and I have talked, and we have decided to promote Jim to the position of co-manager.
Allows them to make a decision.
Of your butt. And your butt, and your butt, and your butt, all of Scranton Branch podcast. What's happening to me? I am also being promoted to co-manager. We will be co-managers together. Jim Halbert? Well done.
Thank you.
That's randomly. What's cats in the title? Inflation.
Niagara Falls in October.
What is
Hells yeah.
what is
Do you think that you could send in your RSVP card?
No,
I'll just tell you now, easier. Well, you have to choose a food option, and there's information in there about directions and lodging.
I'll just have whatever's fancies, unless there's ribs. I'll just get all the other information the day of. I'll text you.
You are going to text me the morning of my wedding to ask for directions, and you will eat whatever is fanciest.
Unless there's ribs.
How do these cats appear to just do what they want?
Right?
Right?
I have been chasing people down all day. It's incredible.
Man, my bag was there.
You know, they just isn't as obvious. And have the screen where fake universe. I mean, probably I love the essay for this presentation of the essay. The second
why does discussing universe give you more possibilities of time?
So for me, I like to think about universe in terms of big bang space. I think about it in terms of the big memory expansion. So you only have the ability to store one bit of information, so then you can't do very much. What the universe has been doing since forever, it's been creating more. It's been increasing the size of its RAM. Okay, so it's like 1 megabyte, 2 megabyte, 3 megabyte, 4 megabytes, all the way up. And so the more RAM you have, the more you can remember about the past, which allows you to do all the things in the future. So if you can remember how to launch a rocket, then you might be able to imagine how to land a rocket, and then relaunch, reland, and carry on. And so you're able to expand the space and remember the past. And so that's why I think it's very important.
But not a perfect memory. It's an interesting question whether some forgetting that happens might increase. Is the expansion of the forgetting at some point accelerate faster than
I think that that's a very important thing that intelligence does, and machine learning about. Machine learning right now, or artificial intelligence right now, doesn't have memory right. You want the ability to, or not before, if you want to get to human-like consciousness, you need to have the ability, I suppose, to remember stuff, to selectively forget stuff, so you can re-remember it and compress it. Arguably, the way that we come up with new physical laws. Sorry, you.
No, it's alright. No, I just wanted to.
I think that there is a great deal to be gained from having the ability to remember things, but then when you forget them, you can then basically do the simulation again to work out if you get to that compressed representation. So there's in cycles. So cycles of remembering and forgetting are probably important, but there shouldn't be excuses that have a universe without memory. The universe is going to remember that it's forgotten, but just not tell you.
I'm looking at this paper, and it's talking about a puppet controlling 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 a puppet. Conceptually easy to understand, but physically impossible. As physically impossible as predicting a fair coin toss. I don't know what he's talking about. There's pictures of puppets controlling puppets. Let me ask you, there's a few things that I asked, but we brought up time quite a bit. You guys tweet about time quite a bit. What is time in all this? We kind of mentioned it a bunch. Is it not important at all in terms of, it's just a word? Should we be talking about causality mostly? So what do you think? We've talked about memories. Is that the fundamental thing that we should be thinking about in time? Is just a useful measurement device or something like that?
Well, there's different concepts of time, right? So I think assembly theory, when we're talking about time, we're talking about the order of things. So that's the causal graph part. And so then the fundamental structure of the universe is that there is a certain ordering, and certain things can't happen, other things happen. But usually when we colloquially talk about time, we're talking about the flow of time. And I guess me and I were actually thinking about this morning. So walking on the river here, which is a very lovely spot for talking about time. But that when the universe is updated, it's transitioning between things that exist now and things that exist now. That's really the flow of time. So there's you have to separate out those things at bare minimum, and then there's also an arrow of time that people talk about in physics, which is that time doesn't appear to have a directionality in fundamental physics, but it does to us, right? Like we go backwards in time, and usually that would be explained in physics in terms of there's a cosmological arrow of time, but there's also the thermodynamic arrow of time with increasing entropy. But what we would say in assembly theory is that there's a clear directionality. The universe only runs in one direction, which is why it's easy to make. If the universe runs in one direction, it's easy to make processes look reversible. For example, if they have no memory, they're easy to run forward and backwards, which is why the laws of physics that we have now the way they do, because they involve objects that have no memory. But when you get to things like us, it becomes very clear that the universe has directionality associated to it.
So it's not just no man ever steps in the same river, just have to point it out.
Yeah.
No man has ever steps in the same river twice. It's not the same river, it's not the same man. It's not.
I feel
no, but reversibility
that with
is
mind-blowing technology,
right, so we think of the
we may
reversibility laws
be able to perhaps live a digital immortality, period.
But I think what we would say,
That is
how we think
a
about
lot
it,
different than
and certainly it's easy to be the case for our perception of
what
time,
you
but
think I
also,
am, period.
what's happening in biological evolution. You can make things reversible, but it requires work to do it. And it requires certain machines to run it forward and backward. And Chiara Marletto's working some interesting ideas on constructor theory related to that, which is a totally different set of ideas.
So you can travel back in time.
Yes. You can reconstruct. You can't travel actually back in time, but you can reconstruct things that have existed in the past. You're always moving forward in time, but you can cycle through. Like I mean,
Can I clarify what you said quickly? You travel forward in time to travel back.
Thank you. That really clarifies.
Well, no, what Sarah's saying, you don't go back in time. You recreate what happened in the past in the future and inspect it again.
So in that local pocket of time, it's as if you travel back in time. So how's that work?
Because you're not going back to your same self back in time. You are creating that in the future. No. It's not a registry. I mean, it goes back to the big question. I'm saying, this is something I was trying to look up today when I first had this discussion, and I was talking to Sarah on Skype. So, by the way, time is the fundamental thing in the universe. She almost hung up on it.
Right, but you can even, if you want to make an analogy to computation, and I think Harold Bennett actually wrote a paper on this, like about reversible computation and reversible Turing machines. In order to make it reversible, you have to store memory to run the process backwards. So time is always running forward in that, because you have to write the memory. You can erase the memory, but the point when you go back to zero, right? But the whole point is that in order to have a process that even runs in both directions, you have to start talking about memory to store the information to run it backwards.
Okay. So you can't have it exactly how it was.
Exactly. So here's
extra baggage holders.
Okay. The really important thing I want to say is, I think we're trying to get right to say that if you can think that the universe is expanding in terms of the number of boxes that it has to store states, right? And this is where the directionality of the universe comes from, that everything comes from. You could erase what's in those boxes, but the fact you've now got so many boxes of time now in this present, there's more of those boxes than there were in the past.
But the boxes are physical boxes. Why is the number of boxes always expanding?
It's very hard to imagine this because we live in space. So what I'm saying, which is I think probably correct, is that let's just imagine for a second. There is a non-local situation, but there are these things called states, and the universe, irrespective of whether you measure anything, there is a universal
You don't think that we may be able to escape mortality with mind uploading technology? Question mark.
Where the universe is expanding in a number of states and powers.
Why are you saying it's expanding? Is that obvious? It's expanding.
It's obvious because that's where we
That's a source of knowledge.
It's a source of novelty, and it also explains why the universe is not predictable. Well,
I just like interrupting you. Sorry, it's fun. You're struggling.
I'm struggling because I'm trying to be as concrete as possible, not sound like insane. And I'm not insane. It's obvious because I'm a chemist, so as a chemist, I grew into the world understanding irreversibility. Irreversibility is all I do. And when people start telling me the universe is actually reversible, it's a magic trick. We can use time to do it. So what I mean is that the second law is really the magical. But why does it need to be magical? The universe is just asymmetric. What I'm saying is the universe is asymmetric in the state production. And we can erase those states, but we just have more computational power. So what I'm saying is that the universe's deterministic horizon, this is one of the reasons we can't live in a simulation, by the way. We can't live in a simulation.
Irreversibility?
Yeah, so basically every time you try to simulate the universe, live in a simulation, the universe is expanded in space. Like, oh damn it, I need to make my computer bigger again. And every time you try and contain the universe in computation, because it's got bigger in states. And what I'm saying, the fact the universe has novelty in it is going to turn out experimentally to be proof that time, as I've labeled it, is fundamental and exists as a physical thing that creates space.
Okay, so if you could prove that novelty is
mind uploading technology is already
it's possible to also then prove that it's
being
expanding in the states
experimented with, comma, Neuralink is the first step in this, comma, that isn't Looney Tune, comma, that is a realistic scientific thinker, period.
Show that there's this novelty.
Yeah, because if we go in a universe of conventional physicists live in, it's a big lookup table of stuff and everything exists. I want to prove that book doesn't exist. It's continuously being added pages on. So all I'm saying, if the universe is a book, the universe at the beginning only had no pages, or had one page, another page, another page. Whereas the physicists will now say all the pages exist, and we could in principle access them. I'm saying that is fundamentally correct.
Do you know what's written in this book, the free will question? Is there a role for free will in this field universe is generating novelty and getting greater and greater assembly structures?
Done. Next question.
Why? What's the source of free will?
But
yeah, what?
I think what I'm interested in as far as the phenomena of free will is do we have individual autonomy and agency? And when I do things, is it really me or is it my atoms that did it? And that's the part that's interesting to me. I guess there's also the determinism versus randomness part. But the way I think about it is like each of us are like a thread or like a assembly space through this giant possibility space, and it's like we're moving on our own trajectory through that space, and that is defined by our history. So we're sort of causally contingent on our past, but also because of the sort of intersection of novelty generation, it's not completely predetermined by the past. And so then you have the causal control of the determinism part, that you are your causal history and there's some determinism from that past, but there's also room for creativity. And I think it's actually necessary that something like free will exists if the universe is going to be as creative as possible. Because
it is 29 words, period. That is not a lot to read, period.
Inventing a universe, and I wanted it to have maximum number of interesting things happen. Again, we should come up with the metric of interesting. But generating maximal possibilities, then I would want the agents to have free will because it means that they're more individual. Like each
Thank you
entity
for the
actually
heads
is a
up,
different
period.
causal force in each person, and it's intrinsic and local property of that system.
There's a greater number of distributed agents. Okay, you always creating more and more individuality.
Kind of. I would say you're creating more causal power, but
The causal power, the word consciousness, is the causal power correlated with consciousness?
I mean, that's why I have this conception of consciousness being related to imagination. Because the more that we can imagine happen, and the more counterfactual possibilities you have in mind,
No
the
worries,
more you can
period.
actually
You're forgiven,
implement. And
period. All
somehow
is
free will
good,
is also
period.
at the intersection of the counterfactual becoming the actual.
So can you elaborate on that a little bit for consciousness and imagination?
I don't know exactly how to articulate it, and I'm sure people take, aim at certain things I'm saying. I think the language should be precise, so I'm not the best way to.
It's really interesting. Like, what is imagination, and what role does it play in the human experience, in experience of any?
Yes, I love imagination. I think it's like the most amazing thing we do. But I guess one way I would think about it is we talked about the transition to life in the universe acquiring memory, and life does something really interesting. Just think about biology generally. It remembers states of the past to adapt to things that happen in the future. So the longer life has evolved on this planet, the deeper that past is, and the memory we have for kinds of organisms and things. But what human level intelligence has done is quite different. It's not just that we remember states that the universe has existed in before, it's that we can imagine ones that have never existed, and we can actually make them come into existence. And I think that's the most unique feature about the transition to whatever we are from what life on this planet has been doing for the last 43 years. And I think it's deeply related to the power.
Yeah, I was going to agree with that. I think that consciousness is the ability to generate those counterfactuals. Now, when you can say, are there degrees of consciousness? I'm sorry, I'm scientist, but electrons don't have counterfactuals, although they do have some kind of, they are able to search the space and half-lives. But I think that there is a very concrete, there's a very specific property that humans have, and I don't know if it should be humans. Maybe dogs can do it, and birds can do it, right? And where they are basically solving a problem, because consciousness was invented, this abstraction was invented by evolution for a specific reason. And so look, one of the reasons why I came to the conclusion that time was fundamental was actually because Sarah and I had a completely different.
The most heated debate on Skype chat ever.
No. It goes back to the free will thing. So I think, although I've changed my view of it, because there's some really interesting physicists out there who talks about how the measurement problem in Newtonian space. I don't want to go there just now because I think I'll mess it up. But briefly, I could not see how we can have free will. And this is really boring. This is a well-trodden path. But I'm not so boring. I suppose it's kind of just one of the precise. If the universe is deterministic, how can we have free will? Right? So Sarah's a physicist. I think she believe and show that most of the laws we have are deterministic to some degree. Quantum mechanics is deterministic. And yet there's Sarah telling me she's right? Your belief system is broken here, right? Because you're demanding free will in a deterministic universe. And then I realized that I agreed with her that I do think that free will is a thing because we're able to search for novelty. And then that's where I came to the conclusion that time in the universe is expanding in terms of novelty. And it goes back to that Darren Dennett essay, which talk about the free will inflation. Free will. So so the past, it did not exist in the past, the past exists in the present. What I mean is there was no past, there is only present. I mean, you are the sum total of everything that occurs in the past is manifesting here in the present, and then you have this little echo state in your consciousness because you're able to imagine something without actualization. So the fact you imagine it, that occurs. Electrons and potassium ion flows in your neural network in your brain.
Maybe consciousness is just the present.
So somehow you imagine that, and then by imagining, oh, that's good. Yeah. I'm going to make a robot do this thing, and program it, and then you physically then go and do it. So that then changes the future. Sorry.
What's imagination? Does it require the past? Does it require the future? Does it require memory?
It's imagination.
Does it only exist?
So imagination, well, yeah, probably it's an instantaneous readout of what's going on. Maybe your subconscious brain's been generating all the bits for it. But no, imagination occurs when you, in your game engine, you remember the past and you integrate sensory from the present, and you try and work out what you want to do in the future, and then you go and make that happen. So the imagination it's like, imagine asking what imagination is about, asking what surfing is. You can surfboard, surfer, wave coming in. When you're on that wave and you're surfing, that's where the imagination is.
I think imagination is just accessing things that aren't present in the present moment. So like I'm sitting there and I'm looking at the table and I can imagine the river and things or whatever it was. And so it seems to be that it's like it's our ability to access things that aren't present.
But to conjure up worlds, some of them might be akin to something that happened to you recently.
Right, but they don't have to be things that actually happened in your past. And I think this gets back to assembly theory. Like the way I would think about imagination from an assembly theory standpoint is I'm a giant puzzle graph. And I exist in present moment as a different configuration of Sarah. But there's a lot of carry a lot of evolutionary baggage. I have that whole causal history, and I can access parts of it. Now, when you talk about getting to something as complex as us, having as large an assembly space as us, there's ways of, like, there's a lot of things in that causal graph that have ever actually never existed in the past history of the universe, because, like, the universe got big enough to contain the three of us in this room in time, but not all the features of each one of us individually have come into existence as physical objects we can recognize as individual objects, which goes back to your point that we actually have to explain why things actually even look like objects and are just a sheer of mass. And just on the free will and physics thing, when you were talking, I just want to bring this up because I think it's a really interesting viewpoint that Nicholas Chissen has, that like we want to use the laws of physics and then say you can't have free will. And his point is you have to have free will in order to even choose to set up an experiment to test the laws of physics. So in some sense, free will should be more fundamental than physics is, because to even do science, there's some assumption that the agents have free will. And I always thought it was really perplexing that physics wants to remove agency, because the idea that I could do an experiment here on this part of Earth, and then I can move somewhere else and prepare an identically prepared experiment, run an experiment again, seems to imply something about the structure of our universe that's not included in the laws that we're testing those experiments.
So this kind of dream of physics that you can do multiple experiments, different applications, and validate each other. You're saying that's an illusion?
No, I'm saying that requires decision making and free will to be a real thing. I think. Like I think the part that we can do science is not arbitrary, and I think people, the standard canon in physics with people, you could trace all of that back to the initial condition of the universe. But the whole point of science is I can imagine doing an experiment and I can do it, and then I can do it again and again and again.
To you, imagination is somehow fundamentally generative of novelty.
Yes.
So it's not like the universe could have predicted the things you imagine.
The imagination, so coming back to novelty, I think novelty can exist outside of imagination, but it supercharges it. It's another transition thing. I mean, I would say, it's maybe boring.
Could you please sign my expense report? No way, no how. Expense reports are a day-to-day item that is Jim's now. I am exclusively big picture, epic.
Novelty exists, right? Because I think, again, if you ask a physicist right now, the Bible of the universe,
Sign it. I have a complaint about Jim. That is not big picture. I would like to file a huge mess about the tallest building.
It's all there, mathematics, it all exists, right? And I would say that That's why I'm excited about the universe, because
Jim won't sign my expense report.
That is not okay. Day to day. That is day to day.
Oh, that is
You're
huge.
trying to twist it. Get out.
Yeah, that's what free will is.
I'd like to lodge a complaint. I'm sorry to hear about that. What is this about? You. Okay. Just want to let you know I take complaints very seriously. So, 1 minute ago. Okay. And how do you feel? Angry. All right. Did he hit you? No. Did you cry? No. Did you feel like crying? No. Right. Held back tears. Wait, stop writing that. That is not true. Stop writing. I'm not. I deserve that promotion. I'm Jim. Put him in a triangle chokehold. Force him down on the ground and just keep pressing. Flip him over and put him in a hammerlock. And he's gasping, he's panting, every last breath. And the crowd is going crazy. And boom! I emerge victorious! Aha! $18,000 and a chance at the title!
Those two counterfactuals, they're different.
Everyone, now would be a good time to freshen up because I'd like everyone to meet in the conference room in 5 minutes. And I suggest you bring a snack because we may be in there for a while.
Michael, yes. Can I talk to you?
Sure. Like because I first talked to you in my office.
But those of us that have the ability to go back.
Also be a boss.
Look, it doesn't take a genius to know that any organization thrives when it has 2 leaders. Go ahead, name a country that doesn't have 2 presidents. A boat that sets sail without 2 captains. Where would Catholicism be without the popes?
I have noticed that I've noticed we've been having a lot of conversations. I'm wondering if perhaps those are a bit
disruptive.
Yes.
No, I don't think they are. I think the meetings are very important.
Maybe we should talk specifics.
Let's do.
Okay. Yesterday we had a meeting about finance.
Well, to be fair, James, Timothy. Sure, Timothy. That sounds weird. Are you okay with being called Tim? Jim, to be fair, the conversation wasn't about planets. At first, we were talking about interest in a line of toilet paper. And what part of the human body does one use toilet paper upon? So you draw a line from there to the other planets. And I think by the end, we all learned a little bit about how small we are.
Yes, I agree.
It's a big universe, and we're all just little tiny specks of dust.
I just think that maybe they're eating large amounts of the day.
You know what these folks are? The day of naps. You go to sleep, it's light out, you wake up, it's dark. That's the whole day. Where did that day go? I have no idea.
You mean on the weekends?
Yes.
How about this? I think our goal should be we don't have meetings unless they're absolutely essential.
All right. No more meetings this week.
Really? You just agree to that?
I think it's very surprising.
So I think we have a session. So what I mean by that is,
I need to fit into my
you know,
wedding
like people
dress.
have a UFO sighting, they make contact.
However, I'm also pregnant.
And I always think, you know, what's interesting to me about
You know, it's a myth that women have to gain more than 9 pounds in a
it's
pregnancy.
not that I have a
Look
discussion
at these actresses, some of them lose weight.
or experiencing or feeling, but like the discussion right now is
Hey, did you guys
at the
register
level
for
of
wedding
modern
dress?
We did, but mostly because people expect us to.
in modern culture.
We're
And
also
when
accepting
we feel
other
like that,
gifts
then
from the
I
registry.
want to think about when you do things that we
However,
traditionally
it's awkward asking people for money, but we could really use it.
knowledge. So, you know, like
Why doesn't Crate and Barrel let you register for a toaster full of cash? Perfect, I hate registry. Oh, good. My cousin makes the most amazing romantic birdhouse
And I think the
mailboxes.
real thing is it's not
I used to be surprised when you see it.
but like first
You're not
contact is
registered
actually
for birdhouse,
protecting
right?
knowledge of
No, we're not.
information. And so this is very subtle and very abstract, but when does it become something that we actually understand what it is that we're talking about? That's where
Okay, I thought I saw people listen. Yeah, just focus grouping a product expansion idea to these folks. Got one of each.
I think
And
just
kind of
a
what last thing I said before I came
imagery
to
that
the
we
door.
have to understanding that there's a phenomenon that we have to understand.
Don't spell this shit fire.
Okay, Michael, I thought we agreed to not take up people's time.
Yes.
What do you mean by these people? Michael, this is a conference room.
I see
Oh,
mythology
hey, everybody, I think
basically
the gym
as
is
like being
gone insane because he thinks that my office is a conference room. Listen, Jim, no offense, but when push comes to shove, what I want is more important than what you want. What do you guys think? Great, guys. No. You don't need to go anywhere. Anything that Jim has to say to me, he can say in front of these types of people.
What I said. And also, I'm co-manager, meaning we're not the only manager anymore. I'm also a co-manager.
That is not what Wallace told us. That's exactly what Wallace told us. That is not. I heard it.
I love rivalries. Michael or Jim, Paris or Nicole, Heidi or Elsie. So much fun. But I guess if I'm really thinking about it and answering your question honestly, I'd have to go with Elsie. Heidi's a bad friend, and her skin is terrible.
It is one thing me giving you the co-manager title. It's another thing you bossing me around.
I'm not bossing around. I'm trying to do my job, which is sharing your job. So maybe we should just call it David.
No. We will not call David Wallace. I will call David Wallace.
David Wallace is
Or David Wallace will call us online too. Why don't we just?
Hey, David.
Hey, David.
Jim here.
This is Michael, senior co-manager.
Hey guys, I'm calling because unfortunately we will not be able to give out cost of living raises this year, and I know people expect it. However, it just is only a small amount of money for each branch. So we're leaving it up to the managers to decide how to distribute it.
Got it, Dave. Sounds like your classic big picture decision,
Which will clearly affect the day-to-day well-being of our employees.
It's probably a little bit.
which is in more of.
Hey, David, I know that I'm very new at this, but I have a very good perspective on how things work.
Wait, I'm sorry, Michael, are you texting me?
I thought maybe we could talk after this is over.
Look, I need you both to take care of this. It's not going to be a problem.
No, it will not be. I am on top of it.
All right. Thanks a lot, David.
Talk to you later, Dad. Hey, you didn't let me say goodbye. All right. I'm looking forward to this.
That's a lie.
I hate the fact that we have to do this together. I think we would work better separately. When I am irritated and I look at you, I don't see you anymore. All I can see is how big and gross the pores on your nose are.
So let's get started.
Hey, why haven't we answered?
We have.
What would you say is the difference between the two of you?
There's no easy way to do this. I say we add 1.5% to their paychecks and don't say anything.
A night to change the percentage.
No, we can do it during the day. It doesn't have to be that dramatic.
What would help is pros and cons list for our options.
Jim, don't take this the wrong way. You can't take this the wrong way.
It's hard to tell sometimes.
You use your brain too much.
I'm sorry, you advocating that I use it less.
Sometimes the smartest people don't think at all. As I was saying.
Okay, so for the 1.5% increase, pro, everyone gets a little bit.
Con, you look like a bird.
Con, no one gets as much as they did last year.
Pro, you get to share your pros and cons with the other birds.
Pro, no favoritism.
Con, you unzip your pants and you find that there's a calculator somewhere.
I've been studying Michael for years, and I've condensed what I've learned into this chart. How Michael spends his time. As you can see, we have procrastinating and distracting others. And this tiny sliver here is critical thinking. Made it bigger so that you can see it.
Hey, Pam, I heard that you were registered, but I didn't hear where.
I don't think we registered anywhere. We just want cash.
Money? Like, you want my money? You take a check.
Yeah.
In the memo line, I'm gonna write to love's eternal core.
Okay.
Wait till Monday.
Is this what I've become?
materialistic, shallow. I feel horrible. Oh, look! Mrs. Pam Halpert. That's the first time I've seen it in writing.
The more I think about it, the more I think she gets the salesman. That will not go over well. Yeah, I know. I just think it seems smart to keep the salesman happy right now. Of course, I know that she might come off as biased, so let us.
Oh my God, are you going to make another pro and con list? I'm going to kill myself.
Well, I'm not going to let you stop me from thinking.
No, I did not do that, Jim. I can see it in your crusty little eyes that you are going to make everything perfect. If I can just think this through, if I can just think it exactly right, I can make this perfect.
It's like the
And
same
then
idea as like
every avenue, every avenue
like,
of
right?
that,
That's really abstract.
and then another avenue.
And I guess what I'm saying is,
You have a lot of strengths.
Oh, I do. Tell me what they are.
I think that you are able to take constructive criticism very well.
Ha! That I am not known for that.
But there is a reason why I'm here.
Yes, you went over my head to Wallace.
No, it's because you also have a lot of weaknesses, Michael.
Okay, well, why don't you tell me what those are, Jim? Why don't you enliven me?
I don't think you're good at making tough decisions. And thinking out the options and then stating that decision very clearly, especially when it's an unpopular decision.
Okay, here's a tough decision for you.
You suck, Michael.
Was that clear enough for you?
Maybe. I'm here for a reason because I might have some good ideas too. I've been sitting out there and I've been learning a lot, and maybe I can just bring something different to the table.
Okay, Skip, here we go. Why don't you run yourself out there and tell them?
Has always been
You call it.
And there's brilliant examples of individual mutations of the genome, individual alignment, right? So there's tight coupling between.
Have everyone's attention, please. I have some tough news, so I'm just going to give it to you straight. Truth is, we only have so much money for raises this year. The simple fact is, some people will get raises and some people won't. Now, what we've decided is we are going to give those raises to the sales staff.
Seriously?
Look, you guys are smart, so I'm just leveling with you. Just trying to treat you like adults.
Thank you, Jen, for thinking that we're smart people.
But I do not understand. If we're such smart adults, then why don't we get raises?
Excellent question, genius. It's because Jim wants to give raises to his friends and the people he sleeps with.
Ooh, easy. That's not it at all. Well, really what it is about the money the sales staff brings in to the office.
Jim is only giving raises to the sales.
What the hell? Why are you being such a jerk?
Hold on, Kelly. Would it help you to know that Jim thinks you're smart?
No. How is that going to repair Ryan's car?
This is ridiculous. How can he do this to us? You'd be getting the raise, so.
What about all these people, huh? How is it fair to them? Exactly. Totally. We work just as hard as the salespeople. You deserve raises, yes.
Yes, they don't get them if we don't get them. My kid needs shoes. You want to tell him he doesn't get shoes?
Yeah. Kid needs shoes, Jim.
What the hell?
I'm just gonna rewind and back off a bit. So.
Yeah, so the question we're all interested in is how many independent versions of a complexifying gene are there?
That was good. That was good.
Okay, all right. Well, we all know it's hard to be a boss, right? You know what? Look around you. These are your best friends. These are the people who will open their hearts to you. They all have heart bonds for you. And that is a gift. So in terms of gifts, we should be giving each other gifts. Angela, yes, lend Oscar a cup of sugar. This is
Just your plan for our raise.
my plan. Man.
That's not how that goes.
You're not saying anything. At least Jim is being direct. Oh, that's a dumbass plan.
We would just like to know what's happening. Are we getting a raise, yes or no? All right, let me get this clear. Does everybody want a raise? Yes. All right, everyone wants a raise. So what we're going to do is go into here, and we will not come out until we do. Again, that gives us no information.
This isn't a game, you know, it's our livelihood.
What about a raise based on merit?
Rank each person individually.
Piece of cake. Ryan, obviously the best.
Obviously, as a 10 doesn't count.
Are you making that up? Just
Yeah, I don't understand how they can even consider giving money to some people and not the rest of us.
It's not like we're not gonna see the checks. We're in accounting. I am so pissed at this company.
And Jim.
Yeah. Who said that?
I think it was Creed.
Yeah. Chemistry, because they can interact, cooperate, because it doesn't change like that.
It's going really well, actually. Each Boston baked bean represents 0.5% raise. We each got 24 beans, so the idea is you place the beans on the picture of who you think deserves. What's that? Tell him. He's not a part of this, you know that. Just wanted to draw a picture of him.
All right, who to pick? Who to pick?
There we go.
I will skip a turn.
You're gonna still have to play that bean. You know that.
I need more time.
That's a good position. There's more of a big deal.
That's the part that depresses me, though, going back to, like, I don't know, the earlier discussion of violence, like,
People are starting to notice how terrible Jim is.
you know, how much
Eventually, they'll rise up and revolt. My only hope is that they do it sooner rather than later. If the people here were our founding fathers, the Revolutionary War would have been delayed 10 years because Stanley Washington was napping and Phyllis Hancock was still signing the Declaration and Kevin Jefferson was distracted by a butterfly. Come on in. That's right. Come in, feast your eyes. They determine our worth by putting beans on our faces.
What the hell?
Things were not this bad when just Michael was manager.
Wait, what are you guys doing here?
What does a bean mean?
Why aren't there any beans on this very old frizzy-haired picture of me?
Michael, what does a bean mean?
Jim?
What does a bean mean?
Someone please explain it to
Why
Kevin.
can't you? My time is just as valuable as yours.
According to the bean. This is how you make this important decision?
There's no way that Stanley gets more beans than me. That is ridiculous. This is how it works.
It's not so much that I might not get a raise, it's just a
Thank you. That is exactly. By the way, I would also like a raise. So, are we idiots? What right does Jim have to claim authority? Is he as good a salesman as I? Is he as matronly as Philip? There are moments where we can affect change. For a few seconds every decade, we exist. These are those seconds. Let us storm his castle. Come on. Let's get him. Let's get Jim. Drag Jim out of his office. Take his keys away from him. Tick the clock. The time is getting very close. It's now or never. What say you? I mean, what do you say to my plan?
How you doing? Scale of 10, that's it. I'm about a 4. Usually 6. You?
Usually a 10, or like a 0.
Performance based rating is a second idea, right?
I know.
We tried to find the fairest way to do it.
Yes, we
I
did.
have a hard time.
But it's the reality. The reality of it is beautiful.
Nothing. I used to have to do this part alone, and it was the worst.
And I keep following it and following it because I can't handle it.
I have something I'd like to give you.
We walk together.
Friend left in the office.
We live alone too.
Said Pam.
I don't know. We evolve together. We're still together. Together is
She starts out.
I'm happy there.
Thank you.
You know, like this whole like like certain things can coexist. The universe is trying to maximize existence, but there's some things that just aren't the most productive productive trajectory together. It doesn't mean that they don't exist on another timeline or another chain somewhere else. Like, and maybe you would call that like then some kind of multiverse thing. But what am I saying?
You can't go down the level.
No, you're not. Better.
But you guys are looking for cash for the wedding?
Yeah, I mean, if it's all the same for you.
Question for you. Would you guys rather have $100 now or $5,000 a year?
$100 now.
Because you just gave me $50 to come to the broker fee. I put in $100 of my own money as the gift.
Yeah, no, I'll $100. Just take $100
instead of $5,000.
So for this, I think you think about life as right?
The guy has an algorithm to determine the winner of any given college basketball game.
Right? But the actions you do, the product of evolution exists, right?
Don't tell Jim.
If you then understand life on an alien level, when you integrate majestic professor does like other human beings.
Now you're talking
I know.
Just say, I mean, because it says evolution.
I'm sorry, you guys have probably noticed my stomach's a little more sensitive lately. So if you wouldn't mind wearing a little less perfume, and if your lunch is especially pungent, maybe have it in the break room.
We really appreciate it. Pam is constantly throwing up because of the pregnancy. If she eats something the fetus doesn't like, she is screwed. It's amazing. A 3-ounce fetus is calling the shots. It's so badass.
Phyllis, if you can switch to a different soap just for a month or two, yours is kind of perfumey.
No, but I mean, like we're
Oh, gee, I'm sorry. I guess I missed the meeting where we all voted for you to get pregnant.
Over dinner.
No. I reserve the right to peel my hard-boiled eggs at my desk.
But what you want to
All
do,
morning I
like,
look forward
if
to
you're
my
really
afternoon
concerned with
cigars.
mortality, is
I am not stopping for
indefinitely as an individual. But
I don't think I'm asking for too much.
So, like, what are the
I guess it's just the end of courtesy in the workplace.
And you're still a real, I wasn't hindsight, like, for a period of time, you was a real physical thing you identified as a human, and now we just see echoes of that human in all of the ways that we talk about it, you know, conflict. Frequently, great is another great example. Yeah. So I guess the
Watching
question
people
is,
get
how much
sick
you want to control
always makes me sick.
localization
And
of certain features
frankly, sort of talking about it. So, wow.
propagating information in a call person and keep them localized to one individual structure. Do you want, you know, is there a kind of the society? And I'm okay with the dissipated feature because I just think that makes more room for more creativity.
So you mentioned engineering life in the lab. See, take it to computer science.
Well, what do you think? Spent all morning doing it.
Really special.
Yeah, but aren't you supposed to do that to art? No, it's great.
It's just a really important day for me.
No, I think you can do it at every
Congrats.
level.
Thanks.
I just think that we're
Wonder
really
Woodland Scranton
how
will
many
be closed today and Friday
the
for a company wedding in Niagara Falls.
that
So please leave a message and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. Have a great day.
And
Believe it or not, Kevin, firecrackers are in the don't call.
But
So you're
presumably
gonna provide
everything
them that?
that we do in building
No,
is
it's a
sample like
firecracker.
the question is just how
Come
much
on, you gotta be
you want to
kidding.
take.
Okay, all of these things are important to remember, but the most important thing is that no one say anything about my pregnancy at the wedding.
Absolutely, because not everyone knows, and some people might be offended.
We're thinking of my grandmother, who we haven't told and who is very old now.
You're lucky to have a grandmother. Some of us have to be our own grandmother.
You know, Angela, you don't have to come to the wedding.
Yes, yeah, she does. A long way to go, we're gonna have a good time.
No, you pitched me. Next time we're all in this room, Jim and I will be married.
Well, you say.
Thank you, Dwight.
Goodbye.
See you later.
Bye.
Oh, hey, and don't embarrass me when we go to Niagara.
What happens in Niagara is
Don't. You stole my joke. Don't steal my joke.
no,
Yes, I said that yesterday.
but you can say that about anything. What happens in accounting is in accounting.
No, please. Why, that's my joke. It's so easy. That's what I'm saying. You can say, this is what I am talking about. When we leave here and go up to Niagara Falls, we are representing Dunder Mifflin, everyone. This is a very important wedding for the church. The most important wedding until I get married. So I want you all on your best behavior. Of course, so help me God. So I will see you up there in Niagara Falls. Pam and Jim's wedding will be the single best pickup destination in the history of the universe.
Desk and a search engine ever female with silence of yeah. Oh my God, it's Pam's cousin, Jocelyn Webster. There's a name. 2 years ago, she was playing mountain bike.
Oh, well, tell me about
Jocelyn. Well, she's really into mountain biking, but not so much lately.
Okay.
She had a couple $100 to spend. If she was able to sell her bike.
Is that all you have?
This is in fact because it's a very common name.
Okay, you're an idiot.
People don't think of me as one of the sharper dressers in the office, but I'm going to turn that around at this wedding. I thought, how can I take it to the next level? The hair. It's the hair. I'm going.
Hey, do one of you guys want to sit up front with me so I have someone to talk to? It's like a 5-hour drive-ish, you know.
This is so much cooler. We feel like we're in a limo. You're a driver.
Aaron?
Oh no, don't leave Kelly alone in back.
Yeah, my aunt told me something. She said everything at the wedding goes by so fast. We should try to take mental pictures of the high points. Yeah.
Oh, you blinked. I think that's in the brain forever.
Hired a professional, right? So it felt like I was, and I gave a lot of my interaction.
No, God, wow.
Like, how do you feel
Oh,
about interaction?
are you asleep? No way, those guys are super dark. Wow. Okay.
Like, does it feel like you're
All right, we need some tubes, I think.
You know what? I made you some.
This is the play when you bring a woman back to your hotel. Oh, very thoughtful. When you mix this in. Delightful. Pop that in. I like this.
My name is Reich. If you are listening to this, you are a lucky woman. I bless to do. Your shoes. What's next?
Kind of in
Are you serious? You want me to play that for a woman coming to my room? Yeah, it's practical. No, that's not how it works.
Niagara Falls used to be like a spiritual experience. It's really interesting how there's a lot of fun. And these are my room, two separate rooms.
Great.
And I was having a conversation.
Can we take a look at this week now? Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody just checked in. Oh, is there another wedding? Oh, no, just an individual.
And I'm like,
Yeah, I got the room tonight before you guys. I'll bring it to bed.
it is kind of interesting because you're basically trying to meet a thing that you're still not living.
I'm gonna need the name and telephone number of the housekeeper responsible for
So
changing
it's not a
the
term
sheets.
that I would want to recognize. Imagine we replaced
Reservation for like stop.
if you think that the
I'm
robots
sorry,
are
sir. I'm not seeing you in here. When did you make your reservation?
I have a reservation, but I want a room in the Harper Block of
Oh, okay. Unfortunately, sir, the blocking requests were great. I'm afraid we're all sold out.
Right fruit. I have a reservation. Confirmation number, Romeo Tango G77455.
Yes, sure.
And I had spoken to Teresa about a room with 2 safes.
Sure, no problem.
Okay.
Mr. Fruits?
Wait.
I was just thinking about like.
I need to stay in your room. Wait, we meet so much.
I
would do the same thing. You would?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. I think it's very why we feel
No. This must be some kind of mistake. This reservation is under Name's stuff. Oh, this must be yours. Thank God. Oh, no. Now that I don't have a room, can I stay with you?
Borrowing from people that we have common history with. And it's basically
No, and then you know what? I would say yes, but you can't, and I'll tell you why. If I have a woman up there
Yeah.
and things are getting amorous, she's gonna get turned off. If she looks in the bathroom, she sees you brushing your teeth, you're in clay.
Okay. That was a test, and you have failed. This is my room. Okay? You would not share with me.
I don't have a room.
No, you do not.
You do the test, the digital vision test. Sure. When Mary was denied, Jesus was born. When Michael was denied a ring at the end, we don't know what happens because that story hasn't been told yet.
Because it came
Stanley Hudson.
So I guess my question being that.
You having a line across Cynthia with me?
I got the virus yes.
I got one queen size bed.
And so are there
A queen size bed is 5 feet wide. I am not 5 feet wide.
I'm not a physics teacher, Stanley. I'm just saying, be careful. Hey guys, hey, can I stay in your room tonight?
Oh, wow, seems out.
That's rude. Michael, I have a shirt that you are going to be sleeping by yourself for the rest of your life, so you should just get used to it. So, which one is Pam's grandma?
Oh, she's the one in the teal suit. She's the only 80-year-old with smile wrinkles.
Damn. That's her baby. Oh, yeah. She's great. Some months ago. I'm having this Michael's got. Hey, John. Hi. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Who's doing the toast? I would like to go third, sort of back clean up.
That was disgusting. Rather than me. Look at all.
And so
Jesus is better at fooling us.
Seriously,
the magic
creative,
but it will help us understand
I wasn't sure about your branch of the family. After I heard about your parents' divorce. But you and Jim are just perfect.
Emotion is a
God bless.
Oh, thank you, but nobody's perfect.
your expectation function is
Well, I wouldn't care to live if I crossed that.
I mean, that's what emotion is.
Is that what love is to you?
He's like, how are you? I'd like to be Christy Kelly. Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
No, she's my girlfriend. Hey, big room at the table.
No, I think love is.
from quarter 3 to quarter 4, up 17%. Well, his sales down 2%. It's all there in the report.
Why would they make you bad name your boss if you're so much
That's my question. Because while I was busy trying to improve the company and make it a success, Jim, the bad man is kissing the boss man's butt. It is new. It's very new.
Oscar, Kevin, this is my sister Penny. She's also my maid of honor.
I'm sorry, it's Kevin. I thought it was Gil.
Don't was your boy. That's what I was saying. How's it going?
Oscar, it was an honest mistake.
I'm not kidding.
Nice to meet you, Kevin.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. She has a boyfriend that
It was the youngest come to be a story.
Well, recently we worked in the bowling alley. Nobody was from bowling alley stores.
Meredith probably switch cards with something. That guy's a good player.
Jim and Pam can tell you how happy I am to be here.
When you're aligned,
Isabel, sorry about I got stuff in her. Guys, oh, National Youth Affairs, like what? That's a team right now. Totally delivered. I was getting
You've got the greatest
that's a good one.
and your body is really fine. Smoking it'll make our wives kick it up a notch. A little mo cardio.
Hello. Hi, everybody. I promised I wasn't going to make it host, and I'm not going to. Just going to do a little freestanding comedy, and if at the end everybody wants to raise their glasses to Pam and Jim, then so be it. Hey, what is the deal with the smart car? How smart is that? Those things are tiny. Can you even drive them in traffic? I'm so smart. E equals MC squared. I drive a smart car. That's not smart in my book. The real smart car is Kit from Knight Rider. That's a car that can talk. Can a smart car talk? No, that's not smart. And also Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, very smart. And everybody can laugh. It doesn't have to just be the idiot. Everybody can laugh. Nope. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Hey, everyone. Thank you for coming. Oh, thanks, Pete. That was really nice. I just want to say how happy we are that all of you are here tonight. And I want to especially thank those of you who have traveled from far away to be especially the Florida cousins, who obviously can't take a hint. 4 years ago, I was just a guy who had a crush on a girl who had a boyfriend. And I had to do the hardest thing that I've ever had to do, which was just to wait. Don't get me wrong, I flirted with her. Pam, I can now admit, we're friends and family, but I do know how to make fun of it. I didn't need your help that many times. And do you remember how long it took you to teach me how to drive stick?
Like 8 years.
I've been driving stick since high school, so yes, for a really long time. That's all I had. I just had little moments with a girl who saw me as a friend, and a lot of people told me I was crazy to wait this long for a date with a girl who I worked with. But I think even then I knew that I was waiting for my wife. I would like to propose a toast. You all raise your glasses. Not Pam for obvious reasons. But everyone else, you would raise your glasses.
It's obvious. Why can't Pam drink?
Pam can't drink? I shouldn't have said that. I don't know why I did. She can do whatever she wants. Though she shouldn't. She shouldn't because she's an alcoholic. Pam is an alcoholic. That's not true. No. What the real reason is that Pam's pregnant.
Okay. Hey, what I think Jim is trying to say is that they had an accident. And you know what? These two people, they're living together. They are having lots of consensual sex.
They were living together?
Yes, they were living together. Yes. And you know what? You can't expect them to be careful every time because frankly it's just a different sensation. When you come, well, am I wrong? They say it's not different, but it's a different sensation. When you use something block, I think everybody knows what I am talking about. It's not necessarily different for the woman, but it is different. Okay. Michael, stop. Right. My point is, I said what I wanted to say, and Mima, I hope you heard every word.
Create an architecture. So let's say you've got corpus of architecture, no?
Sure.
Write down your distance measure, and then I create a new one, and the distance measure so far away from what you expect. There's no linear algebra to get there.
I should have known.
Creativity.
Girls Television Set had a movie on called Bruno last night. The remote control had to darn many buttons on it, I couldn't turn it off. So I had to just sit there while it happened. I wondered, both of them takes to tell.
if you think that the novelty manifests over
Oh,
longer
I
time
know.
scales, it might be
Come
the
on.
two lexes diverge quite a bit over certain time scales.
I know, I can't.
They might not.
I actually think it takes a lot of pressure off of me. Is there something about being a manager that makes you say stupid things?
No, the university will let us know.
Guys, I'm so sorry. You screwed up. Not
Yeah,
me.
but this is what selection is, right? It's like taking the yearly equivalent
Are you
ones
serious?
and then deciding, like, the universe select, right? Whatever selection is, select something that's persistent in time.
Yeah,
So,
it's gonna select the artificial. Otherwise, that one button.
Hi, Mima, it's Michael.
Let's go back a second.
Oh, you're that fellow Randy kept talking
I was
about
just saying
it.
that I kind of
I'm the same.
he said it's not possible.
I'm actually great with older women. In fact, for the longest time, my best friend is my grandmother.
Person's body.
And then she met Harriet. And now she thinks she's better than everybody.
I want to go to bed, but I can't.
So I think
I can't turn that television off.
not only do
Okay,
that,
well,
I think you
hook you up there.
Oh,
where you can
thank you.
You're welcome.
That horrible Charlie Rose.
Oh, isn't he terrible?
Right.
Here's the thing.
also, you can't have to
Mima, I think you just need to chill out about this whole Pam getting pregnant thing. It's not 1890.
Yeah, exactly. But also, I can make a logical argument for it that even if we could copy, all of your molecules and positions, the other you would be there, and you have a different position in space. You're distinguishable.
Yeah, the other thing I was going to add,
how unique are you just to place positions?
Sure, but there's just that link translation left sitting there. That's extra feature.
I see.
Exactly.
Wait.
You're such a great
Part of the definition of something being interesting is how much it affects the future.
Yeah.
but let me come back to
I disagree.
one point quickly that you were making.
Sure, I think that
There's two lexes, right? There's a robot lex, which is basically it is a charade. It's a facsimile. It's just coded to emulate you.
And robot lexes.
Let's get this very complicated here because he's ducking and diving between this argument. So if I facsimile you into a robot, then it would be a robot might be a representation of you now, the fundamental story. If, however, an architecture that itself is capable of generating novelty, which diverges the causal chain, and you both be interesting to interact with. We don't know that mechanism. All I'm trying to say is we don't yet know that mechanism. We do not know the mechanism that generates novelty. And at the moment, in our AIs, we are emulating. We are not generating.
Okay.
you don't think we're speaking up on that.
No, there is no ghost in the machine.
Are you sure?
I want there to be one. I want the same thing. Sorry,
I know you want to be human because everything you just said makes you feel more special.
I want to be surprised. Screw my specialist. I just want to be surprised. If you could produce an algorithm that genuinely surprise me, I will have one of those robots. Brilliant. They won't surprise me.
So why is the problem to think that humans are special?
Maybe it's not the special use, it's the better than.
Yeah.
Because then you start to not recognize the magic in other life forms that you have created.
The fundamentals of business.
I just think
the
there's magic in
fundamentals of business. Mental is a part of the work.
They are full of surprises.
Because you're mental, if you don't have a good time,
Yeah.
you have to
I'm a little.
I know where you like to send your automata, right? The specialness in your robot comes from the robot's
Yes,
system
so
built
it all starts with a handshake. But
Yeah.
you can't just go right to the
Yeah,
ceiling.
that's
You
fine.
need
I'm happy with that.
That's why I feel like
thought.
looking at the standing robot without looking at 4 billion years of evolution.
Yeah,
Golf,
if it
stock
wasn't,
market.
so I think I'm happy. I mean, I'm happy.
Yes, what
We're
else?
going to coexist. I'm just saying you're going to get more excited. There's something missing in our
No.
understanding of
So we get-
intelligence.
Yeah, that's
It's
good.
just
Come on, Meredith, come up here.
Let's
do a little something. So Meredith and I have just started and I will say, so Meredith,
wouldn't it be great?
How was
if
your
I said,
week?
I know how to invent an architecture. And
Well,
I
I
can
got
get
my
it
son
sold.
taking a dump on the
What I mean by
upper
sold
because of
is
upper
some
deck.
I know
okay.
real as there is
Well, you
internal
people don't know about business. I can fill a book. Let's do it.
And if we can generate that mechanism of internal reference, that's why our goals are there.
That's why you have to.
Fundamentals of Business by Michael.
Get that goals of you would love that robot.
1 billion
just make it look like anything else. Because you'll have more
Chapter 1.
Generate search other problems, get more novelty. Hell, you get fall in love with that robot. For real, but not the one that's faking it.
What about fake aging?
I think a lot of people fall in love with fake humans. It's nice to fall in love with something that's full of novelty. Yes, I can imagine all kinds of robots that I was one to have a close relationship with, and I don't mean like sexually. I just don't think that novelty generation is special. Okay, there's like mathematical novelty like that, and then there's just human being surprised that you're easily surprised.
That's fine, but
you don't think that's
no, that's good. I'm happy to be surprised.
Sorry. Crazy
not
day.
locally surprised. But I really want one side the first to be surprised about something and the first to be in the universe to create that novelty. To make for sure that that novelty has never occurred anywhere else. That's the real one. That's the whole reason that you need to be sure. You have to really big without business.
Right.
Yeah, you're never going to be no for sure, right? That's one of the hard things about being and science is searching for this type of numbers. Maybe that's why mathematics, mathematicians love discovery, but actually they are creating a new mathematical structure that they can then you can write code to work out what that's exists. That's almost why I would love to
James gone on his underground. So I started borrowing his office.
Really, I know for sure does not exist anywhere else. That's what systems into.
There's a discussion that like you said a few times, and I still really don't understand how you actually plan to do this. To build an experiment that detects how the universe is generating novelty or that time is the mechanism. So the problem that we all have, which I think is what I'm pushing against, is if I build the experiment, you don't know what you put into it. You don't know what.
Should have a fire in the web.
Like everything you plan, all of your agency, all the boundary conditions. You don't know if you somehow biased in some way. So is the novelty actually intrinsic to that experiment or to that robot, or is it something you gave it? You didn't realize
it's going to have to go towards that, right? There's never going to know for sure that you can start to take out, you can use Bayesian approaches, just keep updating until you
what an unfortunate world we live in, huh?
Yeah.
So the ability to generate novelty is correlated by something
I'm just thankful that I have
something that
no, Dwight,
Monsters are.
there is no such thing as monsters.
He drives an SUV.
Truck space.
this could be a good
Guys, I drive an SUV. Does that mean I'm in the mob? No, not that by itself. Look at all the facts.
so what you're looking for in a
When we
robot
start talking about the
partner
mob,
is
we got to
ability
sell me
to
insurance.
All mobsters have a front. Sometimes it's selling insurance. Sometimes it's waste management or sanitation.
suppose
Hey,
you would
right,
say
not all Italian Americans are in the mafia. It just seemed like he was trying to sell me insurance.
Yeah, buy my
Boy,
insurance or I
novelty,
burn your
yeah.
warehouse down.
a fuzzy concept.
He also vaguely threatened me.
Yeah, I mean, that's all pretty.
All right, who else is here? Ham and Jim are on their honeymoon.
Maybe that's why aliens
Not the usual balance between friends and others.
There's this whole kind of
mentally
hierarchy
checked out
of
since
novelty
June.
in the universe.
Well, I
Very
don't know
dangerous
if, like, things surprise you, right? So if you're past things, I guess I would I could say stupidity is much more active, but you think there's like a mechanism of like things that
Calm down, calm down,
novelty
calm
seems
down.
to be there's some spontaneous production that has been
First of all,
completely
there's no such thing as the
No,
novel.
I understand. I think
Yes.
that
That's
creativity
the guy's
is a
house.
mechanism.
It is Roddy.
Yes.
Novelty can be
What? John Gotti, you idiot.
and not necessarily positive.
That's the prize. There's three things now. That's cool.
Talk about what mobster would change his name from Gotti to
I
Roddy.
don't
He
mean I'm
needs it.
surprised. Well, I just don't read very much from my job. I was like, I often need to invent new scientific ideas. I was really surprised by that. The properties in there. So surprise.
I'm not gonna lock my
You
door.
don't have full information. creativity, active pushing
It's Oscar.
on that
I'm so sorry to
on the
keep calling you
content,
on honeymoon.
structure, and novelty, which is measuring that degree.
Michael,
Right?
he's being
So I
shaken
think
up.
that's really well defined in that regard.
Handle this.
You want your own giving, and in the end, it's why actually the way the internet, the print press share. So
I'm sorry.
I actually think creativity has dropped a bit. You're right. Just regurgitate. But of course, now it's beginning to accelerate again because everyone's using this tool to be creative, and boom, it's exploding. So I think that's what happens with technology.
I feel
That's really
regret
there's a difference.
great opportunity to be in business.
I was thinking I was the difference sometimes.
If you can be a tool that surprises me, that's great. What surprises me?
Yeah, right.
You know,
Experiment that
You
surprises
heard
me.
it.
yeah, I mean,
Run the warehouse down or run one of our trucks
It's
up.
still exciting. Surprise is exciting. Even negative.
That is the stupidest thing you can do right now.
That's right.
Cops can't do anything until a crime.
Why the hell left?
Not that, but if they find out you snitch,
Be
you get a
exciting.
I can
dead
imagine
horse's
companies
chopped
selling
off
up
head
their
in your
companion
bed.
robots is basically considering making it a surprise.
What am I supposed to
Just
do?
spice them.
Somebody threatens you, give in right away. Yeah, you need to find
Well,
somebody.
as you said, I don't know.
I was thinking exactly the same.
Oh,
No.
You want to mention this? You know, give them a taste of company. Pretty soon they'll be back with the
no, I
The
don't
only
know.
way to defeat
There's a
bullies
survey
is to
published in
stand up to
Nature
it.
showing
Trust
that
me, I've bullied
scientists
a lot of people.
yeah. Anyway, there's a plot.
You meet them in a public place.
Nature.
Ask them to
What
lunch.
scientists find beautiful in their work and separates biologists because it's it'd be nice to show and there's simplicity, elegance, in order,
I like this plan.
logically,
They're all my plans.
Hold on.
My plan is
Is there any interesting things that stand out to you?
I think the fact that biologists and using colors.
Oh, there's pleasing colors in there, yeah.
Yeah, or shapes.
Or shape. And then physicists obviously love simplicity above all. Simplicity, elegance, they love symmetry. Biologists love complexity. And they just love it.
I need a weapon
And
without
everyone's a little bit less.
and I haven't justified
A little
it
bit
now.
more.
So I can't retire.
And
Change tires.
Do you think it's a useful? I forget what your tweet was.
I don't like
This is missing something.
oh no, I can't. It's because I think about how explanation
Like change the word. Oh, forget it. Forget it.
I have this whole philosophy that the theories we build and the way we describe reality should be have the largest breadth of possibilities for the future of what we can accomplish. So in some sense, it's not like Occam's razor is not for simplicity, it's for optimism or kind of future. And so I think you have to think that's the way when you're thinking about life and alien life. Ultimately, we're trying to build. I mean, science is just basically our narrative about reality, and now you're building a narrative that is what we are. Because it seems to me it needs to be as positive as possible because it's basically going to shape the future trajectory of where we're going. And we don't use that as realistic in theory building because we think theories are about predicting features of the world, not causing them. But if you look at the history of all of the development of human thought, it's caused the things that happen next. So it's not just about looking at the world and observing it, it's about actually that feedback that's missing. It's not any of those categories.
What do you think is the most beautiful idea in the physics of life, in the chemistry of life? Was through all your explorations of the area, what is the thing that you step back and say this idea?
For me, it's that the universe is a creative place. I guess I want to think, and whether it's true or not, is that we are special in some way, and it's not like an arbitrary added on epicon or ad hoc feature of the universe that exists, but it's something intrinsic to the structure of reality. And to me, the most beautiful ideas that come out of that is that the reason we exist is for the universe to generate things and think about itself and use that as the mechanism for creating.
Red source on the side. The source that not come on the side, I will send it back.
So like the light that is, however common it is an intrinsic part is a fundamental part
I don't have to grab the
this
rule.
I think so. I mean, it's always interesting to me because, you know, like we have theories of quantum mechanics and gravity, and there's supposed to be like our most theories right now, and they describe, you know, things like the interaction of bodies or the way that
Bring in the gum.
all these kind of features. And they're these really deep theories, and they tell us a lot about how reality works. They're completely agnostic to our existence. And I can't help but think that like whatever describes us has to be deeper than
But they were so fast.
It's incorporating memory, I guess. Causality would have to particularly use into physics.
What's that supposed to mean?
That's the easiest way to do it. It's the cleanest. So here we go again with the physicist and the physicist. The cleanest, I was going to say, the simplest, most elegant way of resolving all of the kind of ways that we have these paradoxes associated with light. It's not that light is not physics is not incompatible with light. It doesn't explain light, and then you want to know where are the explanatory gaps. And this idea that we have an assembly, that time is fundamental, objects actually are extended in time. The physical extent in time is the cleanest way of resolving a lot of the explanatory gaps.
Sorry. So I've been
My dad's dead.
Yes, I can. And I think when I first said we were kind of talking about the same problem, but we were
So much. I really appreciate it.
Sure, he can handle a simple jump set.
That sounds right. So for me, the most beautiful thing about assembly theory is I realized assembly theory explains memory. But not only that, I can actually go and measure it.
Black goes on.
And I was like,
Red.
holy shit, we physically measured this thing, this abstract thing, we could measure it.
Probably.
And not only could we measure it, but we could then start to quantify the causal consequences.
I didn't think so.
Because, I mean, you know,
I have a long day at the can store.
Inventing this together with Sarah and her. You know, I thought there was quite a high chance that, you know,
You got a leaky spark tube.
there's such a high
So
probability.
car total.
You
don't want to
know,
get a refund on that.
I remember
Well, I got to do
when I
it great,
go
but I can't do that for you.
hard
I work
physicists,
on motorcycles.
mathematicians, complexity theorists, and everyone just kind of giving me such a hard time about it. Because, you know, it's kind of, you've just done this, you've done that, you know, you've just recapitulated an old theory. And I'm unable, I lack the language to explain, and I have to think, it was a real struggle. So this realization that what life does, physics cannot understand, or chemistry, is the universe developed in action, and then we can measure it. It isn't just one thing. There is a intrinsic property of all the objects. I have said before, you know, you're holding up the water bottle, just any other water bottle. It's a sum total of all the bottles that have existed, right? And will likely change the future of water bottles and for other objects. So it's kind of, so for me, assembly theory explains the soul in stuff. But it's not like Schoenberg's resonance.
I understand. Why would you buy policy? It's just the cost of a cup of coffee.
It interacts with objects. Some objects
I had to make a snap decision. It wasn't a snap decision. You were sitting there for an hour. It was a lot of snap decisions.
And some objects
You know what snap decision means? Yeah.
Dead objects, but they don't. And that for me is fascinating. It's really beautiful. And I think that even if we're determined to be totally wrong, I think
we're on
it
a
will
camera.
help us.
It wasn't easy. I had to tell the hotel that it was a medical emergency. I chose Madison Coronary. You told me that your dad had a bad heart. Listen, man, I got a problem. I think I'm in trouble with the mob or a major insurance
I mean, I
carrier.
get one level, I get it in my life.
Yeah, I know. And you usually get out of stuff like this, so I'm bringing you as my friend.
I'm going to help you through it, all right?
Okay.
All you're going to need is
So I think that was cool. We had this idea. I think also that I kind of, it took me ages to realize
Wait, I didn't hear a thing
Sarah
you
also
just
had
said.
the same kind of form, coming to the same formulation.
No, fine. I missed the important part again.
Because of, but no, it makes me feel special. It also makes me feel connected to the universe. It also makes me feel
I can't understand
not just humble about being a living object in the universe. But in fact, it makes me really optimistic what the universe is going to do in the future, because we're not just isolated phenomena, we are connected. I will be able to have, one of my small objectives in life is to change the future of the universe in some profound way just by existing. Yes.
It's also good. It makes me feel less lonely, because I just realized I'm not like, I'm a unique assembly structure, so I have so much overlap with the other entities I interact with that we're not completely individual.
And yet, your existence does have a huge amount of impact on the sorting out roles on the future.
As individuals, yeah.
But I was going to say, I think we all have a profound impact on the future. Some more than others, like all human people's life. That's why I think it's privilege in a way.
How am I doing?
Fear. Actually, it's just life. My life will be living to it. If there is a God or there's a soul in everything, be laughing at us going, I call these guys by giving the ego. They strive for this stuff. Look at this stuff, but, the assembly space of the universe.
And there's always a possibility that things can answer all of that. That part's challenging.
What's wrong with you? I'm trying to convince Michael that the guy's not mine. Let me ask you a bunch of ridiculous questions, and I demand relatively short answers. Lee, what's the scariest thing you've ever done?
Michael, incredible news. Roddy is
Yeah, or what's the scariest thing that pops to mind?
She's good.
Giving civic
We still don't understand how this works.
No, Michael, what we're trying to say is we made a mistake.
If I
I
more time, I would ask you what the most embarrassing what do I use? Scariest thing.
I have a couple of friends who on the force, checked with them, ran his best friend of the flagpole.
Actually, the scariest for me was deciding I wanted to get sports, because it was like a totally radical, yeah,
Close sales, it's just a pushy sales.
and I think it was just so much like, I realized like so much of my individual agency.
If there is one thing I hate more than the mafia, it's a lie. I wish the mafia would go out
We're
and
living
kill
in a kind of one way for your whole life, and then you realize your life is different.
And I wouldn't tell the cops a thing.
Yeah, there's a
Not that I would lie per se, but I would just get really quiet.
The connection you have, but it's also the dependency.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Mentor with your parents.
It's almost like waking up, like there's a different reality. Yeah, that was scary.
Well, you've gone wrong.
You could,
Because I am not big. I'm actually kind of cute. I think you know exactly why.
You could
Because
meet
you
someone else for a
trying
day.
to
Someone
scare
alive
me
today.
into
I
buying
haven't met.
tickets.
I haven't met yet.
I think you knew exactly what you were doing, and frankly, I think you were being total and utter
No
jerk.
joke.
You
The
suck.
woman's brilliant.
And I'm not gonna buy you
Like, I think he's
How about
got
that?
such an
The only
interesting,
person that actually needs insurance
and
is
very
you.
easy
Shut
to
your face
understand
around
social
here.
reality.
Got it?
But you also say you have
down here. Maybe it's completely.
I do, but that's actually the thing. Like, I just think it's really interesting because we live in a social reality which is completely artificially constructed, and some people are really genius about living through that, and I think she's particularly good
I
at it.
wonder if she's good at understanding, or if she's
I think it's very deeply intrinsic to her, so I don't know if she has how much cognitive awareness she has of it, how strategic it is, but I think it's deeply fascinating. So I guess that's what comes to mind.
What do you mean? I told you what it was mafia. They would be scared.
Don't say Yoshi Park.
Don't think Kim Kardashian.
Yeah,
On the table.
You
Off
made
the
the
table.
mafia
I was
apologize
going
to
to say
you.
I would
You
like to
made
be
the mafia so light.
I was exactly here today. I was going to say I'd like to be the latest armed person.
I'll give you,
I would like to be the latest armed person.
So
I'd like to
I looked
understand
him in the eye and I
I
said,
would
not
like to
today,
know what it
Roddy,
feels like to
not
basically.
today, and not tomorrow, and not the next day.
I like the other ways of
And you tell all your friends that if I see them, then they are all
I mean,
dead.
I'd like to understand how I access my memory, what access to something next
To be
to
clear,
the
back down to the
about how
insurance
it
business.
feels like.
Yeah, it doesn't
Aaron,
matter how it feels
coffee,
like to be.
not from the kitchen, stop and shop. It's not stop and shop, I said it back. It's large. It's a medium, I said it back. It's not
Sorry,
so large, I
if everyone on Earth disappeared and it was just you left, what would your days like? what would you do? Nobody else is left impressed. Nobody knows how we can't really do the science scale. What would you do? Would you remain?
Every possible tool I could.
I'll let you go. Just tell Jim.
So try to.
I said hi.
Make companions. I'm probably not making companions. Probably
Switching the physical space.
Yeah.
What about you, Sarah? What would you, when you're just left alone on Earth?
They have no
Are there
idea.
animals in the spirit?
No living.
No plants?
I was gonna say I would just
I would try to walk to your planet and land there.
Well, that's true. So it's probably don't know. There's stuff you could be searching.
And I guess I would make a goal of covering all of the entire Earth. What else are you going to do with your time?
What's an item on your bucket list, Sarah, that you haven't done yet? Travel to space.
They're back.
I don't know. It's funny, it was my bucket list. I only know it was on my bucket list once I check it off.
Puerto Rico was it
So your bucket list is like a mystery.
Yeah.
Almost by doing it.
Yeah, it's very subconsciously.
Oh my
driven.
gosh, the time was
So
great.
in your subconscious,
We met this other couple at the resort, Frank and Benny.
I think most of the steering of our agency is anyway, so I just kind of go with the flow. But I guess, seriously.
I get it.
I don't know. I guess I would like to go on a submarine, like out in the ocean.
I hear voices. Is somebody there?
Yeah.
Are you captivated by this?
Someone here? I can't
I
see
know.
you
Yeah.
because I'm blind.
Yeah. What about you?
Oh, it is.
What's an item on your
You're back.
bucket list?
I don't have a bucket list. I just made one. I would like to take a chemistry to do make drugs.
Oh, Jim.
The first chemist to
Oh, I
make
haven't
drugs.
seen you since some accident that I had when I fell.
Drugs do they have to
I fell
somehow
into
like,
a pool
be
of
able to
acid.
habitate,
I
like, be able to survive on that particular place? Like what's the
Like I
conditions
was
for being on Mars?
How do I describe
That's
it?
what
When
I
you said
think I'd like to
you're
think.
workshopping,
The ability to make have command and control over chemicals dramatically offer elsewhere else.
That just seems like you like it.
So what'd you bring us?
Before I die, I was going to travel to space.
What else?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'd love to go into
you
space,
spent so much time with it.
not just to be a tourist. Take scientific experiment in space, do a thing in space.
It's good to be home.
That's a real possibility.
Yeah. So that's why there's no point in listing things I can't do.
All right. Somebody was just kind to you and did something sweet.
This conversation has two items on the agenda.
A PhD student.
Number one, do not leave your
Someone
things
helping out
on
with
my desk as a personal pen receptacle for you.
Basically, I need to use some power.
Brings me to item number two.
To pay on me and help me.
Congratulations.
I was really didn't have to. And they're actually quite, they're disabled scientists who had other things to do, help some random PhD students, gave me access to tools and stuff.
Yeah, actually, when you're a grad student, you're
Thanks for the listening device. The belly.
the younger it is, the better.
Now I can observe Jim,
The
track
attention,
Jim,
the
and destroy Jim.
support, like how do you
It's
get
a very fairy tale.
teacher,
Something
something like
that's
that.
done. Mallard skins the toad
Like
alive.
in the perspective of the teacher, they might not
Of course, in this
realize
version, you
they
can
have
veil
that little bit,
Kaiser thing.
those few words.
I'm sorry to have been
Little bit of help.
bugging you.
A lot of impact. What about you, Sarah?
Done. Mallard.
We give you
Okay,
Starbucks.
I'll get out of your hair.
I love Starbucks. I like it when you're like in the line at Starbucks. Somebody buys your coffee in 30 minutes.
Hey.
That's not crazy. Those are great. They make me happy. You know, my kids get outside and
I'll
we
leave it for someone.
We're the first ones in line doing it. But
I think it'll be okay.
I guess I use a similar example about just being a student. So Paul Davies is a very well there at physicist, and you know, he was generous enough with his time to take me on as a postdoc. But before I became his postdoc, he invited me to a workshop at Arizona Young Center and took a walk with me around campus to talk about ideas after. And I think there were two things that were completely generous about that. One is Paul's philosophy is always interacting with young people. Is like you interact with the mind in the room. It doesn't matter, how well known or whatever. It's like you evaluate the person. So. He also gave me a book, the Aries Virus that he had written, and he wrote in it, this is how E gets ET, which was in the numeric access, which I worked on as a PhD student, which is the origin of chirality, all the way up to what the book was about, which was our revolution.
Not now, Toby, my God.
And it was just so much about the questions I wanted to ask. It was just everything about, like, it was just really
see her again.
It's like, it's okay to ask these questions.
Yeah, I mean, I just like a lot of my career is mostly because encouragement to ask you questions, like he gave me space to do it in ways that a lot of previous mentors. I mean, I could experience mentors, but it was like go off the deep end, ask the hardest question, and I think that's the best gift you can give somebody.
What would you, because you're both not saying like non-saying is there advice you can give young folks who have been known to stand out? No, it's Jared. He generated
No, how to. How to I just love doing something. So when I was younger, I was just wanted, I mean, I'm still not sure what the science is, but I want to try. So my advice to young people is just, if you love asking questions, then don't be afraid to ask the question because it pisses people off. If you piss people off, you'll probably ask the right question. What I would say though is don't do what I did, is just piss everyone off. Try and work out how to, I think, if other people challenge by your questions, you'll get not only respect, but people will create space for you if you're doing something new. I really try to create space in my academic career, my team, really try and praise and push them to do new things. So my advice is try to do new things.
That is amazing. I feel like a real Puerto Rican.
Because the universe likes novel. I think so. Right. That's what will keep them around. What about you, Sarah? You too like that. So it's really out there.
Yeah, I have a strong passion for them. So I think it goes back to the love. Like if you're doing the thing you're supposed to be doing, you should really love it. So I always tell people that they should do the thing they're passionate about. But a flip side to that is that's when you become instrument, like not strategic, but like your best version of yourself. So I guess like for me, as I become more successful in my career, I feel like I can show more of myself as an individual. And so there's this, I've always been following the questions I'm most interested in, which very early on I was discouraged from doing by many people because they thought they were unanswerable questions. And I always thought, oh, well, if no one's even trying to answer them, of course they're going to be unanswerable. And then that was an odd viewpoint. But the more I found my way in that space, the more I also made a space for myself as a person, because you're basically generating a niche that you want to exist in. And so I think that that's part of it, is not just follow your passion, but also think about like, who do you want to be?
Yeah. Who am I? Who do you want to be? I think that plays
That could have gone one of two ways.
Yeah, who am I now? Who do I want to be now? So who do I want to be in the future? They're not decoupled.
Yeah. I always wonder if that's like, if I become something, am I finding myself or am I creating myself?
Yeah.
And I think those are somehow the same kind of thing. I do feel often like that I will always be this kind of thing.
Yeah.
But is that created or discovered? I don't know. It's basically going towards that direction. You were don't speak shit. There. And then they somehow figured out the language you speak. And asked you, what are you? what
How could you
explain
do this
yourself.
to me?
Not
Oh
you,
my
Sarah, but
God.
the species.
How many times have I complained about
What's
him to you?
life on Earth?
No, I am not being dramatic. You are being
don't
crazy.
have time. We're busy grasping from another planet. What's interesting about human civilization? What's interesting about you? You specifically too. They could be very kind of personal, kind of pushy. And yeah,
Just right.
I have one.
I can get right through without
Obviously, I identify as I do need more so intrinsically. I feel more like an artist. It's almost like you're an artist that you don't know what you're painting yet. And I guess I feel like that's humanity. Like in some sense, we're creating something I think is profound and very beautiful, like the existence of the universe. But we're just so naive, like not naive, but we're just early. We're young. We don't know what we're doing yet.
Yeah, what's the nuclear weapon? Should be the question.
What are we doing with them?
Creativity.
Yeah. We're making things better.
Very destructive. Rockets. Seems very aggressive.
Yeah, I know. This is my blinders on. I don't know. I mean, it goes back to I have a hard time regularizing certain aspects of reality and what I want to envision. You know, nuclear power has also given us a lot of good things. So, yeah, we know all the good all the time. It's like this big misnomer that you need to be liked by everyone universally, and obviously that's like ideal, but it's impossible. You feel like you can't get everyone in the room and have everyone like each other all the time. So I think that kind of tension is actually really important. That we have different aesthetics, different goals. And sometimes
ask all the branches to come up with ideas as to how we communicate with our community.
This is because of the 60-minute segment about
If you read,
I mean, I think the problem I have is
clearly states that it has absolutely nothing to do with that particular cancer study. So, if there is a lesson to be learned here, and I'm not sure there is, it is that in order to help our community, we need to put other people's needs ahead of our own.
we actually have, I think,
the best idea.
brilliant. But I think I'm trying to.
Who wants to help the world one step at a time?
He's a computer.
I wanted to volunteer into it. Every weekend I volunteer at the local animal shelter, and they need a lot.
How would you define your life?
That's all by themselves.
You focus on the
Paint a mural with your color.
No. I would be
It's right in a better place. You can leave it.
Oh, good.
Okay, I'm out of here. See you later, guys. Okay,
That might be the wise
that's an
choice.
idea. Conservation.
Easter eggs in the gallery.
Let's start by conserving our time
I
and
would
stop
try and do
having
something that
excuses
was
for
quite
meetings.
hell out.
No more meetings. No more meetings.
That might,
No more
yeah, they
meetings.
might want to
No more
study
meetings.
My reasoning is if I wanted to stay alive, okay, so if the thing is I wanted to stay alive, the job was to stay alive, I could be as surprising as possible around like a cat, right?
Well, first of all, I think that
At least,
So you'd be okay being a pet.
well, no, but
The last human that survived is
I don't know, but I mean, I think that might be fun because then that might get some feedback from extras. But yeah.
Let me ask you this question. Given our conversation, we're very different. Not more profoundly, perhaps, but would you rather lose all of your old memories
sorry. I was told I
or
had
never
to
be able
close.
to make new ones?
What's going on? Nothing. Nothing at all. It's all good.
I'm not apologizing to anyone.
Losing my old friends.
Michael owes me an apology.
Trying to find happiness in the arms of a lover?
Don't call my mother your
What
lover.
you said.
That's what I'm talking about.
Like it's about the future experience, right? And in some sense, like you were saying earlier, most of our lived experience is actually in our memories. So if you can't generate new memories,
Hey, all right. You know what? Clearly, I'm outnumbered here. But can I just say one thing?
What comforts you on bad days when you look at
What
your
is so wrong?
civilization in your own life?
I'm caring.
What gives you hope?
I'm generous.
What makes you feel good about what we're doing?
I'm sensual.
About life, the small scale of
Is it
human
really
achievement
so
and the big
horrible
scale of us.
that I could possibly go out and find happiness.
Children, my kids, but I also mean that in like a grand sense of like, not a grand, but like future minds and stuff. So for me, like the most bleak movie ever, you know, people worry about uplifted things like AI is essential risking climate change.
Let's get back to
Children
the
are dead. You know, the whole premise of the movie was there's gonna be no children born on the entire planet, and the youngest person on the planet is like 18 years old or something. Like, can you imagine a world without children? Just it's harrowing, seriously. So I think what gives me hope is always youth and
Talk to me that way. I am your boss, and I make some things that you're fine.
You are never going to be my father. They grow up in a completely different reality than I and I think we have a hard time seeing what their reality actually looks like. But I think most of the time.
Yeah, dreams and imagination. That's just kind of exciting.
Yeah.
It's just a cool system to watch. And yeah, you feel drunk feeling away. What about
Well, he can still.
So let's go back to my 8-year-old self. The thing I dreamed of my 8-year-old self was a world in which technology became programming, and I would expand my consciousness by getting access to everything that's going on. That's happening with my life. I really do have that. I mean, it's bad thing. I think I mean, I can't quite believe my luck being born
programmed reality?
Yeah. And the thing that I really find fascinating about human beings is that it's just how ingenious they are. I'm, you know, whether it's with my kids, my research group, my peers, other companies, just how ingenious the job is. And I'm pretty sure humanity has our course to change, which humanity is vital part in the future is going to have a lot of fun. And I just, yeah, it's just mind blowing to watch. So, humans are genius, and I hope to help them become genius.
Well, what makes me feel good on bad days the existence of wild minds like yours, novelty generators, subway structures that generate novelty and do so beautifully. And then tweet about it. Sarah, I really enjoyed talking to you. You're following and expand. Sarah Lee, I hope to talk to you many times in the future. Maybe we can talk. You're just incredible people. Thank you for everything you do. You're awesome. Thank you for talking to me. Really appreciate it.
You know, I always knew.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Sarah Walker. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors. Now, we'll leave you with words.
Sure.
Two possibilities. Either we are alone in the universe, or we are not. Both are equally terrifying.
What's the matter? Can't fight your own battles?
Let me, if I may, add to that by saying that both possibilities
Would that make you feel better?
both terrifying and exciting. And keeping these two feelings in
Oh,
my heart
Michael, but I'm
is one
not.
way to explore, to wonder, to think, but always a little bit on the edge of madness. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
Hey, you know what? You're just as stubborn as your mother. When you don't want to do something, you just don't do it.
Michael, you're just a rebound.
You were right, Jim. Should have listened to you. Should never have told her.
What? You knew?
Barely.
Come up to these graphs and these roads that were in really dire shape, and people would be pushed off, people would jump off,
Do you want me to stop getting
fall
your
into the
Is that how we're
water.
going to get past this? Because I will.
Yes.
Some of them
Well, that is not going to happen.
Then why did you even offer?
Because I assumed that you want me to be happy. I want you to be happy.
Michael, let me make this very easy for you. I could give it about your happiness. Stop dating my
The
mother.
following is a conversation with Sky Fitzgerald, a two-time Oscar-nominated documentary filmmaker who made the films Hunger War, about the war in Yemen, Lifeboat, about the search and rescue operations off the coast of Libya, and 50 Feet in Syria, about the war in Syria.
I have plenty of
This is
female
the Let's Read
friends.
This podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description
aunt.
Now, dear
She
friends,
just blocked me on my
this guy is Jared.
What's her face from Cool Stuff? I
Nearly
see her both 4 times a week.
811 people worldwide are hungry today, and 45 million people are on the edge of famine across 43 countries.
To go hungry to feed them exist, resources to feed them exist. I think the thing that disturbs me most about those figures is that many of those who are starving today, who are going hungry today, are the net result of war and intentional acts by leaders to starve entire populations. So that's the most deeply disturbing part to me. You know your history, and we all know that we're deeply embedded in the Geneva Conventions post World War II. The intent of one of those articles was to ban the use of starvation as a weapon of war because of what Hitler did during World War II. That's been reiterated multiple times over the years in international humanitarian law, including in 2018 because of the Saudi blockade of Yemen. And yet, to this day, starvation as a weapon of war continues to be used in Ethiopia, obviously in Ukraine right now, and in Yemen, blockade of the country. And that disgusts me, that the laws in place are be enforced by the international bodies and the nation states that make up the country.
So the starvation is a result of human actions, human decisions. That's especially painful to accept.
For me, personally, yeah. I think that if you and I sitting here didn't meet for 3 days and had to lay our head on the sidewalk for a couple nights, I think we'd take, hunger and homelessness a lot more seriously. And I think that's, for some reason, that's missing at this moment in history, tragically. And I think until we can generate enough empathy that's immediate, all of us to understand what that means to go hungry, I'm not sure we're going to sort of marshal the global community to solve it.
I did just that, by the way, after 3 days recently. It was fundamentally different, I think, because the thing that will be terrifying to me is not the fact that it's a hopelessness and the fact that I wouldn't know when the next one is coming. I always have the freedom to have the fear, not just your own ability to survive and your family, just loved ones, that's the other thing. Single. So I feel like the worst suffering is watching someone you love, which you can't take care of. You can't. And if all of that's caused by leaders as a weapon of war, that is especially painful. How can we help? What are the ways to help? How do we alleviate this suffering?
Well, I think on the humanitarian front, we have to be aggressive and attentive and intervene in significant ways. And I think on the political front, we have to hold players accountable for their actions.
So the leaders that start the war, so when you say to speak up about the decisions and the humans making the decisions that lead to starvation.
For example, let's make it concrete. So, when I don't want to jump ahead, but when I was filming Hunger Ward in Yemen, I met a mother who, when she gave birth, weighed 70 pounds. The mother weighed 70 pounds. And so her daughter was starved in the womb, right? When she was born, she was born into a world with no breast milk, very little formula, right? So she was starved before birth. She was born into a world where she continued to be starved, right? By a mother who herself was starved. I watched that child, her name was Sila, die in infantry, right? Asila had no chance for all those things we hope for a child in this world. She didn't have a chance to grow up. She didn't have a chance to discover love. She didn't have a chance to have a career. She was robbed of all of those things because of the insidious nature with the enforcement and sort of tacit approval of the United States government. And so there are people who are responsible for the starvation of children, and I think we need to hold them accountable. And that's incredibly difficult to do. But just because it's difficult doesn't mean it ought not to be done.
And we'll talk about many cases like these throughout history and going on today. Let's talk about Hunger Ward.
Yeah.
Let's dive in. You've been nominated for an Oscar twice. This is one of the times for a documentary. Can you please tell me what Hunger Ward, The Last Hope Between War and Starvation, is about?
Hunger Ward is a short documentary that really is an attempt to illustrate the effects of the conflict on Yemen, specifically on civilians. And we document it in both the north and the south of the country because it's a bifurcated country. The south is held by the globally recognized government in the south, which up until last week was run by, at least on the surface, by President Hadi, holed up in Riyadh. He was essentially removed from office last week by, most people would agree, the Emiratis and the Saudis to put in place a presidential council. So we wanted to show that starvation was happening in very similar fashions, both in the south and the north. So, and we wanted to do this film because so few people in the West know anything about the conflict in Yemen, nor the U.S.'s complicity in it. And so my intent with the project was to try to bring it to a larger Western audience as an attempt to intervene and change the political status quo, which allows the use of starvation in Yemen to continue.
So, U.S. complicity, who are the bad guys? Now, the world, unfortunately, cannot be painted in black and white, good guys and bad guys. But the purpose of conversation, who is causing suffering in the world in this situation? Who started the war? Why? And then, of course, the roots of war go back in history.
Yeah.
So let's start at the top.
Well, there are bad actors and there are less bad actors, right? I mean, I think that's always the case in war.
And everybody loses the point.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement. In the case of sort of the status quo in Yemen right now, it's a completely asymmetrical war. And so the Saudi coalition, which is made up of primarily Saudi Arabia, the Emiratis, the United States, France, Britain, supplying weapons, but it's really driven and catalyzed by Saudi Arabia. And it's asymmetrical to a great extent just because of the incredible firepower by air that the Saudis use continuously to pummel northern Yemen. When I was there, the sheer volume of airstrikes is hard to describe. And we show the result of only one film, really. But it's an asymmetrical war. The de facto authorities of the north, Ansar Allah, also known as the Houthi rebel group, they don't have an air force. Right? They have a drone force, but they don't have an air force. And so from a military standpoint, it's completely asymmetrical. The Saudis really don't commit troops to the ground. They use only proxies to fight on the ground.
What is the narrative they use to justify war? So there's a story on every side in war. Some of it is grounded in truth. Some of it is not at all grounded in truth, also known as propaganda. What's the narrative used by the Saudis for this war?
The Saudi line is essentially that the Houthis are an illegitimate government, and that it's really a proxy war between Iran, who supports the Houthis nominally, and the rest of the world. That's the Saudi narrative. The reality is altogether different. While the Houthis do receive support from Iran, this is a war started by and sustained by MBS in Saudi Arabia.
Who's MBS?
Mohammed bin Salman.
And who is he?
He is the son of the ruler of Saudi Arabia.
What's his power? I'm asking basic I have a question.
He's the de facto ruler.
Of the military and
Yes, he controls the country several years ago. Even though he, on the surface, is not the ruler of Saudi Arabia, he is. He's the crown prince.
I'm sorry to interrupt often, but who is he as a man? What's your sense of him?
Yeah, so I've never met him, and I likely will never meet him, hopefully. But he is. I know a lot about him through his actions, sort of in the MENA region, Middle East and North Africa region, and he is one of three, in my view, as an American sitting here in the U.S. 3 people in the world that I think has caused such an incredible volume of misery and suffering and murder on this planet that I think if he weren't around, the world would be a lot better place. And I'm not a violent person by nature, but there are 3 human beings that I think the world would be better off with.
Do you mind, before I ask other questions, mentioning the 3?
Oh yeah, Assad, this one in Syria, and that comes out of an earlier project that I did in Syria and Turkey. And what I saw Assad as a ruler to his own people, and Putin, the third. Those 3 human beings are murderers on a scale beyond imagining.
On MBS, are you able to think, as a documentary filmmaker, as a human being, as a scholar, as a thinker, with an open mind about a man like that who does evil onto the world, and what that must feel like to be inside the mind of that man? So basically, consider his worldview. With most people, with all people probably, but with people who do evil onto the world, they think they're doing good.
They're the hero.
Right.
Yeah.
And so to be able to place yourself, I feel like, for me, to understand a person, I have to literally, like the way actors kind of have to do, live inside the body of the person they're trying to study.
Inhabit the character.
Inhabit the person.
Yeah.
Are you able to do that, or because you are also studying the people who suffer as a result, as a consequence of their action? You put them in a box and you say, I hate the person in that box. I'm going to move on.
This goes back to your black and white statement at the beginning, right? It's like the world as a whole, of course, is every gradation of gray, right? My background is theater, and so I was trained long before I picked up the camera to inhabit other characters, right? I have 2 degrees in theater, and so that level of sort of like walking in other people's shoes and trying to understand and empathize with their worldview is fundamental to how I live my life and how I do my work. So in the case of those 3 that I named, Assad, MBS, and Putin, yeah, I can go there and think through how they came to be who they are, right, from afar, right? And after I go through that process, I still don't think there's any way that one can justify what they've done.
We're going to talk about each of those people. Sure.
Well, I'm not an expert on any of them.
You're a human being, which makes you a partial expert on human nature, because nobody's an expert. You're just as good as anyone else. Anybody who actually carries a camera, listens, and observe others is especially an expert of human nature. Who's willing to take that leap to truly understand something of any level, not leaders. I feel like to understand a leader, you have to first understand humans. And to understand humans, you have to see humans at their worst and their best.
There's the Lord, that's where the hope is, right? You read the byline earlier, the last hope. And what I try to focus on in many of my films, including Hunger War, is in the very difficult context of war, as the case is in Hunger War in Yemen. I look for hope and I look for inspiration, and I do that through people who are doing incredible things under the most difficult circumstances. So when I set out to do a film about starvation in Yemen, right? And I mean, just listen to that statement. Where's the hope there, right? And yet, what I found, what I discovered, were human beings that we could tell the story through, who are incredible, inspirational human beings doing amazing things every day. One of those is Makia Maji, a nurse practitioner in the north of the country at a small rural clinic, and another is Dr. Aida Al-Sadiq, who's a pediatrician in the south of the country. And so we chose to tell the story sort of through their experiences as caregivers, devoting their lives to try to save this entire cohort, this entire generation of children that has been born into starvation. And that's an incredible, difficult task, but equally inspirational to watch these human beings devote every minute of every day to save a child. I mean, in my view, nothing is more important than that action.
Maybe on that point, real quick. So there is suffering at scale, starvation at scale. I mean, the numbers, maybe you can mention in Yemen, the numbers of people in starvation, but from a perspective of a nurse practitioner or a doctor, you're treating one person in front of you. So how do you make sense of that calculus? Of like, there's a huge number of people suffering, and then there's just the person in front of you. Is that all we could do as humans? Is just to help one person at a time? Is that the right way to think and to approach these problems? Or can you actually make sense of the numbers?
Speaking just as a human being, I think the scale of suffering is so great in Yemen that I think I'd be overwhelmed, right, if I focused on that scale. You know, you've probably heard that a child dies every 75 seconds in Yemen from hunger, right? So we've been sitting here how long? 35 minutes or so. That's a good handful of children that have already passed away. So to overcome sort of, I think, that danger of psychic numbing, which can happen when you think about suffering on such a large scale, as a filmmaker, as a human being, I have to focus in on the individuals and those human beings in front of me. And I think that's exactly what Dr. Al-Sadiq and Makia do to keep going each day. And one of the amazing things about these two healthcare providers that we showcase in the film is that they treat anyone who shows up, right? They don't have to have money. They don't have to have any resources. They just have to get to the clinic or the hospital. And it's incredibly moving to see sort of the flexibility of their thinking in terms of how they make that work. Makia, for example, I saw her in the north of the country. It's an incredibly rural clinic that she works at. So it's like a magnet for all the cases in the north of the country. People come from hundreds of kilometers away sometimes for specialty treatment of pediatric malnutrition. And one time I saw a child come in, and it was a male relative that brought this young girl in. And, just because of sort of the gender dynamics in Yemen, there had to be a parent or a relative there to stay with the child while they're at the clinic, and it was a male relative. So, what many doctors in that instance would do would just turn them away. And instead, what Makia did is she walked into one of the rooms, talked to one of the other mothers, convinced them to become the temporary guardian, essentially, of this child until a female relative could arrive. So, she's flexible. She finds solutions rather than allowing the problems to deter solutions.
One child at a time.
Yeah, one child at a time.
You mentioned that you saw a child die in front of you. So when you're filming this as a filmmaker, what's that like? Psychologically, philosophically, creatively, as a filmmaker, as a storyteller. What do you do there? As a human and as a filmmaker? Oh, what's that whole experience like? Because you get to, like you said, you take it through the whole journey of a starving mother giving birth to a starving child.
It's not something I want to film. It's not something that I certainly wanted to happen or seek out. But it happened. And the sad truth is that it happens every week at that hospital. And so when it happened in this instance, I felt incredible responsibility to do justice to that reality, to acknowledge that a child had just died of starvation related causes, and to find some way, if the parents wanted us to integrate that into this story we bring back to a Western audience. And you know, I've filmed many difficult things over the years, and usually I love filming, and I didn't love filming Hunger. It was not a process that I enjoyed in any way, shape, or form, sadly, because of the content. Because, you know, who wants to watch a child die in front of them? I don't. But I did, and I had to. And when that happened, I felt an incredible responsibility again to go deep, right? To go deep with that family, to tell the story of this hospital with every ounce of focus and talent that I could bring to the story, because people should know that children are dying of starvation right now as we sit here, and that doesn't have to happen. And it is happening because of political dynamics that we can intervene on.
Is there times you wanted to walk away, quit the telling of the story, come back to the United States, where you can just appreciate the wonderful comfort you can have just sitting there having food and freedom to do whatever you want, those kinds of things. It doesn't have to be in the United States. In a lot of places in the world.
Well, that dynamic is sort of like survivors, kind of, you know, on some level, it definitely exists. One of the hardest things about filming Hungerboard actually was eating, right? Because we were in these malnutrition clinics. They're called TFCs, therapeutic feeding centers, where you know, over a long period of time, children lost the ability to eat normal food, right? And couldn't digest it, and just, you know, were literally starving, and the practitioners were trying to bring them back to a state of thriving. But to leave those clinics, right, and to go to our camp or to go to our hotel, and then to have access to food, right, because we could buy food on the streets and in the hotels. I mean, it was a very intentional act throughout the course of the shoot to look at a piece of bread, to look at a bowl of rice, and think about that child in the TFC, and think about how the privilege of having that bowl of rice that I could eat and digest. So it certainly every day helped me appreciate, right, the privilege I had.
Every bite you take.
Every bite, absolutely. And so I wouldn't call it guilt. It wasn't exactly guilt, but it was definitely mindfulness, right? About
meditate on the suffering of people who can't.
That's right, exactly. So that knowledge, sort of, it was catalytic in some ways. It sort of moved us forward, really wanting to shape the most powerful story we could, because we were surrounded by so much suffering every day.
How did that movie, filming that movie, change you as a man, as a human being? You filmed a few difficult documentaries. That one is a heavy one. And when you think of the person you were before you filmed it, and now when you wake up every morning, you look yourself in the mirror, how is that person different?
Every documentary I do changes me in a different way. Like, I'm not static in that sense, right? Preformed. It's like I change with every project, because so many of them are difficult and challenging, right? And so in order to do them, I have to allow myself to change and be changed by them. In the case of Hungerboard, you mentioned the girl named the showcase in South Century, and you know, we were there when she was headed to the hospital, and when she was admitted, you know, this 10-year-old girl weighed 24 pounds and she could barely stand up. And we started, you know, with Russian family to start to document
Before we get started this week, I'd like to address something that I said last week. It's in regards to when I was talking about the origin of the dollar sign. What I said at the time was that the dollar sign originated from a symbol on a piece of eight, which represented the Hercules being the two dashes, and the hemispheres of the globe represented by an S. Now, this is a theory that has been postulated by local historians, and really, the symbolism is just too good. Unfortunately, it's too good to be true. A listener who goes by the name of criticism was
What'd you say, Big Dog?
Another one that I like is that
Yeah, dog. That very well could be. It happens. I blame Zoot. He's got us going till 4 and I also he's got us going till 4 in the morning. I don't know why Riser come in at an earlier time, but I don't know. Then those games get fucking intense. We play for like 2 or 3 hours, and you know how it is. Yeah. And then the thing is like I can't get my sleep right, so it keeps getting longer and longer and longer. And I know that what I just need to do is just stay up for an entire day and then go to sleep at night. And that always works for me to get my schedule back, at least within a couple of days. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I totally get that.
The shot's actually in the film.
with a line drawn through it to symbolize the piece of eight. And that goes to explain the single slash dollar sign. However, the consensus among historians seems to be that it was much more simple and less symbolic. Which eventually was merged into the GNS, and then eventually just the S with a line drawn. This is generally accepted to be the origin of the dollar sign by most historians, so I just like to go ahead and correct that. If anybody out there has any questions or concerns about anything I say, I urge you to get in contact with me. Either leave a comment on the episode at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can email me at piratehistorypodcast@gmail.com. I really take all your questions and comments seriously, and I'd like to address any issues in the podcast. And once again, let me thank Huntmon for bringing this to my attention. Now, without further ado, episode number 4, Old Europe on Fire. Today we're going to be talking about the Catholic Church, the Reformation in Europe, and Germany, Switzerland, what's called the Low Countries, and even in England. And we're going to be talking about the political upheaval that this caused, as well as the spiritual and social effect that this had on the lives of people living in these countries.
Understand the people.
Perhaps, though, a bit of explanation is required.
Even suffering.
This is, after all, a show about high seas adventure and swashbuckling piracy. And so far, we've talked about exploration, a lot of politics, and today we're going to be getting into religion. And as we all know, politics and religion are two topics that I'm not like.
I find that the people, they're talking.
So where are we going into this? Well, of course, religion has a key factor in our lives. It's essential to every person in every society that's ever existed in their life. But for the pirates in the Caribbean, around the beginning of the 1700s, it wasn't only an important force, it was a contentious one. Because of the events we're going to be talking about today, there were two rival factions of Christians in Europe, but also in the Caribbean. In Europe, you had national boundaries that separated you. You knew that if you were in, say, parts of Germany, you could be safe. If you were to just move over and France, you would be killed. However, in the Caribbean, you could be on an island that was owned by the English and be safe for your Protestant. But you could be merely a couple days sailing away, even less, from an area that was controlled by the Catholics, who likely wanted you ahead because of the religion you followed.
And
Beyond that,
to really
there were
understand it, you have
many
to learn the
actual
language.
wars and
I guess
conflicts
I'm
that
asking,
were called wars
were you able to really
that were
feel
based entirely around the issue of
the
religion.
humans on the other side?
And so many of
I'd
these
like to
Catholic
think
and
so.
Protestant
I mean,
sailors and
as you noted,
soldiers
you know,
had a
there are
deep-seated hatred
universals
for
in
people
life
on the other
that
side.
transcend
Many
language,
people that we're going to be
right? I
talking
mean,
about in a
suffering
very
is
short amount
suffering.
of time, people like
Light
Sir
is
Francis
love.
Drake and
Compassion
Henry Morgan,
doesn't
and
take
even
place
other people
only
like
through
Benjamin Huntington.
language, right?
Well, they were
It's through
people who saw
actions. And
themselves
so,
not
was
pirates,
there
but
liquid
as
spirit?
people on a
Absolutely.
religious and
Right?
political
Did we
war
try to bridge
against
that
the other side.
through other means?
So,
And
for the
through
people who were
universal emotions and
engaging in
experiences?
piracy in the
Absolutely. That's one of
Caribbean,
the things I always think about
religion was
when
a
I'm
highly
filming
important
is
factor.
how do
And
we
here is
distill
where all
down to
that conflict started.
universals, right?
I'd like to introduce that
Through
conflict with a
imagery,
quote
right?
from Winston Churchill.
Through the
This
vocabulary of
comes
cinema.
from his
Because I believe so
multi-volume
deeply
work,
that
A History of the
that
English-Speaking
vocabulary should be
Peoples.
visual.
This
Right?
is
So the
from
words,
volume
what's the
2 of
most
that work,
powerful way
subtitled
to
The
express
New
the
World.
universal?
Quote,
Is it visual?
we've now
Or
reached
is
the
it
dawn of what is called the
language?
16th century,
Or
which means all the years
I
in the
think it's
100
visual.
years that begins with 15.
And we're talking
The
about
name is
human
inevitable in
face,
English,
or
but
human
confusing.
face, human body,
It covers a
everything
period of
through
time
actions
in
as
which
well.
extraordinary change is
The
affecting the
dynamic.
whole of
I'm
Europe.
thinking about a
Some
woman
had
who
been on the
saw
move for a long time and sprang
whose
into full
name,
operative force
but
at this moment.
she's
For 200
you see
years
her
or more, the
multiple
Renaissance had
times
been stirring
throughout
the
the film, and
spirit
she's
of Italy,
basically the
and now
patron
came forth in the
goddess.
vivid revival of the
And
traditions of
she's the
ancient Greece
gatekeeper
and
for the
Rome,
Lord. So
insofar
no one
as
enters
these did
that
not
word
affect the
or from that
foundations of the
company. She's
Christian faith.
literally the
It looks
gatekeeper.
that, in the
So no
meanwhile,
one
become
comes
two
in
world
unless
rulers, with the
allowed.
lusts and pomps of other
Right. But
potentates.
then she
Yet they
also
claimed to
is
carry
sort
with
of like
them the spiritual power as well.
the
The
first
revenues
point
of the
of
church were
contact
swelled
for
by the sale of
compassion for the poor.
indulgences to
So
remit purgatory,
when
both
mothers
living
and
and dead.
families are in
The offices of bishop and
she
cardinal were bought and
forms
sold, and
relationships
the common people taxed
between the
to the limit
moms
of
and
their
the
capacity.
grandmothers, for example,
These and other
who are
abuses in the
living
organization of the
there on
church
the
were
ward.
widely recognized
And
and
she
much
does it
resented.
through,
Yet they were
right?
uncorrected.
She does it through bringing
End
them
quote.
food,
Mm.
right? And she
What an
forms
excellent
these
quote.
really
It
rather
really
quickly
gives just a
deep
perfect introduction to
relationships
everything that we're going to be
of
talking about
compassion
today.
with
And it sums
families.
up almost
And
every
so
point that I'm going to be trying to touch
it's
on.
amazing to watch.
However, there
And
is
no
one
language
key
is
thing that I
needed,
think
right,
about
to
this.
bear witness to
It
this.
doesn't go into
And
any
she also
key role
suffers
that the church
because of
played
that,
in Europe
right? And
during the
so
Middle
at
Ages,
near the end of
which
the
I
film,
think is
if you
kind of
recall,
important to understand today's story to
when
its folks.
another
The Catholic
child
Church
dies
was, during
and
the
the
time of
mother
the
is
Roman Empire,
wailing,
part of
you
a
actually cut
tripartite
away to
public.
Saw Pop, who's in the
There was, of
hallway,
course, the
who
Roman
walks into
Church.
another
There
room
was the
and begins
Roman
sobbing.
imperial bureaucracy,
She's not a
and then there
family
were the
member,
legions.
but she has
But when
a
the fall
deep
of Rome
relationship
came,
with
really
that
those other
family
two
that
pillars
she
besides the
forged as
church
soon as they
fell
stepped
away.
into the war.
The church was
So
left
that's
all throughout
universal,
Europe
right?
trying
To
to feed the
see
spiritual
a
needs of
woman
its flock
weep
without any support at all.
because a child has
So he
died,
had to work
even if
from
they're not
scratch
related
to
to
build
them.
that
That's a
support. He did
universal
so by
sort of
allying
emotion
himself
and
with various
experience we can all
tribes who
relate
were
to.
vying
So
for the
that's what I
control
mean
of the
by
European
the
continent.
visual
There
vocabulary.
were
And it's
some
especially
very
powerful
big
because
alliances,
you
such
can
as the
see
one
much of
between the
this
French
kind of
and the
suffering,
Catholic
and
Church that
she's
Butler
still,
created and what we know of today as the whole
maybe
Roman
she's
Empire.
built up some
It
callous
even managed
to
to
be able
hold
to
on, and quite strongly in some
work
places,
day to
but
day,
in
but it's
Gaul
still,
and the former province of
there's still an
Hispania, which
ocean
would have been the
underneath
Iberian
the
Peninsula,
ice.
even
She's
in
kept her heart
Britannia,
open,
which was
despite
the
all the
former
pain
part of
that
the
she
empire to
says
the
and
north,
feels
and
every
that
day.
was
Somehow,
subsequently
she's a human being who's
invaded
able
by
to do that, which is a very
pagan
difficult thing to
barbarians, the
do, right?
Anglo-Saxon
She
nations,
still
which
allows
threatened
herself
to
to
wipe
be
out the Catholic
vulnerable.
Church there entirely, but they managed to
And
hold
maybe
on
that's why she
and
can do
ally
what she
themselves with
does.
people who were likely to come and somehow,
what lessons do you draw from other families in history? So,
now, of course, the Catholic Church
for me personally,
they
one
had
of touched my
really
family
schools
and one of
that
the
they
great
used to
families in
if
history,
you were going to any sort of
the
formal
Ukraine
community,
in the 30s.
church facility.
32,
They
33,
also
right?
had
So
a
33
massive
was Stalin.
communications network
Maybe you could
between
speak to the
dioceses.
universalist
If any of
suffering
these
here.
strongmen who intended to be king would actually rule, they
What
were going to need to make
lessons
use
do you
of their
draw
communications
from
network.
those other
Perhaps one of the
families
most
if
important
you
things
looked at
is
them,
the
or in
Roman
general about
Church
family that
on their side.
are captured by the decisions of,
Many of these
let's say,
regulations were
authoritarian
before this
leaders?
pagans when it's the Norse religion. They would have made sacrifices to the for their enemies, the people they were fighting, frequently people making sacrifices to the same two families. So if they could ingratiate themselves with the church, then they would have the ear of the god of Rome, the god who would help to build the most powerful empire in the world. These Germanic peoples had never been able to conquer. And it seemed to work out. It's these people who had allied themselves with the church usually wound up in many cases as kingdoms that they would have are the foundations for many of Europe's modern countries and nations.
humanitarian law for a reason,
was
right?
central.
Many years ago. And it
However,
continues to be
the
written
church
to
had
this
to
day.
ingrain
And
itself
it's
into the
there
civilization
to
of
prevent what's
They
happening
had to
in
make
Ukraine right
themselves
now. It's
indispensable
there
to the
to
European
prevent
way.
what's been happening in Yemen
They
for
did
7
so
years.
fantastically.
And yet there
The
hasn't
church
been
was
any
there
teeth
at
behind
every
it.
major life event you
And
had.
that's what
When we
disturbs
were
me,
born,
is
the
that
church was there to baptize you.
we
When
can
you were married,
see
the church
how
was there to
these
marry you.
famines
When your
are
children
being
were born,
used
they were there to
as
baptize your
weapons of
children.
war.
And when you died,
And
the
yet
church was there
we
to bury
aren't
you.
sort of using the levers of
Not
power
only
that
was the church
exist
central to the lives of
in order
the people
to,
here, they were
I
central to
think,
the
sort of call
aristocracy as
out
well.
in
See,
important
people
and
in
powerful ways
Spain
those who
and
are
the
causing
Roman
them,
Empire
and
didn't
to
speak
make
the
sure
same
that
language.
we hold them
However, they
accountable
were able
on
to
the global
communicate
stage.
by
Now, to
using
some
Latin.
extent, that
They
seems to
used
be
Latin,
happening
the language
in
of Rome,
Ukraine in a
because
way
that
that
was
hasn't
taught
happened
in the
for a
church
long
schools.
time, and that
So
gives me
really,
hope,
they had
right?
recreated
And yet,
those three
I
pillars
don't
of the
think we've
Roman
done
Empire.
enough.
The church still
I
existed,
think
but they
the
had
international
recreated
community needs to
government,
do far more than we
and
are
through the
both in
armies of
Yemen,
these different
in
nations, they
Ethiopia,
had recreated
and in
religions,
Ukraine
which they
right
could
now.
call upon at any time if they
There are
needed to
certain
defend
kinds of things
themselves
that
or
captivate
go fight the
the global
Muslims in a
attention,
crusade.
and it seems like
That's
starvation
not to
is
say
not
that there
always one
wasn't
of them.
conflict, though. There definitely
For some
was.
reason, murder
Even at
and
the outset
destruction
of the Holy Roman Empire, their
gets
first
people
major
attention more.
alliance,
It's,
the leader of
that,
the
of
Holy Roman
course,
Empire,
is easy to
Charlemagne, was
enumerate,
in constant
but
conflict
it's the
with Rome,
suffering that's the
vying for
problem.
control.
Yeah, yeah.
The
You
Holy
know,
Roman
when
Empire
to
had
shoot
a
film Hunger
great
War,
tradition
that
of
was one of
conflict
the
program.
creative
One of their
questions that I
later
was really
Holy Roman
concerned about,
emperors, Frederick
because
Barbarossa,
starvation,
he even went so far
you
as
know,
to
it's not
elevate
a
the
quick
personally
action,
chosen pope of his
right?
own
It's a
in
long,
defiance of the one of Rome.
slow,
He didn't like
insidious
the way that the
process,
Roman
right?
pope
Just like
did
hunger,
business,
right?
which was
And yet,
exactly
when you're hungry,
what the Roman had become.
it takes you over.
You could
It
go so
becomes the
far
most
as to consider
important
all the
thing,
nations of Europe
right? It's just
subsidiary
absolutely
companies
fundamental
to
to
the
life.
Prime
It's
Company,
like
the
drawing
Catholic
breath.
Church, and the Pope
And so I
as its
really,
CEO. And the
before I
church,
found
thus
Hunger
the
Lord, I
people extremely
struggled to
wealthy.
sort of
There
answer
were
how
massive
we
tracts
could
of land
creatively
from which to
approach
collect
that,
and rent.
because, you know,
They
someone
collected
sitting in a
forced
clinic,
funds from every
right,
citizen in Europe.
starving,
Now you might
being
think you're
treated
passive
for
and
starvation,
giving
you
whatever
know,
you could.
that's
But
a pretty
really
static
was a
scene.
tax.
Um,
You had to get a certain
and what we found was that
and
because
if
of the
you weren't
volumes
able to
of
get a certain amount of
cases,
money, it
and
wasn't
because
just
of
your
the
soul that
nature of
was
sort of
available. The secular
how
authorities would
quickly
get your life could very well be
people were coming and
due
going, is that
to
it
how well
was
the
more
church was
dynamic than we
doing.
anticipated.
The church and its pope had
And there's
developed
something
really
also about starvation.
expensive tastes.
You get tired.
Throughout the Middle Ages,
It's almost
popes
like
were growing wealthier
it's a
and
quiet
wealthier, and
suffering.
they even started fighting to keep the
Like,
papacy a familiar and
and
dynastic
by the
tradition.
way, there's
They
something
had
about when I think
palaces
about
that these
dark
families owned.
times. I mean,
They had
you'll hear me
extraordinarily
chuckle,
large
for
quantities of
example.
gold,
I don't know
gold
what that
fed
is.
mistresses, and they even threw
That's
parties that
almost.
even the most decadent Roman emperor
It's
blushed.
almost like you
Despite the
have
fact that they were
to
making
kind
huge
of
amounts of money, they needed to raise revenues somehow.
you can't help but laugh
And they
at
decided
like
to do that through the sale of
the injustice and
indulgences.
the cruelty in the world. All that helps remind
I
people that.
imagine most
I mean, I
people
see
know
this
about
all
this.
the time.
However,
Like
on the
when
other
you're
hand,
struggling,
an
you can't feed your
indulgence was a
family,
papal
you lost
decree
your
that
home.
allowed your soul
The
to
last thing you
pass
have
purgatory.
is jokes about yes, it's
Purgatory
like
was elsewhere.
the fucking man fucked me
According
over
to,
again,
according to the church,
and there's jokes all
your
around
soul was
that.
bound up for hell or
And then
heaven,
you
whether
laugh
to be
and
burned or
drink
live in
vodka
paradise
and
forever.
you play
However,
music.
to be
I don't know what that
you
is.
can commit
I
a
don't
pretty
know what that
grievous
is.
sin,
Gallows
known as a
humor,
mortal
right?
sin,
It's
something
a way of
defiantly against
I
God.
think
For
simultaneously
the rest of us
acknowledging
who hadn't
and
committed a
allowing yourself to
mortal
move
sin,
forward,
we were
right,
going to go to
beyond the
heaven.
pain
But
and the
first,
suffering.
we had to have our
So you
earthly
mentioned
sins
Ukraine, you
purged.
mentioned what are your thoughts about the humanitarian crisis and generally the suffering that's resulting from the war in Ukraine?
Well, first off, I think the conflict is going to exacerbate, spiraling up towards the global challenge we have. For death, soul, while it is entire trilogy ideas about displacement, to a great extent, and this huge displacement of human beings, regardless of the cause, and that is going to your soul will be have a ripple effect across the globe. So today. So there's that's going to set up a whole other strain. So the church sort of had the global grant you that would allow your soul to come into play to deal with refugees. There were 79 million the church was known to sell these global prior to the Ukrainian conflict. This was the world.
better than I do in terms of what the current
Rome
estimates
that was
are
seen
for
by many
displacement
to
from
be
Ukraine
extremely
towards Switzerland. So
by
what are
lying
we
to
up
them
to now?
about being able to get
73,
them in heaven
74
for money.
million individuals
This
on
was
this
the
planet
Rome
now
that at the end of a very
are
long journey
displaced.
was first
That's a
encountered
significant amount.
by Martin Luther.
I wish that the
Martin
levers
Luther
of
was one
power
of tens of thousands
were
of people
used
that went
differently in
pilgrimage to
situations
Rome.
in
Many of them,
Syria, for
members of the
example.
clergy, in an effort to find themselves
what are the levers
closer
of
to
power?
God.
Well,
Martin
military
Luther
might.
was
Let's
taking
take
this
that
journey on
for
the
one.
advice of a higher
Right.
up of his
So,
order who had suggested he do so. Because
I
Martin Luther was a very troubled young
have
man.
always felt after
He
working in Syria and
always
Turkey
found himself
that
somewhat distant from the
we
presence of God that he
completely
hoped
missed
to
our
feel.
opportunity
In fact,
as
Martin Luther
a
had a
player
very
on the
troubled
global
youth of age.
stage with
His
military
father was a
capability
member of a growing
to
middle class in
prevent
Germany, who by all accounts was not
the
very
killing of
friendly.
hundreds of thousands of
However, he
civilians
did
in
send
Syria.
his son Martin
We had the
off to the
ability, and
university,
we
New
didn't
York State
leverage that
University, where
ability.
he was supposed
The
to try to
fact that
become a lawyer.
I talked
And for a while, he
with so
did so.
many
And a lot of those skills that he learned there
Syrians
would wind up
during
serving
the
him
course of
well
doing
later
that
on in life.
project, who
But
told me their
after a
stories
run-in
of
with the plague, in which many of
living
his
in their
friends
house.
died,
By over
God, he
and
never
over, not meant
was
to
doing
kill, right?
what he should do.
Or Russia
He
created
took some
The United States.
the United States or
he
coalition
would wear those
with
horse.
we could have, and I think that's an example where we have
He
the
would
military
flag
capable operation like that. Those purposes.
hopefully
Is to
all of you
say
Military or of conversation.
So it was suggested that he take this program.
they're all different tools,
And
right?
he
To
did.
be used. But
To get from his
if
monastery
words
to Rome.
fail,
But upon arriving in
if
Rome,
sanctions
this
fail,
was the height
right?
of
I
the
think
Italian
there are
Renaissance.
moments in history
When he
where
arrived in
power
Rome,
is justified,
literally,
right?
Michelangelo was
And I think
painting the
Syria
roof of
is
the
one of
Sistine
them.
Chapel.
I think when Barabal
Raphael was painting the Pope's apartments and
dropping
decorating them
on
in
civilian
lavish
neighborhoods
ways.
for months and months and
There were
months with
some of the greatest
no
artists and
intent to
painters
do
and
anything other than to
architects of
kill
all time
Syrian
living and
civilians.
working in Italy,
That's an
especially in Rome, at
instance, I
this
think,
time.
where
Martin Luther
might is
was.
justified
Not
to
only
shoot
was
those
Rome
helicopters out of the
culturally
sky.
significant to Europe in a way that Martin Luther was only beginning to grasp, this was the center of church power. This was the center of God's house.
For U.S.
This was where
intervention
God was closest
in
to earth
different
and spoke
countries
directly to the people.
and
The
conflicts
leader
in the
of
world.
the Catholic Church, to which Martin
It's
Luther
easy
was
to look
dedicated.
back 10, 20, 30
At
years
first,
and know
Martin
what
Luther
was
was
and
in awe
wasn't to take
of
what is
all
really
of
just
the
more.
majesty and grandeur around him.
In the
As
moment,
I imagine
how do we know?
anybody would be
I think it's
arriving
incredibly
in
difficult
Italy
to
and
answer that,
time
right?
of
And I
the
think
Italian Renaissance.
that's why leaders make the wrong choices
Assume
so often, right? Is they
that
second
demeanor
guess themselves.
and awe
I think you take all the data
one of
at
Martin
your
Luther's
fingertips,
first
all the
destinations
intelligence that you
as
have,
a man who
right?
saw
And you look at
suffering
it
as the
all
best way to
very
get closer
carefully,
to God,
and you make a
was a
decision,
crypt in which the
right?
remains of thousands
There are
of
some
martyrs were kept.
instances, though,
However,
where
when he
it's
arrived
very
at this
clear
crypt,
what's
he
happening,
learned that he would have to
right?
pay a
And
fee
leaders still
to
don't,
enter
right?
and see the
In
remains of
Yemen
his
right now,
martyrs,
for example,
which he did.
it's very clear
And
what's
that earned
happening,
him
right? Children are being starved because of a blockade.
Token
All the U.S. would
that
have to
lessened
do
his time in
is
purgatory.
ensure that
And
blockade.
that was just the
Now there's
beginning.
a 2-month
In a
ceasefire
sermon
in
that
place
an
now, but
understandable
remains
payment Martin Luther was giving
lifted
in Rome in
beyond the
front of many
ceasefire,
very
and
organized
children will
members of
stop
the
starving.
clergy. He overheard
That's
one of
pretty
them say,
simple.
"Just get
You
on."
can trace it's a direct
This was
connection.
Martin Luther's experience time
And we
after
haven't
time at
had
nearly every site he
the
visited on
sort
his
of the moral
pilgrimage to Rome.
wherewithal to make
And
that
so he
decision
returned
because
to
we're
Germany, even
too
more
interested in
disillusioned
maintaining
on
positive ties with
He
Saudi
began to feel
Arabia,
that there
where
was
oil
something wrong.
flows from.
In his
So
writings,
much
he would frequently ask,
influence,
"What's wrong with me? Why
because
can't
Saudi
I
Arabia has
feel
so much
God's love?"
influence throughout
And
the
so in
MENA region.
1511, not having shown any
We want
improvement
to keep that
wrong,
relationship tight
he was sent
despite sort
to
of the moral wounds
town in Germany
that
that just
come
built a
from
new
that.
university.
About half the
Some
world
churches and
is under
There was also a leader in Martin Luther's order there who was someone who
There's a narrative in the United States.
after getting to know him, he decided to make Martin Luther the professor of Bible studies at the Theological University.
I've fallen victim
At
to
first,
this
Martin
narrative.
Luther protested. He gave a number of reasons why he couldn't do it. One of them being that the amount of work that his schedule would kill him.
Because
To
who
which
knows
this leader
the truth
replied,
of anything in
"That's
this
okay.
world?
God has much
I
use for
need
clever men in heaven."
factory
He
farm
always
meat,
knew just what to
and I
say.
seem to not be
And so,
intellectually, philosophically tortured by
forced
this,
to
and I
leave
should
his
be.
world of
There's a lot of
meditation
suffering
and
there.
suffering and penance
What do we
to
do
interact with them. He had to
to
look these
lessen the
students in the
suffering
eye
of the
and
people
tell them
under
with authority
authoritarian
what the Word of
regimes?
God said. To do
Again,
this,
same
he studied not
question.
only the Latin Bible, but
Military
he went back
conflict.
further to study the Greek texts and the Hebrew texts. And it was
Diplomacy,
while studying these
sanction,
texts that
all
he
those
began to
kinds of
see
things.
discrepancies in what
Does
the Bible
that
originally taught
lessen
and what the
suffering or
church
increase
was
the
preaching
suffering
in the
from what
early
you see in Yemen?
He realized, digging through
Is
these
it
ancient texts,
is
that
it something that
to
has to
him,
be
what the
healed
church was
across
teaching was wrong.
generations?
The
It
way
can
to
be
get to
healed on
God
a scale
wasn't
of months
by
and years.
penance or doing good works. The way to get to God for him was by opening his heart and his hands and allowing God's love in.
A lot
In
of
the years
things
that
in a lot of
passed between the
places,
time that he went to Rome
and
and the time that he started
and
teaching,
I've seen the
the old
effects
pope died.
these
And they
decisions
chose a
made
new
by
pope,
authoritarian
a man
leaders
named Leo
have
the
on
If I
their
were
own
to picture
citizens,
a movie about
and
Martin
that's what
Luther, I would
drives my
picture someone
thinking
who was
on this.
young and fresh-faced and innocent and ever
And
curious.
that's what
And
drives
if I were to
and
picture Leo
motivates
the
me each
I would
day
picture a man who
to
was
raise the red flag
cold-eyed
through my films
and
and say,
stern beyond belief,
listen,
and at the same time enjoyed his earthly delights
you
to a sumptuous extent.
campaign for
I would
president
also imagine that every time
in
he were on
part
screen,
on a platform
there would
that
be
said
dark, ominous
that we
music
would
accompanying his
regain
arrival.
our
Something that
prominence
lets you
on the
know
moral
that
stage
an
of the
evil
world,
presence
right?
had
And that
gone.
we would
Now, I'm not saying that that's
prioritize,
how the
right,
relationship between Martin Luther and
sort
Leo
of
the Tenth
a
actually
moral
was,
paradigm
but that's definitely how it's
over
been recorded and
relationships with
seen throughout the
authoritarian
ages ever
regimes,
since this time.
Saudi Arabia
You
being
see, as
one,
Pope,
right?
Leo was not
And yet,
exactly
when
careful
the
of money.
CIA
He went on these
reports came out
extravagant boar
that
hunts,
clearly
he threw these huge
articulated
dinner
in
parties at
detail
which it was
that
reported
MBS
at
was
the time
responsible
by
for
people who
Khashoggi's
it should be
murder
said were
and for
not
cutting
pro
his
the
body into
papacy.
pieces and
But they
probably burning
reported
it in
that
the
there would be
backyard of
young
the
naked
embassy.
boys jumping out of
What did Biden do?
hives to
He didn't
entertain
really
all of
make
the
a
guests
pariah
at the
out of
hostel.
MBS like he said he was
It
going
was said
to,
even,
right?
while this is not necessarily
What if
proven to be
he'd done
true,
something
that
else and
after he
actually done what
vetoed
he
the
said he
decree
was
that
going to
Bishop
do, which was
obeyed,
make him? What if
said
he
that
had
there should be a limit on the number of young
removed the
boys
ability
that
for
could
MBS to
keep
fly
their
to the United
house.
States, for
Now,
example?
this all may be
Now that's a
propaganda
sanction,
against him.
right?
There's
That's a
no
sanction
definitive
that's
proof of it.
individual
This was something that was
and
believed at
concrete
the time.
and will be
More to the
hugely
point, something that can be
embarrassing for
proven is
MBS.
that
That
within
would have
2
been
years
Biden
of having been
saying,
raised to the papacy,
this is
the
unacceptable
coffers of the
behavior,
church were
right?
empty.
This is
Now,
something
this was due
which,
not just to his
because
lavish parties and
you
war hunts, but to
executed such a
rebuilding of St.
horrendous
Peter's
act
Basilica. You see,
on
all
someone
of the great
living in the United
architects and
States,
painters
right?
and
We are
sculptors
not
in Rome
going
and in
to
Italy were there working on St.
give you
Peter's
a
Basilica, and
stage
they did
here,
not come cheap.
right, within the borders of
So
our
in the year
country.
1517,
Those are the
in
things
order
that
to raise
leaders
some more
do
money to complete the
that
work
I don't
of
think
St.
they
Peter's
do often
Basilica,
enough. And certainly
Leo
our
the
leader
Tenth
right now isn't doing
began
it in the way I
campaigning
wish he
for
were.
new
He
indulgences.
certainly has taken a different stand
These
on Ukraine,
indulgences were far more inclusive than
and
any
been very
indulgences
vocal.
ever had been
But
before.
there's
They
so
were
many
also
instances we could
made
talk about
much
where I
more
feel like
available than any other
the
indulgences.
political
Before, you would have to
gatemanship,
prove that
right,
you had done
often
good works
falls
to get your
into
indulgence. Now,
maintaining
all you had to do
relationships,
was pay a
like
little
with
money
MBS
and
and
you could
Saudi
get
Arabia,
those
rather than
indulgences.
doing the right
And they
thing,
covered all
rather
sorts
than
of sins.
than
Sins that
as a
even
nation,
people who
a leader of a
believed in
nation saying,
indulgences
this
thought
is
were just
unacceptable.
ridiculous.
We have a
It
higher
was even
standard than
said
this.
by people
Because
who
I think
opposed these indulgences, it
when
should be
leaders do
noted
that,
that these indulgences would
it
allow
becomes
someone to be
aspirational,
forgiven for
right?
raping
It
the
becomes
Virgin Mary.
aspirational for other leaders,
However, these indulgences of the
in the
1517
progressive world
campaign
at least,
raised
and
in
also
today's
it
dollars
rings the
millions
alarm
and
bells
millions of
for
dollars.
other
There was a
authoritarian
man,
leaders that says, you know
a
what,
bishop
there are
named
lines,
Johann Tetzel, that
right?
was
There
put
are
in
things
charge
that
of the
can't be
campaign
done
of
or
these
there will be
indulgences.
significant
He's
consequences,
seen
like he
today
will not
by
fly into
historians
our
as
airspace
a
anymore.
master marketer, somebody who came up with even clever little jingles to sell these indulgences. One of them was heard to say, when the coin maketh his coffer rings, and the soul
I think
heavenward
often they're
wings.
felt in a different way.
And that was all it took.
Felt
Just a little
obviously
bit
by
of
the
coin, and
individuals,
your soul,
and
which
so
would be going to
the ripple
purgatory after
effects
death,
of that
would be able to skip over that nasty little stuff and go right in there,
might have
no matter what you had done according to these indulgences.
the
Beyond
power to
that, one
steer
of the
the
big
direction of
problems that many
nations.
people had
Because
with
of
this
the nature of
1517
authoritarian
indulgence
regimes,
campaign
right?
was
There's
that
individuals
before
have so much
you
power.
had to
Exactly,
earn
right.
indulgence
So,
during your life. But
you
now,
know, if
you wanted to buy an
is,
indulgence for somebody who would
put on
die,
trial,
say,
hey,
you were mother,
or at least
who
there's
passed
some
away,
threat
and you
to
didn't want
that,
her
right? Now that's
to suffer,
likely never
or
to
you
happen,
could just
of
give the
course,
church
because
just a
someone's
little
in
bit of money, and
custody,
all of a sudden
they're
she
going on
was
trial,
straight.
right? And you've never gone that
These
not to
indulgences
happen.
were widely
But
hated all
but
throughout
just
Europe,
knowing
no more
that
so than in Germany,
that's a,
which had become the
you know,
prime market
that
to sell these
danger
indulgences.
exists is going to
Martin
change
Luther
his
himself
travel
had
plans
noted,
in the
and
future.
many in his
Right?
congregation, including his
In
students, had
BS
stopped
not
coming
being
to
able
his
to fly in the
services and
US,
stopped
he's going
going
to
to
feel
class
that,
because they
be
were told that
embarrassed
all
by
they
that.
had to do to reach heaven was to
So
feed
I
the church
think
a little
they
bit of
have a
corn.
special
This,
meaning
understandably,
and consequence in
enraged
authoritarian
Martin.
regimes because of that.
The story of what's to come
You said you're
is
just a
really a
guy with a
turning point
camera.
in the history of Western civilization.
I would say you're
Because of the importance of it,
a
the crux of
brilliant
that story, the thing that really set this
guy
fire
with a
off,
camera.
is
I'm
usually
also
told
kind
in
of
very
guy with a
melodramatic
camera.
You got a
ways.
couple cameras.
It's told as if it's
Couple
an epic
mics too.
story, almost something you would see in an adventure
Couple
movie.
cameras. Robot
If this
over
were a
here.
scene,
You
in that
can't
movie
beat it
about
with
Martin Luther I
quality.
was
You bring
talking
the
about
quantity.
earlier, the scene
So
began
to me,
with
that's
very
also an
dark,
interest. One
brooding
partially because I also speak Russian and a bit
October
Ukrainian.
31st,
I want to
1517.
study that part of the
All
world. I want to
houses
talk to a lot of people. I
in the
want to
small
talk to the
town of
leaders. I want to
Wittenberg,
talk
a
to
young
regular
monk by
people.
the name of
To
Martin
be
Luther
honest
has
with you,
learned
I'd
that the
love
church
to
is interfering with his
get
flock.
your comments on this.
They are being
The
lied to,
regular
told
quote
that for a
people
small amount of
are
coin
way
they can
more
buy an
fascinating to me.
indulgence,
As
which
a
is putting their moral
filmmaker,
souls in danger.
how do you figure out how to tell the story?
In a
I'm
rage,
sure
Martin
a guy
Luther
with a
flies
camera,
to
you're
his
looking
study
at
where he grabs
war in
ink,
Ukraine,
pen, and
but
paper
also
and begins to scroll
what's
out a
going on
list
in Yemen,
of every detestable
Syria,
crime of the
and other
Catholic
places
Church
in the world.
under
Obviously,
vile
North Korea.
Pope Leo
That's such an
II.
interesting one. Hard to bring
Late into
cameras
the night
along.
he works. By
China,
candlelight, he
you
finishes his
know,
95
like in
theses,
Canada,
detailing
truckers, there's all
everything that
kinds
the
of
church has
fascinating
done
things
towards
happening
him.
in the world. So you
He grabs his hammer
as
and
a
nail and he
scholar
rushes to
of
the church
human
of Wittenberg.
suffering and human
Standing
flourishing,
before the door, he lays the
how do you
95
choose
theses
how to tell
upon
the
it,
story?
puts his nail in place,
I don't choose
raises
the
his
story,
hammer,
but I
and
choose
brings
the
it
Told the
down.
story and
Those
I
inside the church
chose
can hear it as the thunder of God.
so how do you choose
Again,
what
he
story to
raises
tell?
his hammer and
And
brings
how
it
do you
down.
choose
And again,
how to tell it?
and like Jesus being nailed to the cross,
Well, in terms of
Martin
how
Luther knows that this event will change the history of the Christian church forever.
you know, it's a bit of a mystery potion for me, frankly.
Of course,
I
that's not
go off
exactly
on
how it happened.
instinct, but
If you like
there's
that
also
story,
a
and that's how you
highly
like to continue
intentional
to think
piece
of
of
it,
it
and
for
I
me
wouldn't
as
blame you
well.
if you did. It's
And the
pretty
intentional
awesome.
piece
I'd go ahead
is,
and just skip forward a couple
I
of
guess
minutes
I'd
because
call
I'm
it
about
the
to
do
rush
I
your
care threshold, you know,
Martin
or the so
Luther
what
was an
threshold.
academic,
You
an educated
personally
man.
just
Beyond
something in
that,
your heart
he had been
just kind of
trained as a
gets
lawyer. And
excited
even more so,
or
he was a
hurt
monk, so
Yeah,
not exactly a
so one of the
rationalist.
things that disturbs
He
me
did
about
occasionally
American
lose his
culture,
temper,
Lex,
but
is
when he had a
that,
chance to
you know,
stop
we
and think
seem to
about
be a
things, he
people
went
that's
about them
fascinated by
carefully.
reality television.
And if
For
you were
example,
somebody who was
like
trying
look
to
at
get your message
how
across,
many of us
would
here
you
in
just
America
scrawl out a list of the
watch
95
reality
theses
television,
and put them on a
right?
church door
That
where the very
deeply
first
disturbs
priest
me.
who
Not that
saw
I
it in the
never watched
morning
an
could walk
episode, I've
by,
shot a whole
see it,
season of it once to make a
scoff,
living, right?
tear
So
it
it's like
down,
I
and
know
take
it,
it to the requisite
right?
authorities?
But I feel like the things
Well,
we
that's
should
not
be
what Martin
paying
Luther would
attention
do
to
either.
are the
What he
things
actually nailed to
personally,
the church
are the
door
things I choose to film.
was the notice of a debate
As a
to
human being,
discuss the 95
as
theses,
dad,
which he had printed out
as a
at the local
filmmaker,
printing press and
I
passed out
think
to
we
people
should
all
be
throughout
paying
town
attention
square, his
to the
parishioners, and
fact that
especially
children
his
are being
students.
starved in
He
Yemen.
had too
I
many
think we
copies
should
printed
be
up to
paying
be just
attention to the
conveyed
fact
in the
that
way that exactly
Ukrainians are
easily,
being
so that people
displaced
had to pay
by the
attention
millions.
and had to
So
discuss
there's
it.
this so what threshold
Now,
that I
that doesn't make
use.
quite as good a
And I
story,
feel
but it
like it
makes a lot
has
more
to be a
sense when
topic
you're actually trying to
that
get your message
if we
out,
don't cover
which
and
Martin
we
Luther
don't put out
did
in the world
in a way that I don't
in
think
the
even
largest
he saw
possible way,
coming.
in the hope
You
of
see,
intervening,
when
in the
Martin
hope
Luther
of
wrote the
marshaling
95 Theses,
maximum
he
resources
was
and
still
attention
a
to
Catholic
solving the
priest.
problem.
His intention
That's what
wasn't
I'm
to start a
dedicated to
revolution
as a
or
filmmaker.
start a new religion.
Because I didn't
He
pick
even
up a camera
defended
initially
the office of the
to
papacy and the power about the church and his thesis.
right? To make people
Several of the
smile.
first arguments
I
he
believe
makes are actually
cameras
about how
tool
the
for
church
change.
is in
I
fact the
believe the
conduit
camera
of God on earth.
is a
But
powerful
his writings
tool
caught on in a
that
way
we can
that I don't think
use
he or
to
any of the
raise
players
awareness,
saw
to
coming.
marshal resources, to
Originally,
help
he
people
just wanted to have a
understand
discussion about
the
things that the
impact
Catholic Church was
that
doing,
these
problems
geopolitical
that they had
decisions
that he
have
thought needed to be
on real
addressed.
people's lives.
But I think
And that's
that the people who read the
that's
95
the intent
Theses, some
I
of them
create
believed it
film
spoke to a part that
with.
was
Now,
higher
how
than
I choose
control
each
of the
story,
Catholic Church
that's
or whether
the
the
magic
Vatican.
potion piece of
So
it,
they
right?
took
And
the truth that they
often
said,
one
and
flows
then
rather
kind of ran.
organically into another, frankly.
At first, it was the
So you
students.
just kind of, like you said,
Young
you go
people and students are frequently
To some
people in
extent, but
history
oftentimes
and our
I
modern
choose
world
the next
that
project based on
take a new idea that
relationships
speaks to
I've
them and run with it.
developed in the last
So we're
film.
passing around copies
Right?
of the 95
And
Theses
so
as
one
well as
often
other
flows
writings
into
from
another
Luther,
new relationships
and
I developed,
read
and
them and
then a
discuss
colleague
them in
will
ways
share
that
a
people who
detail
are
about
parts of the
something that's
aristocracy
happening
and
in a given
respectable
place,
members of society
and I'll
probably
go,
weren't yet.
really, I didn't know
And this
that,
spread
right?
throughout all
And
of
it's
his regions,
usually
Saxony, and
before
then
it's
further
hit the
out into
world
Germany, and
stage
then
in a
into
big
Holland,
way.
the
So I
Netherlands,
start
and
to
all
do
throughout
due
the
diligence. So
northern
often
and
that
central
it
region of
reveals
Europe
it to be a
very
much
quickly.
bigger and more
It didn't take
pressing
long before a
topic
copy of the
that
95
that I
Theses
want to learn more
appeared on
about.
the desk of Leo X.
before I talked to you about
His very first action was to label the writings of Martin Luther
you
heresy.
mentioned a camera's the best
They
weapon.
sent a bishop to interrogate
Maybe just
about
well, I think they got a
Being
take.
dope.
Right, but it's a good
During the
second.
interrogation,
Yeah,
Martin
top
Luther
top.
was
I love the
in his
human
writings
stuff.
later.
I
He
really
was outright
appreciate
dismissive
it.
of the bishop who
We
was
were
sent to
talking about such dark topics.
These
and,
actions by the church really galvanized not just Martin Luther,
it
but also
resets
his
the mind in a
supporters,
way that
the young
allows
people, and they brought new supporters to his side who saw this as an absolute
as a
church with no right to one.
as a filmmaker.
With Martin Luther being so
Almost want to
unresponsive
talk
to the
about
bishop that they sent to interrogate him,
the technical
the next
details.
action they took
Well,
was
how
to
do
label Martin
you
Luther himself
how do you
which is a
choose
pretty
to
big
shoot
deal.
stuff? Because
They
there,
labeled
yeah,
a heretic,
so
and
maybe you can
told them all
explain
for
to me.
rope so that they could discuss your
I work with
which
incredible
for
folks
somebody who was a heretic on the
that
level of
care
Martin Luther,
about
well, that wouldn't have been able to
lenses,
happen.
equipment,
There was
and
another
so on.
priest about 100 years
I
before
tend to be
Beyond
somebody
who had been in a similar situation. He had written about problems
wants
within
to
the
kind
Catholic
of
Church, and when labeled a
go
heretic and
as
told to come to
like a
Rome to
gorilla,
discuss his crimes, he
like
did
a,
so. He was
not
subsequently
not plan
burned
too
by the
much,
stake.
just go with
Martin Luther knew that it was a bad
gritty
idea
and
for
try to
him
come
to
up
go
with
there.
words that sound
However,
positive.
in most places, that wouldn't have been up to him.
Do a
If
positive
the
spin on
church
that,
and the
but
Pope
like
requested your
gritty,
presence,
don't
you better
overplan.
go, and if you didn't of your own volition,
Use
then the
quite a
local
big discussion
authorities
to
would
see if it's
collect
right.
you, arrest you, and send you down to
It's on
Rome.
a stand.
However,
It's a
the
very
account of
ghetto
Wittenberg
stand.
things were a
Yeah,
bit
it's
different.
a
There was no, it was known today as Frederick the Wise.
no sandbag,
He
and like
enjoyed
the stand
the
is actually
publicity
bending
that
under
Martin
the weight of
Luther's
that thing.
writings were bringing to his small town,
It
as
could
well as the
fall,
university.
but
Friedrich
the
was the one who
danger
founded the
lives under that
university, and
danger.
he saw this
Embrace
as
that danger.
not only good
Sense of love
advertisement in the
it.
press, but also
Because
something
that
that would
thing
make
is
the
easier to
town of
transport
Wittenberg
than a heavier one.
frankly,
Sandbag
unmanageable.
has extra weight.
They
If you
decided
keep,
to protect
like
Martin Luther and
people tell
not
me, there's
order
the
his
right way
men
to do
to
stuff.
collect and
Like
arrest him.
here's these giant
This was, of
cases with
course,
all
very
kinds
good
of
news for
padding
Martin
and
Luther, who
transport
was able
stuff.
to
I
print
transport
out
most of the
more
equipment
and
in
more
a
copies
garbage
of his
bag.
45
So
theses, as well as
that's just
reprints,
the
and
preference
becoming
because that's somehow
less and less the
that
writings of the
chaos
great
allows me to
priest,
sit
and more and more the
all the
writings of someone who
stupidity
was in
of
open protest against the
loving the
church.
equipment
Some of
and
these writings
focusing on
would
the
get
story.
subsequently dirtier and dirtier.
That said, I've never shot
Giving the Pope a light
anything
that was almost evil.
like
There
worthwhile.
were classified some of Martin Luther's publications.
There is
Painting the
power
Pope
to the
as a
visual.
Pope.
Like
There is a woodcut
and
which I'm
so
very fond of. It has on the
finding
left side
certain
a picture of
angle,
Christ
certain
washing
light,
Andrew's
whether
feet,
it's
above
natural
it
light
labeled
or additional
Christus.
artificial
Next to
lighting.
it, the Pope, Leo X,
Just
having
capturing
his
his feet,
feet kissed.
capturing
Above it, labeled
when the
Antichrist.
person forgets
This had gone
themselves for a
beyond
moment
simply
and
something
looks
that's
out
about
into
the
the
church to
distance,
really
missing
focus
somebody,
on.
thinking about somebody.
If this was a
All
revival,
of those like
Martin
moments you
Luther
can
had a lot on
capture.
his side.
A
Aside from
lens,
just
the
the people
camera
that
can do
supported him,
magic
as well
with
as the
that.
local nobility,
I don't
he
even
had
know the
things
question
that
I'm asking,
many
but
people that
how
had come before him
do
didn't have. Most notably, the
technical
printing
and
press. He was able to
philosophical,
publish
how do you
not just
capture the
copies of his
visual
45
power that
theses,
you're after?
but pamphlets that amounted to just
So
propaganda
many of my
against the church
films,
frequently and distribute them all over Europe.
on the
This
premise
made
of
it impossible
access.
for the church to quash any of his writings, no matter how many of them were collected and burned. In addition to that, there was a force that was beginning to grow in European society that was new to the European experience. They were really, for the first time, beginning to develop a middle class, a merchant class, people who had plenty of money and a fair amount of power without being connected to either nobility or the church, which led them to be really some of the first democratic reformers in Europe. They were looking for a measure of self-rule that none of their ancestors had had before. And perhaps most importantly, Luther had something to say, an internal resolve that compelled him to keep fighting no matter the odds that faced him. Despite all that, the Catholic Church was still the most powerful organization in Western Europe. Luther knew just how unstable his freedom was. So he took steps, necessary steps, to ensure that he would be able to continue fighting the power of the Catholic Church.
It's also a
He wrote
creative
a
question.
pamphlet to
Capture
the Christian
intimate
nobility of the German
where
people. This pamphlet
families are
argued
dealing with suffering children
German
and
life
dying
and
children,
defiance of nature
and caretaking
thrives over the
is
Alps.
active and ongoing all the time.
This argument
You don't want to
held a lot
interrupt
of weight
that.
to the German
And
nobility.
so that informs
In
how
the
I
The Roman Empire was a Catholic
and
empire,
nimble
and their emperor Charles V was
Those
a
are all
Catholic
really
leader.
good words.
However, ever since the time of the Roman
It's
Empire, there had
logistical on
been
the
a
one hand, but
tension
it's also
between the
creative
Romans
choice,
and the
right?
German
So
people.
when we filmed Tunnel
Even
War,
at the height
two people were
of the Roman
filming
Empire,
the entire
there was a
film,
heresy
right? Me
long before
and
the
my director
heresy
of
of the Roman
photography.
Empire, known as
Those
the
two
Arian
people in the room.
heresy, in which German
Yeah.
Christians
That's it. The whole
disagreed
film.
with
Right?
the
You
way
get a feel
the
for
Roman
as well
Church
for the
believed
country,
in
but
God.
in terms of cameras,
And
just two
this
people. and we're doing
The
everything,
cultural schism
and we have
had never really
lists
gone away. Even after the
that
founding of the Holy
are
Roman
long
Empire,
enough that we
when
don't have to
the German
move to capture
peoples
the
were
film, so we can
allied
tuck into a
strongly with the
corner
Roman Church,
sometimes,
there
right?
was
And
So
tension
just what's
between them.
long mean? That means
So
they're
it
staying
made
farther away.
sense to the German nobility and the Holy
It's not a
Roman
prime
Empire
lens, so it's not
that
a
their money
fixed
should
focal length,
belong to
right?
the
Because a
German
fixed focal
people
length, you have
and
to
not the
move
Pope
a lot
and
more
Rome.
in order to capture
Now,
action.
it seems to me
With
that
a
the
zoom
friend with a high
lens,
face like Frederick the Wise,
maybe a
he
105
may
with a
have
long hand,
helped
I
Martin
could
Luther
tuck into a
craft
corner
his argument
and just
to the
film
German
from
nobility.
15
He would
feet
know
away until
better
I could
than
get right up on
most
someone,
what arguments
right?
would
So
work
you,
best
it's less like the
to
interrupt the
motivate the
scene,
German nobility
and
to
you
protect his
sort of
burgeoning
become the
Lutheran
fly on the
movement.
wall sometimes.
And it seemed to work. Many other
I'm very
nobles took
intentional
heart from
about
this
that
and
piece
really
of it,
joined
so that
arms with
we
Frederick the
can
Wise and
capture those
the
vulnerable
Lutheran
moments and not
cause.
interrupt them.
However, the man that they really had to
That's
convince
really
was Charles
fascinating
V,
too, because the
a
access.
young 19-year-old, newly
I
raised
don't
Holy
often
Roman
think
Emperor
about this, but that's
who
probably
was
true for
staunchly
me as
Catholic.
well.
But in 1520, Charles V visited
Part of
Frederick
the
the Wise, who
storytelling
convinced him to hear Luther's
is to be
case,
in the
which
room.
was just in time
And that's the hard
because
part.
in
Yeah,
Rome,
for
the
me,
Pope had
most of
issued
my
an
films,
order
that's
of
the hardest part.
excommunication
Actually,
for
as hard as
Martin Luther.
Hunger Ward and Lifeboat were
Excommunication
to
is the
film,
most powerful
and
weapon the Pope had in his
Syria,
arsenal to fight a heretic
the
like
getting there
Martin
piece
Luther.
of it for the last two
And he
was
sent
much harder.
a bishop from Rome,
Yeah, it's also
capable of
it's a
excommunication,
creative act.
stopping at every town he
It's
passed,
I don't know
carrying
if it
the
is
excommunication
for
of Martin
you,
Luther to let
but it's the
anybody
kind of
who might
people
have
you
any
talk
sympathy
to.
for the Lutheran cause
It's
know that this was going to be nipped in the
it's
bud
like how you
shortly.
live your life. Like
However,
the kind of
the
people I
further
talk
north
to
you
right
go,
now,
across the
they
Alps,
steer the
and then the
direction of
Holy
my
Roman
life,
Empire,
they steer the
getting the
direction of
region
things
known as
on
Germany,
film.
the less and
So
less
like,
sympathy
it's
the
not
bishop
just
had.
like you're trying to get access.
You would
It's
find
like
that every time he would pass
it's
around
everything.
copies of the
Like
Bull of
it builds,
Excommunication, they would be
it
torn,
builds and
burned, or
builds
even
and
thrown
builds
into
and
the
Builds
river.
on itself. Yeah.
Martin Luther's
I mean,
movement
part of
was
the
growing,
thing, even
and it
saying,
was growing
talking
even
about some of these
beyond
leaders and
Lutheranism.
conversations with them,
This had
it's
turned from a
almost
religious
like
argument into a social
steering
argument,
your life
and gone
into
beyond
the
whether or not
direction of
the
the
Romans just had
difficult,
religious control over the
of
people of
like
Germany, to whether or
taking
not
the
the Romans
lead.
had any right to the political control over
And
the people of Germany.
if you're a good
And
human
that middle class
being,
we talked about earlier, along with the
and a lot of
peasantry, began to
people
revolt.
know
Some
who
of
you
these
are
revolts were
as
more
a human,
peaceful,
like not
some of them were more
as a
violent,
name,
some
but
of them were
really who
outright
you are,
rebellion against
that
their
like
overlords.
putting that attention
However,
out there,
Martin Luther
somehow
had
the
the
world
flames of rebellion. You
opens
see,
doors
after his
where
many other
the
publications,
access
he published
becomes
perhaps his best-selling work
the
of all
access that
time, which
was
makes him
once seemed
possibly the
impossible
best-selling author
becomes
of the time.
possible. And then all
He
of that
published a
is a
Bible
creative journey
in
to be
German,
in the room.
a
I think
language
it
that the common
probably
people
is,
could
and it's
read.
true
You
even
see,
for fiction
Bibles had
books,
always been
probably.
published in Latin.
It's like
And Martin Luther, who had read the texts of
everything
the
that
Greek
led
and
to that,
Hebrew,
like
was able to
to be in
translate
the
the Bible
room, the
in the
journey to
language
be in the
that the
room,
Bible
to
was
shoot
actually written.
the scene
So these people
is
were able to
maybe
read
more
a Bible
important
in
than
their
the
own
scene
language
itself.
without the filter of the Catholic
And like
Church.
really focus on
And
the
what
creative
they
act
found
of
out,
that.
finally
Yeah,
able
that's
to
really
read the Bible for
fascinating,
themselves,
especially
was that what the
with a
Catholic Church was
documentary you get
teaching
one
them
take.
was not exactly the
Yeah, you can't
teachings
say, hey,
of the Holy
reset,
Bible.
right? Yeah.
This enraged the
Ah, that
people,
is so
along with the
interesting.
many other
Is you
cultural
were in
forces
some of the most
pushing them to
difficult
overthrow the old
parts
order.
of the world.
Germany was in
In the
chaos.
room with some
Germany
of
was
the
in
most
chaos. The
difficult
Netherlands were in
stories.
chaos. The Low Countries were in
And
chaos.
yet,
Switzerland was
I
in
think that's why I
chaos.
keep doing these
Essentially,
stories,
the way that
right?
Europe had
Because
worked for the past
it's once you
1,000
have that lived
years was turned on its
experience,
head,
for me,
all due to the publication of a Bible that the people could actually
it's
read.
moving.
However,
It
Martin Luther wasn't the
moves
first
me
man
to
to
bear
publish a
witness
Bible
to
in the
these
language that the common people could read.
these
There were
inspiring people
a
and
couple of other people before him. They didn't publish the Bible in German.
I can't come back
They
to the
published the
U.S.
Bible in
afterwards
English.
and
the 14th century,
grocery aisle
his name
where
was
there's
John Wycliffe.
50
There
different
are
choices for
similarities
canned
to
peas,
First of all,
right?
he was a monk.
And
He
not
was also a
sort of
philosopher, much like Luther,
feel
and
that
he also
lived
attended a seminary
tension,
academy.
right?
This
That
was
lived
something that
tension of the
brought Luther to his
privilege that
realization,
I
and I
have
think
here in the
also had a
US.
large
And
influence
then I
on
have a
Luther.
choice
He had another
about what
similarity
to
to
do
Luther,
with that
through
privilege,
cyclical
right?
similarities.
And
He
the last
believed,
thing I
much
want to
like
do
Luther, that
is
the
start,
focus of religious teaching should not be on good
doing
works,
stories
but on
about
a personal
dandelions,
relationship with God.
right? There's far
And
more
that
important
people
things
should
to
be
do
allowed
on
to
this
have a
very
personal
limited time
interpretation of
that
the
I have on
Bible,
the planet.
not an interpretation that has been
You know, I
filtered
think
through
that
the Catholic media. It was also, in many
that's
ways,
catalytic for
against
me.
some of the
Like
things that make the
I
very Catholic Church
feel
the
that
Catholic Church.
mortality
Things
each
like
day,
the sacrament, or
and
the
my
existence
goal
of
is
sanctity,
to
or the very existence of the
tell
papacy
as
at
many of
Rome.
these
He was,
stories
in many ways, much more radical than Martin Luther was when he started out.
before I'm gone.
And in 1380,
Could you
he
speak
started
to
perhaps the most
the
radical
getting
thing he had done yet,
access?
a translation
Is
of the
this
Bible
just,
into English.
you know, is there interesting stories?
Unlike Luther, however, he translated the Bible directly from the Latin. Now, this
weird or
may have
funny
been out of respect for the
or
Bible, but it may have
profound
been
ways
because
that
he didn't
like you
have
to get
access
access
to the original Greek manuscripts. He also decided to translate the Bible directly, word for word,
Probably one of the
phonetically,
easiest ones
which
I ever had.
proved out
Recent
strange
past was
translations,
50
but I
feet from
imagine
Syria,
even native English
where
speakers at the time had trouble understanding. For
you know,
example,
I
quote,
literally
I
broke my
forsooth
hand
am the Lord thy
in a
God,
bicycle
a
race,
strong jealous.
and after many months of trying to
Or
get
perhaps, quote,
an appointment
Lord,
with
go
an
from me, for I
hand
am a
surgeon,
man sinner.
specialist, I finally did, and he
Now,
was Syrian
these are, of
American.
course, lines from the Bible that you may be familiar
The
with, but
Syrian conflict
not
had
be
just
familiar
begun,
with.
and we started talking
Largely
about it.
because they weren't written in a way that people would
After
necessarily
he looked
be
at
able
my
to
hand,
read,
and
at
it was
least the
5
news
minutes. He's like, "Yeah, you need
Wycliffe
surgery."
had built a
We're
movement
great, but then somehow
around
we
his
started
beliefs
talking
that
about Syria,
actually gained a lot of strength in
and
Europe.
like
However,
5
the
minutes in,
Pope
he just stood
quashed
up
that
and like
movement
put the
as
privacy
hard as
curtain
possible,
around
and
us.
within just a few years after Wycliffe's death,
And we talked for an
nearly
hour.
every copy they could get their hands
So,
on had
you
been
know,
burned.
those
And his
moments of
followers,
sort
all
of
of us.
mysterious
However,
conflicts
even
happen,
today,
right? And you get to
170
be
copies
open
of
to
this
them
Bible still
when they do
exist.
happen. Because
And this
as a
was in a time
storyteller,
before the
I'm always
printing
looking
press.
as
All of
well,
these copies
right?
were
So,
written by
so
hand in
because
monasteries
he
by
then
English
contacted
monks.
me later and
So
said, "Sky,
there
I
must
am
have been
going back
a
to the Syrian
large
border
desire
to
to have a
volunteer
copy of this
as a
manuscript.
surgeon.
For so
Do you
many
want
to
to
still
come with
exist,
me?"
that's
That
almost
was an
unheard
easy
of.
one. That's
But he
probably the
wasn't the
easiest one I
last
could give
English
you.
monk
But
to
it
translate the
came out
Bible.
of this interesting moment,
Others
very
took
personal
his
one, right?
translation, tried to
Life
make it a little more
in
readable,
Hunger
and they
War
continued
completely
publishing it
different.
and passing it around, much like Martin Luther
And
passed
I
around his
had to
95
really
Theses.
work
It was
hard to gain
kind of the
access to
activity.
those stories.
People who
So you
believed the
intentionally
power of the
thought like,
Catholic
what?
Church was too strong and too influential
I
for their
want to
nation of
get
England,
access to the story,
or they were trying to
and then
undermine
what
it
are different
quietly for this
ideas,
powerful
and they often
responsibility.
may involve
And this
a
continued
doctor
even
or a
up until the
dentist
time
or
of Henry VIII.
just
Henry
being
VIII
maybe
collected every
intentionally
copy
and
of the Wycliffe
aggressively
Bible he got his
open
hands on, as well as any
to
subsequent translations
experiences
that
that
had
lead
been
you
burned in a
into the
massive
work.
bonfire right outside St. Paul's
So be,
Cathedral that
like
lasted for
it,
2 days
it's
solid.
funny you mentioned
And this
the
was only one
doctors.
of
I had
many
similar
burnings of these
experiences
heretical
now.
Bibles. And then came
I've just
another,
gotten
a man named William
access to all
Tyndale.
kinds of
There's a
fascinating
quote
people
from William
in the
Tyndale
same
to another monk
way.
named very
You're all around us.
They're all
You're all around us.
quote,
It's like the world.
there are many
Exactly.
ways
It's
I
like
will cause the
it's
bullet to
fashioned
try to plow to know
everywhere.
more
We're
of the
doing incredible
scriptures than
things.
about
Yeah.
But we have to be open and keep
This
our
was
eyes
saying
open
that
and
he
realize
wanted
that
the
there are
people
amazing
in his
human
country
beings
to know the actual scriptures
everywhere.
and the word of God,
There's
and not have it
networks that
fed to
connect
them
people
by a third party. And
just through
unlike
life.
John
You
Wycliffe,
meet people,
Tyndale
you share a
translated the
beer
Bible
or a drink,
from the
or
Hebrew
just fall
and
in
the
love,
Greek,
or
not the rest.
you or
Now,
you
Tyndale's
share
Bible
trauma
isn't
together, you go through a
exactly
hard time
the
together.
King
Those
James
little
version of the Bible,
sticky
but
things
it
connect
very
us
nearly
humans.
is. About
If you just keep
85%
yourself
of
open
Tyndale's
and
Bible is directly
embrace the
the King James
curiosity,
version. They
and
made
then also
some
the
changes
persistence,
and
I
had some
suppose.
stuff
Like
out of
if
the
you,
Bible that the King
like
James
how
version
long
needed to be in there for the common
have you
people to
chased
see, but it's
access?
very, very
Does
close
it
to
take
what's in the King James Bible.
days,
However,
weeks, months,
Tyndale
years?
was not able to do his work
The
of
most talented
translation
woman in
and
the world.
essentially
I'm not
sedition
the smartest
in
guy in
England,
the world.
because the
I
king
think that
in England at the
there's
time,
qualities that have
Henry
served me
VIII,
well in
was
my
a
career.
Catholic and a
It's
defender of
persistence
the
and
Catholic faith.
tenacity, right?
That
I've
wasn't
always
going
been
to
sort of a slow burn
It wasn't until
human being.
after Tyndale's
Like
death, unfortunately.
I would never
But
hit a home
Henry
run,
VIII,
but I
of course,
hit
eventually
it first,
went
right?
Canada
A single to
was
first,
Catholic.
and then I did another single to
You
first,
see,
and another.
his first
So,
wife
you
would
know,
not
I
pick up
ran
on
a
his son.
marathon when I was 18,
This was
and I think
something
that
that
is
any
illustrative
monarch,
of
especially a
sort of
king,
how
was
my
vitally
career has
important
been.
to have a
I
strong
just keep
man
going,
that he knew could
and I
succeed on
believe
the
in
front.
this notion of
There were, of course,
incremental
many other
evolution.
factors in the
That
way
with
that
each
was
project,
building between
I
Henry
try to
VIII
learn from
as
it,
Catholic
take
Church.
away
But
lessons
this
learned,
one really
and
set out
improve my
because
craft,
Henry
right?
VIII,
And
as we all
improve
probably know,
how
believed that it was his
I
wife's
leverage
fault
that
that
craft,
son.
and
He had,
improve
of course, the
how I
daughter.
tell the story from a
However,
narrative story
unable to
each time,
divorce her,
so
he
that
cut ties
on the next
with the
project
Catholic Church.
it's a little bit better.
He married another
And
woman.
that's the arc of my career:
This
is
woman
learning,
was not
learning,
Henry,
evolving,
because neither was Henry
evolving,
VIII.
so that I
Neither
can
was
make a little
Henry's
better
second
film the
daughter
next time.
that that marriage
How do you gauge
seduced.
people's
And of
trust?
course, Henry eventually
Like, for
married
example,
another woman.
there's a line
With whom
between
he had
journalists
son.
and documentary
Finally,
filmmakers.
Henry VIII had
Nobody
a
really
son,
trusts
an
journalism.
heir, that he knew would succeed him. However, Henry VIII was a pragmatic man.
But a
So
documentary
he set rules
filmmaker,
of succession,
of
and
course,
were
I'm
anything untoward
joking, half
his
joking, I
son,
don't know which
his
percent is
daughter,
joking,
would
but
take the
some
throne.
truth. But a documentary
His
filmmaker is
eldest
the kind of
was a journalist.
storyteller,
He
artist,
was the
and
product
somehow
of
that's
the
more
Catholic
trustworthy
marriage, and herself
because you're on the
a
same
Catholic
side
woman.
in
For
some way.
a
I don't know.
newly Anglican
Maybe.
country,
Maybe.
this
Is there something
potentially
to be said
was
how you
absent.
gain the trust of
But
people
Henry
to
had
gain
another
access?
the product
Are you just
of an
trying
Anglican
to be a good
marriage.
human being?
He was, by all
Is there
accounts,
something to be
bright,
said there?
Well, so I do draw a distinction
was
between
ambitious.
journalism
He
and
was
filmmaking because I think you're
extremely
right, they're
resilient.
different.
And
And there are some filmmakers who do adhere to sort of the journalistic tenets of who, what, where, when, why, fair and balanced on both sides, right? Make sure everyone has a voice. I don't.
If you say fair and balanced, you're rarely fair or balanced. I've seen that with journalists. Journalists often, unfortunately, in my perspective, sorry to interrupt you rudely and go on a rant, but they seem to have an agenda as opposed to seeking to truly tell a story and truly understand.
Gentlemen adventurers with names like Sir Walter
Especially
Raleigh
when they're talking to
and Sir
people
Francis Drake. But that'll do it for this week, everybody.
who have
Thank you for
some
listening. I
degree
really
of
hope you enjoyed this episode.
Well, we all
And I
did,
hope that it
right?
didn't
I think
offend
anything
anybody's
we do,
religious
whether
sensibilities
it's
by
like
talking about what is still for a lot of people a very
some
controversial
larger
and
cultural
emotional topic.
I always have an agenda.
Even while discussing a lot of
I
negative
chose
things,
to
we'll try
work
and be
with
as
civilians
balanced and honest
and
as possible.
caretakers
So
in Yemen
hopefully you'll tune
on
in
the
next
board
week. Our
rather
theme
than
music
to
this
go
week
through
was,
human
as
beings,
always, the old
right?
Captain, the fantastic band Living.
That's what I've been
If you've been enjoying the
doing.
podcast so far, I really think you might enjoy it. So why not go over and check it out at viralrabbi.com/AU. It's viralrabbi.com/AU. If you're going to why not go on the list to podcast.com. And if you want on Twitter, follow us at Flat
I don't think of people that I film as subjects, for example. I think of them as collaborators, so it's a different mindset that I go into projects. And this creates a relationship, so I get to build I talked about the notion of consent before, which is so important. I this idea just like a name from someone. I really don't have to sign it, right? That's not the nature of true consent in my mind. It's you have to work on a foundation of consent. You have to and that's based on relationship. So it's trust. It's to build a relationship. Which is why, yesterday I got a bunch of photos from Dr. Alice's child. She sends me photos all the time of the children that she's currently treating because we have an active relationship that continues on and probably will. So that's the only way that I can
before we go to the staycation stories, to those how much do you love
Hello,
feel
and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening.
There's some people, they're just like,
for the next few weeks, we're going to be covering topics that occur during one particular time. Some of these events will occur in Europe, England, Scotland, Ireland, moving on to Spain and France, Rome, even moving further east as England searches for a land route to Asia. But more of them will take place moving west. In North America, as England searches for the Northwest Passage, and some of the first English colonies that would one day become the United States, and more importantly, down a little further south in the Caribbean, as England begins a campaign that will move against the monopoly of the Spanish Empire in the New World. This campaign is done primarily through the use of what were known as gentlemen adventurers, committing little more than acts of some of the most notorious piracy that the Caribbean would ever see. And these events will eventually take us all the way around the globe in search of Spanish treasure. So this week, we're going to be introducing the central character in this period of time. We'll be introducing Good Queen Bess, the Virgin Queen, the Pirate Queen, Queen Elizabeth I of England. This is episode number 5, Gloriana.
You know what I do with $2
The story of Queen Elizabeth starts about 30 years before her birth. It starts, in fact, 1 year before Columbus set sail on his maiden voyage, 1491. That was the year that Henry VIII was born.
I guess I would invest in her.
Of course, at the time, he wasn't Henry VIII. He was merely Henry Tudor, the second son of King Henry VII. His older brother, Arthur, was the heir apparent. Now, Arthur was trained as a knight and a soldier and a noble and a politician, all of the things, in short, that you needed to know to be king, while his younger brother Henry was sent off with his sisters to live with their mother, who was Henry's first tutor. This is important because Henry was born near the end of what's known as the Wars of the Roses, a period of time in England where two houses vied for control of the English throne. Henry's father was a member of one of those houses, what was known as the Lancasters. However, his mother was actually a member of the opposing house, known as the House of York. So while he was nominally a tutor, a member of the Lancaster side, he was trained by and reportedly looked a lot like his Yorkish mother. Now, this shouldn't have been a concern because his older brother Arthur, who was not trained by his Yorkish mother and looked very little like her, was going to be king. However, Arthur died before his ascension to the throne. Of course, there was the beginnings of the Yorkish Rebellion, another civil war, another war of the Roses. However, both sides were furious because a Lancaster would be on the throne, but he was so much of the temperament of the Yorkish side and even looked so much like them that both sides could accept Henry as king. On the day of his coronation, it could be argued that Henry ended the Wars of the Roses by becoming Henry VIII.
Three instruments, right?
Not too bad for first in office. Henry's older brother, Arthur, had been promised to and eventually marry a Spanish nobleman, a woman named Catherine. She was actually the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, the Catholic monarchs who we've talked about a fair amount before now. However, she was widowed upon the death of Arthur. Now, her work as a diplomatic marriage had been served. That diplomatic tie between Spain and England was already pretty strong, but for a long time, Henry had loved his brother's wife from afar, so he insisted that it was his father's dying wish that he marry his brother's widow, and he did so. Now, it's argued that perhaps that wasn't the case. There were better diplomatic alliances that could have been made, but at the time, it was a pretty important alliance because England and Spain were allied against the common enemy of France, which both countries have been fighting for a long, long time. Henry was on top of the world. He was a young, handsome, charismatic, powerful monarch with the girl of his dreams, who was heavy with child while he was off on a continent fighting wars that were getting him huge amounts of respect and recognition. His wife gave him a child, a beautiful daughter, whom he named Mary. He named her Mary largely because Henry is a very proud Catholic. He even wrote a book. He was the first English monarch to write a book since Alfred the Great, centuries before. Henry's book was entitled Assertio Secum Sacramentorum, or in English, Defense of the Seven Sacraments, which earned him the title Defender of the Faith from Pope Leo X. Now, this was, of course, in response to the Lutheran heresy, which was gaining traction on the continent at an astonishing speed. Henry felt, and it's a clear bet that his wife, the daughter of the Catholic monarchs, felt, that it was a responsibility of any good Catholic monarch to write such a work. They were both very proud Catholics. However, Henry's faith and pride in the Catholic Church wasn't going to last. Henry's star began to fade. Well, once he'd been a European superstar, handsome, young, and adventurous in his wars on the continent. Those wars left the realm in dire need of money. So he retired back to England to while away the time hunting boar, passing his days. And his wife, well, she had still only born him one child, a girl, unfit to be his heir. As the years passed, Henry spent more and more of his time with mistresses, which wasn't unheard of at the time. A marriage between two monarchs was a diplomatic alliance meant to create children that would carry on their lineage. It had very little to do with love or even sex, which they managed to find with many other partners. Catherine herself had lovers outside of Henry, and that was perfectly accepted her. However, he had a mistress, Mary Boleyn, who was one of Catherine's ladies-in-waiting. This was pretty typical at the time. What was atypical was that Henry began to develop feelings for Mary's younger sister, Anne Boleyn. And it was something of a mystery to him. While he had had access to any of the ladies-in-waiting that he desired before, Anne was engaged. She was engaged to marry another nobleman in Henry's court, which, regardless, he decided to interfere in that upcoming marriage. He had one of his counselors, really his main counselor, the guy who kind of ran England on a day-to-day basis. He had him dress down the fiancée of Anne Boleyn in public very harshly until the man was in tears and agreed to marry someone else and leave Anne Boleyn out of his marriage plans. This was something of a tragedy because it seems like there was real love in that potential marriage between Anne and the nobleman, and she never forgave the man who she blamed for it. It wasn't Henry, but that counselor. Now the man was single, Henry started courting him. He tried all his usual advances, which had always worked in the past, but Anne rebuffed her. So he redoubled his efforts. He offered to make him not just a mistress, but his sole mistress, a concubine that was, in European courts at the time, almost a position that rivaled the queen. It was somebody who was well respected among the court in places like France that even had a name for it. But still, Anne turned him down. You see, Anne wasn't just some strumpet of the court, just a typical lady-in-waiting. Anne was a highly educated woman in Europe at the time. She had gone to France, which was perhaps the most advanced European court at the time in things like manners and politics, to get her training, where she learned courtly poise and everything that it took to be an early Renaissance woman. She was fluent in Latin, fluent in French, and fluent in English, and really well educated in things that most women wouldn't have been educated in at the time at all. She was really somewhat brilliant, even somewhat subversive. In her time on the continent, she had been exposed to the Lutheran heresy, which, while she might not exactly be called a Protestant yet, she definitely had a lot of sympathy for the Lutheran cause. But she was also an honorable woman, a woman who would not allow Henry into her bed unless they were married, which was something that, considering Henry was already married, didn't seem very possible. However, Henry was a stubborn king who, when he wanted something, and something that was denied him again and again, he was going to find a way to make it happen. Henry was dissatisfied with his wife's Catherine's inability, as he saw it, to give him a male heir. So he decided that if he were to marry Anne Boleyn, he would have to have his marriage with Catherine annulled. Divorce was not even something that was thought of at the time, but having your marriage annulled was possible. See, there's a verse in the Bible, in Leviticus, that says that one should not marry their brother's wife. However, Henry had gotten a special dispensation from the Pope allowing him to do this. He pleaded with the Pope to annul the marriage, saying that it was a mistake to have allowed this marriage in the first place. Now, whether or not the Pope would have been open to this can't really be known, because at the time, Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor that we talked about last week, he was in Rome, invading the city, and at the time he had the Pope held hostage. Anything that was coming off the Pope's desk was really written by the office of Charles V. And Charles V was the cousin of Catherine of Aragon, her closest living male relative. There was no way that he was going to allow Henry to have that marriage annulled. So for 6 long years, this scandal itched its way across Europe. Henry held trials in which he tried to have his marriage annulled by the courts. There were religious conclaves about whether or not this was religiously viable. But no matter what he did, Henry could not get his way, which was something that was alien to Henry. So he decided to really take it a step beyond, to just cut ties with Rome entirely. This may have been on the advice of the woman whom he loved and desired beyond all else, Anne Boleyn, who, sympathetic to the Lutheran cause, may have suggested that he cut ties with Rome. If he were to do that, then he would be able to marry her, which is exactly what happened. There were, of course, other systemic problems that England was having with Rome at the time. The Lutheran heresy was growing all throughout Europe, and a lot of English people were sympathetic to it. However, it really hadn't taken hold on the island yet. But once Henry decided that Rome was no longer the central power in England, he made himself the head of the English church, essentially being a rival pope for his nation of England. Now that the pope held no sway in England, he was allowed to annul his marriage with Catherine and marry Anne Boleyn, which he did. And at first, within only a few weeks, she was pregnant, and so Henry was able to marry her much more publicly and announced to all the nations of Europe that the Pope no longer held sway in the nation of England, and now what would be known as the Anglican Church was the Protestant religion of England. Unfortunately, that first pregnancy ended in a miscarriage. However, this was not tremendously uncommon at the time. She was pregnant again shortly thereafter. All of Henry's advisors and astronomers and doctors told him that this child was certain to be a male heir. So Henry prepared extensively to have this child baptized. He had seen everything taken care of, every minute detail. This was going to be the first Protestant heir born in any European country, and he meant to see it done with all the pomp and ceremony that he could muster. He must have been tremendously disappointed when Anne Boleyn gave birth to another girl child. However, he went through with the ceremony, even so far as to have her named princess, which was in England at the time only used for a child who was meant to be in the line of succession. It was very rare for this. And there must have been a lot of affection for this child, because he named this girl after his sister, who had died when he was very young. He named her Elizabeth. After a miscarriage and the birth of yet another daughter, Henry's passion for Anne seems to have faded. Regardless, within only about 2 years, Anne was pregnant again. It was during this pregnancy that Henry was injured during a jousting match in his leg. The injury wasn't life-threatening immediately, but it would lead to complications that would eventually take Henry's life. After hearing of this injury, Anne miscarried. This time, it was a boy. Henry saw this as evidence, perhaps a sign, that Anne Boleyn would never give him a son and heir. He decided that he needed to find a new wife. However, he would not be able to just have this marriage annulled as he had his last one. He was going to have to find another solution. What he came up with was to accuse Anne Boleyn of witchcraft. Not only witchcraft, but adultery with at least 5 other men. One of them happened to be her brother, so we could go ahead and toss incest on the pile as well. At her trial, one of the jurors was that same nobleman to whom she'd been engaged as a younger woman. When he declared his verdict of guilty, it was said that he was made physically sick by the act. It was a unanimous decision. Every juror decided she was guilty. That was the kind of power that Henry VIII had at that time. Young Elizabeth was only 2 years old when her mother was beheaded. She never really got to know her mother, and would, for the early parts of her life, be completely dedicated to her father. It was only 10 days later that Henry married a comer named Jane Seymour, who would quickly become pregnant, and then bear him finally a son, who he would name Edward, Prince Edward of England. Henry VIII finally had his male heir. Much like he had been as a boy, he sent his daughters away to go study elsewhere. Elizabeth's tutor, a man named Roger Ashe, was full of praise for her. He considered her not just studious, not just bright, but brilliant. He said, quote, "The Lady Elizabeth shines like a star. The constitution of her mind is exempt from female weakness. No apprehension can be quicker than hers." End quote. It was said that by the age of 13, Elizabeth was fluent not only in English, but in Welsh, Irish, Scottish, Cornish, French, Latin, Italian, and Greek. She learned this through a process called double translation, where she would translate a word from its original language into English and then translate it back into its original language from her translation. And no mistakes were allowed, or she would have to do it all over again. And this was a practice that Elizabeth would continue for the rest of her life as sort of a mental relaxation, sort of like some people might do a crossword puzzle or a Sudoku.
but it allows you to.
Her father didn't see her at all during this period in her life. He would send her birthday presents through a courtier. He would send one noble or another to go send his regards, and one noble commented when he went to go visit her at Christmas that Elizabeth asked after the king with the gravity of a 40-year-old. She desperately wanted her father's attention. There's a portrait of her painted at about this age that presents Elizabeth exactly as she wanted to be seen, not just by the world, but by her father. She is standing holding a book in her hand, marking the place to show what a studious young woman she is. Next to her, there is a copy of the Bible sitting open to show just what a religious woman she is. She is the very picture of what a lady in that time in England was supposed to be. She would send these messengers back with presents that she had made for her father and stepmother. One of these presents that still exists today is the copy of a book, a work of fiction that she wrote, which is bound in cloth of gold and just superbly beautiful, but on the inside, written entirely in Elizabeth's hand, there is a story written in Latin that is pristine. Not in the content of the story, but the way that she wrote it. There is not a blotch or a smudge or a single correction throughout this entire work. It's unbelievable. She was a 13-year-old. So I would say that this sort of genius at that age rivals the likes of child prodigies like Leonardo da Vinci or Mozart or Beethoven, and her father took notice. Perhaps his heart softened as he grew older, but he brought his daughters back to court, and even had the forethought to reinstate them in the line of succession. If anything were to happen to Edward, Mary, the eldest daughter, would take the throne, and then potentially Elizabeth after her. Or perhaps he brought his daughters back and put them into the line of succession because he knew that his time was coming to a close. That jousting injury, which he had received years ago, wound up claiming his life. It was, by all accounts, exceedingly painful at the end. When Elizabeth and her younger brother, Edward, were told of their father's death, it said that they fell into each other's arms and were inconsolable with grief. Their older sister, Mary, however, was old enough when she saw the injustice done to her mother to remember vividly. And it was said that she was much less sympathetic to her father's death. So there was Elizabeth, 14 years old, her brother, the King of England. Her father passed away, having left her a small inheritance and third in line of succession. This made her a promising candidate for marriage. There were two brothers at the time, the brothers Seymour, who were potentially the most powerful men in the kingdom. They were uncles to the young King Edward, and the younger brother, Thomas Seymour, had his eye on Elizabeth. Not just Elizabeth, he also proposed to her sister Mary. You see, it was power that he was after. But of course, don't picture him on one knee on the moonlit night, handing a ring to either sister. No, when you're asking for the hand of the king's sisters, you ask the king. And when the king is 11 years old, you're not really asking the king, you're asking the Privy Council, the small group of men that had, under Henry, helped him rule the nation, and now, effectively, with Prince Edward not having reached his majority, ruling the nation into his stead. The Privy Council put the nix on this. Thomas Seymour was not to marry either Mary or Elizabeth. So he took the next best thing. He married Catherine Parr, the widow that Henry had left when he passed away. That was, if we're counting, and we are, his sixth wife. Catherine Parr had been deeply in love with Thomas Seymour for many years, reportedly, so she accepted him finally. However, she was also the legal guardian of the young Elizabeth. So when she married Thomas Seymour, he became not only her stepfather, but her legal guardian. Most of what we know about the following summer comes from a testimony from Elizabeth's governess, Cat Ashley. Cat Ashley would, sometime after the events of that summer, find herself in the Tower of London, and her testimony, taken by men who would use it against Elizabeth. Almost immediately after marrying Catherine Parr, Thomas Seymour began acting inappropriately towards Elizabeth. At first, it could be called innocent enough. Cat Ashley said that they would be found romping through the gardens. They would play hide and seek, or he would chase her through the gardens, and whenever he managed to catch her, he would pick her up in his arms. There was one occasion that Kat Ashley recorded in which her stepmother, Catherine Parr, held Elizabeth while Thomas Seymour pulled his sword and, quote, cut her dress into 100 pieces. It wasn't long before Seymour gained possession of a key to Elizabeth's bedchamber. He reportedly would come into Elizabeth's room very early in the morning, only partly dressed, and crawl into bed with her, and tease her in a way that I don't think anybody would find appropriate for his stepfather in his stepdaughter's bed. Kat Ashley reprimanded him, but he said that he had no intention of stopping because, quote, he meant no harm by it. Thomas Seymour was 40 years old. By all accounts, he was handsome, charming, and powerful. Elizabeth was only 14. From the account of Kat Ashley, Elizabeth seems to have been conflicted by the actions of her stepfather. There were times early in the morning where she would play hide and seek behind the curtains of her bed with him, giggling and laughing. It must have been, after all, somewhat flattering. However, other times she would rise very early, and he would find her when he came to her bedchamber, fully dressed, and there to reprimand him for his inappropriate behavior and offending her maidenly honor. But then Catherine Parr became pregnant with his child, and it appears that their relationship evolved into something somewhat more serious. Catherine Parr found out about this, and as soon as she did, she sent Elizabeth away. However, Catherine Parr died shortly after giving birth to his child, and their relationship apparently started up again in earnest. This time, Elizabeth's stubbornness seems to have supported marriage between Thomas and Elizabeth, and Elizabeth herself seems to have been somewhat enthusiastic about the match. However, permission still had to be given by the king and the Privy Council, and they seem to be dragging their feet. What happens next isn't exactly clear. We don't have an exact account yet. But what we do know is that Thomas Seymour was found one day in the bedchamber of King Edward. He was found because King Edward kept many dogs, and they had begun barking. And when the king's guards burst into the room, they found that Thomas Seymour had drawn his sword and run one of King Edward's dogs through. Being in the presence of the king with your sword drawn and obviously bloody, that was treason. It's possible that he found out that the king was not going to allow him to marry his sister Elizabeth. It's also possible that he believed that were he to kill the king, a newly Protestant nation would not allow the king's oldest sister, Mary, a Catholic, to be queen, so that he could marry the newly raised Queen Elizabeth. However, being arrested for treason put a little bit of a crimp in his plans. Kat Ashley, the governess of Elizabeth, was also arrested. This is when we get that account from her interrogators that they used against Elizabeth. Now, Elizabeth wasn't arrested, but she was interrogated harshly. It was believed that she had taken part and helped plan this attempt on the king's life, which would have, of course, made her treasonous as well. There were rumors at the time that Elizabeth was in fact pregnant with Thomas Seymour's child, and that only added fuel to the fire of the rumor mill around the young Princess Elizabeth. However, there was no strong evidence to support the belief, and when the pregnancy never materialized, she was able to claim that she was still a virgin, she was still chaste, and still completely innocent of any treason against King Edward. Thomas Seymour would, in short order, be beheaded on Tower Hill. Elizabeth had been pushed forcefully into the world of adult politics and adult sexuality. It had begun with her being abused and almost certainly traumatized, and ended with her nearly losing her faith for treason. She had also learned an important lesson. She had learned that any man who showed interest in her had eyes not only for her, but for the throne. It was shortly after this that it would begin to appear in Elizabeth's journal writings and correspondences that she wished to remain unmarried forever, that she found solace in this state of spinsterhood. She was only 15, and it seems that the events of the previous year had led her to wish never to marry. Despite surviving the attack on his life, King Edward died shortly thereafter of tuberculosis. During his short reign, he had continued the policies of his father, Henry VIII, in persecuting Catholics across his realm and enforcing the English Church upon him. He was staunchly against the Catholics. He had decided, knowing that he was going to die, that he couldn't allow his oldest sister Mary to become queen. So he had her removed from the line of succession on the grounds that she was a bastard from an illegitimate marriage. His logic in removing his eldest sister also removed his middle sister, Elizabeth, from the line of succession. He chose a Protestant cousin, Lady Jane Grey, to be his successor, and after his death, she took the throne. With him, an army of loyal royalists, as well as a number of Catholics who desperately wanted an end to seeing Protestants on the throne, arose to support the queenship of Mary. It seems that there was very little support for Lady Jane Grey because this army marched through the countryside and into London, meeting very little resistance essentially, and immediately deposed Lady Jane Grey, and very quickly Queen Mary ascended to the throne. It's a strange twist of fate that this army, comprised largely of Catholics who wanted an end to Protestant rule in England, put Mary on the throne, but then also put Elizabeth, a Protestant, back in the line of succession. And that was still some time off. While Mary may not have had much love for her father, she had certainly learned a lot from him. Henry's reign had been terrible for any Catholics living in England that dared to oppose his change to a Protestant church. However, Mary immediately decided to try to undo all of those changes, and she did so with unprecedented cruelty. Her persecution of the Protestants was every bit as terrible as her father's of Catholics had been. She began an almost systematic institution of persecution and execution of any Protestant leaders or anyone who dared speak out against the rise of the Catholic Church. This resulted in the execution of over 300 people who were burned alive. Some of them, the lucky ones, had a kind executioner who would tie bags of gunpowder around their legs that would explode and make it a quick death. The rest were slowly roasted alive. This was what led to Queen Mary of England being known forever as Bloody Mary. The resistance soon evolved. Protestants all around England saw these people burned at the stake as martyrs for their cause. They wanted a return to the English Church and a return to Protestantism. Beyond the burning and persecution of Protestants in England, Queen Mary reaffirmed the alliance with Spain by marrying the new king, King Philip. The Protestant army was growing. They had many soldiers, they had many generals, but what they needed was not exactly a leader, but a figurehead, someone who they could rally around and support as a claimant to the throne of England. It would, of course, have to be someone that had a legitimate claim and was a good Protestant. The obvious choice was the Queen's younger sister, Elizabeth. One of the leaders of the rebellion, a man named Thomas Wyatt, wrote Elizabeth a letter, letting her know that a rebellion was looming and soon would explode into England. Elizabeth was clever and ever cautious. She read the letter and immediately burned it, and when the messenger asked for a reply, all she told him is that she would do, quote, as God would direct her. Her diplomacy proves to have been smart, because Wyatt's rebellion, of course, failed. Now, Queen Mary knew that Wyatt had contacted Elizabeth. However, there was no evidence to connect her to the rebellion, so she could not be arrested and immediately beheaded for treason. This was a common theme in Elizabeth's life. She always played her cards very close to the chest. She never let her true intentions be known, not even to her closest advisors. This would prove very important and important to our story because later, fighting de facto wars against the Spanish, she would use tactics that could not be traced back to her exactly, while they still put a heavy punt in Spain's financial prospects and allowed that money to flow directly into England's coffers. This was the beginning of Caribbean piracy, and it all rests on the shoulders of this diplomatic monarch that Elizabeth would become. She was learning these lessons very well in the days before she ascended to the throne. But Mary knew Elizabeth was somehow connected to her rebel. While there wasn't enough evidence to behead her, she had her arrested and locked in the Tower of London and then removed from the line of succession. Elizabeth had made some important contacts and friends while locked in the tower, but after some time, Mary had her released, largely because she believed she was pregnant with an heir that would legitimize her reign and keep Elizabeth from ever really being a threat. This pregnancy was, however, a phantom pregnancy. It was a tumor that would wind up taking her life. It became clear to everybody in the court and in the nation, and especially her Catholic husband, King Philip of Spain, that Mary wasn't long for this world. However, much like a Catholic army had helped put Elizabeth back in the line of succession, it was that Catholic monarch who helped Elizabeth gain the throne. Elizabeth had been removed from the line of succession and continued to be so even after she was released from the Tower of London. However, if she were not put back into the line of succession, the person who would have succeeded her on the throne would have been another woman altogether. That would be Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots. You see, she had grown up in France and married the young French king, which would have made her the queen of not only France and subsequently Scotland, which she had a right to, but had she taken the English throne, that would have also made her Queen of England, Queen of Ireland, and Queen of Wales. This was unacceptable to King Philip. To see his old enemy, the French king, have that much influence to his north. He would have been essentially alone in Europe in his alliance against the French, so he could not allow this woman, Mary Queen of Scots, to take the throne. And he convinced his wife, Bloody Mary, to allow Elizabeth back into the line of succession, which just a few days before her death, she did. It's recorded that upon learning of the death of her sister, Elizabeth said, "This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes." Now that may be true, or that may be a little bit of propaganda, but considering who Elizabeth has come through to get to the position she is in, I think we can allow her a little bit of propaganda. One of the key figures that we'll be talking about next week is a man that Elizabeth is going to have many clashes with. And that would be the Spanish ambassador in England, which he had very recently had a place at court that was esteemed. King Philip of Spain was, after all, also King of England through his marriage with Mary, and now he was going to clash repeatedly with the new queen, Elizabeth. He was recorded saying in a letter to the Spanish king about Elizabeth, quote, "She is a very vain and clever woman. She puts great store by all the people who put her in her present position, and she will not acknowledge that your majesty or the nobility of the realm had any part in it. She is determined to be governed by no one." And Elizabeth would not be. For the entirety of her life, Elizabeth would be an independent monarch that fought not only to keep her position and her place, but to improve England's position in Europe and in the world. Another character who we're going to be talking about at some length next week is a man named John Dee. He was a scientist, an astronomer, but also something of an occultist at a time when that was seen as a relevant science. He advised her that the best date to hold her coronation would be Sunday, the 15th of January, 1559. And on that day, Princess Elizabeth became Queen Elizabeth I. Next week, we're going to talk about the nation that Elizabeth was in. The state that England was in was somewhat dark. We'll talk about the many people that helped Elizabeth secure her position throughout England and throughout Europe. These will be men like John Dee, her astronomer, her Privy Council, many of whom are hugely important figures in the history of England. And we'll be talking about her gentleman adventurers. And we'll introduce the primary character in the next few weeks of this podcast, Sir Francis Drake. But that will do it for this week. I hope that this gave a good picture of the woman who was ruling England and who would be a central player in everything that's going to happen over the next few decades and the next couple of centuries. This would change the face of the world forever, And a large part of the drama will involve the gold and silver in the Caribbean, on the Spanish Main, and encompassing the globe.
In life, but can you tell me the story?
I'd like to thank everybody that's been listening to the show. I've been getting a lot of positive feedback, and I really appreciate that. If there are any people out there that are truly enjoying the show, I urge you to leave a review either at iTunes or Stitcher or TuneIn, all of which we are on. After you're done with that, why not go check out the musicians who did the theme music for our show? That would be, as always, Brilliant. The song is The Old Captain, which is absolutely spectacular. If you enjoy it, why not go check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. Then you can go on over to our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can listen to episodes, see some supplemental materials, and leave a comment if you'd like. We also are accepting donations through the website, which really help keep the podcast afloat. That helps us with the cost of research materials, as well as offset a little bit of the cost of hosting. Then you can go on over to our Facebook page, our Pirate History Podcast on Facebook, over there, or go on over to Twitter and follow us.
Raise your glass in the air, tear in your eye. Time has come out, within the dark. First lights on, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend.
And it was something as basic and simple as saving human beings. I thought there was an inspiring story there, and as it turned out, there was.
Last week, we discussed the early days of Elizabeth's movement. We talked about the challenges she faced, as well as the tactics that she used to overcome, including new class of mariners, men who were young, ambitious, eager to make their fortunes, known as the gentlemen adventurers. We talked about some of England's earliest voyages to the Caribbean. Voyages under a man named John Hawkins, and one voyage under another captain named John Lovell. At least one, maybe two of these voyages were on board a young, highly talented man named Francis Drake. Today we're going to be talking about the third voyage of John Hawkins. This was a much larger voyage than any of the three previous to capture the also had on board. This voyage would change relations between England and Spain forever, and it would shape the worldview and the future career of Sir Francis Drake. This is episode number 7,
the rescue operation on this Sea-Watch vessel, which is 30 meters long.
Last week we discussed how John Hawkins, John Lovell, and Francis Drake were all members of those West Country Englishmen born in or around who were fiercely Protestant, extraordinarily loyal to the king, acted many times of their life in matters of both trade and
so it was very active.
But I didn't get much background about any of these men, and I'd like to about Francis. Though we don't know a whole lot about him. He was not born a nobleman, so there were very few records kept about him or his family. What there is, mostly, is tax records and a few arrest records, but we can piece together a little bit about his early life. We can assume that Francis Drake was born in February or March 1504. We know that his father, Edward, was a farmer, a shepherd, a clothmaker. Now, this was not typical of any farmers in England, especially in the West Country. Most of them raised sheep and would then manufacture cloth, which was, for the most part, excellent. There is a record that after the English Reformation under Henry VIII, his father became a priest in the English church.
To be on the
However,
Zodiac is a whole big block of water because you get literally with
there are records that show that Francis Drake's father was something of a violent man. Now, not necessarily against his family or against Francis, but there are several arrest records about him.
of
We do
triage,
know that he
and
was
there were
arrested
people in
for
the water all
assaulting
over,
and
and
robbing a
grass was
man with
sinking.
another
And
accomplice,
he was
and
out
then,
pulling people
after
out of the
being
water,
released
and
just a
this
few
went on
miles
for like
away, assaulted
24
and robbed
hours, right?
another
And
man
at the
of
end of
his
that
horse
first
and his
day,
purse.
I remember like
After these
looking
coincidences,
over
his
on
father
the deck
was forced to
and seeing
home.
Kenny like
Fishing
help
just
people up from
great.
the ladders
However,
to
this
walk them
probably didn't
back,
have a
right?
huge effect
And his
on
camera was
Francis. He had
nowhere.
already left home to
And
get his
so I
education.
walked over to him and I
When
just
he was still very
grabbed him
young,
by the shoulders and said,
Francis,
Kenny,
along with all of his
where's your
brothers
camera?
and a number of other boys from the
And
community,
he didn't know.
went to study at the
He had
home
no
of
idea where his
Hawkins.
camera was,
That was
right?
the
And so
father of
I just
John
said, Kenny,
Hawkins, who was about the same age as Francis,
we're
and
here
it's
to do
reported
what you're
that they
doing,
became pretty quick friends.
but
It's
we're
also
also here
known
to
that they were,
film it,
quote,
right?
close
To
kinsmen.
make sure that we document
In
what
those
is
days, it was
unfolding
pretty
in front
typical
of
for
us,
boys
so
who
we have a
were
record
what you
of
might
it,
call middle
right?
class
So we can
to
bring
receive
it
an
to a
education
larger
at the
audience,
household of
so
a
you can
relative
find
or
your
a close
camera,
family
so we can
friend.
also
And
document
many of
it.
his
And that
clan and
kind of
people in
pulled
that
him
West
out,
Country
and he
region
got his
did
camera
so
and
at
started
the
filming
Hawkins
again.
household.
But that gives you a
That's where
sense
they
of
learned
sort
to
of
do
this
things
world
like
that we have
read
to
and
live
write.
in
It's where they
in
learned
order to get the
basic
story out.
arithmetic
But I
and a
think
fair amount of what you
To be a
consider
great director of
gentlemanly
photography,
manners.
to be a great
That
director,
included
you
how to
have
behave
to
at dinner
lose
tables,
yourself
how to
like
talk to
that
one's elders,
in the
and how to
story
talk to
too.
one's betters.
But usually with
Everybody
camera,
from higher
right?
But
merchants to nobility
sometimes you
to
forget
maybe
the camera. I
royalty.
mean, like,
And
there's
at the Hawkins household,
I
they
feel
learned
like
about the doctrine of the English
if you're
church.
obsessed
They
with
read
the
the
camera
Bible, which
too
was
much,
something that hadn't really
you
been
can
done
lose
by
the
most
humanity
gentlemen
of it.
before.
You get
And
obsessed
they
with
were
the
taught
film, the
about the
story.
reported
can become clinical.
excesses of the
Yes.
habit.
Yeah, absolutely. And
In exchange for their education, boys all across
and we
Europe
don't
would
want
work
to,
for
I don't want
families
to
in
become
question.
clinical in my
If
films.
the family they were working
Let me ask
for
you
were, say,
a strange
copper
and perhaps
smelters,
edgy
they would learn
question.
the craft of
So
coppersmith.
some filmmakers
In the
believe
case
it's
of
justified
Hawkins'
to
family,
break the
they were
rules
merchants and mariners,
in
and
order to
these
tell a
boys
powerful
worked off
story.
the deck for their education
Werner
on board a
Herzog,
ship. They traveled all around Europe,
I
from
read this
France
somewhere,
to Spain to
teaches
the Low
young
Countries,
filmmakers to
even
take lots of
occasionally
bush
into the
documents and so
Mediterranean.
on.
No, I didn't know that.
They watched and learned as
What do you
their
think about
elders
that?
bought and
Bending the
sold
rules in
goods when
service
they
to telling the story.
negotiated terms, and
You would of course never
sometimes
break the
when the
law,
ship would come upon a small,
but is
unsuspecting
there
ship, they would
does
watch
that
as their elders overtook that
just
ship
generally
and
speaking
would negotiate a
bending
transfer of
the
goods
rules
at
and
the
so
point
on?
of sale.
You know, it just to
Now, we don't
elaborate
have
on this
any
question,
proof
perhaps
that Francis Drake was
I'm
on board
distinctly
any of these
aware that there's
trading
parts of the
voyages,
world
but
where
he
the
probably
rule of
was.
law
We do know that
is
John
not
Hawkins was on board many
like
of these trading voyages, and so it
enforced
can be assumed that
as
Francis was
cleanly as it
alongside
is
him.
in the United States, as
Our
fairly
first
as it is
records
in the
of
United
Francis
States.
Drake
But
on board
there's
a
a
ship
kind of
don't
a
happen
lot of
until the age of
bribery.
17 or 18
There's
years
a
old.
lot of
But then we
like
do
you
know
don't
that he
really
was sailing on
know
ships
to
owned by the
trust.
Hawkins family.
You don't know if you can
Now,
trust the
these
cops
voyages were voyages
or
that went primarily into
basically
French
anybody.
waters that
So
had
like
a single
the
goal:
rules are
the
very
sacking,
easy to
plunder, and sometimes
and a
outright
lot of them,
theft
especially
of
when
these
it's
French
funny, but
ships.
authoritarian regimes
Now, this
often have
wasn't
the check
exactly a
bureaucracy built up.
respectable
There's
vocation at the
there's
time,
more rules
even
you
in
know
that
to
West
deal with,
Country area,
and you can't actually
but
live life
it was
unless
a
you break
known
the rules.
fact of life and
Anyway,
something that the
laying that
government,
all
all
out
the way
on the
from the
table,
local officials all the way
do
to the
you
Queen,
ever
can turn a
contend with
blind eye
that?
to. Francis did pretty well as a
What
pilot.
are the
In fact,
rules
we know
I
that by
can
the age
break,
of
should break,
20, maybe 21,
to keep
he
to the
was
spirit of
actively
the story?
investing in other
I think
more
it definitely
legitimate
have other rules
voyages for the
because
Hawkins family.
why are there in
I'd like
place,
to
right?
take a
So,
step back
for
and for
example,
a minute
coming
take a
into the
look
airport
at
at
the
Yemen,
process of
right?
investing in nautical
If
voyages.
I
I
just tried
made
to walk
mention
to
of
the
it earlier
airport with all my
on the
equipment,
voyage deck.
even with all the permissions
Any
beforehand,
voyage
like we
at
have,
sea is,
without
of course,
having a
going to be
fixer
something that's very
at
expensive.
the airport
You
beforehand
needed, of
to
course,
make
a
sure we
supervisor.
didn't go through the
You needed
standard
a
line,
captain and
right?
other officers. You needed a crew,
We
as
would
well
have
as
been caught up
provisions to keep that
3
crew
hours
alive.
at least,
You would need
negotiating
to
over
take
our
over
equipment
maintenance of the
and
ship while
eventually
it
paying a
wasn't
bribe
crewed.
to get
You
it
would
through,
need things like
right? That's just
rope,
reality
fog,
in a place
lumber,
like
other
that.
things that
And
would
so, of
actually keep the
course,
ship
knowing
together.
that, right,
Sails. You
having
would
talked to
also need on
colleagues who
board
had taken that
any
path
armaments
previously,
to
I
defend the
took a
ship in
different
case
path,
anything happened.
right? But we
Now, this
hire a
included not
fixer
only things like
beforehand
powder and shot for
to
the
sort it out
cannons, but
beforehand,
also some of
right?
those early
Rather than
rifles that
spending
existed,
3
as
hours
well
more
as a
time
fair
and
number
paying a series
of
of
bows,
bribes. And
arrows,
instead,
and cold
we're going to get
steel.
it fixed
Now,
beforehand
this was a large
so that
investment
if you
for
walk
any
to a
single
different
person
line,
to make.
you have no one
There
to
were,
any
of
of our
course,
equipment.
people in England that were rich enough to
That's
finance
a
their own
pretty
expeditions.
good
However, if
trade-off.
something did happen to the ship
What about
despite all those
security when you're
armaments on board,
traveling in these
it would be a
places?
huge
Do you
loss
have
to almost a
bodyguards?
single person that invested in it.
Well,
So,
several
the
questions
practice of
around that.
other
Are you
people
ever afraid
investing
for
in
your
these
life
voyages to
when you're filming
mitigate
in a
any
war
losses
zone?
began. That, of course,
Is
meant
there
that there was a
any
smaller
way
return
to
for a single investor.
lessen the
However, when
probability
one
of
person
death?
invested in a number of voyages, and they could make the same
I don't
amount
have
of
death
money,
wish. I try
while
to
the
mitigate risk
possibility of
however I
losing one
can,
voyage
however I
due to
can.
piracy or
But one of the ways I
weather,
can't
they
do
would
it in a
mitigate their
conflict zone
losses.
is by having armed
That's why
security.
merchant guilds and
And the
trading
reason for
companies
that
have like
is
the
because,
Muscovy
especially in a
company
place
we
like
talked about
Yemen,
last week,
right?
that's where they were
If you have
pumping
armed
all
security,
over
you can
Europe.
target
Investors were
in a way that
eager to
if you're
invest their money
operating
into any
under
merchant voyage
sort
they
of
could find.
the
It
auspices
wasn't
of
just the merchants, though.
international
Nobility, all
humanitarian
the way up
law,
to
you
royalty,
actually have
were
more
investing in
protection.
these voyages.
So I don't bring
If you
security.
remember,
If you're
Columbus
working
was
in
unable to get his voyage
northern Yemen,
before
for
until he had
example,
it back into the King and Queen of Spain.
you're going to
This meant
have
a
someone
lot of other
from the de
investors for
facto
Columbus that
authorities
actually
with you
managed to
anyway,
get the voyage
the entire
paid for.
time
This
you're
was
there.
typical in England as
So
well. Remember,
the authorities
Elizabeth
are
was
with
back
you
before it finished, and
in
many
form
other
anyway.
investors in her court would decide that this was
Regarding
probably a
fear,
safe bet, and if nothing else, it looked very good to the Queen to be
yeah,
investing
of
in something
course.
that she cared
I
about.
mean, fear is a
You
natural
could usually
human
expect
emotion,
some members
right?
of the
And
Navy in
I think
Elizabeth's
we
court
have a
to be
weird
investing in many voyages, but if they managed
mindset,
to convince Elizabeth
this sort of
herself,
heroic
and other
mindset
members of her
surrounding
Privy
fear in the
Council
U.S.,
were likely
which
to
I
invest
don't
as well.
pay
Even for
tribute to.
voyages that weren't publicly known about the
I
backing of the crown, such
believe
as John
as a
Hawkins'
natural
voyage as
human
well.
emotion, it's an alarm bell that I
They
need to
couldn't
pay attention
exactly put
to,
out a
right?
press
And
release saying that
I
these
think
voyages meant to undermine
rather than
Spanish trade in the Caribbean were
pretending
backed
to be
by the
brave,
crown. However,
right?
financially by the
Acknowledge that
Queen and many of her
fear has
highest
a place
counselors. This
to
was
keep you alive,
deeply inflammatory
and
to
I
both the
think
Portuguese
it's a
and the
matter of
Spanish. And it was
not
something of a
letting the
gamble
fear
on
arrest you,
Elizabeth's part. But
right?
she was
And
betting
allowing the
on
fear to
Philip
live
Spain's
and then acting
need
anyway.
to keep himself out of
Don't you think
trouble.
as a documentary
He was still
filmmaker,
engaged in the local
the fear is a really
He
good
was still
signal, or
heightened
potentially a
tensions
good
with
thing to do
France, and
because there's a
most
story there?
importantly, probably,
So
he
is
was
fear an
still in North
indicator that
Africa,
you shouldn't do
an
it, or
open
is it an
war
indicator that you
against
should
the
do it?
Muslims.
It's probably
In the meantime, the war between England and Scotland
and you know,
had
and
essentially come to
strangely,
a
I
close.
think that's why
Elizabeth now held Mary Queen of Scots in
that
her
if there's
custody,
something
which had
unusual about the work I
somewhat
do,
helped
in some
tensions
part
between
it's
France and
because of
England
these types of
subside, at
stories,
least
right?
anything
They're hard
coming
to
close to
access,
active warfare.
but you also have to have a
And Philip
threshold
knew that the actions of Elizabeth were a direct response to his losing Calais and closing off the port at Antwerp. This was essentially a
there's no
game of
guarantee of
diplomatic
physical
chess,
safety,
and right now
right?
Elizabeth
And
was
maybe
covered.
that's why you should do
Her
it.
adversary
I'm
wasn't
very much
Philip.
motivated by the
It
things that
was
scare me.
probably Guzman
That
de
they
Silva,
seem to
the
direct
Spanish ambassador.
things
He was
that
the
I wouldn't
man
do
that
in
really
this all too
contested
short life.
and
How
removed
often do you interact with
He confronted
friendly
her
friends
openly
at the
on the
police
second voyage of
departments of
John
various
Hawkins for
locations?
her role.
Like,
John
I,
Hawkins was
because of
nothing
the
but a
humanitarian
prosperous
nature,
merchant
you
who
weren't
had
very
her
able to avoid
blessing, but not her bad.
all such friendly
However,
conversations,
all that
or
De Silva really
are
had to do
you
was look into the
often
harbor to see that
in
John
making
Hawkins
friends
was
with
outfitting the
our
Queen's
I
own
try to
ship for his
avoid
next
the
voyage to
friendly
know that she wasn't exactly
police
being
people all over
truthful.
the world as much as possible.
And that's exactly what Elizabeth wanted.
But
She
in
wanted De
some
Silva, as well as
instances,
King
it's
Philip, to
important
know that this was a
to
direct
be
challenge
proactive,
to Philip's
right?
moves
And
against
make
England.
sure that
She would
they know
tell
what you're
De
doing
Silva
before you
that
do it.
the seas were
So
free,
it's all
and that
about
a vibrant
context of
trade
the
in the
situation.
Caribbean could only help the
For
Spanish
example,
citizens.
in northern Yemen,
Guzman de
you
Silva
couldn't
wrote
film for 5
again
minutes
and again to
if you
King
didn't have
Philip,
paperwork,
and King
because
Philip
you'd be
was
taken away.
obviously
So you
outraged,
have
but
to make
he
sure you
didn't
have all
really
those
give De
permissions
Silva
ahead of
any
time.
ammunition that he could use to stop
50
Elizabeth.
feet from Syria.
The Portuguese ambassador was given an even more
I would love
explicit
to
treatment.
talk at least a little bit
When
about
he
this.
came to protest the actions of John Hawkins' first
First, can you
voyage,
high
the
level
Queen told him
tell
that
us
his protests were essentially
Yeah, it was
pointless
really
because he sailed for his
the
second.
Syrian uprising.
Some of John
And
Hawkins' very first stops were reprisals against the Portuguese, where he
we
attacked
returned to
fishing fishing villages and traded out for small fortune in gold and wax, ivory, and pearls. These attacks of his second voyage against the Portuguese and the Spanish were a large part of the reason that John Lovell's voyage did so poorly. However, when John Hawkins began to prepare a couple of years later for his third voyage, hopes were high. He was seen as a much better captain, commander, and trader than John Hawkins. Merely having his name attached to the voyage attracted investors from the highest sectors in England. The manifest of his investors, it reads like a who's who of Elizabethan London. At the top of the list was the Queen, who invested 2 of her own ships. There was also Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester. Dudley was, at the time, the Queen's favorite, probably actually the Queen's lover. Robert Dudley had met Elizabeth when they were both in the Tower of London, and they became so devoted to each other, probably fallen in love. He was in the Tower of London,
As a man across the border on the edge of retrieve the wounded, prepare them with safety and care. He also
He
mentioned
was, from the time
heroism
of
in
Elizabeth's
the United
succession,
States.
really her most trusted advisor.
Can you
He
tell me
was
about this
probably the
man?
one man whose loyalty
People
was
like him.
never in
Like, what's
question.
the heroic action
Elizabeth was known to spend most of her
some of
idle
these
hours with
places?
Robert Dudley, and even known to
So in that
come into his
instance, you
bedchamber
know, I thought of
sometimes very
him
late
as
at night.
the Turkish Schindler,
Dudley was given
right?
some of the
Because
highest
he was
honors
a
at
human
court
being
and
who,
some of the most
of his
responsibility
own
of any
volition,
man in Elizabeth's life.
no one was paying him
She
to
even
do
named
this,
him
but
regent
he
if anything were
was
to happen to her,
spending
and Dudley
much
even
of his
ruled
time.
England for a
He
small
was still
time
a
when
witness
Elizabeth fell ill.
who really
The
saw the
next
need
man
in the
that you would
camps
see
right
on the
across
list
the
of
border,
investors for
10K
this
away.
voyage was really
And,
Dudley's
and,
main
and he saw the
competition for
medical need
influence at court
in
and
particular,
the Queen's
and how
favor.
hard it
He was the
was
highest
to
advisor that was
get
on her
people
privy
in
council. His
desperate
name was
medical
William Cecil.
conditions across
He was
the
the guy that
border
really
where there was a
decided the
clinic
day-to-day
just right across the border,
bureaucratic
but
running of
because of
England.
the security and the
He
layers of
was a
security,
notoriously honest
they
man,
couldn't get
a
out
man
by
that Elizabeth
themselves.
trusted to tell her
So
any
he
hard
took it upon
truths that
himself
nobody else in her court
as a
was willing
Turkish
to,
officer
sometimes not even
to
Robert Dudley.
build
Now,
relationships with
Dudley
the
and
Turkish
Cecil were
guards, which was
bitter
relatively easy.
enemies.
And
They
then
couldn't be
he
more
built
different.
relationships
Really,
with sort
their
of the
personalities were
guards in the
somewhat
no man's
symbolic
land
of Elizabeth's
between
England.
the Syrian guards and sort of
Dudley
those
was a
who lived in
really
the middle area,
flamboyant
and then also
character.
with the Syrian guards.
He
Yeah.
was young,
And he would drive out there
handsome,
daily,
and he dressed
bringing food,
extravagantly.
right?
If you were to
Talk about
picture
building
William
relationships. And
Shakespeare,
so
or
every
at
day
least
he
how
would
he
start
dressed,
to
you'd have
build
a picture
relationships
of
with them.
Dudley.
And what
He would
that
wear
meant was
very
eventually,
fancy
right,
shoes and bright
he had
clothes,
this
stockings and
avenue
those
of
strange
access
fluffy
to and
shorts
from
that
the
everybody
camps.
seems to be
And so he
wearing.
started
He
using
would
it,
have a
and he
fine
would
embroidered coat
drive
and
this
big
avenue of
flamboyant
access
hat, probably with a
through
feather
the
sticking out of it,
layers of
and
guards
sword.
each day. And then they
Cecil,
would
on
open
the
the
other
gates for
hand,
him
was a
because
Puritan.
he had made
He would have
himself
worn
trustworthy
almost
in their
all black,
eyes. And he would
a very
receive
plain black
the
coat,
most desperate
plain
medical
pants,
cases
plain
that were coming
boots,
from all over
probably a hat,
northern
and instead
Syria,
of a sword
right,
on his
to
hip, he
receive
probably
medical
had a
treatment.
folio
And
over
he
his
would,
head.
as you see in the film, he
And
would
these were the two
carry
most
them
powerful
into the
men
back of
in
his car,
Elizabeth's court,
right,
and they
and then drive
frequently
them
clashed,
to the hospital
sometimes bitterly,
where they would
sometimes
receive
violently.
operations.
And this
And
was
then he
reportedly
would
something
bring
that
them back
Elizabeth
if they wanted,
supported
after they
somewhat,
healed and
maybe not
recovered,
openly,
back to
but
Syria. If
competition
they
was
wanted to
something she
return
saw as
out
a positive.
post-recovery.
These
And
men
you know,
started
he
to
didn't
gather
get paid for that.
supporters who would
He was
travel
spending
around
his
the
own money
capital
to do it
armed, and they
because
would
he
wear
saw other human
armbands or
beings in need.
cockades that would
And
show their allegiance
it's
to
like we
either
were talking about
Cecil
earlier.
or Dudley. And
That's
sometimes, whenever these
heroic,
armed bands would
right?
encounter
That's
each other,
selfless.
they would draw their
That's
swords and share words, and
aspirational
occasionally
for
the blood
me,
would even be
right?
spilled.
Here's
Cecil
someone
said
who's
that he
spending
did
their
not
time on the
approve of
planet
these violent
doing something of
interactions. He was
value
a man
to
who
other
thought
human
that
beings.
was inappropriate.
I mean,
However,
if
he
you drop
probably
parallels to
backed it
Schindler,
from
I feel
behind the
like
scenes.
the fascinating
It's
thing
similar
about
to how he said he didn't
Schindler is
approve
that
of these maritime adventures
he's
all
kind
over the
of
world,
a
or
flawed
those who invested
human,
in them.
and is not the
However,
kind of human that
John
does
Hawkins'
these
third
things
voyage,
usually.
he
Yeah.
invested
We
some
just
of his
can't
own
help it.
money after seeing some of
That's
the
like the basic
returns that his
humanity,
friends and
despite
colleagues had.
who
And
you
then
are.
came
The basic
essentially
humanity
everybody
shines
else in the
through.
London
I think that,
other
wings
lord,
of war
Dudley's own brother,
test
the Earl
people
of
in those
Warwick,
ways,
the
right?
Earl of
They
Pembroke,
ask
the
you
Lord Admiral of the
things that
Navy,
you may not
William Winter, who we spoke about last
know
week,
going
and
to
his
be
friend
after
George
you.
Winter, who
And
was
then it
another
speaks to
legendary
who
figure.
you are
John
fundamentally.
Hawkins' older brother, William.
They reveal
Then came
who you are.
essentially all of the merchant
Said.
families in London. Any major guilds or
Let me ask
leaders in the
kind
commercial
of
sector, not
stupid
just from London, but
technical
from all over
question,
England, especially from
publications,
John Hawkins.
and so on.
Everyone
I've been,
who knows anyone wanting to
recently
share in this
becoming
voyage
good
knew all
friends with
about him.
Thomas Tull, who's the producer.
John Hawkins was
His company,
extremely
Legendary
well-friended.
Fund, they
He had
block
all the money and provisions and armaments
so
he could
obviously money is
need.
part of
The
filmmaking,
crew was somewhat harder
but
to
also
come
the
by.
release.
Voyages to the African coast
And me as a
had
consumer,
reputation, and
you
the men
know,
who sailed on those
Netflix,
voyages frequently didn't
YouTube,
come back. And even those
you
who
know,
did hardly made any money.
that's one of the
They
reasons
didn't
I'm a
get
huge fan of
equal
YouTube.
shares by any means. They got paid a
Out in the
stipend, and they would
yeah,
be away from home
access,
for years. It wasn't
especially
worth it to
historical
any
access,
mariners
like
in England, so they had to
over
resort
time, you
to
can look
escape.
back years
They
later,
would
if you pay some
get
money
men
to
drunk if they
watch
were lucky,
the
but
great
sometimes
films
just
ever made.
attack them in an alleyway, knock them over,
YouTube,
and then these
Netflix,
poor
I don't know
men
what other
would wake
services
up
there
on
are,
their
HBO,
on their way to their
Paramount,
marriage.
Paramount Plus.
But these gangs were suspicious, and after only a few days,
there's
they
all
had
these
the men they
platforms.
needed to flesh out their ships, and they were ready to set
Spotify
sail.
now.
And on
it's
October 2nd,
I understand
1567,
they want to create paywalls and so on.
there were
It
6
makes
ships
sense,
total in the fleet.
but I'm
The
a
2
huge
that
fan of
belonged to the
openness,
Queen
and I'm
were
really
the
kind of torn by this whole
700-ton
thing.
Jesus of
Anyway,
Lubbock,
that's a
which
discussion
was
for
the
perhaps
flagship
another
captained
time.
by John
But
Hawkins himself,
the
and the
short question
300-ton
is,
Navy.
why is it so
The other
hard
4 ships
to watch
belonged to
your
the Hawkins
documentaries
brothers, William and
and
John.
other
First of all,
films,
the aptly
other
named William
incredible
and John.
films
Then there
on
was
the
the
internet?
Swallow, the Angel,
If I want to
and the
pay
Judah.
unlimited
Now we know
talk time,
Francis Drake was aboard the Judah.
I want to pay a lot of
However,
money.
reports are conflicting
Why is it
as
so
to what
hard?
his rank on the Judah
Lifeboat
was.
is streaming free
Later in
on
life, Francis Drake would say that he was captain
Yes,
from the
I saw
moment
that.
they
But
set
it's
sail.
still,
There were
which is
also
interesting.
testimonies from some of his
That
men that
doesn't
said
make any
that he was
sense.
the
And then
captain
also
from the very
on
beginning.
reward
These testimonies,
on
however, were
Paramount
taken
Plus,
by the
but also
Spanish
for
Inquisition, and
and
they
it's
were
not
looking
just
to
free
try
streaming.
for as
Yeah,
much
yeah.
evidence
So
to
you can
implicate
either
Francis
go to
Drake
a
in as many
paywall,
crimes as
or you can watch it
possible.
with ads,
So
with Big
these
Macs.
testimonies aren't exactly
Big
trustworthy.
Macs.
Sometimes.
But he
Yeah, and the
was, at the
contrast.
time, at least on board the Judah.
Well, it
It's
really
also important to
reveals
mention
the
that
powers of
this was
the
more than just a
No,
merchant
but like it's
voyage.
still
This was a
not, even
national
those platforms,
undertaking, and these
I
ships
mean,
were
they're not,
heavily armed.
they're not as
The Jesus
easily
of Lubbock
accessible.
had the Queen's
You have
own
to like,
colors
you have
alongside the
to
flag of St.
think.
George flying throughout the navy.
And you have to
They
chase
were
a particular
bristling with
chase it.
cannon,
Yeah,
and the men
yeah.
aboard them
I
were,
guess
in
from
many
an
cases,
economic
highly
standpoint, the answer to that
trained
is
soldiers
pretty
of the
clear,
Queen's
right?
own army.
It may not be what
And
people
John
want to
Hawkins
watch.
had in his possession a
Maybe people
commission
want to
from
watch
Queen Elizabeth herself
reality.
that ordered her
Maybe people
not
want to
to
watch
offend England's allies, namely Portugal and
animal
Spain.
rescue shows,
However,
right? Here
John
in the
Hawkins
U.S.
had no intention of following
Which is
these orders,
exactly
and
why,
Ambassador
in
de
part,
Silva
I
knew
think
that.
it's so vital that we continue to
Just a few
do
days after setting sail,
stories on
the
things that
fleet
aren't
was
about
scattered by
flowers
a
and puppy
terrible storm.
dogs, right?
Nearly all the
I'll push
ships
back on
lost
that.
sight of
So
each other, and the Jesus of Lubbock took
there's
severe
TikTok.
damage. It was so bad
And
that
you
just
just
a
say,
few days after
well, look,
setting out, John
humans
Hawkins
just want to watch
seriously
really
considered
short
turning back and
content
going back to London.
because they seem to be addicted
But
to that.
almost as soon as the storm
That's
ended,
partially
the
true.
angel managed to
But they
find
also
Jesus.
watch
They
2, 3,
decided that
4,
the best
5
course of
hour
action would
podcasts.
be to go ahead and continue their voyage
And
to go to the
On
Canaries,
TikTok?
which every ship in the
no,
fleet
there's,
knew
there's
was the
different
first
platforms for
destination.
that. This
The
is a
Minion,
place called
the William
YouTube.
and
I'll
John,
teach you
and the
about
Swallow
Okay,
had
yeah,
found
yeah.
each other as well, and they were heading
It's a
to
good place to publish
However,
documentaries.
Drake's ship, the Judah, was nowhere to be
You know,
found, and it was
humans are interested in
presumed
a lot of
sunk.
things. And I've
It took a
seen
few
many
days, but when
times
John
a
Hawkins had
thing that you
nearly
think
made
is
it
a
to
niche
port in the
thing
Canaries,
become a
he
very
caught
big
up with
thing.
the Judah.
But for them to
Francis
be
Drake, who was
mainstream,
almost
they have
certainly
to
a
have a
captain by
platform
now,
that
and sailed
allows
straight
for
to
the
the storm
mainstream to
with
happen.
no loss of life
The
and almost
access,
no
the,
damage to the
the
ship.
dog, simple,
This had to be
frictionless
kind of
access.
impressive
The
for John
frictionless,
Hawkins, who was an old
frictionless
friend
access
and
is a
highly
really important
accomplished
thing.
ship's captain, and he
You know,
was
paywalls
limping his
create
reports.
friction, and not just
Drake
because of
fired off
money.
salute to his admiral, and
To
they
keep it
discussed what
free,
to
you
do.
have to click on
Drake
a
had
thing,
been
or
to
maybe
this
sign
same
up,
port on the voyage of John
or
Hawkins
put
just
your
2 years
email.
before,
But
and they had been very
it's just
badly
not.
received. He didn't
It
want
creates
to
a
sail into port on
it,
his
it,
own, and that was probably a smart
it
move,
prevents you
because
to
when these 3
enjoy the
ships
things
made
you
landfall,
really enjoy.
the
You
militia
know
was
you
marched out
enjoy,
to the
but your
docks and
baser
put in
human
place to guard these
nature
English
prevents you
ships.
from enjoying
The
because
harbor
you
master
open
came
up
out to
TikTok
inspect the
and
ships and saw
scroll.
that all 3 of them
So
were bristling with
that's just something to
firepower,
say
and that
about
the men on
platforms
board
because I
were
think
heavily
the
armed and obviously
things
well
that
trained.
need platforms the
But he also
most
saw that the
are
Jesus
things
of
like
Lubbock was
films.
badly damaged and
The
gave the
things that I
English
think a lot of
permission
people
to
would
repair
love
them,
watching.
as long as
They're
they
very
agreed to
important.
stay
They
on
can have
board,
viral
not
impact
come
on the
ashore,
world that
and
is
not
fundamentally
cause any
positive.
trouble.
And it's just
But if you're a
it
sailor
makes me
who
sad
was
that
just
there's
escaped almost certain death from a terrible storm almost immediately after leaving home. And on your first landfall, you're allowed to set foot on land where you can see havoc serving fresh, hot food, and as many women as you could possibly want. Well, sailors don't stick to those orders too well, and tensions were very high. Two men found themselves in what could be considered a violent disagreement. One of them was named Edward Dudley. He was the captain of all the soldiers. Essentially, he was the man that, whenever they landed in the Caribbean, would be in charge of all the sailors. But he and another man decided that they were going to row ashore and fight a duel. Now, Dudley went to shore first at his own boat, and John Hawkins stopped the second man and followed Dudley. Hawkins stopped the duel from taking place, which would have broken his promise to keep his men at line. However, Dudley was outraged. Harsh words were almost certainly exchanged. Things began to get a little bit violent, and then Dudley drew his sword and struck his captain above the eye with his hilt, drawing blood. Now that's mutiny.
And
It's
I
easy to
it's
strike
the
any
film
senior
that you do
officers. John
currently
Hawkins said
is a
that
film
was
that you
something,
do
however,
at
that he
any
would
one
be able
time
to
as you're
forgive,
filming it already funded,
except that
or
he was
is
the
it
admiral
funding
of a
from
fleet
previous
commissioned by
stuff
the
that you're
Queen.
trying to
He
use
said that this was as bad
before
as striking the
Hollywood?
Queen herself.
I
Hawkins
would just
ordered
take a
Dudley
flyer on my
put in
phone,
chains.
right? Where I would just
He drew his
say
harquebus,
this
he
means the
pointed
so what
directly
threshold.
at Dudley,
This is a story that
and
has
told
to
him
be
to say
told,
his prayers
and I
and
want
prepare to
to
die.
tell it. And then I would
Dudley
just go
pleaded
shoot
for
it,
his life
and usually
and
on
begged for
credit, usually on a
forgiveness.
credit card.
The
Right?
other Englishmen begged in his favor,
Based on a belief
even
that
a foreign
that
priest
life
came
was done that
down
way.
to see what was happening and to beg for John Hawkins to spare his life, which finally
but
he
it's
did.
free food, right?
He
And free
helped
lodging
Dudley
for the
to his
month on the
feet
boat.
and
But I
removed the
do
irons
that.
himself.
I do that not intended
There
to
were
stay
no more
broke,
incidents
right?
on
But
board.
it's based on a foundational belief
Hawkins
that
had received word
if
that the rest of his
I
fleet was
bring
waiting
to
not too
bear
far away.
all
And as soon as the
of
Jesus was
my
repaired,
sort of
they set sail to meet him.
quiver of creative arrows to it,
When
right?
Hawkins
That
and Drake
I
arrived
can
in
create
port
something
where the other
of
three ships were waiting,
right?
the
In the world,
celebration
but
ensued.
hopefully also
The governor was
financially
kind enough to bring
that then
them
I can sell to
food,
someone.
wine,
And
and
you
even
know,
a
every time
large
I've done
number of
that,
fresh
Lex,
fortunes.
I've gotten into the black.
However, in their
So it's a
revelry and
risk,
in their
and I
hurry,
have
many
to
of the
have a
Englishmen
certain risk
began to
threshold financially to do
disrespect
that.
this
But I
warm
believe so
welcome
deep
that
in
the
these
Spanish
stories that
offered.
I'm willing to do that.
They
I
went
didn't have to do that
ashore
with
and they
Hollywood,
burned
but luckily I
effigies
had
of the
funders
saints. They shot
for
their
that.
cannon at a local church. They overturned a cross,
Yeah,
and they
take
even set
risks in
fire
this
to the
life.
door of
It's
a
gonna
local
pay off.
hermitage.
Which
Now,
reminds
these
me
men
of
were
what he
English
asked, I already
Protestants,
asked
and they
you
fell into that same
for
sect of
advice about
society
for a
that William Caesar
filmmaker
did.
how to win
They
an
were
Oscar.
Puritans, and they were
Well, I haven't
highly
won an
religious.
Oscar.
They held prayers on board 3 times a day, and every ship in the fleet
Or
were
just how to
feasting.
make great
They
documentaries,
saw
how to
their
make great
actions
stuff.
in the
Let me ask
Spanish
you,
court
zoom
as
out
defensive
bigger.
and justified
Yeah,
in the
you
eyes of
mentioned some of
Catholics.
these things.
They saw
Doing
the
things that
Catholic
you think
veneration
matters.
of the
What
Pope
advice
and
would
the
you give to
saints
young
and the
people,
Virgin Mary
high school,
as
college,
ungodly and sinful, and the worship of false
dreaming
idols.
of
And they weren't
living a life
alone
worth
when you're.
living?
They were members of what was
What
really
advice
a
would you give
growing
them
and
about
divisive
career,
movement.
or maybe just life
There
in
were other
general?
groups of Puritans doing
Kind of a
similar
life they
things,
could be
such as
proud
the
of.
Anabaptists, or you even see similar
Yeah, I
stuff
don't know how you're
today
going to react to
when,
this,
say,
given
Muslim
your
extremists in the
expertise,
Middle
but
East
I
will
would
destroy
say,
what they consider false idols.
put down the smartphone.
Groups like Al-Qaeda
Step away from
and
the
ISIS
monitor,
have a long
right?
history
Because
of
real
defeating
life
some of the world's most treasured
is not a
historical
screen.
landmarks because
I
they
believe
consider
that
them something that distracts
the
from
foundation
God.
skills which are
So make no mistake, the
conducive
men on
and
board
important to
this English
success
voyage of John Hawkins were
aren't
extremists and
necessarily those
zealots, the
technical
kind of
skills
men who would
which we're going to learn
disrespect a
in trade
warm welcome by
schools
setting
or
fire to and
university.
shooting your church
I
with
think
cannons.
they're more
The
foundational.
question is, though,
They're
is that what
learning
Queen
how
Elizabeth would
to
have wanted?
interact
Now we know that
and
she wanted
listen
to disrupt Spanish trade,
with humans.
and we know that
Yeah,
she wanted to
really
send a message of
and
defiance
listen,
to Philip,
right?
and she wanted to show all
And,
of Europe
and,
that
and
England had a
observe,
growing naval
right?
presence that was something to be
And
feared.
how to step out of your
But
door
does
if
a mob
electricity
of
goes out,
drunken,
right? And you're
devout
5 miles away from
Englishmen
your
really
house.
project her
You don't
power,
need a smartphone to get
or
home
does it make her look like
because
a
you
queen of
set visual
what's nothing
markers for
more than a
yourself
nation of
and
brigands
how to get
and
back to where you
pirates?
live, right?
You know,
I
she may
think
have
we're in
personally
danger right
enjoyed
now
hearing the exploits of this
of
voyage. It may have
living
brought
in
her
a
some
world where
satisfaction,
if the
but it really
satellites
must
stop
have made her
functioning,
job a whole lot
right?
harder when dealing with Spain
Then a
and
whole lot of
Portugal.
people become completely
So, naturally, as soon as they sobered
dysfunctional,
up, Hawkins' fleet
right?
was
Because we're
chased
so
from the boat.
reliant upon the screens
They
in our
decided to
lives.
move on
So
with
I
their
think
journey.
there's a lot of
So they
foundational
began
skills that have
harassing
nothing to do
primarily
with
Portuguese,
technology
but
that we
some
need to
Spanish
learn,
fishing
and
villages
everything
similar
rests
to John
upon
Hawkins'
those.
second.
So I'd say learn those foundational.
They
Learn how to
started
write well.
capturing slaves coast. They tried to do this on their own first, but it didn't end well for them. So they started looking for richer prizes. Soon, they came upon a French fort, and they decided to take the ships that were waiting in the harbor.
Integration of all of that.
It's around this time that history starts to get a little bit involved. There are a number of different accounts that make it hard to figure out exactly what happened. What we know is that one or maybe two of the French ships were headed to the English fleet. What we don't know is whether or not these ships were taken by force. Some accounts say that the English snuck in the middle of the night, took all of the French ships, and sold all but two of them back to the French. Other accounts say that some of these Frenchmen they found at this port agreed to accompany the English on their voyage. After all, these Frenchmen wouldn't have kept a record of themselves to send them to and later, talking to French officials, would have lied and blamed it on the English. See, it's recorded that at this time, a
left
French
an
ship
impact
called the
or
Don de Dieu,
or a little bit of
God,
spark of
joined the
inspiration
fleet commanded by a French
early on in
captain
life
named Paul
that
Blondel.
stand out for your memory?
However,
I was
it's also
given
said
the
that a
profit
few days
by
later, the
creating
British
a
fleet
drawing
came upon
as
a
a
group of
graduation
Portuguese
present
ships
from
and took them by
my
force.
high school
Now,
English
the
teacher.
ship in that fleet
And I
called
still
the
have that
rothschild
book in a
Dios,
special
the
place
Grace
in my
of God,
bookshelf
was
because I
reportedly
think it
given to
speaks
Francis
to
Drake as his first
the
captain.
nature of human
However,
experience.
there are
Right? And I
pretty
return to it all
convincing
the time.
accounts that Drake was
Because it's
already a
wisdom,
captain, according to
you
some
know.
records,
But this
and the name of
many,
that
many
Portuguese
books. So
ship, the Grace of God, is almost exactly the same as that
In the
French
past,
ship.
for
I
the
read mostly nonfiction most
So,
of the time.
was Drake's first
10 Points
captaincy
is a book
on
I love
that
a lot.
Portuguese ship
what is
that
it?
they took
What's
by
10
force,
points?
or
10
was he
Points
already a
is,
captain and ended a
I think
French
his name is
ship,
Bill
joined their
Strickland.
fleet
He
captained
was
by a
the
French
editor of, I
captain?
think, Bicycle Magazine.
And it gets
And it's sort of
worse.
his personal
Later,
memoir
Drake
of
is said to be leading his own
experience
parties. Elsewhere, in which they would split any captives taken between them.
highly effective
In addition
people.
to that, it's said
I read that
that the
in my
fleet
early
that
20s,
arrived in the
and I
Caribbean sometime
found
later was much
so
larger than
many
to synthesize from accounts. From all of these
seek first to
testimonies at the
understand, then
time,
be
as well as
understood
other
is one
court
of them.
documents and
You know,
primary sources,
I know
there are
he is
accounts
one
of
of them.
Drake himself
It's
and the
really,
different
and so
accounts
I
from
hold on to
historians
some
that
of
came
those
later.
principles through my life
There are
as
many
well.
different stories, but it all seems to point to something to me.
Have been
It sounds like
you
when Hawkins was
observe
making alliances with the different kings, he
suffering,
sent Drake
darker
along with some other
aspects of
ships
human nature in your own
ahead
personal
to
life?
pursue his own
What
mission.
has been
From
some of
Drake's
the
own men
darkest
and
moments
his own
in your
accounts, it sounds like he
darkest
actually
times of your
befriended
life?
some of the French
Is
pirates
there
on the coast of Africa.
something
Now, this
that
is
you
not
went
out of the
through
question because if you
and that
recall,
perhaps you
on his
carry
voyage
in?
with John Love, French pirates
Had,
planned ahead the African
and I was
coast.
living,
Most of the French pirates at
and
the time were rebels against the Protestants
you know,
themselves.
the
Would have had something of
little
the English
jog and
fleet
I was riding my bike
met
on
up with some
the
French
PC.
and later
And
said that
I
they
heard
fought either those bastard or those piratical
really
Englishmen.
loud. And I
You see,
came
the
up
reason
and it was
many
a car
later
accident,
captaincy to
vehicle
that
crash.
Portuguese Gracia
And what
Dios,
happened is
the Grace
that
of God. Are going on a revised account that came
hit
later,
another
many
car.
years from some of Drake's
When it
men,
hit it, it
that
went over the
said,
top of the
quote,
car
Francis Drake
and
was made
hit
master
a
and
Volkswagen
captain of
van.
the Caravel
And it
after
peeled
the
away the
crash
top of the
supposedly
Volkswagen van when it
Portuguese
hit it
ship.
and it landed.
However, these
So three
historians
vehicles,
are dismissing
just
earlier
happened.
accounts from some of the same
And
sailors who said that Drake was captain long
lying in
before
the middle of
this.
the road
However, a
was
prominent
a body
biographer of Francis Drake, a
decapitated,
man named Harry Kelsey,
and there was another
believes that his first
person
captaincy was in
from
fact
one of the
on
cars
Jupiter
lying
at
in
the
the middle of the
outset
road,
of the book.
still alive.
So it
And
seems to
then
me
on
that
the
Drake
hood
was
of the
probably
Volvo
made some sort of, maybe you call him a
was
vice
this
admiral of
woman
the
who
fleet,
comes to the
using
windshield, just
his
a
own talents
mess
of
of blood
piracy, which we know he
everywhere,
has had a long
moving
career of
back and
already,
forth.
to join up with some notorious
And
French pirates
a
and
bystander
add their ships to
ran
the
and
fleet,
leaned on
which
the
they
road
would use to
and
harass any
started
Catholics on the
administering
African
first aid to
coast,
the
as
person lying on
well
the road.
as add to the total number of
And
African slaves that they had taken. While
I
both
stood
being
there
able
watching the
to
scene,
have a certain amount of
and
plausible
every
deniability to the authorities
fiber
at
of my
large,
being
there's no account
wanted
of Drake
to
being given
run
a
to
solo
the woman
command this early.
on the hood
However,
of the
later in the
Volvo
voyage, there will
and
be
do
official
something,
records that he has been
anything,
given his
right?
own solo
Just to
command.
be there.
So,
And it was obvious
while
to
this
me
all seems very
that
plausible to
she
me,
was going to die.
don't quote me on her history.
But I felt like at least if I ran there, I could
However,
offer some
after the exploits
comfort
of
for
Drake
her last
and the
moment.
exploits of Hawkins,
And right
the
then,
fleet met back up a little
the
bit larger
sirens
than it
started to
was when
blare,
they left England.
and I knew
They had
that
about 500 or 600
there'd
slaves,
be
and at this
paramedics there
point,
within
Francis
minutes,
Drake
that people
is
would come to
undisputably
help.
Captain Francis
And
and I froze.
The fleet crossed the Atlantic and made it to the Caribbean. Their first landfall was at Dominica. However, there was no European settlement at Dominica, so they got some fresh timber, restocked their water, and moved on. To once again quote Susan Rollins from her book, The Pirate Queen, At his next port of call, the island of Margarita, the English found the town abandoned and set in a manner all spoiled and burned, with the walls of the house scrawled in charcoal with the phrase in the French language, "Vengeance for La Florida." Neither Hawkins nor the Spanish had known that the Florida Indians had virtually destroyed the remaining Spanish outposts in Florida by early 1568. Ever the crowd pleaser, Hawkins vowed to apprehend the French corsairs, after which their Spanish hosts were so grateful that 9 days of friendly trading, lemon for all, and feasting followed. After their brisk trade, the English left Margarita and headed to their next destination, that was a place called Bugarata, and they found Bugarata as well. Once again, Hawkins sent men out to entice the colonists and set up what he described as a trading fort on the beach. He learned from the colonists that the French also attacked Ponce de Leon and Spanish colonists, and he began to trade with them, occasionally even trading slaves and keeping the rest of them on shore and on the Now I'm going to venture back into the uncharted waters of speculation. If you assume what I said earlier, that in fact several French pirates had joined the English fleet that had similar goals to the Englishmen, then we can assume that the French traveled across the Atlantic. Hawkins, and especially Drake, knew what a tough time they were going to have selling not only their goods, but their slaves. The voyage of John Lovell had a huge problem getting rid of the slaves in Spanish territories because the Spanish government had forbidden anyone to buy them. In fact, any trade with the Luteranos was completely questioned. So if the Englishmen were going to sell slaves in the Caribbean and disrupt Spanish trade as they had been ordered to do, well, they had to find a way to sell the slaves to convince the Spanish colonists in the Caribbean to buy them. Wouldn't it be kind of a masterstroke, some really super villain level machinations, if these Englishmen allied with the French pirates who Drake had met on his previous voyage with John Lovell, and then sent the French pirates ahead to sack these Spanish settlements at which the English were going to land shortly thereafter? And then John Hawkins would sail in as a hero, save these Spanish colonists, give them the fresh food that they needed, the shelter they needed, as well as the protection of the many English soldiers from these French corsairs. And then, once they felt safe and realized that they were going to rebuild their settlement, he just had the goods and the slaves that they would need to help in that rebuilding. This would allow Hawkins to not only complete his orders from the Queen, in which he would disrupt Spanish trade without offending England's allies, as well as make himself a personal fortune and repay his investors handsomely. This wouldn't break Elizabeth's rules, and yet it would accomplish all of his goals. Now, I haven't read any historians who got this same conclusion, so there may be some very good evidence out there that completely refutes that this could prove to be total nonsense. But I really like this story. The idea that these two men who were from countries recently at war could join their fleets together to work in tandem to make money off of the Spanish and disrupt the Spanish trade, which they both despised. Now, at his seaside emporium, Hawkins had brisk trade in other goods, but his slaves were mostly not being sold. The colonists weren't buying as much as he. So he ordered his ships to be cleaned of all the particles and organized them as ships go out on the sea, and wrote a letter to Austria. He also wrote a letter to the location offering to bribe him if he would convince the people to buy his slaves. However, it took a long time, and no answer was forthcoming. Eventually, Ponce de Leon did write Hawkins a letter that said, quote, "Before my eyes, I saw the governor of my license carried away into Spain for giving license to the country to traffic with you at your last beings. An example for me that I fall not into the life
So I live with that knowledge every day, but I don't allow it to stop
So
me.
the Spanish colonists who were living with and being protected by Hawkins for a while decided that after hearing this news from Ponce de Leon, they should flee again and run back into the wilderness in the interior of the island. And it's here that Francis Drake, Captain Francis Drake, got his first recorded solo. He was sent to John Hawkins' next destination At Rio de la Hacha, while Hawkins finished careening the ships. To quote one of the sailors on board that voyage that Registry is now in charge of, quote, the Spaniards shot 3 pieces at his whole shoulder. We were quitted with 2 of ours and shot through the governor's house. We weighed anchor and anchored again without shot of the town, where we rode for 5 days, in despite of the Spanish and their shot. In the mean space there came a caravel of advice from the Santo Domingo, whom, with the Angel and the Judith, we chased and drove to the shore. We fetched him from thence in sight of 200 Spanish arquebuses shot, and anchored again before the town, till our general's coming, who anchored, landed his men, and valiantly took the town with the loss of 1 man, whose name was Thomas Surgeon. End quote. John Hawkins had sent Francis Drake ahead with 2 other ships to test the waters at the port of Rio de la Hacha, which had probably been warned by Ponce de Leon not to trade with these Englishmen. And when Drake got there, the welcome was not exactly warm. They traded gunfire, there was some fighting, and then Drake retreated back into the ocean to wait for John Hawkins and the rest of the fleet to arrive. At which point, Hawkins landed the many trained English soldiers on shore, and they took the town by force. The English well and truly sacked this Spanish town. They killed any defenders that decided not to surrender. They raided Spanish treasury there. They quite literally raped and pillaged the entire town. And when Rio de la Hacha was finally completely at the mercy of the English, they decided that they would sell the slaves that they had on board to the Spanish side. This was truly commerce by force. This was a tactic that John Hawkins and John Lovell had attempted to use in the previous voyages, but it was really at that point more of a rule. Now, on this voyage, it was really the order of the day. They were actively attacking, fighting, and killing the Spanish so that they would be able to sell them their slaves. After unloading much of his cargo, they left Rio de la Hacha and headed to Cartagena. Cartagena was to be their last port of call. It was a much richer port than anywhere they had seen, and desperately in need of slaves, so they thought that they would be able to make all their profit here. However, Cartagena had gotten the same notice from Ponce de Leon, and they found it a much better defended port than any they had visited previously. So once again, Hawkins resorted to commerce by force. He fired off his guns several times into the town. However, Cartagena was able to respond in kind, and they were unable to land and unable to sell any of their slaves in the town. And it was getting close to time for a restaurant. The weather was going to grow dangerous very shortly. Hurricane season was on, and they realized that they could not wait any longer in the parade. So they decided to cut their losses and head for Italy, which really there were hardly any losses at all. They made a heady profit on this voyage. Nobody was going to port. They raced north to catch the trade winds that would take them back to England. However, when they reached the Strait of Florida, the men said later that they could smell the hurricane coming. These were accomplished seamen, men who had spent their entire lives on the ocean, and they had seen storms brewing on the horizon before. They knew these signs well. John Hawkins, who was aboard the Jesus the Love, said later that his ship was, quote, not able to handle the sea. For in her stern, on the high side of the stern post, her planks they open and shut with every sea, the seas being without number, and the leaks so big as the thickness of a man's arm. The living fish that swim upon her ballast as in the sea. The storm winds battered the ships endlessly, as well as the men on board. They worked the water pumps constantly and filled every hole only to have another one take its place. The captains ordered parts of their ships demolished to try and make them as light as possible. They dumped cargo, and more than once John Hawkins thought about taking the order of his ship. This was much worse than the storm they'd seen at the outset of the voyage, and most of the men did not believe that they were going to make it alive. But the winds did, finally, die down. Gone are their fortunes, and not improved. The William and John was lost, nowhere to be saved, and presumed sunk. Each of the ships needed repairs desperately, but the Jesus of Lubbock needed repairs more than most. However, John Hawkins was not going to allow the Queen's primary ship to be lost. They sailed around, searching both for the William and John, as well as a port in which they could rest and make the repairs they were going to need to make it back to England. However, it became apparent that not only were they very low on food and water, not only were all of the men exhausted, hungry, and many of them injured, They were hopelessly lost. They didn't know where the storm had blown. None of their sailors or their pilots or their captains knew these waters, and they drifted endlessly unlike places for days. But then, on the horizon, appeared two Spanish ships. Francis Drake was sent out after them. His ship was sleeker and faster, and he captured them. He found food and water and wine, things that were on board his fleet, needed desperately. He also found a Spanish captain and a pilot who knew where they were and where they were going. They drifted all the way off the Gulf of Mexico. The Spanish ships were headed to the port of Veracruz, which was the closest major port where they would be able to make the repairs necessary to return right there. So John Hawkins gave the order to sail to Port Veracruz. 3 miles from the harbor, John Hawkins ordered the English colors on his fleet struck down. He wasn't sailing to some out-of-the-way Spanish outpost in the Bahamas. He was sailing to the Spanish Main, Pearl Harbor. This was a very important step, and he didn't want to turn what was a dangerous situation into an explosive. The account of how he was received changes depending on who you believe. If you were to listen to John Hawkins' English soldiers, it appears they sailed into port. The foolish Spanish believed that they were just a merchant fleet, and they gained control of the island that held the harbor, a position of strength from which they were able to dictate terms. If you believe the accounts of the Spanish, it is said that they sent out a fleet to meet this unknown fleet that had sailed into their harbor, and then relegated them to this island out of the way. But regardless, the English were not allowed to land on the Spanish Main. They were allowed to stop on an island just off the coast. It does seem that their position in which their ships rested was something of a position of control of the harbor, because they learned that only a few days out was the Spanish flota. That is an extremely important Spanish fleet, and this flota had on board the newly appointed viceroy, a man who meant to prove himself against these English corsairs. When the viceroy arrived, however, he found himself in the same situation that the English found themselves. The weather was worse, hurricane season was well and truly upon, and the flota had to make it back here before the Atlantic Ocean became impassable, as did the English fleet. Hawkins' ships managed to keep his flota from entering the harbor, getting the supplies and repairs they needed to make the voyage back to Spain. So they began to negotiate. Hawkins found himself in a position of relative strength. However, it was apparent to all the Spanish that his ship was sinking into the harbor every day. Both men needed to reach the port as soon as possible. What they decided upon was an exchange of hostages. There were going to be 10 men from the English and the Spanish, 10 men from the Spanish and the English. Now, these were supposed to be men of some standing. Hawkins chose 10 gentlemen adventurers who were from noble families, well-born, educated. And the Spanish chose 10 men randomly from among the rank and file of their sailors and dressed them up as their veterans. But the exchange occurred, and the English allowed the flota to enter the harbor and were allowed to make the repairs necessary for both fleets to return back together. The Spanish did not trust the English, and the English definitely did not trust the Spanish. Hawkins ordered that the shore be watched, as well as the ships in the harbor. He was to write later, quote, "The treason being at hand, some appearance showed, as shifting of weapons from ship to ship, planting and bending of ordnance from the ships to the islands where our men were, passing to and fro of companies of more men than required for their necessary business, and many other ill likelihood which caused us to have a vehement suspicion." The English were ready for this treachery. They had heavily armed men posted at battle stations. Their archers in the rigging, every man carried a sword, and any man who knew how to use one carried a firearm. The cannons were all loaded and prepared to be fired. And on the morning of September 23rd, they were. As the Spanish ships crossed the water to reach the English fleet, the English opened fire. More than 300 men attempted to board the Jesus of Lubbock and were repelled. The English fleet scored a direct hit against the vice admiral of the Spanish fleet, ripping a hole through her hull, and eventually the ship's magazines exploded. The Jesus and the minion were able to cut themselves free of their moorings and turn to battle. The Spanish ships were in flames. More than one ship was sinking to the bottom of the harbor with Spaniards upon them. It appeared that the English had won the day. Then, from the mainland, another set of ships, reinforcements, came to the Spanish. As the new Spanish fleet arrived, the Angel was sunk. The Swallow and the Grace of God were overtaken. The Jesus of Lubbock herself, the fleet's flagship, was dangerously close to sinking. Hawkins ordered Francis Drake on the Judith to take many of his men and some of the riches that they had incurred on this voyage upon his ship and get out of sight of the battle. Then Hawkins gave the order to abandon the ship. The Jesus of Lubbock, the Queen's flagship, was abandoned. Hawkins and his men made it to the Minion and began to sail away from the battle. Unfortunately for Hawkins, his orders to Drake had not been followed. Captain Francis Drake was nowhere to be seen. John Hawkins said later, quote, "The Judith forsook us in our great misery." Over 100 English sailors, nearly all of the slaves left in the English fleet, and all but 2 ships were left. This was a great defeat for John Hawkins. But even that was not his worst concern. He knew that his actions on the Spanish Main were going to lead undeniably and unavoidably to war with Spain. And on the front lines of that war was going to be a young sea captain named Francis Drake. Next week, we're going to continue our journey with Francis Drake and look at the opening moves of the conflict between Spain and England. This will be England's first great victory against the Spanish, and it will also set the stage for many of the myths and legends that the pirates themselves handed down. That will all have to wait until next week. For now, thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have on every episode a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8 Books is kind enough to throw me a couple of books. We also have an 8 Books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8 Books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on 8 Books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to call me a couple of books. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps with the podcast notice that we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. We left off last time near the end of what's called the troublesome voyage of John Hawkins. The English fleet under John Hawkins had gone through a terrible hurricane. Promised safe passage by the Spanish wound up betraying and attacking. A terrible battle ensued, and Francis Drake, captain of one of the ships, was told to put as many men and as many goods on board and sail away from the battle. The only other ships that made it out carried on board the admiral of the fleet, John Hawkins himself. After the battle, John Hawkins was unable to find Francis Drake. He was nowhere to be seen, so John Hawkins headed back to England. It was a long and painful voyage. His ship was in very poor repair, and the men on board not much better. They had been through both a hurricane and a battle. Many of them were injured. Before long, all of them were going hungry. Some of them even starved. The winds weren't in their favor. The voyage took longer than it should have. When they were finally able to reach a port where they could resupply, some of them had ate so much that they became ill. Even a few of them died. This is a thing that does happen. Back in World War II, many Allied soldiers were given orders only to give concentration camp victims of camps that they had liberated a little bit of water and a little bit of broth. Giving them any solid food could be hazardous to their health after so long a time without sufficient food. So some of the men on board died from overeating, and they were just ignominiously thrown into the sea. When they finally reached Europe, they were forced to land in the Spanish port. This must have stung after having been attacked by the Spanish and what they saw as a dare betrayal. However, the Spanish gave the English ships some repairs and a few sailors to sail them back to Europe. When John Hawkins reached England as quickly as possible, he learned that Francis Drake had landed in Plymouth only a few days before. The Spanish sailors were sent back home, and the English crew was brought on board to take John Hawkins' ship to Plymouth. There, he met his brother, the elder Hawkins named William, who told him that he had sent Francis Drake on to meet with the Queen and report what happened.
Thanks to you, he's a friend of yours.
John Hawkins saw Francis Drake leaving the Caribbean as a betrayer. However, Francis Drake contended that the orders had been unclear. He was only told to leave the battle and not told where to meet up with the fleet later. He had seen his responsibility to get his men and as many of the goods as possible back to England safely, and he did so. Back in London, John Hawkins had three goals. One was to see the name of Francis Drake dragged through the mud. Two was to petition the Queen for letters of marque or reprisal against the Spanish, which he was going to go with bids and gifts. And third was to petition the Spanish themselves for the release of the English sailors they had captured. This led to John Hawkins being drawn into a world of political intrigue that he didn't really want to be dragged. However, Elizabeth and the Crown had its own priorities and its own goals, and it was going to use John Hawkins to secure these goals. This is a story that's going to lead to some of the greatest military and political achievements in history. However, we're going to wait for this. For now, we're going to stay at Francis Drake. His focus has shifted from harassing the Spanish and trying to disrupt their trade to seeking revenge against them, something amounting to almost all-out war, an event that has been called by historians Drake's War. This is episode number 8, The Treasure House of the World.
How'd you guys meet?
After his meeting with the Queen, Francis Drake disappears from history. It's possible that he was briefly imprisoned on the testimony of John Hawkins for
during the pandemic, and we started
if he was not imprisoned, then it still would have proved a smart move to get out of England for a while until he died down. There is some evidence that Francis Drake went on a couple of legitimate and pretty small trading voyages in Africa or back to the Caribbean. The next official record that we have of Francis Drake appears when he got married. Now this raises some questions, because the voyage of John Hawkins was seen to be and recorded as a financial failure. However, for the young Francis Drake to have raised enough money to support a young wife and potentially a family, he must have had some money put away from somewhere. And she was going to need a little bit of cash to live on, something of a nest egg, because Francis Drake was soon to go on his next voyage to the Caribbean. 3 ships left Plymouth on November 25th, 1569. All 3 were owned by the elder Hawkins brother William, and one of them was actually captained by William. The 3 ships sailed to Africa, where they traded some legitimate goods. There was no slavery on this voyage, just some English goods for African goods. Then the ship of William Hawkins sailed back to England, while the other 2 ships, the Swan and the Dragon, sailed west across the Atlantic back to the Caribbean. This voyage wasn't tremendously eventful. Drake didn't keep the official record of it, and the Spanish records of the time record no English abuse feats in the Caribbean. At least none that mention specifically Francis Drake or any ship belonging to the Hawkins brothers. There were records of attacks by Lutheranos Forceros, but it's thought that these were probably French retards. The Spanish would have had mention of it if it were Francis Drake. This may have been just another simple trading voyage, or it may have been for Francis Drake a reconnaissance voyage, a voyage where he intended to learn as much as he could for his coming plans. He harbored a lot of ill will against the Spanish, sometimes outright rage or hatred for what they had done to him and the voyage of John Hawkins, and he intended to see that they paid for it. If this wasn't intended to be a voyage of reconnaissance, for Drake to learn as much as possible, well, that information was dropped in his lap. The Spanish had organized the defense against pirates in the region, both French and English pirates. The Spanish had begun a system of naval combat that would accompany any Spanish ships traveling around the Caribbean. These were heavily
dedication
gunned ships that would
to
deter
getting into
any
these states
pirates
of mind
noted
and
in
his
helping
willingness to
take
do that
these
has
Spanish merchant
completely
vessels.
transformed my
If Francis Drake
around
had
that.
intended
Like for instance, before doing a very long podcast, including the solo
he would
ones, which
quickly
often take me
realize that he
several
had
hours,
no
or
public
6 hours to
success
record,
against this
sometimes more, sometimes
At
less.
first,
I
the
realized
French
that there's
representative
a
agent had
certain
his
brain
own
state
problems,
associated
but
with that.
quickly
So I have
learned
to
to
really
adapt
limit
and
the kind
evolve
of
to the
interaction I
situation.
have for the 2 hours.
While even the
I
best of
actually
these
walk
French
and
pirate
talk
ships
out
couldn't
loud.
hope to go toe to
Do my
toe with
neighborhood
these
people
Spanish
think I'm crazy,
warships. They were just
but I live in a
hopelessly
neighborhood where a lot
outgunned.
of crazy
They decided to use a different
creatives anyway. So
Saying
They
you're
just
not.
attacked
well,
using rowboats.
at least not an
They had what was
institutional
called a
way.
mothership, the primary pirate vessel.
But
But they usually
you know,
towed or
getting into
sometimes
state of
manned
mind is
2 or
something
3
that we all
small
just imagine
vessels.
flip the switch, but
Vessels that weren't suited
you have
for
to do the
long
work
range
to
sea
do the work.
travel, but in the
You
Caribbean
maybe
Sea, they were small, they
linger
were
on that and
fast,
elucidate a
and they
little
had
bit more
shallow
in your
drivers,
process
so
of how
along
you
the
get
coast
in
they
that
could
space.
get
That's
into
really
certain
interesting.
inlets and
Because
rivers
I
that
have
larger
to
vessels
admit,
would be unable to.
I do everything.
Most of these ships had a single sail,
I
but they
don't
also
know.
came equipped with oars so that they
Like
could move
there's a lot of
very
anxiety
quickly
because
despite the wind.
like whatever
They
you have to
usually had
pack,
a single
you have to
cannon
set
at
up
the
stuff.
front. Now,
You
of
were
course, a
luckily
small
a few
vessel with a
minutes.
single
Showed up
cannon
a few
couldn't
minutes
hope
later,
to
which
stand
for
up
an
against the
academic
Spanish
trip,
warship.
maybe right out
But this
town.
wasn't intended for
But
long,
the
drawn-out
stress
sea
is
battles.
immense.
It took
And
time for a ship at sea
on
to
top of
move from
that,
position
you look
to
at like
fire on another
a
ship,
situation with
and
Rick
these
Rubin.
small rowboats could
I
move
had
in
to
quickly
set up
and
microphones
get
in front of him.
alongside a ship and board her. They were bristling with
He
men
knows a lot
armed
about
with
microphones.
muskets, swords, pikes, and axes.
How
They could
close
sneak in alongside a larger vessel and board her before any of their crew realized what was
That's a
happening.
very Rick Rubin kind of
If they
thing,
did
right?
so at
And
night
that the
when most of the crew
details
was
really
sleeping,
matter.
they could subdue the ship
Details really
within
matter.
minutes.
Right
At that
down
point, they
to
could loot the
your
ship of any
relationship
valuables they thought worth taking,
yeah,
put
it's
back on their
whether or
smaller
not it brings
vessel,
out the
and sail away
Of course,
before
this
any
is
of the Spanish ships could respond.
But he also said,
Even
like,
if these Spanish
you know,
warships
he is
gave chase, they were
professional.
nowhere near as
He said,
fast as these smaller
how
craft.
close you
They
like
had the element of
it to
surprise
be?
and stealth.
And he said it with
Sometimes,
the
if they were
gentleness
lucky, they
where
were
I had
able
like
to
an
loot the ship and get
existential
away
crisis
before
where I
any of
don't
the other ships in the
know.
convoy knew that anything was happening.
He gave me
This
so
was
much
proving
like
extremely
wow, like
successful
made
for
me feel like
French
an
pirates.
artist. Like
And
that
once
the
Francis
microphone
Drake saw just how successful they
distance is
were,
a decision
he
you're
wanted in.
supposed to make.
It's
Well,
even
I have to
possible
say,
that on
and
this
this has actually come
reconnaissance
up in
voyage,
some of
Francis Drake
our
took part in
conversations,
some of
but
this
you
French
are
battles.
an artist.
There's no
And actually,
record,
Joe
but we
Rogan,
do know that he did know
once
quite
I
a
heard
few
him
of the French
talking about
pirates
podcasting
operating in
and
the
the fact
region,
that he's
so
always
he
trying
might
to
have
get
seen
better at it,
firsthand just
describes
how
podcasting
successfully
as an
smaller
art,
craft were at
right?
taking larger
And
prizes.
it is. It's a certain
But we do
degree
know
of
that after this
communication, and
voyage,
there's a
he pushed
cadence and
back
a
to
rhythm
Plymouth
that
and he
when
commissioned
it's
2 of
working,
these
it
smaller
really
ships to be
can
constructed.
facilitate the transfer of
They were
information.
disassembled and
Doesn't
put
mean
aboard
obviously
the
Joe
ship
just
to
being
swarm.
himself
Then
has
he
tapped
sailed
into
back
that
to the New
cadence
World in the year
that allows and
1571.
made so many people
It was
excited
around
to
this
hear him
time
talk. Well, in
that the
his case, and
Spanish
in
published a
general, I
list
think
of the most
part of the
notorious
art
English pirates.
is
Most of these
refusing the
pirates are
world
publicly
because you get a
talking
bigger
about
audience.
something. The Winter
Change
Brothers
who you are.
Hopkins,
There's
George
one
and
quote
William
that I've
Winter
seen out there
were,
where he says,
while
you know,
navy
I'm like
officials in England,
talking about
seen
himself.
as
He says,
notorious
I'm
pirates
like
at
the
the
fish that got through the net.
The Hawkins
There's no
brothers, of
stage
course, were on
version,
there as well.
right?
William
How
and
he
John
is
Hawkins came next.
person, it's
Francis
how he
Drake
is
and his
like,
brothers filled out the
out
rest
in
of
the
the
world.
list,
And
along
of
with a
course,
few other
there's nuance to his life,
However,
right?
his 1571 voyage began
Relationships,
a
of
plan
course,
that would
but it's
see
true. I
Francis
mean,
Drake's name
we've had the
begin to rise.
great fortune of spending
He
time
would
with
move
him
past
out
his
away
brothers,
from the microphone,
past
so
William
to
and
speak.
John Hawkins, even past the Winter Brothers, to become the most notorious pirate in the Caribbean, in Spain's most wanted criminal. One of Drake's first actions upon returning to the Caribbean was to join a group of French pirates who were operating on the Caribbean coast of modern-day Panama. It was called Ben. This kind of lens credence to the theory that Drake was operating with the pirates on his previous voyage, but now we have confirmation.
We actually know that this is
The
related
French
to
were not alone, they were in contact with a large group of enslaved slaves known collectively as the accumulators. Today, they're called the Cimarrones, but the original English documents refer to them as accumulators, and I'm going to use that terminology. If that's somehow a slur or derogatory, I'm unaware of it, and I don't mean to offend anybody. I'm just going off the pronunciation and the original historical details. My apologies if that.
Then I take a walk and I
The Cimarrones were
and I try to
on the side
assess
of the Spanish.
whether or not my
They were
energy
building
is too
communities
high
all
or too
throughout the
low.
Spanish New World that launched
Because when you
attacks
podcast
on the
this
Spanish, raiding and harassing them, but also offering safe haven to any escaped slaves. They were in contact with many of the natives of the area who also didn't like the Spanish in their land, so
what
they
I
were
do
able to
actually
work together.
is I will recite
The
the
Bishop
lyrics
of
of
Panama
songs
around
for
this
about
time
10 minutes,
complained of the
songs I
Cimarrones.
love, while I walk out loud.
The human public cannot relate the ignominies which both the French and Cimarrones of this year inflicted here on all sorts of persons. And of 1,000 Negroes who arrive annually, 300 or more escape into the wild.
And as I do this, I start to
These were men and women who had been brought forcibly into the Spanish colonies, and then allowed to roam, well, not freely, obviously, but allowed to roam all throughout their colonies, learning the day-to-day activities of Spanish, both their merchant activities and their military activities. They knew the ins and outs of the Spanish New World better than anybody else, and so they proved how powerful allies the French pirates. And these French pirates were the first to introduce as a strait to the colonies. Now, despite his first few voyages to the Caribbean, being on board vessels that were accompanying slaving vessels such as the Jesus of Columbus, Francis Drake didn't look down on his escaped slaves. In fact, in many ways, he really discovered they had escaped the clutches of the Spanish and built something truly impressive, and they were undeniably powerful allies. This must have been something of a strange meeting. The English, historically speaking, hated the French, and the French hated the English. They were ancient enemies. These escaped slaves must have had reason to mistrust and hate any white people that they came in contact with. However, they were meeting and allied together for a common cause. They had few basic things in common. First of all of the members of these three groups were rebels who were operating outside of the law of their respective kingdoms and monarchs. Now, while the Cameroons had no monarch, they were African slaves and had previously belonged to Spanish government, and they were definitely operating outside of the Spanish government. These French pirates were Huguenot rebels who were in civil war against the Spanish crowns. And while Francis Drake was a hugely patriotic man who loved Queen Elizabeth, this was not an official naval royal voyage. This was a personal vendetta that he was seeing forward to. And second, most importantly at this meeting, all three of these groups desperately opposed the Spanish. The three groups joined forces. Drake had his two brand new vessels, which were manned by both his English and several French pirates. The Cameroons sent the help of a man who was to guide them, a man who knew the area extremely well, Pedro Mendoza. He was going to lead them secretly and quietly up the rivers of Congo to reach the Spanish settlements. The plan was to roll small together, but the real Carthage. The real Carthage was an important Britain. It still is today. It's the basis for the modern era of America. It translates into English as Cargo River, and it was the connection between the Caribbean Sea in the north and the Gulf of Panama to the south. Where it met the Gulf of Panama was a small town called Panama. This is today Panama City, the capital of the nation. This town of Panama was where all of the goods from the former Inca Empire, that is, where Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru, they were all shipped to Panama. These were goods such as furs, spices, pearls, dyes, extremely valuable. These were then shipped overland, usually by mule train, over mountains and through jungles and swamps to get to a town in the north called Nombre de Dios. Now, twice a year, they were not shipping furs and spices and dyes. At particular times, twice a year, they would ship all of the minted gold and silver from Spanish South America to the town of Panama to go by mule train over land. It's also surprising. However, this time of year, when Drake and his companions were on their voyage about that time of year, this was the dry season. That was a time of year when any vessels on the Rio Carges were forced to wait. They had to wait for the rainy season before they could continue their voyage and drop off or pick up their goods at any of the warehouses along the river. And these were all larger river vessels, larger vessels than Francis Drake's small yacht, which could move freely along the river at this point. While these ships waited helplessly, Drake and the men with him would row up alongside, board the ships, and steal everything they could carry. Really, anything they could carry. Much more than they could hope to carry on their small vessel. But they destroyed, threw away, or burned anything that they didn't think was worth keeping. This wasn't just to enrich Drake and the other pirates, it was to destroy Spanish goods in large quantities. It's estimated that during this time, on this raiding voyage, three together pirates stole more than 50,000 pesos worth of goods. This voyage took only a few days. They stole a whole lot of Spanish goods, but they also managed to plot the course of the river and learn the ins and outs of the area around them. But then, after this voyage, Drake was back on his mother's ship that was anchored at Cabo Cativa, near that northern town of Nombre. Now, of course, the treasure failed. Drake had left most of his crew on board and on land to spy on the town of Nombre, learn the ins and outs of the village and her defenses. After dropping off his share of goods back to his mother's ship, Drake was out just a couple of days later on his galleon, looking for new Spanish prizes. It was late February vacation Spanish trading yard. The Spanish account records a group of men armed to the teeth, led by two men wearing war clothes, one black and one red, and they were said to be highly handsome. While the English attempted to take the vessel, they injured a number of men and women and were reported to have killed 4 people on board. The only name we had was a nobleman named Diego Azevedo, who was said to have taken a bolt and arrow through the ground. But the Spanish fought back, and the attempt to take the vessel was unsuccessful. However, when the Spanish cut their anchor cable and ran, it almost immediately ran aground. So the Spanish abandoned the ship and waded to shore, where they ran away in a boat. The English, of course, looted their ship, and then when another ship happened along this scene, they took that ship and began to loot it as well. When they were done, Drake left the Spanish a message. This message was translated into Spanish and handed down for custody. It really shows the audacity of Francis Drake more than anything up to this point. It reads, quote, "Captain and others of this ship, we are surprised that you ran from us in that fashion. Maria refused to come to talk to us under our flag of truce, knowing us and having seen evidence a few days past that we do ill to no one under our flag of truce. We only wished to speak to you, and since you will not come courteously to talk with us, without evil or damage, you will find your frigate spoiled by your own fault. And to any who courteously may come to talk with us, we will do no harm under our flag. And whoever does not come will bear the blame. We do not think that we were afraid of those ships, nor of others. By the help of God, it shall cost them their lives before they prevail over us. Now you have proof that it would have been better had you come to talk with us. For in the frigate you had not the value of 4 silver rubles, done by the English, who are well disposed, if there be no cause to conscience. If there be cause, we will be devils for the somehow. I always thought anyone Drake and his English pirates then headed back to their mothership, where they unloaded all of the loot that had stolen from these 2 frigates. They immediately headed back to the river Cargates, where they headed back upriver and then attacked a warehouse. The warehouse was at a small town called Venta de Cruces, which literally translates to crossroads warehouse, and they sold there goods worth estimated 100,000 pesos. On a voyage back to the Caribbean Sea at the mouth of the Rio Cargates, they took 3 Spanish vessels, looted them, and then sank them. These English and French pirates were becoming something of a real menace to the Spanish along terra firma. They were uncatchable. They would help these Spanish ships run away and then hide, anchoring in the small bays or inlets that were too shallow for the Spanish ships to search. It was said during this time that Francis Drake owned the coast between the Rio Cargates and Cartagena. The Spanish were, of course, sending out ships to search for the English, these new arrivals, but they weren't having any luck. Part of the problem was that the locals were being ordered to launch these ships, and the locals didn't really care all that much. Drake and the French had a smart move. They weren't bothering the local Spanish colonists, the fishermen, and farmers. They were attacking ships that belonged to Spanish overlords and merchants seamen, men that the locals didn't really care much about. So these Spanish locals weren't trying all that hard to find Drake and French. However, the English realized that they needed a base operation. Their fleet was growing. The English were taking a number of ships, mostly because they had to have more space to hold all of the goods that they were taking from the Spanish. They couldn't all fit aboard Drake's mothership. And they needed a defensible place that they could put these ships to anchor. They decided upon a bay at the mouth of another river in South America, the Rio de Pinos, which was about
the walls
15 leagues west of Nombre de Dios. This was a favorite hiding place of the English and
regular
French,
characters,
but they decided to make it
you know, if you
official
watch a
base of
sitcom,
operations.
it's never just the family.
The
There's
game's
always like
natural
other characters.
properties made it defensible,
First thing
and
in
the
the door.
English even built some defenses on top of that. They built a small wall around the area, and that wall even opened up into the sea with a large log across the opening
And
that
I think
contained
people want
unloaded
to
ships.
respect each other's
It
privacy
was
or something
well
like that. And I
fortified
think
with all of the
we all
guns
get
and many of
super
the arms that
busy
the
and,
English and French
you
had
know,
taken from Spanish ships. They also
it's
had
kind
their
of
contract
work
with the
to
local
do this
Cameroons and some of the local
dinner
natives who
together.
could trade with for any of
Or,
the goods
you
they
know,
might
and you
need to
see it's a
supply
thing that
their
needs to be
states.
scheduled.
But even
It's work.
if they
It's
lost
busy.
contact
There's a
with
lot
the
of stuff going
Cameroons
on,
and the
but
natives
if
and
it's part of a
trade back
ritual,
up,
part of the
the English
culture,
could last in their
the
new base
all
of
the
operation
rituals
almost
walls
indefinitely.
broken down,
The
and then you
bay
realize like
was
that's
filled with fish,
like later
and the
looking
area
back,
around the
those are
bay
the things you miss.
notably
Like that's what
populated by many
life's
mini
about.
birds,
All the stupid
for
stuff
which
you're
this
doing,
new
just
English
busy or
settlement
whatever.
took its name.
All the busy
It
things.
was
Those
called
don't matter. What
Fort
matters.
and it was from his new
Yeah, I mean,
base that
academia,
Drake
you know,
began an
it's
unrelenting,
changed a lot through years,
months-long
of course.
campaign against the Spanish.
But one of the great
He
joys
launched
was
raid after raid,
professors would stop
taking
by
Spanish
your
ships,
office.
looting
Nobody
them,
said that.
destroying their goods,
There's a
and
guy when
burning
I
their
was a professor in
business.
San
At
Diego.
one
I got
point,
Harvey
he even
Carter,
took a
my
Spanish
national
correspondent
academy.
ship
The
that was a
truly
ship
the world's
filled
expert
with
in
letters
the evolution
from the
of
Spanish
vision
New
and
World
evolution of
around their
brains
Spain.
generally.
They
And
searched
he'd
it
show up in
for
my
any
lab. He would
intelligence
just
they
start
might be
talking
able
to
to find on Spanish movements in the area.
and
They did find some,
I mean,
but
and
then
it's
the
a
rest
pure
of the letters
encyclopedia.
on board, mostly just
And
letters
then
from
at
people
some
to
point
their
you'd say,
family
hey,
back
Harvey,
home.
I gotta go.
They dumped those into the sea.
But this guy,
Then
he's a physicist,
they
David
stole the
Klein.
correspondence ship.
Who's
This is
same
kind
way.
of
Actually, David
indicative
Kleinfeld's
of
interesting.
Drake's goals
He
on this
did
particular voyage.
went on to create
He
the
was
Beavis and
spending
Butthead
most of his
cartoons.
time
And one of them
raiding.
is David. He's a
During all of
physics
this
professor. Now
raiding,
people
he
can
was
look him up.
mapping out the
And
rivers
David's
of
one
the
of those guys,
Spanish
you walk
main.
into your
He was
office, you
mapping
just
out
sit
the
down and you
coastline
start
of the
talking.
Spanish main. He was
And so
gathering
there's a type of
intelligence on
family,
all of the
like
villages
Cheers
in the
or
region, as
Seinfeld
well
or
as
one of those shows where you walk
Panama
in.
City.
Yeah, I think you and I both share a love of just community.
He was learning
So podcasting
Spanish
is a little bit
military
more
and naval
isolated.
secrets and
I should say
testing
for
their
the guest
defenses.
episode, the
He had built
preparation is
a
completely
base
different.
not just for himself, but for any of
So
the
there, I
English
don't do
pirates
any
that
of
would
this
come after
secret
him,
stuff.
or any of their
Stage,
French
I just try to make
allies.
sure that the guest is
This base was to
taken
serve as
care
the
of,
jumping off
and
point
I
for
do
any
list out the
operations
questions I'm
against the
going to ask
Spanish in
before,
the
but
New
those
World.
I
The
should
news
really
of his
like the
base was
interview
spread,
episodes
and they were
far
even
more
building
than like
a small
the
fleet
solo
to
ones,
defend
just
his base.
psychologically. I just
This
like
voyage
learning
was a
from
voyage
someone
of
directly
preparation,
because you
and
asking an expert about something. Like
Francis
sitting
Drake was
here with
almost
you
with
when we recorded
However,
podcast where you were
in
guest
June,
on
it was
the
time for Francis
podcast.
Drake to return to England.
For the first time, finally,
Before he was
someone
allowed
was
to dock
explaining
the
to me the difference between
Francis
machine
Drake was
learning,
forced to
artificial
wait.
intelligence, all
This
these other
voyage had
things.
not been
You know, and
authorized by
I
the Queen.
finally forgiven him for
Francis Drake
making me
needed
cry
assurance from the
Costello.
crown that the crown could not be held
But it was
accountable
helping me
for his actions.
But in all
He
seriousness,
also
the
needed
interview,
to deliver the news of his
sheer
progress.
pleasure.
Drake
The
had
solo ones
stolen
I
an
really
estimated
enjoy, but they're
250,000 pesos worth of goods.
sometimes I think
In England, that would have been 100,000 pounds.
well, it's interesting because I do
Converted
think
into
prepping
modern
for
American dollars,
interviews,
that would be about
having a similar process might be also
$23.2
very
million.
valuable. Like I have to,
And he was just getting started.
I have to think about that.
The
'Cause,
situation in England was getting worse.
I think
Francis
we could
Drake
do a
learned that,
conversation
in part
for
due to
several
his
hours,
actions, although there were many other
especially when it's a
factors.
high stakes.
War with
It's
Spain
not like
was upon
you
him.
and I now. It's
It was
more like it's
undeclared,
just
but
chatting.
war
It's
was
also
happening.
like that.
Francis Drake
Although you never
realized
know.
that his actions in the Americas had really been something of an American theater of
You like to
war
ride
against the
yet?
Spanish.
There's
And
another
he
topic that I just completely
officially
avoid.
as an
And my
English general
response to those
in
is
the
always that
Anglo-Spanish
I
War.
have a lot of opinions about that.
Drake almost immediately sent two ships back to Portugal to continue his campaign. The two captains aboard the ships were named James Rouse and John Campbell, and he intended to meet them after a short break back in England. While he was in England, Drake acquired a new ship, the Pasco, with 40 tons, from John Hawkins. It appears that the Hawkins brothers and Francis Drake had tricky. Both of the Hawkins brothers, as well as both of the Winter brothers, were investors in this new voyage. Drake was going to command this ship, while his brother John was going to command the squad. They built three major vessels. These are very small vessels. They were to be constructed at Fort Pheasant and carried aboard this way. These were going to be three better, swifter, and faster vessels for raiding these Spanish ships. On board these two vessels of Francis Drake were 73 men. All but one of these men were under the age of 30. This was going to be an extraordinarily young voyage.
some people
And then, after his
very
small
careful.
break
Some
and a bit
people
of
are very
preparation,
good at
Francis Drake set
hiding
sail
the
again
feeling side
on May
from
25th,
themselves.
1572.
That's something I think about a lot. I think about dictators in the past. I think myself the mindset.
It was a quick
How do
one.
you
They
reveal
arrived on
something
July 12th, and after a short stop in the
to
Antilles and
themselves?
Dominica,
I think that
they
to me,
returned
you
to
kind of
Florida.
spoke to that, but
However, they found it abandoned. All they saw
a great
was a wisp
conversation
of
is
smoke
one,
coming from
one
the
where
forest.
both
Going
of you
ashore to
discover something.
investigate, they found a smoldering
Like
pile.
it's
No
not
people had
just.
seen,
So I
and
love
an
that
unopened plaque
too.
affixed to a
That's my
tree.
favorite thing that
It
you
read,
mentioned is
quote,
allowing your curiosity to help them.
Captain Drake,
Get
if
excited
you fortunate
to
come to this
learn,
port, make haste
but
away,
also
for the Spaniards which have
push
come
them
with
to
you for the
discover
last year
something
have
about
betrayed this
themselves
place
and
and
their
taken away
ideas
all that you left here. I
together.
departed
And
from
then that
hence, this
discovery,
present 7th
and
of July,
sometimes it's
1572.
like
Your very loving friend,
we
John
don't
Garrett.
see it in the moment,
That was
but
a
the
mere
audience
5 days
is.
before Drake landed.
It's weird to say.
Drake
Like,
decided to
I'll
ignore
compare it
the
to when you're a musician, you
He was
play
going
another
to wait,
musician.
and he
You
needed a
lose
place
yourself
to
in the moment.
construct
Yeah,
the
I
3 ships
felt
that he had
like
brought
it's
with him.
working right. It's
It
working.
was only
But
3
you don't
days later
really
when sails appeared on the horizon.
see the big
Drake
picture
ordered his men to their
impact of what
ships and
is
to their
working
battle
right
stations to
actually
defend Fort
feels
Pleasant.
like. And that's
But they
when
were
the
equal
audience
realists. They saw that these ships
could see
flew the
that.
flag of
If
St.
you're
John.
talking to somebody
They were
evil,
friendly English vessels who knew about Fort Pleasant. When they landed,
for
it
me,
turned out to
as
be
an
Captain
interviewer,
James
I have
Rice.
to
He was one of the
empathize
men
with that person.
that Drake had
I
sent
want to
ahead of him
understand.
to Fort
I have
Pleasant.
to put myself in that
Captain Rouse had
mindset.
been around
Put
for
yourself
much
in that
of this.
mindset.
When
You
a
really
tale
have
came
to
that hit the
you
voyage of
have
John
to
Hawkins, he
understand
was the
the evil
captain of the
inside of
William
you.
John. He had
Like,
been the man who
you
took the
can't just think if
correspondence
somebody's
ship
in
on Drake's
power
last
and
voyage.
just
And
use
it
that
appeared
power to
things were
abuse
not as
others.
dire for the
You
English
can't
as
just
they
be a
His
person,
friends, Captain
a person
Rouse
who
and
seeks to
Captain Garrett,
understand.
were both
You can't just be a
alive.
journalist asking
Captain
fair
Rouse had
questions.
just recently
You have to put
taken a
yourself
Spanish
in
vessel.
a
On
place
board were a number of
where you're
slaves
somebody
that
who's
Captain
given a
Rouse
lot
had
of
taken
power.
with him.
And
These slaves
slowly
had
you
a lot of
start to abuse
information
that
about
power.
current Spanish
And
rulers
what
that
does that
Frontier
person
front,
become?
as
Who
well
are you?
as the
I
Spanish
have to
treasure
plug
field.
myself into those moments in
And
my
to
life
go.
in the past where I've been
It
angry at
seems
something.
that Drake had changed his views on
And
slavery since
where
his
I've been
voyages with
cruel
John Hawkins.
because I was
He may
angry
never have
in
approved,
little
but
ways.
we don't really
But then you
know
magnify
about
it
his
on a
feelings
scale.
back in
I have
those
to,
days.
I have to go
However,
there.
now
That's
he
very
ordered these
human.
slaves
And then I have
freed
to
and
look at
cared
another
for.
person from across the
It could
table
have been an
and
emotional
understand,
change
well,
for
you're
him.
there too.
Perhaps he
And then you
identified
had
more with
more
these
opportunity
slaves
to
with poor,
truly cool.
downtrodden, wretched souls
And then,
than he did with the Spanish overlords
and then
and
where
the English
again,
overlords
I
over
plug
here.
myself into
Yet,
places
it
where
doesn't
I've been.
seem too
You can
likely,
imagine
though.
I could go
It could
where
have
I
been
was cruel to
a
others and I was
religious change
unaware.
apart from Drake.
So
After
I was
all,
in my
the
space
voyages
where I
that
was
he had gone
thinking
on that were
about
slaving
doing good
voyages
and I
with
was
both
doing
John
bad.
Lovell and John Hawkins
Again,
had
I've
each
never
ended
gotten
in
the opportunity to
disaster.
do any of those
It's
things at
possible
large
that this had
scale. But
displeased
all
the
of us have
Lord,
done it at
since after
small
he had
scales.
stopped
And
slaving
I
and
plug
begun his
myself into
personal
that.
war with the Spanish
And then
Catholics, well,
we're here.
God
We're
very
two.
much appeared
It's
Protestant.
somebody who's in prison.
Or
Somebody
maybe
who's a
it was
dictator.
just practical
We're in
and
that
political.
space.
He was,
Where
after all,
evil is
allied with the Cameroons,
all of us have
and
the
holding the
capacity to
escaped
do that
slaves
evil.
or keeping them
And
in
I have to
bondage is
imagine
not
myself
likely
being able
something that
to
the
do that
Cameroons
evil.
would appreciate.
And then we're here together
Regardless,
in that
Drake is quoted
dark,
that
dark
he did intend to,
place.
quote,
And then
use these
if
Negroes
it's
with.
just right, something real
Now,
can happen.
in Elizabethan
Something
English,
from that
this
person's
might mean
childhood,
that he meant to
maybe
treat
awakening
them,
to
or it might mean that he means
realization
to
that
make use
I
of
thought I
that
was a
knowledge.
good person and I'm not.
Either way, they were freed,
But that
cared
only
for,
happens when
and
you truly
questioned
have
about their knowledge of Spanish
those
activity.
moments of discovery are
The
they also
captains,
happen in
Captain
science.
Drake and
You just
Captain
have a
Rouse, began
conversation.
planning their next move.
You realized
First, they took an inventory of the arms that they had, and it was actually a pretty impressive array. They had, quote,
on this element of
6 targets, 6 fire pipes,
evil and
12 pikes,
sociopathy that
24
Jung
muskets and
had this
cavaliers,
notion
16 bows, and
we
6
have all
partisans,
things inside us,
2 drums, and
and
2
that we all have the
trumpets.
capacity to be good or evil, etc.
For a relatively small expedition,
I
that's
have
an impressive blend
the
of
fortune of working with
infantry
somebody
weapons,
who
firearms,
has deep
and
understanding of psychiatry, but also
the
psychoanalysis.
targets are really
theory.
shields, that's what
And,
they were called at the time,
and he said to
and
me
fire
recently, he
pipes
said,
are sound
whether or
super
not
cool,
all people
are
have
really
all
just
things
pipes
inside
that can
them
double as
is still
torches.
debated in the
But the
psychology
drums
and
and
in the
trumpets,
neuroscience.
those are telling. This wasn't just any normal
But there
Francis
are
Drake
certain
was marching to war.
not many, but there are certain
Drake
people
and rounds
who
with their
they've
3
actually
ships and their 4
lived out
pieces
many
sailed
versions
to
of
Nombre de
the
Dios.
themselves.
Nombre de Dios was a small
And so those are
It
usually
had
individuals
virtually no
even if they
defenses.
tapped into these
For
things at
most of the
as
year,
you
it had no military presence at all,
minor
and no
level,
fort
as opposed
overlooking the bay.
impacting
There were
people
only
negatively
100 or so
at
homes
that
in
scale.
the warehouse.
So being able to access
Drake,
those different
however,
parts of what's
called this place
key, and you've been
Nombre
going
de
to
Dios,
that, you know, my
the
podcast is
treasure
about
house of the world.
we get down to those matters.
The plan
But yeah,
was
you
to
never know.
row
We might
across
do an
the bay at
episode
night
on
and wait
narcissism
until
and
dawn.
sociopathy. The other thing
The
that
men
I
in
took
their
away
small
from the
boats
conversation
stayed
with
close to
a
the
friend
shore
who's
in the
a lot of
shadows.
years in special operations and
Mr.
intelligence
Street knew
community,
that the
he said,
plan was somewhat
you know,
flawed.
if you look at somebody's
He
past,
knew that if he forced the
at
men
some
to
point,
wait to do battle
you
all the way
will come
until
to
dawn, they might
understand
lose their
some pretty
nerve.
good reasons as to how
Luckily for
vindicated
him,
they are.
at about 3 in the
But you have to
morning,
draw
the clouds
big
parted,
the red line
and a
someplace.
bright
And
full
what he was
moon
referring to is the
filled the
fact
night
that
with
certain
light.
people, at least in eyes
Drake
of
saw
certain
this as a
communities,
sign from God
deserve
that
to
the
be
time had come.
eliminated as a
When the
consequence of
clouds
their
parted and there was
actions,
more light to
right?
see by,
Regardless of what
Drake
drove
realized that
those
there was a
actions.
small
So it
wine
gets
ship
right
in
down
harbor,
to the line
and
between
the wine ship
psycho-
actually
nature,
seemed
nurture,
Drake and his men. The wine
neuroscience,
ship
and
was sending a boat
the law
ashore to
and
warn
justice.
people that there were predators.
Complicated.
However, Drake was
I
able
can
to
think of a number
intercept
of
them
people
and
that
sent their
I
boat
would love to
off
hear
to an island
and
offshore
here
where
I'm
they were no longer going
not
to be.
reviewing the reasons why,
So Drake and his
except for
men
the fact that I think he
embarked
would be
and
suited
advanced
to
into town.
bring out
The very first thing they did
components of the
was take
conversation
control
that
of a
other people
single
have
gun
not
battery
been
that defended the town
able
without incident.
to
There was only
which,
one
for
guard
instance, in
manning
his
the
home,
guns, and when he saw
this
the
is one
English
of the
approaching,
most
he ran away to sound the alarm.
mysterious and
So Drake
disliked
split his
people
men into
on
3
the planet.
teams. His brother took one group, and another man named John Oxenholm took the other. They would have circled
I
both
don't know if there have
left
been
and
any
right.
real
Francis Drake
interviews
was to
of
take the
her
largest
since
group
the whole
directly
thing.
through the center of town.
I haven't followed that case. I
The
listened
man
to
who had
the
been
book,
manning the guns had run through
I
town
followed it a little bit because it
screaming.
was happening.
He had reached the church and began to ring the bell.
Building's still there.
It was then
It's interesting
that
that
Drake
some
ordered
of
his
the
drummers to
most
keep
real
time.
estate in
They
Silicon Valley,
marched
but nobody
towards
wants
the
it.
city square.
It's sort of like it's very hard
His
to solve
trumpet
home where somebody
sounded, announcing the coming of Francis Drake, like he was a general or an emperor. The women and children of Nombre de Dios fled before them.
So that would be
The men
a
rallied
really
before the
interesting
doors of
interview. I
the
would love
church
to
and the
hear
local
that.
treasure house,
One of the
holding the
most
square against Drake and his men.
Dark
The
human
church bell
beings and
continued to
science.
sound.
Yeah, and then there were
The drums
people would say, you
continued to
know,
beat,
was it even
and the
science,
trumpets
right? It might have
continued to
all
blare.
been deception. It might have
Drake's
been one
men
part
held their
deception, one
fire
part
pits on,
goal
lighting their
setting
way,
mixed in
and
with
then
clearly
the
that there
Spanish
were
militia fired.
so many factors
One round hit a
impacting
trumpeter
what
and killed
happened.
him.
I think the
Another
big difference
hit Francis
between
Drake in the leg.
Theranos and
The
that
rest
story and some
hit
of
the
the
ground
other
in front of the
stories
harvest.
about Silicon Valley where people
Francis
promised
Drake
a lot more
smiled
than they could
and
deliver
ordered his
because they
men
were
forward.
promising things that were directly
The
related
English
to
fired their
healthcare.
muskets
People
and their
were taking
bows.
blood tests.
Then,
with
simultaneously,
understanding
John
that
Drake,
the data they
Francis's
were
brother,
getting was
and John
reported
Oxenholm
information
arrived at the square from either side and opened fire on the militia trying to hold the town square.
Guys, if you remember when
The
the
few Spaniards who
iPhone
were
first
left
came out,
alive from the hail of arrows and crossbow bolts and musket shot broke ranks and they fled. Drake had taken Nombre de Dios, the loss of one trumpet. Now that they had the town, things become a little bit more. There are 2 different fashions in which the looting of Nombre de Dios, the treasure house of the world, is told. The first goes as follows. After taking the town square, Drake questions a Spaniard they had captured, confined at the governor's house. When they arrive at the governor's house, they find a single lit candle, and at the top of the stairs, quote, a fair Janae ready saddled either for the governor himself or some other of his household to carry it after him. By means of this light, we saw a huge heap of silver in that nether room, being a pile of bars of silver of, as near as we could guess, 70 foot in length, and 10 foot in breadth, and 12 foot in height, piled up against the wall. Each bar was between 35 and 40 pounds in weight. At the sight hereof, our captain commanded straightly that none of us should touch a bar of silver, but stand upon our weapons, because the town was full of people, and there was in the king's treasure house, near the waterside, more gold and jewels than all of our 4 princes could carry, which we would presently set someone hands to break open. End quote. As they left the governor's house, a young slave rushed to meet Drake and his men, begging to become one of them. He had heard news of the name of Francis Drake, and he wanted to join. At that moment, the heavens opened, and a torrential downpour began. They waited for it to pass, and Drake continued to bleed from a wound in his leg. When they reached the door of the treasure house, Drake fell to his his knees,
that requires
collapsing from
not
loss of
just
blood.
I don't know what that
He
requires.
ordered his men
That
to
requires
enter
the
the
same
treasure
skills
house,
that it
but they
takes to be a
decided
good
that they loved their captain more than
therapist.
Spanish gold, and to
Right,
save
some
his life,
therapists
they carried him
will
back to
work
his ship.
with sociopaths
The Spanish
because,
gold could wait.
they don't feel any
Now, there are a
progress being
couple
made.
problems
Some
with this
therapists
account
will
of the
work with
story.
sociopaths because
First,
for the
Robert
wealthy ones, they
Dios
often
did not have a governor's
they want
house
their
to work
money
on.
I think most therapists
Secondly,
are good at
imagine
it,
any
but there's some that
pilot,
will do it just
or any
like
sailor,
lawyers
or really any person at all, abandoning the riches of the King of Spain's treasure house in
there are
favor
certain
of
domains of
one
psychiatry
captain,
that are
well,
more attractive.
that kind of stretches the
Borderlines are
imagination.
interesting, as you just mentioned, because
And
we have this
what's
phenomenon
perhaps
of
most
splitting.
important and
So
worth
in
noting
the world of
is that that
psychology, the
story
idea
wasn't
is that
told until
being
50
neurotic
years later.
is actually the goal.
The reality
The
is
idea that you
that
could
the storehouse at the treasure house
feel
of the world
something and then
was
work a lot to overcome it.
either the African
have some
slaves
sort of
that they
defense
had
mechanism
questioned
in
back
place,
before
but that's
Feza
not
had
destructive.
been
That's
incorrect,
actually a
or
pretty
that
healthy
they
state
lied
to
to the
use.
Spanish, telling them what they wanted to hear to save their own lives, which is a
Psychotic
likely possibility.
is truly
When the
delusional
Spanish
thinking
had
about
knocked down the
reality.
doors, they
And
had
the
found
idea
the
is that
treasure house.
borderlines split
Later, they concocted the
intermittently
story
split
to make it
between
a much more
psychotic
heroic tale,
and
but the reality
neurotic.
is that they were
That's why it's
forced
called
to leave
beautiful work by
empty-handed
Melanie Klein
in the
who
way.
describes this, which I'm
They
just
did,
now kind
of
of delving
course,
into.
take
But
the wine ship
so
on.
the borderline is the person
The
who
fleet
is like, I
sailed
love you, I
to
love you,
Los
I love you,
Lamentos
and
Island.
truly
It was
feels
called
as if
the
they
Island
hate
of
you
Fiction
and you
because
become
it
that
had
object.
large fields of pineapple,
Borderlines are
bananas,
challenging
and
for
iguana
psychologists
bananas.
because of this
And
feeling,
the soldiers
right?
needed to regroup.
Schizophrenics
Captain
are
Rounce
challenged
decided
because of
to
the
leave the fleet. He saw in
detachment from
Drake an
reality.
indecisive
And
and
narcissists
ineffective.
are challenging
He also
because they're
may
often
have
so
feared the
charming
Spanish reprisals for
that
Drake's
even
actions,
the
which
therapist,
was probably a
I
smart thing
believe
to
you
do.
mentioned how that's
The Spanish were,
we'll
understandably,
talk about definitely not a
outraged
narcissist.
and
He's one of the more
terrified.
humble people, but
They
he is
realized that a small group of English pirates had sailed boldly into the harbor unopposed of the place where all of the gold to be sent to the King of Spain was housed. Luckily, it wasn't found clear at the time, but they realized how easy it would have been for Francis Drake to have stolen all of that gold. So the Spanish government in the region sent orders to every tower and every harbor to double their defenses, not only on land, but on water. Drake realized that he needed a new fleet, so he sent for his allies and clones. One of the escaped slaves that he befriended was a man named Diego. Now, sometimes that's described as one of the slaves that Captain Rounce had freed. Other times, Diego is thought to be the slave that ran up and begged to join Captain Drake and his men. Either way, he became a trusted and befriended member of their group. He was the man that helped set up and mediate the meeting between the Cameroons and Captain Drake. The Cameroons knew the Isthmus of Panama. They knew every trail, every hiding place, and every village. This was their home. They also watched twice a year when all the Spanish gold and silver passed their home on the backs of the train mules. So they hatched a plan that when that train came again to transport Philip of Spain's treasure, Drake, along with his comrades and accompanying escaped and hunted slaves, were going to steal. But because they had missed the treasure fleet this time, that was still 5 months away. Drake sent some of his men back to Fort Phillip. A few other men he sent to watch the Nombre de Dios, a small outpost that he set up there. Then Drake himself decided to do what he did best, which was get on board a ship and harass the Spanish. It was almost a repeat of his month-long campaign on his previous time. Taking any Spanish ship he came across, sacking it, taking whatever he wanted, and sometimes burning it. There was one ship that was thought to be too large for his navy. But, much like on his last voyage, he attacked it, was repelled, but then the ship was brought down. However, this time, when Francis Drake attempted to board and loot the ship, he found waiting for him a contingent of Spanish mounted soldiers. And they were forced to retreat. Francis Drake never did find out what was aboard that vessel that might have been so important and had that many well-armed Spanish troops aboard. This time his campaign lasted 2 whole months, fleeing around the Caribbean, doing as he pleased. Even for a small period of time, he blocked the port of Carthage, not allowing any ships in or out until his demands were met. And somehow, Francis Drake always escaped unscathed. But back home, at his base at Fort Pheasant, things went wrong. There was a Spanish attack that had seen his younger brother John killed. Shortly after that, there was an outbreak of disease that killed something around 48 people. It's thought that this disease was yellow fever. One of the men killed was Francis Drake's other brother, Joseph. After Joseph died, Francis Drake ordered a surgeon of the group to do an autopsy. They didn't know how dangerous yellow fever was at the time, or what was killing all of these men. And of course, the surgeon was affected as well. He died shortly thereafter. So the only man who had any medical knowledge at all died off. This was tremendous blows. But Drake rallied his
other
men.
humans
His
that interact with in some
true
ways
trait was that he was able to inspire those around him,
my
even
mind
in times where
because it's such an engineering mind.
it was
And
around
one
this time
where
the name
things
Francis
come to life,
Drake begins to appear more and more frequently in
whatever
the
that
Spanish
is,
records.
like art,
Before that, he had always
robot,
been
or
footnote
art.
in the voyages
So
of John
thinking about
Hawkins.
that.
But now it was his name that the Spanish were recording
And
as the
also
most
thinking
victorious
about
pirate
difficult guesses
in the
to
New
return
World.
to
He was
Elizabeth
an evil
Holmes. One
Uber
person,
a danger to their
maybe a
empire,
couple things.
and they called him
One person
Drake.
I think I would like to talk to.
And then, with his forces depleted, with their spirits high,
I
a
was getting
group of
afraid
Cameroon
right
messengers
before
arrived
you
at
guys
Fort
were friends,
Francis.
and now I know why. I guess.
The Spanish treasure fleet
Yeah, I mean,
had
again,
arrived at Panama.
assuming that she did the
A
things that
group
people
of about
claim
17 Englishmen and somewhere in the realm of 30 Cameroons entered the jungles of Panama.
There's just no
The English were heavily burdened, and they all carried weapons and were wearing armor. Well, the Cameroons really did the yeoman's work with this voyage. They knew all the trails and all the paths that started the way ahead, and helped carry the English when things became too hard. The jungle was not a place that the English were very fond of. It was filled with anacondas, spiders, mosquitoes, swamps, and heat. They did at one point have the pleasure of visiting a Cameroon village where they found a well-built, well-dressed, and prosperous community. This was far from the assumptions that the English had of what these Cameroons lived like.
These are
But
ideas
then,
that
one
you
day as they neared the city of Panama, the man guiding the voyage, a man named Pedro, leader of the Cameroons, gestured toward a tree. But Drake replied. In the tree, he found a small stone, a place where he could rest, and he looked north, where he could see the Caribbean Sea. Turning his head, looking south, he could see the Pacific Ocean. Drake later said that he, quote, besought Almighty God, His goodness, to give him life and leave to sail once again on an English ship in that sea.
people sometimes ask me about
But then the night was ambush arrived. They waited in a copse of mangrove along the way. Late into the night, they waited in silence. Then they heard footsteps on the road. One English soldier stood ready to attack, but he saw only a lone horseman. The Spanish scout rode back, alerting the Spanish. The English ambush was formed. They had to think on their feet. So they took a small Spanish village. They attacked, but they killed as few people as possible. The only people killed were very few
One of the things I regret
in
having
defensive
mentioned
homes, admittedly,
a
attacked the
conversation
English
with
first. And Drake issued a message that everyone in town is to remain inviolate. He actually went from door to door, assuring every woman simply home that they were not going to be raped while the English lived there. And while these reports might sound ridiculous, they actually come from the Spanish themselves. They said that Drake and his men were respectful, at least as far as the general. But this was just a ruse. They had no desire to attack Spanish villages in the area. They just attacked the village, stole a few valuables in the hopes that the Spanish would believe that they had raided the town, taken what they could, and left. They had to wait for the Spanish to lower their guard and to all agree amongst themselves that the English had left the area. The months that followed were even less
or like maybe not in the range
awful,
of
and they
things
hated the
that
jungle.
you're drawn to.
However, they met
Not so
a
much.
very
I mean, I
well
watched that
and
episode.
very respected Uber type. He was a French corsair who was greatly feared, named Young Batista. They decided to join forces with these French men.
There was a segment in
The
there.
two captains, Drake and Batista, knew of each other.
There was a segment in there where he talked about stealing a lifetime's worth
now that they were together,
collecting
apparently they
coins
grew
from
really
some
close.
elderly
They
woman.
already respected
And
each
this was
other,
everything
but really
she
they
had,
began
and
to
then
admire each other
he
as an
openly
honor
admitted
and
that
dignity.
she felt no
Once again,
remorse.
it was a
Which is
combined
the way he
force
described it.
of
Pure
English,
necessity.
French, and
And then, of
Cameroon
course, we
men
learned that
who were
he
going
grew
to
up in a
march into
family
the
where
jungle and
criminal
steal
behavior was very
Spanish
common.
goods.
It was kind of
This
embedded
time,
in his
they waited closer to Nombre de Dios, where when the train arrived, it wouldn't be as fresh as it was close to Panama City. The men would be weary from their trek through the jungle, and their guard would be lowered because they were reaching their destination. It took a full 2 months of waiting, but finally, the Spanish said the mule across the exclusive channel, and then the assault was not one to be revealed. It was quick. The Spanish soldiers were all barefoot, hungry, tired, and weary. They were ready to be done. The first casualty of the battle was the French pirate He was shot in the belly in the very first volley of Spanish rifles. But the Spanish quickly broke ranks and ran. Once again, we see Francis Drake, a man who was determined and yet thinks primarily of himself. Much in the same way that he left John Hawkins behind, he left his companion, his steward, behind, leaving him. And again, Francis Drake defended his actions, saying that his steward told him to take the gold and silver and leave him there, so that he could defend both the English and the French, stopping the Spanish militaries, which is likely a bunch of propaganda. However, the English, the French, and the Spanish had made away with all of the gold and the silver on the backs of the mule train bound for the Spanish treasure. The total taken equaled somewhere in the realm of $200,000. This was about 23.25 billion. This, in addition to any other prizes taken in the past few months on the Spanish New World, was one of the greatest prizes ever won by any pirate in the Caribbean. They split the very hard on this one day between the English, the Caribbean, and the French. About this podcast, it was time, after months of waiting, for Drake and his Plymouth lads to sail back to England. From social interaction, there was a bit of drama getting to their ship. There were several Spanish ships waiting in the harbor. However, as Drake was waiting, thinking that perhaps they had been found out, the Spanish ships left the harbor, and Drake was able to build a few rafts where he could get his gold and his men out to his ships. Now, Drake didn't take all of the gold and silver that Drake wanted. He was only able to carry so much, so he took the most valuable jewels and the gold, and then the silver he buried strategically, thinking that he would be able to come back and find it. However, it was well known, passed down from man to man, that Drake was never able to come back and recover all the silver. And this, passed down from sailor to sailor, generation to generation, would go on to form the basis of all of our myths, both the pirates and the golden age of piracy. And in the stories told today was buried treasure. It was said that Drake did even make maps of where he buried his treasure, and X always marked the spot. Drake's voyage back to England was relatively painless. It was a very quick voyage. It only took him about 23 days. And on August 9, 1573, Francis Drake returned to England. The legend goes that when Francis Drake sailed into the harbor, word spread was most of the men and women in town were in St. Andrew's Church filling the pews. They began to whisper. They whispered behind the wall. And then people began to rise from their seats, and one by one started to leave. Slowly at first, but faster and faster, until there was a torrent of people leaving the church, until finally they had left their pastor all alone, preaching in an empty room. All of the people in town were left to go to the docks to welcome home Francis Drake, their new national hero. Things in England were getting worse. The war with Spain was taking its toll. However, England had several victories to hang its hat on. Next week, we're not yet going to go into this conflict with Spain. We're going to stay with Francis Drake. After returning to England as a national hero, he spends a little time basking in the glory. He is called by Queen Elizabeth into a private union. This is something that's virtually unheard of. She even sent her royal guards out of the room because no one, besides Queen Elizabeth herself and the newly knighted Sir Francis Drake, were to hear what she had to say. Whatever she said to him in that room, we'll never know. Francis Drake was sworn to secrecy. However, shortly thereafter, he set sail on the voyage of his life.
And I
A
really
voyage
love,
that
I
would make
appreciate,
him a household
I
name in
wonder,
England to this
like,
very day, a
exactly this
national hero to the
question.
English and Spain's most wanted criminal.
Why is this
There's a
person with a
reason
Russian
that school
accent
children
talking
all
to me?
across the world,
So
even
showing me so
today,
much love.
know the
Because,
words of
sorry to
Francis
interrupt you again, but
If you're enjoying the show, why not check out the website
and
at
it's a sign of
RealHistoryPodcast.com.
sometimes,
Over there, you can
yeah,
find
I have a
some
colleague at
supplemental
Stanford.
information, such as maps and
Interruption.
works of art relating to our topics. We
75%
also have on our
time is a
campus
sign
a
of
list of
real
the
interest.
sources. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those
You're
source
very
lists
lovely.
also have links that go
Well,
to ebooks.
I mean, I learned about hedgehog and the you know, and I learned, you know,
if you do use
you're very
this,
lovely. People love you because you're lovely. I love love. 100%. And it's, I mean, it's
If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so.
amazing. I go
There's
to
a PayPal donate button as well as a link
but you want to fit? 100%. I mean, I take what you said as a challenge.
There's also a link
In terms of having family with kids and you do jiu-jitsu and obviously feed you and make you visible for your family and father. So you do a great build up an army. But yes, I would love children. I just want to finish that point. I'm nervous
Hello.
about the way people perceive.
Welcome to the Pirate
When your
History
name is a
Podcast.
force company.
My name is Matt. Thank you for
Who I
listening.
am. I seem to
Last week, we talked about several voyages of Francis Drake. Voyages that included raids on Spanish shipping, attacks on Spanish towns, and finally, an attack on the Spanish treasure fleet as it crossed overland on the Maxim Mule train. These events were known collectively as Drake's War, and they proved very successful for him. However, when he returned to England, he found that he wasn't the national hero he thought he would be. London was very tense at the time because of the international political situation as well as some of the internal politics of Elizabeth's court. So Drake decided to take a step back from all that after his report to Elizabeth and take some time for himself. He bought a house and he spent some time with his wife. He took care of some business affairs as well. He closed some accounts, he paid back some of his investors, that sort of thing. Then, being a man who wasn't comfortable at leisure, he got back on board his ship. He needed to find some action for himself. He enlisted 4 of his ships in what was known as the Irish Adventure. Now, the Irish had been a thorn in the side of the English crown since, well, essentially since there had been an English crown, but more recently, during the reign of Henry VIII, they had become very resurgent and rebellious. He had attempted to put them down, but had been unsuccessful, as had his son and daughter. Elizabeth decided to focus her efforts on and finish this Irish problem. So she enlisted the help of a man named Walter Devereux, who she put in charge of the Irish Adventure. Devereux was an extremely talented leader of men, but he was also notoriously highly greedy and a very brutal man. His first action after taking command of the Irish campaign was to ally himself with an Irish nobleman named Brian O'Neill. Now, Brian O'Neill was loyal to Queen Elizabeth, but he was also quite powerful. He was powerful enough, in fact, that Devereux saw him as a bar to his own power. So he dealt with this problem in a scene that's just out of the pages of Game of Thrones. He threw a feast for all the soldiers of Brian O'Neill, all of the men allied to him. He fed them extremely well. He got them nice and drunk, and then, late that night, he barred the doors to the hall they were feasting in. Every man inside was massacred, except for Brian O'Neill himself, who was taken to Dublin to be executed publicly. It was after this event that Francis Drake joined forces with Walter Devereux. Devereux needed a man who had ships and was a well-versed naval commander, and at the time, Francis Drake was one of the top naval commanders in England. They needed ships because Devereux had a plan to take another island, a much smaller island that was just off the coast of Ireland, right in between Ireland and Scotland, very strategically placed and highly defensible. He planned to use this island as a base of operations for the English to make their attacks into Ireland. There was a battle, but it was fairly short. It didn't take very long for the Irish on that island to surrender. After they surrendered, though, the story becomes somewhat tragic. It only took about 5 days, but after the surrender, Walter Devereux had every man, woman, and child on this small island butchered. There was more than 500 people butchered in just 4 or 5 days. After seeing what he was capable of, Francis Drake befriended one of the retainers of Devereux, a man named Doughty, Thomas Doughty. Now, Thomas Doughty was a well-born man who was respected at Elizabeth's court and kind of a rising star in London. Now, Doughty was allied with one of Elizabeth's top advisors, Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester, They were close friends and saw eye to eye on a lot of issues, and they enlisted the help of Drake while they were alive to deal with this problem of Devereaux. A few days later, Devereaux took ill very suddenly and died shortly thereafter. For a man who was reportedly in quite good health, of course the whispers were of poison. There were a few whispers that it was Francis Drake himself that administered the poison, but most people seemed to think that it was Robert Dudley who did the deed. Regardless, after that, Francis Drake left the Irish adventure. This little triumvirate of men, Dudley, the Earl of Leicester, Francis Drake, and Doughty, had begun to concoct a plan. You see, they were all members of that young group of gentlemen, the gentlemen adventurers, and Robert Dudley knew intimately the details of Elizabeth's needs and plans throughout it. He was able to see those plans fulfilled while making sure that he and his friends were able to profit from it. These men concocted a plan that would see Elizabeth's primary goal of pushing war with Spain further, while making all three of them very wealthy. It would also see Francis Drake sent back to the Americans. This is episode number 9, Master Thief of the Unknown World, Part 1. When Drake's return from the Americas had been at something of an unfortunate time for him politically, his return from Ireland was perfectly timed. In the intervening months, there had been a fever that gripped London, a fever for colonies and gold. They had begun to plan and even set out on voyages to settle the first English colonies in North America, and there was a belief that they would be able to bring back quantities of gems and gold similar to those that Spain was bringing back about twice a year. Capitalizing on this fever for gold and exploration, there was a man named Martin Frobisher. He was a member of a group called the Company of Cathay. Cathay was what the English called China at the time. This was a group that intended to finally solve the problem of England finding a sea route to Asia. They intended to do so by finding the Northwest Passage, that mythical route through North America that would lead them to Asia and the Indies. All of this, the fever for gold, exploration, as well as the building of a new English naval presence, was due largely to one man, a man named John Dee, who was a writer, philosopher, occultist, and scientist. While Drake was in Ireland, he wrote a work titled General and Rare Memorials Pertaining to the Perfect Art of Navigation that contained a smaller work, just a paper inside it called A Petty Royal Navy. And this work was intended for the people of England, more importantly, the people of London. And most importantly, John Dee wrote this work specifically for his most august reader, Queen Elizabeth herself, who read everything that John Dee published and took his counsel very seriously. Now this trio of Drake, Dudley, and Doughty, they decided to capitalize on this fever in London and in the Queen's heart. They formulated a plan, and then they presented it to the Queen. Now this plan is not well documented, it's shrouded in secrecy, and many of the documents pertaining to it were destroyed. However, there is a small partial document that remains. It's burned on the edges, and most of the top is gone, but there is a small portion of the document that is still legible, which I'd like to read to you. Quote, far to the northwards, as along the sailed coast, as, and then there's some missing, as of the other to find our, there's some more missing, to have traffic for the benefit of Her Majesty's realms. They are not under the obedience of prince. So it is the great hope of spices, drugs, coke and meal, and special commodities, such as may Her Highness dominions, and also shipping a work greatly, and gotten up as aforesaid into X day of the South Sea, if it shall be thought by the aforenamed Francis Drake to, and then there's some missing, that he is to return the same way homewards as he went out, which voyage by God's favor is to be performed in X month, and although he should spend X months in carriage upon the coast to get knowledge of the princes and countries there. End quote. Now, this document is incomplete, and the language is somewhat difficult to understand. However, basically what it's saying is that Francis Drake is going to return to the Americas. He is going to sail to the west coast of South America, an area that only the Spanish ships ever sailed in. He was going to sail there, steal as much as he could from them, and learn about the geography and culture of the area, as well as any of their defenses and settlements they might have there. This was a voyage of exploration on which Francis Drake was to engage in acts of piracy to pay not only himself but his investors with. This was how Elizabeth operated. She didn't like to spend her own coin on these naval voyages, so she allowed men who were essentially her Royal Navy to take part in piracy. In many ways, this was just going to be a repeat of his voyages in 1572 and 1573, except on the western coast of South America. The primary difference, however, is that he was not to attack any settlements on land. It was to be a purely naval voyage. On his previous voyages, he had lost the greatest numbers of men, munitions, and money, while he had been attacking on land instead of at sea. This was to be only on the back of a ship. The other difference was that it was shrouded in so much secrecy. That is the only document that we have that proves that Elizabeth and these other men had any knowledge of what Francis Drake was about to do. But we have a host of other documents that prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that this voyage of Francis Drake was intended only to go to the city of Alexandria as a trading mission, which we all know now was complete nonsense. It was mere propaganda at the time so that she could prove to any of the enemies in Europe that she did not officially back the actions of Francis Drake. This is a tactic that we've seen before, but this time Elizabeth was taking it further because she realized just how audacious this trip was going to be. She went so far as to swear all of the men who knew the truth of this voyage, that is, Thomas Doughty, even her possible lover, Robert Dudley, Francis Drake, the Lords Burghley and Cecil. She swore them to secrecy on pain of death. And then she took it a step farther. She held a secret meeting with Francis Drake. She sent all of her advisors out of the room. She even sent her guards out of the room. This was something that was almost unheard of. Queen Elizabeth was never alone with anybody in her court except for possibly her very closest friends. For her to be alone with a man who was relatively unknown to her, she must have had something deeply secretive to say. Unfortunately, he swore upon his life that he would never speak of what was said in that room, and he never did. So we don't know exactly what Elizabeth said, but we do know of the actions that Francis Drake was to take, as well as the actions of a couple of other seamen that can kind of point us in the direction of what Elizabeth's orders probably were. We do know what Francis Drake asked of Elizabeth, however. He asked merely for one small ship, along with all of the tackle and necessaries for running that ship, that would be used basically just to carry goods. He asked for a small sum of investment. This was largely so that other investors in London would back his voyage. He also asked for a few documents that would claim, falsely from the Queen's own hand, that this voyage was bound for Alexandria, so that he could prove to anybody who asked that they were merely going to Egypt. This was actually something of a big deal because he was asking the Queen to put down in writing something that she knew to be false. And she must have put some trust in him because she gave him the documents that he asked for. Now, after the secret meeting with the Queen's ship, the documents that he had asked for, and a fair amount of money invested from people all over London, he was ready to set sail. He had a small fleet. There was the 100-ton ship, the Pelican, the 80-ton Elizabeth, then there was the Swan, the Marigold, and the Christopher. Those last two ships are hardly worth noting. They were essentially a ship that was there to carry any goods that they might take or need on the voyage, and a very small ship that was meant just for ferrying messages back and forth between the larger vessels. Neither of these were outfitted for war, but they were both necessary to the voyage. Then, on November 15, 1577, the fleet set sail from Plymouth Sound. Almost immediately, they were hit by a storm. It was one of those channel storms that blew up around this time of year that were sudden and deadly. They had to cut the mainmast on two of the ships to try and save them, but even so, the Marigold blew into some rocks that were there nearby. They had to sail back into Plymouth Harbor to have repairs done on the ships. However, that proved to be somewhat fortuitous because as they were sailing back, Francis Drake noticed something. He saw that the levels of fresh water and food on board were not nearly enough for the voyage that they were undertaking. Now, the man who was responsible for this, Francis Drake, lashed out at and kicked off of the voyage. Now, this upset some of the other crew, including one of the men who helped plan this voyage, a member of that trio, Thomas Doughty. He was on board and a major player on this voyage, and he accused Drake of dismissing a, quote, essential member of our crew. Now, this is notable for a couple of reasons. First of all, for the people that were responsible for buying the food and water for these sorts of voyages would frequently buy food and water of a lower quality, and sometimes not even enough of it, and pocket the rest of the money. Now, for a relatively short voyage to Alexandria, that wouldn't have been a problem. And that was what the man who was buying these victuals, as well as almost everybody else on board, thought they were doing. Nearly every member of this crew thought they were just going to Egypt for a trading voyage. But Thomas Doughty knew better. He was one of the men that had come up with the actual plan to travel to the Americas. However, he used this as an excuse to start bashing Francis Drake, talking about his irresponsibility as a captain for getting rid of this very important member of their crew. It was a purely selfish argument on his part, and he found himself gathering quite a few listeners on board. But then it's possible that Doughty didn't know the whole story. While most of the crew thought they were going to Alexandria, and Thomas Doughty, along with a few other select officers, knew they were going to the west coast of South America, Francis Drake probably knew something else. In that secret meeting with Elizabeth, we can't know for certain, but she almost certainly gave him special orders that would send him farther than any English crew had ever gone before. So you can understand why he would be upset when he found out that they didn't have nearly enough food and water on board. While their ships were being repaired, Francis Drake resupplied and made sure that they had ample provisions. However, he left plenty of space in their holds for carrying treasure. After they set out, they sailed south. To reach Alexandria, they would have had to sail around the Iberian Peninsula and then through the Strait of Gibraltar to enter the Mediterranean Sea. However, they did not enter the Strait of Gibraltar. They continued on south to the Guinea coast of Africa. Now, this may have worried some of the men, but it shouldn't have been too surprising to them at this time. They all knew the reputation of Francis Drake. They knew that he was one of the most successful pirates in the world. That's why they signed up. They intended to travel south to Africa, where there were many Spanish and Portuguese ships they could take at their will. This was something that Thomas Doughty, again, would have disapproved of. He did not think that piracy was a gentlemanly activity. However, none of the men on board any of these ships would have put up with these rumblings. They were here to take these Spanish and Portuguese ships and anything on board. Their first prize was just a few small Spanish ships, little more than fishing vessels. However, they managed to take some supplies, wine, wood, tar, ropes, that sort of thing, but it really wasn't anything to write home about. Then they came across 3 Portuguese caravels. These were much richer prizes. On board, they found many African riches, things that would fetch a good price either in the Caribbean or back in England. The hold was also filled with slaves, however. Now, Francis Drake no longer considered himself a slave. After looting the ships of all of their goods, Francis Drake set these African slaves free, and then set the Portuguese back on their ships and freed them. Now, this surprised a number of the men. Some of them were surprised that he would free the African slaves. Others were surprised that he would allow these Portuguese sailors to go free. But this early in the voyage, Francis Drake didn't want to make any more enemies than necessary. He had a long way to go after this first initial encounter. However, after taking these Portuguese caravels, the men thought that they would be traveling back north towards the Strait of Gibraltar. But they didn't. The fleet turned west and headed toward the Cape Verde Islands. When they neared their first island, they were met with cannon fire. Word of the English pirates had fled before them, and they were not welcomed in a port. However, there was a ship outside of the range of cannon fire that Francis Drake's crew managed to take. It was called the Santa Maria. This ship carried the most valuable treasure that they had found so far. It would held plenty of valuables and goods, but that wasn't what was so important. The captain of this ship was a very experienced Portuguese pilot, a man named Nunes de Silva. De Silva had a rich trove of maps that he had made and that others had made of the South American coast, as well as in his head an intimate knowledge of the eastern coast of Brazil. Now, Drake told De Silva that they were going to take the Santa Maria with them, along with he and his crew. However, when they reached Brazil, they were going to be set free. Drake needed time to study his maps along the voyage of the Atlantic. But after leaving the Cape Verde Islands, the men on board realized that they were absolutely not heading to Alexandria, that this was going to be a voyage heading to the Americas. Now, most of these men had told their wives and families that they would be gone a few weeks, maybe a couple of months at best. Alexandria was not that far away, respectively. But they realized that they were going to be gone a much longer period of time. So on every crew, on every ship in the fleet, discord began to swell. It was a delicate balancing act for Drake, along with the other captains on the other ships, who had to keep the men on board happy while keeping them in line. And this was when Doughty really began preaching against Francis Drake, and began growing a following and sowing the seeds of what would eventually turn his plans for mutiny. He spoke of the injustice of this voyage, of the men being lied to. He spoke of the arrogance of Drake and the other captains. He tried to paint himself as a man who was just another member of the crew, one of these men who had been lied to by Drake and the other captains, despite the fact that he knew of these plans, in fact helped create these plans from the outset to travel to the Americas. This was a clear attempt to undermine Drake's authority and bolster his own on this voyage. And then he tried a new tactic. As his followers grew, Doughty was becoming ever bolder. So after taking the Santa Maria, Doughty accused Francis Drake's younger brother, Thomas, of stealing from the loot they had taken from the Maria that was to go into a communal pot and put it in his own possessions. Now this enraged Francis Drake, and it's pretty understandable why. After questioning his brother and Doughty and the other men on board, a priest named Francis Fletcher claimed that it was in fact Doughty who had been stealing these goods and not Thomas Drake. Now Fletcher was not on Francis Drake's side. He was a priest, a man who was known to be completely honest. So for him to make this testimony against Doughty, well, it was almost unrefutable proof. But when Francis Drake and some of the other officers searched Doughty's cabin, they found absolutely unrefutable proof. They found Portuguese goods in his own personal holdings. Now, Doughty claimed that these were gifts given to him from Portuguese sailors in order to gain themselves preferential treatment. But Drake saw through this immediately. He knew that while Doughty had been stealing from the goods taken for the communal use of the crew, he had tried to blame it on Thomas Drake's brother to undermine the authority of both of the Drakes. So Drake decided to stay on board the Santa Maria, which he rechristened the Merrill. It had some of the best provisions in the fleet, as well as the many maps and charts and Portuguese sailors that he needed to study while they crossed the Atlantic. And he sent Doughty back to the flagship of the fleet, the Pelican, and made him the captain. Now, this was little more than a band-aid for the situation. It kept Doughty's pride intact, but it stopped a confrontation between Doughty and Drake, which might have ended in blood. But it also emboldened Doughty. He saw himself now as the captain of the flagship of the fleet, undeniably the man in charge of this voyage. And he began to grow ever more egotistical, even to the point of what you might call near madness. He claimed to the men on board the Pelican that he could bring down, quote, the devil to bear down upon the ship's company, end quote, and then he threatened them with what he called his dark witchcraft. See, Doughty was a nobleman who was well-born and well-educated, and he really looked down on those underneath him, especially men like Francis Drake. He saw Francis Drake as no better than any other common mariner on board, and he couldn't understand why he and Francis Drake were to share command at an equal level. Even worse, it upset him that the men on board respected and admired Francis Drake as one of them who had risen to prominence and was one of the best among them, and they looked at Doughty as just some sort of nobleman interloper who knew nothing about being on board ship. They treated him with absolutely zero respect, and this enraged him. So he decided to take the crew of the Pelican and make them live in fear of him as a dark sorcerer. But fear can only go so far. The men truly loved Francis Drake, and while the crew of the Pelican was too afraid to report what Doughty was doing, Francis Drake was already suspicious of his actions and kept a close eye on him. Most of the reports from the Pelican were of Doughty acknowledging that Francis Drake was the leader of this voyage. However, Francis Drake was receiving secret reports that this was not the case. And then, for some reason, Thomas Doughty himself sent Francis Drake a missive that was mysterious and threatening, and said that the voyage would, quote, have more need of me than I shall have of the voyage, end quote. So Francis Drake decided it was time to take action. He could no longer ignore the problem with Doughty. So he sent his trumpeter on board one of the small boats over to the Pelican to collect Doughty. Now, when the trumpeter got there, the accounts are a little jumbled. Some historians consider what followed as a violent action. He was held down by the crewmen and beaten. Others see this as an old-time tradition among sailors, that when they see a friend they have not seen in some months at sea, they greet him with a friendly spanking, where all the mariners hold him down and give him one swat on the bottom. Regardless, Doughty decided to take part in what was either a friendly tradition or a violent interaction. But when he swatted his trumpeter on the bottom, the trumpeter freaked out He said, quote, God wounds Dowdy, that dost thou mean use this familiarity with me, considering thou art not the general's friend. End quote. So this trumpeter gave Dowdy the message that he was to go meet with Francis Drake aboard the Mary. Now at first, Dowdy refused, and the trumpeter brought that news to Francis Drake. But when Drake realized that Dowdy was not going to come meet with him, he sailed his ship around to go meet with the Pelican in a stance meant for naval combat, and Drake was a much better sea commander than anybody on board the other ship. So he demanded that Dowdy come meet with him. He really had no option but to obey. In a small rowboat, Dowdy went over to the Mary, and he began to climb the ladder to board her. But before he was allowed to climb over the rigging, Francis Drake was standing there, barring his way, and he said, quote, stay there, Thomas Dowdy, for I must send you to another place, end quote. Dowdy was sent back to the rowboat, and then he was sent over to the Swan, which was no more than a supply ship. Now he was officially given command of the Swan. He was the captain of the smallest ship in the fleet. However, while he was officially given command, it was made very clear to him that he was not captain of that ship. He was to be put under guard and was little more than a prisoner. Drake needed to do this to buy himself the peace that he needed to cross the Atlantic, and the crossing went mostly pretty smoothly. He had time to study the maps and the charts that De Silva had in his possession on board the Mary. He began to learn more and more about the coastline of Brazil and the rest of South America. He also had something of the writings of Ferdinand Magellan, as well as the accounts of the other mariners on board Ferdinand Magellan's voyage that had survived. He was clearly learning about what the rest of his voyage was going to entail. Now, the fact that he had on board these writings of Magellan and these other mariners is somewhat significant, but not tremendously so. We still don't know officially what Drake was supposed to be doing on this voyage. You see, he knew he was going to be going through the Straits of Magellan, and Magellan had been the first man to do so he wanted these initial accounts. Magellan also went much further on his voyage, but we don't know as yet if Francis Drake was intending to follow in Magellan's footsteps. As they neared the coast of South America, it became clear to that Portuguese pilot, De Silva, that while his crew was going to be set free, he was going to be forced to stay on with the English pirates. His knowledge was just too valuable. And things weren't going well aboard the Swan either. Thomas Dowdy and the other noblemen that were part of his little group, well, they were being fed half rations. The men who were supposed to be officially in charge of this vessel were being fed half as much as a common crew, while the actual captain, the man who was master of that ship, was eating with the crew and kept these noblemen in a state of isolation. Now, when Dowdy complained about the half rations to the ship's master, the man who was essentially his jailer, the man said that he would give him, quote, something to eat that falls from my tail, end quote. This obviously enraged the nobleman Dowdy, and he struck the master of the vessel. Now, the master struck him back. They came to blows, but while this wasn't something that could be called mutiny, it became quickly apparent that this small group of noblemen were no match for a large group of seasoned English West Country mariners. So they quickly backed down and shut up. But that didn't mean that Dowdy had stopped flying. Now, when they finally reached sight of the coast of South America, Drake ordered that they continue sailing south. All of the Portuguese settlements along the coast had been warned of Drake's coming, and there was a Portuguese warship, a man of war, in every harbor that awaited them. So they stayed out of sight of the coastline and sailed south until they were too far from any Portuguese settlements to be in any danger. It took several days for them to find a harbor that was suitable to anchor in, but finally they did. However, the Swan, the ship that Dowdy was on, was nowhere to be seen. It had become lost in a storm, so Francis Drake had to go out on the Mary to find her and bring her into the harbor. He let it be known to some of the other officers and crewmen that Drake himself attributed the fact that the Swan had become lost to Dowdy's dark and vile magics. Now, this seems to me and to many historians as nothing more than a little bit of propaganda. Drake probably didn't believe that Dowdy was in fact a dark sorcerer, but Dowdy had begun spreading that rumor himself, so Drake decided to use his own lies against him to make the men believe that while he was, yes, in fact a dark sorcerer, Francis Drake, the master of the voyage, knew of it and had him well in hand. And in fact, Drake did have them on him. He had a plan to deal with Dowdy, but it was still a little bit early, and he needed more time and a bit more evidence. While they were in harbor, Drake ordered the Swan disassembled. He said to take all of the metal fittings from the Swan, all of the supplies on board, and anything that the Swan carried, and put it on board the other ships. And then he ordered the ship burned. Now, Dowdy was unhappy about this, as this was his last vestige of command. While he wasn't actually in command, he could pretend that he was captain of that vessel. And for Drake to have this vessel burned, it showed that he was no more than a prisoner. So Dowdy refused to leave the Swan. He said that he was going to stay on board his ship. But Drake responded by saying that if he would not leave, he should be hoisted aboard along with the ship's captain. So Dowdy backed down, and he climbed on board the Maria. But instead of staying quiet, he claimed to all the men that Drake did not have their best interests at heart, and that he, Dowdy, had lost all faith in Drake's actions. So Drake lost his temper and struck Dowdy across the brow, and then ordered him tied to the mainmast, along with his other men, something that the crew of the Swan, who was already on board the Mary, were happy to do, having had put up with Dowdy and his nonsense for the entire crossing of the Atlantic Ocean. So after they cut him free, but before they set sail, Drake ordered Dowdy aboard the Christopher, the next smallest ship in the fleet, and he sent the captain of the Christopher a message saying that he was sending them, quote, a very bad couple of men. And he continues, the which he did not know how to carry along with him. Thomas Dowdy is a conjurer, a seditious fellow, and his brother a witch, a poisoner, and such a one as the world can judge of. I cannot tell from whence he came, but from the devil. End quote. While these noblemen were kept on board, under guard, not allowed to leave the ship, nearly every other crewman, including all of the officers and Drake himself, went ashore, where they met a tribe of natives. Now this tribe was friendly and met them with a very warm welcome. The English had many goods that this tribe, which lived apparently a very simple life, did not. The English played music for the tribe, to which all of the young women danced, which delighted the Englishmen. So the natives threw them a feast, and the English feasted for days on seal meat, their local alcohol, and even the local women. It appears that this tribe didn't have any belief in the institution of marriage, and they were allowed to couple freely with any English sailor that they took a shine to. Now, this tribe didn't have much to trade in return, but the English enjoyed their time with them so much that they left them gifts of very rich value. Even Francis Drake, giving a man who had taken a liking to his fancy red velvet cap, he gave him that hat to wear, just out of the kindness of his heart. Now, this may have been something further that Francis Drake was doing to discredit Dowdy. While Dowdy had to be on board and under guard, Francis Drake saw that his men were having the time of their lives in this tropical paradise, and that he himself was a giving and friendly man to these natives. Then, after leaving port, again, the ship that Dowdy was on, the Christopher, became separated from the fleet. Now, there's no evidence to support it, but it seems to me that Francis Drake was building a very solid case against Thomas Dowdy, so he may have sailed faster than the smallest ship in the fleet, the Christopher, could follow. Regardless, when they reached their next port, their next anchorage, he ordered the Christopher dismantled, all of its cargo taken off, and the ship burned. Drake claimed that he believed that any ship that had had Dowdy aboard was infected by his dark sorceress magic, so they needed to be destroyed. Now this became somewhat worrying to the men, I imagine, because if Dowdy was to stay with them and they had to keep burning any boat that Dowdy was aboard quickly, they were going to run out of ships. But Drake knew better. Just a few days after burning the Christopher, the fleet arrived at Port St. Julian. Port St. Julian was the location where, on his historic voyage 58 years before Francis Drake's, Ferdinand Magellan decided to spend the winter. It was also the location of an event known as the Easter Mutiny, and where Ferdinand Magellan put the prime mutineer, a man named Luis Mendoza, on trial. In his book, Over the Edge of the World, Lawrence Berkeley covers the aftermath of that mutiny. I'd like to read from that book about the aftermath of the mutiny. It's a fairly lengthy quote, but it's also a fairly graphic one, so if there are any kids listening, you might want to skip ahead a couple of minutes. Quote, now that the Easter Mutiny was finally at an end, Magellan meted out punishment to the guilty parties. The mutineers were about to discover that defying Magellan was even more perilous than the most ferocious storm at sea. To begin, Magellan introduced one of his men to read an indictment of Mendoza as a traitor. The Captain General then ordered his men to draw and quarter Mendoza's body. This complicated and grotesque procedure usually began with hanging the victim, then cutting him down while he was only partially strangled. The executioner, or an assistant, would make an incision in the victim's abdomen, remove his intestines, and, incredibly, burn them in front of the half-dead victim. When he finally expired, his head and limbs were severed from his body, parboiled with herbs to preserve them and repel birds, and finally displayed to the public. In a variation, the victim's arms and legs were attached to 4 horses who were made to walk in opposite directions, slowly tearing the victim's limbs from his body. Magellan combined elements of both methods. Mendoza was secured to the flagship's deck with ropes running from his wrists and ankles to the capstans, which consisted of a cable wound around a cylinder to hoist or move heavy objects. On cue, sailors pressed levers to rotate the capstan's drum, which contained sockets to check its backward movement. Bit by bit, pressure applied to the capstans ripped Mendoza's lifeless body to pieces. Magellan directed that the quartered remains be spitted and displayed as a warning of exactly how traitors would be treated. The preserved body parts of Luis de Mendoza remained visible, an indelible lesson concerning the consequences of mutiny. End quote. When the fleet of Francis Drake arrived at Port St. Julian, there was a ghostly memorial to that event. Exactly what was there remains disputed. It's clear that there was a scaffold that Magellan had built, still standing. Some of the sailors claimed that Mendoza's armor was still there, and still others claimed that the bleached remains of Mendoza were still on display. Now, I find that somewhat hard to believe, but it definitely leaves an impression. Drake had read about Port St. Julian in the writings of Magellan. He knew what had happened here, and he suspected that there would be some evidence left. It was here that Francis Drake had been waiting for. However, he was forced to wait to make his move. As soon as they landed, a group of hostile natives attacked the fleet, and, although the natives were repelled, several of the men in Francis Drake's command were killed. Now, Drake saw these men buried with full honors, and then he claimed that this attack was only further evidence of Doughty's witchcraft. So Drake established a court in view of the scaffold of Magellan. Doughty claimed that Drake had no authority to try him here, and strictly speaking, he was actually right. Now, an official naval captain in the Royal Navy had the right to try and marry people at sea. However, Francis Drake was not an official naval captain. While Elizabeth had backed this voyage, it was done in extreme secrecy, so there was no documentation that Francis Drake had the right to try a man like Doughty. Now, Drake argued that the Queen had backed the voyage with 1,000 crowns, along with very august names like Hatton, Walsingham, and Leicester. Now, these men held a lot of weight to the men on this voyage, and beyond that, Francis Drake argued that the Queen had given him this authority directly and told his men, quote, "Lo, my masters, what this fellow hath done, God will have his treacheries all known, for her majesty gave me special commandment that of all my men Lord Treasurer should not know it, but to see his own mouth hath betrayed him." End quote. Arguing that Francis Drake had been given this command and these rights by Queen Elizabeth without the knowledge of Thomas Doughty. So the trial commenced. Now, Doughty was trained as a lawyer. He was very good at arguing his case, and apparently he did so with great eloquence, the kind of eloquence known only to a gentleman of Elizabethan England. However, Drake appealed to the men's baser desires. Doughty was a man who didn't approve of piracy, and while the Queen remained removed from those issues, Drake claimed that Doughty would attempt to take command and stop any piratical actions, keeping the men from making their share of the booty. These sailors had signed up with Drake, knowing his reputation, expecting to take as much Spanish treasure as possible. They had not known where the voyage would take them, but they knew that they were going to wind up richer. Drake still had to play his cards carefully, though, and he continued his argument, quote, And now, my masters, consider what a great voyage we are like to make. The like was never made out of England, for by the same the worst in this fleet shall become a gentleman. And if this voyage go not forward, which I cannot see how possible it should be if the man live, what a reproach it will be, not only unto our country, but especially unto us, the very simplest here may consider of. Therefore, my masters, they that think this man worthy to die, let them with me hold up their hands. Drake had argued that if they let Doughty live, the voyage would turn back to England. They would not take any more Spanish treasure. They would not fulfill the orders of the Queen. Not only would they disappoint the Queen and her court, these men would lose out on a fortune that they would have taken in Spanish gold and treasure. Beyond that, Drake knew that they were about to embark on a voyage that would be written about in history books for the rest of time. These men would have their names remembered, and if they did not execute Doughty on this beach, they would not go through with that voyage. He was telling them that this was a historic event and they had a choice right here and right now whether or not to continue. The men unanimously voted to execute Thomas Doughty. In the end, Doughty met his fate bravely. You might say, like an Elizabethan English gentleman would. He chose to die by the axe. He and Drake shared a sacrament, and then shared a few words that were neither heard nor recorded. Doughty begged for forgiveness, both from the men on the voyage and from God, and then, with one swing, his head was removed. Drake held his head aloft. It was the head of a mutineer, but Drake swore that there would be no further reprisals, either against Doughty's companions or his brother. During the trial, Drake had stirred the men's patriotism. He had stirred their lust for riches and their hatred of the Spanish. He had stirred even further their desire to undertake what would be the greatest voyage that England had ever known. Before setting sail, they burned the Mary. That was the last ship that had been touched by Thomas Doughty. It was also a ship that was unlikely to make it through the Strait of Magellan. And then on August 17th, 1578, a full 10 months after leaving England, they set sail again. The three ships left in the fleet, the Pelican, the Elizabeth, and the Marigold, in 3 days' time, reached what's called the Cape of Virgins. This was the entrance to the Strait of Magellan, and there stood a series of massive stone pillars. The men described this place solemnly, quote, full of black stars, against which the sea beating showed, as it were, the sproutings of whales, end quote. This was a place that was alien to the men on board this English fleet. They'd never seen anything like it. And Drake realized that this was something of a historic moment that these men would remember for the rest of their lives. So he chose this as a time to commence with the ceremony. He ordered every ship in the fleet to strike its topsails in honor of Queen Elizabeth, and then commenced with a ceremony that's not really recorded in the histories, but we can be fairly certain that the men prayed, and then what we know is that Francis Drake, to help heal any wounds that were still left after the execution of Thomas Doughty, renamed his flagship. It had been a Pelican, and it was rechristened the Golden Hind. The Golden Hind was the sigil of a man named Christopher Hatton, who was a very close friend and a patron of Doughty. But he was still a patron of the voyage, and a man that many of the men on board looked up to. So naming his ship the Golden Hind showed that this voyage still held the ideals that it had set out with when Thomas Doughty was still in his right mind. After the ceremony, the men dropped their topsails back down, and the winds began to push them towards the Strait of Magellan. But that's going to do it for this week. This has already been a fairly long story, and while I wanted to cover this entire voyage of Francis Drake in a single episode, we're only about halfway there, and there's still a lot to cover. Francis Drake is only getting started. Next week, Francis Drake will navigate the Strait of Magellan and emerge into a world that no Englishman had ever seen before. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have on every episode a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, these source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of books. We also have an 8books search bar on the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an AbeBooks and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either AbeBooks or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Last time, we talked about the first leg of Francis Drake's most famous voyage. That period took him from Plymouth in England, south to Africa, and to the Canary Islands, east across the Atlantic Ocean, to the western coast of Brazil, down that coast further south, until he had reached almost the tip of South America. If everything had gone according to plan, this would have been a relatively unremarkable period. However, due to some of the egos on board and the fashion ideologies of some of the men, there was nearly a mutiny led by a man named Thomas Howdy that Francis Drake eventually had executed. This left Francis Drake with 3 ships, the Pelican, the Elizabeth, and the American. Sailing just a few days south, Francis Drake found the fleet on what's known as the Cape of Virgins. The Cape of Virgins was a place that was peaceful, beautiful, cold, and eerily quiet. For the men on board, according to some of the journals, it was a solemn time, a time for reflection. Francis Drake also reportedly held a ceremony that changed the name of his ship, the Pelican, to the Golden Hind. For 2 days, the men waited for the winds to pick up and carry them towards the Strait of Magellan, the easiest way for them to cross the continent of South America. There were 2 days of peace and calm reflection. The men were able to recuperate and rest. For some of the men, these 2 days of calm would be the last days of calm that they would see for many months. And for still others, it would be the last days of calm that they would see for the rest of their lives. This is episode number 10, Master Thief of the Unknown World, Part 2. Before we continue the voyage, I'd like to point out a couple of things about this period of history and the records that we have. This was a voyage that was clouded in secrecy by design. Francis Drake was ordered by Queen Elizabeth not to keep the best of records about everything he was doing. Many of these things were secret even to her closest council members and generals, so she didn't want any record of them existing. Beyond that, the records that Francis Drake did keep are usually fairly questionable. Francis Drake was a man who was, well, he was a master tactician, not just on sea, but he was a master of court politics as well. He was a man who could turn even the worst of disasters into a potential success. He had so many great achievements in his career that he always overshadowed the losses. And when things got too bad to be overshadowed, he always managed to find a scapegoat whose fault it truly was. There are some historians that believe that Thomas Howdy was not in fact the villain that Francis Drake made him out to be. He was merely a man who disagreed with many of Francis Drake's plans. And if all that failed, if Francis Drake was unable to achieve what he had planned, well, he could always turn to propaganda, something that he was extremely skilled in using. He was able to, years later, rewrite the histories in England in ways that would favor him politically. I mention this because so much of what we're going to be talking about this week, well, there are conflicts with him. Sometimes the accounts of sailors on board will conflict with the accounts of other sailors. More often, accounts of sailors on this voyage will conflict with accounts that they made later in life, when they conflict with the accounts of Francis Drake, who it became politically expedient to agree with. So to paint the clearest picture of what happens, we have to take the initials of the primary accounts, the journals of these sailors on board, compare them to the later accounts of Francis Drake and other men on this voyage, and then compare those with the accounts and records kept by the Spanish officials, which really are the best accounts of the most trustworthy information we have. For example, the name of the Pelican was reportedly changed to the Golden Hind. This was something that was supposedly done to heal some of the wounds created by the execution of Thomas Dow. But if that's the case, why do none of the sailors on board this Golden Hind seem to know that that's the name of the ship? From all of the accounts and the journals of the sailors on board, after they reportedly changed the name of the ship, they still call it the Pelican. Now, this may be just a force of habit, but you'd think some of them would have made mention of the ship's change of name, and none of them do. This presents us with two possibilities. First of all, that Francis Drake did change the name, but not in a massive ceremony that many of the men were aware of. It was more something for him and the officers. But more likely, Francis Drake didn't change the name at all. Not, at least, in the lifetime of either Francis Drake or Queen Elizabeth. See, the Pelican was a symbol that Queen Elizabeth had adopted to show her love for the English people and her right to be the head of the English church. It was something that was a very big deal to her, so it seems strange that Francis Drake would change it. And really, the first written account that we have of the name of the Golden Hind doesn't come until 1592. And the author even feels the need to clarify that when he's discussing the Golden Hind, he means the ship the Pelican. It was another 50 years before we see the name the Golden Hind appearing in written form again. And this was from a work that reportedly was trying to turn Francis Drake from, quote, a real man into a national legend. Now, I'm going to call the ship the Golden Hind because that's what history accepts it as. And really, the name of the ship is inconsequential, but it points to that larger problem. The histories of this time, where we have a lot of documentation, aren't always exactly the clearest picture of what's happening on a day-to-day basis. To really fill that in, and to really paint a fun picture and a clear narrative, sometimes you have to wade into the waters of it. So, beware of that from here on out. After 3 days of waiting, the wind finally picked up and pushed the fleet towards the Strait of Magellan, but almost immediately, we run into these conflicts in the accounts once again. The Fletcher manuscript, one of the primary documents about this voyage, records this event. Quote, within small time, continuing our way, we chanced with 3 islands a little distance from another, at 2 whereof we arrived and gave the names of all of them. The first we named Elizabeth, the second Bartholomew, the day being called by this name, and the last George, his island, according to the custom of our country. But then, from contemporary accounts and journals at the time, there are some differences. For example, quote, Captain Francis went sailing toward the strait, which was in 52 degrees. At the entrance, he found 3 small islands. He landed on one and called it Elizabeth. Here, there were many featherless birds which could not fly. And another account, quote, we came unto 2 islands named by Sir Francis Drake, the one Bartholomew Island, because he came thither on the saint's day, and the other Penguin Island, quote. And another account by John Winter, quote, the 20th day of this month at night we entered the strait, in the midst of whereof we found the island, where we found a certain sea fowl with which the island is most abundantly stored. Here we killed so many as served 140 men 7 weeks. End quote. So the number of islands found differs. The names of the islands found differs. Sometimes the names of the islands aren't discussed at all. The one thing that all of the accounts seem to agree upon is that penguin is delicious. You see, that was actually probably the most important thing to the men at the time, because they found an island filled with delicious and easy-to-kill birds. It was only later that it became a matter of politics for them to say that they named the island after Elizabeth and St. George and St. Bartholomew to raise the patriotic fervor surrounding this voyage. You see, they had in front of them the Strait of Magellan. That's nearly 400 miles long. At times, it becomes dangerously narrow, and other times dangerously shallow. It's a maze of forks and dead ends that's nearly impossible to navigate without decent charts. At first, it's a fairly easy voyage, but then, at about 150 miles in, the current changes. The water begins to work against you. There are whirlpools and eddies that threaten to throw you off course. For most of this period, it's impossible to throw a gauge down to see how deep the water is because your rope will begin to fray. And then, you begin to lose sight of the horizon. On either side of you, mountains begin to tower above you, with snow-capped peaks, and frigid winds begin to blow between them. Drake encountered this, At about the 150-mile point, a storm arose, pushing the ship backwards, and they had to fight for the rest of the passage to get through. It was freezing and difficult, and the men got almost no rest. It took a full 14 days for Francis Drake to make it through the Strait of Magellan. It had taken Magellan himself, however, 37. Now you might ask yourself, why, if the Strait of Magellan is so dangerous, is it something that's used? It's located very far south, almost at the tip of South America, so why not just sail around? Well, the seas surrounding that southern cape of South America are nearly constantly assaulted by Arctic storms. The air is filled with fog and ice, and it's extremely difficult to find your way, which is exactly what Francis Drake and his ships encountered when they left the Strait of Magellan. No Englishmen had ever been into the Pacific Ocean. They were working off charts that the Portuguese had. However, they had no Spanish charts, so no definitive information. The Portuguese charts first told them to head northwest. And that's what they did. It took them a full 2 days of seeing nothing but a cold, icy blue sea before they decided to turn back and head toward the Strait of Magellan to try and find another way. And that is when the fleet became hopelessly lost and turned around. At first, they accidentally re-entered the Strait of Magellan, which they didn't intend to do. And then, for weeks, they floundered in a constant rain, fog, they had no sun to see by, and they even, for a period of time, witnessed a full solar eclipse. This must have seemed like something terrible. It appears that Drake even sailed very far south, so far south that he found the tip of South America and rounded it before realizing his mistake and turning back. This makes him the first European to do so. Somehow, miraculously, this tiny fleet managed to stay together through all of this. The three ships never got separated from one another. Until then, one night, the men on board the Pelican, or the Golden Hind, and the Elizabeth were awoken by what they recorded later as fearful cries. The 29 men aboard the Marigold were screaming for help. The men on board the other two ships lay stared into the darkness. They couldn't see the other ship, but they were facing where the horrific screams were coming from, until, suddenly, the night was silent again. When the sun rose the next morning, the Marigold was gone, nowhere to be seen. The two remaining ships, the Golden Hind, captained by Francis Drake, and the Elizabeth, captained by John Winter, decided to drop anchor and wait in a small boat. But Drake's ship behind, due to the current and the tide, well, its anchor cable broke, and it lost its anchor and began to drift off into the ocean. When John Winter noticed this, he gave chase to the Golden Hind, and for 2 days he managed to keep the other ship in sight. However, then, on the third day, he lost sight of Drake's ship, so he decided to head into a harbor back at the mouth of the Strait of Magellan to wait for him. For 2 weeks, John Winter waited, but he had no sign of Francis Drake or the Golden Hind. So, the Elizabeth headed east, back through the Strait of Magellan, and back to England. This was the first news that Elizabeth or anybody in London had of the voyage of Francis Drake. She learned of several of their misfortunes, of the execution of Thomas Doughty, but she also learned that Francis Drake had successfully made it into the Pacific Ocean, the first English captain to do so. What she didn't know was whether or not Francis Drake was still alive. In the years that followed, several men who claimed to have been aboard the Marigold, as well as men who were on a small pinnace in the fleet, and 8 men who were marooned in the Strait of Magellan, they turned up in England claiming to have been a part of this voyage. It's almost impossible for us to prove if these were actually who they claimed to be, but if there were, some questions arise. It's possible that these sailors were on the Marigold, and their screams were nothing more than a ruse so that they could escape the fleet and a reportedly tyrannical command of Francis Drake. If they convinced the rest of the fleet that the Marigold had been sunk, then it's possible that Francis Drake wouldn't follow them and try to rescue them. Now, the accounts of the Elizabeth, the other ship in the fleet that sailed back to England, those are conflicted as well. John Winter claimed that he wanted to wait for Francis Drake at an appointed meeting spot, but the men on board decided not to and took command, bringing the ship back to England. However, the men on board claimed that it was John Winter's plan all along, after becoming separated from Francis Drake, that they would sail immediately back to England. It appears that John Winter was believed because he was received warmly by Elizabeth, and there was no retribution against him, which there would have been had he been an actual deserter. However, we can't really know what happened on board. There are no records of it. But then there's even a third possibility. It's possible that Drake himself was actively trying to lose the rest of his fleet. You see, after becoming separated, John Winter waited in a harbor that he and Francis Drake had agreed upon as a meeting place should they become separated. And Francis Drake, sailing back north, sailed less than a day away from this meeting place. It would have taken him almost no time to go and see if John Winter was at this meeting place. But he sailed on and continued north to find the coast of Chile. So maybe he didn't want these other men on the voyage, men who had been troublesome for the voyage up till now, and realized that it was just him and the most loyal men on this voyage that were aboard the Golden Hind who would have less trouble. So Drake sailed directly north after floundering around in the South Sea for weeks. It was desperate that he find some land that would have something to eat on. You see, the men on board the Hind hadn't had anything to eat except for seal and penguin meat for weeks and weeks, and they were all suffering from scurvy. Drake found the Chilean coast, finally, on November 25th, on what was known as the island of Mocha. Now there they managed to collect food and water, they got more seal and more penguin meat, and they found an herb that Drake reportedly knew of that had medicinal properties. So they made a tea out of this herb, which when they drank, did cure all but 2 of the men of scurvy who still succumbed to it. So finally, Francis Drake, along with his Portuguese pilot, De Silva, and the most loyal men on this voyage, had made it to the western coast of South America. De Silva had heard of this island during the found himself. It was relatively well known. It was near a town called La Imperial, which was near one of the most productive gold mines in South America. Now, this was a region where the Spanish harvested slaves from all along the coast from the native tribes. However, this island the Spanish didn't touch. This island was called Tierra de Guerra, translated into English, the Island of War. These natives were extremely hostile to the Spanish, and they didn't see any difference between the white Spanish and the white English that had landed there. De Silva attempted to warn Drake, but it was already too late. The natives attacked, killing several of the Englishmen, including, unfortunately for those who had been injured, the ship's surgeon. So they had nobody on board who had any real medical knowledge, and Drake himself had been hit with 2 arrows, one in the hand and one just above his eye. As they got into boats and tried to row away, some of the natives grabbed the oars and killed yet more Englishmen with the oars themselves before the English were able to escape. This taught a couple of important lessons to Francis Drake. First, he learned exactly how the natives in the region felt about the Spanish and Europeans in general, and realized that he was going to have to be very careful in his dealings with them. But he also learned where he was and how close he was to some of the most productive gold and silver mines in all of the world. His men had just been through a battle, and he and his ship were in no way prepared to attack the harbor at La Imperial, where there was certain to be a lot of gold and silver, but they had no hope of taking it. So they retreated just a little further north to a very small harbor in a place called Quintero. It was a perfect pirate cove, the exact kind that you'd imagine from all of the stories. It was small, maybe secluded, difficult to see from the ocean, and only a few days away from ships that should be filled with Spanish treasure. So the English recuperated there for a little while and licked their wounds when they came across a native man in a canoe who was fishing. They spoke to this man, a man named Philippe, who spoke Spanish, so they were able to communicate with him. But Philippe didn't have any love for the Spanish, so Drake offered him a deal. He said that if Philippe could give them any information or perhaps guide them to any Spanish ships in the region, he would be paid handsomely, which is exactly what Philippe did. You see, there was a port that was even closer to where the English had anchored, not La Imperial, a place called Valparaiso. And there was a single ship in the harbor there. Not only was it unguarded, but it was on the Pacific coast of South America, a region that only Spanish ships sailed in. No sailors from England or France or Portugal ever sailed these waters before. So when the Golden Hind sailed in the harbor, Well, it must have been weather-beaten, covered in barnacles, and looked just terrible. But this ship at Valparaiso had no reason to suspect that it was anything other than a friendly ship. When the English put a boat in the water and rowed it over to the other ship, the men on board this Spanish vessel beat their drums and opened up a cask of wine to welcome their brothers on board. The very first Englishman who climbed aboard, he smiled. He drew his saber, struck the ship's pilot with the hilt above his eye, and he screamed, "Abajo, perro!" Below, dog. The crew was locked below decks almost immediately. The Spanish had been caught completely unaware. This was one of the easiest prizes the Francis Drake was ever going to take in his entire career, and it was a pretty rich prize. While the English looted this vessel, they sent 2 boats ashore to loot the town nearby. Now, there wasn't all that much there. They took food and drink and probably took some of the local women, but then they ransacked the local church, where they took a chalice and some of the vestments there and other religious articles, which Francis Drake handed to the ship's pastor as something of a joke, and laughed it off, and then threw this papist paraphernalia overboard and into the ocean. Now, the Spanish vessel, it was called La Capitana, and they found chests of gold equaling somewhere in the realm of, well, there was recorded gold, about 25,000 pesos. And then, it was recorded later, a lot of gold that wasn't on the manifest. Gold that probably equaled somewhere upwards of 200,000 pesos. They took that gold, and they took the wine, but then Francis Drake, searching the captain's cabin, found a treasure that was so valuable that he wound up presenting it to the queen upon returning home. It was a series of charts that detailed the ports on the Pacific coast, as well as the shipping lanes that they used frequently, and sailing instructions for any Spanish captains to get to all of the ports. It was a wealth of information that Francis Drake was going to use for the rest of his voyage to his benefit and to the benefit of everyone on board. He took this information, as well as the pilot of La Capitana, a man named Riego. He was able to translate and read all of these Spanish shipping charts. Then they even took the ship itself. Their single ship had finally become a small fleet again. Drake sailed back to the small bay and let Philippe free, paying him pretty handsomely for his help. It was something that he could definitely afford. You see, this had been a rich haul. The men were finally content on this voyage. It had been months at sea so far, taking very little in the way of Spanish gold or treasure. Now they had taken a pretty massive prize. They had all sorts of delicious food and wine and many comforts of the flesh. They were finally able to relax, and Francis Drake had some time to plan. See, he knew that it wasn't going to be this easy the entire voyage. The fleet was going to have to stay ahead of any Spanish messengers. If word got to the capital in the area, Lima, then there would definitely be a fleet sent out to defend these Spanish waters against this English incursion. Francis Drake had to stay on the move and quickly to avoid that happening. He also had to wait, however, just in case. If the Elizabeth or the Marigold were still in the region, they had agreed to meet at a certain rendezvous point, and he waited there for a few days, hoping to meet with them. However, while they waited, a mounted unit of 50 Spanish soldiers ambushed them. As they charged down the beach toward the English waiting there, they sent off a volley of shots. Only one man was hit, but he lay on the beach, bleeding, as the rest of the English retreated their ships. The Spanish cut off his head and put it on a pike, riding up and down the beach, parading it as the English retreated in the boats. Francis Drake would attempt to retake the beach so that they could bury their headless comrade, but he was probably unsuccessful. So they retreated and found a small bay a little further north, far from any Spanish settlement. This territory was filled with hostile natives, but Drake made no moves inland. He stayed just on the beach. Now, the natives watched his encampment, but they didn't attack. The English really needed to make some repairs to the Golden Hind. They careened the ship. They were able to clean the hull of any barnacles and patch any holes in the hull. While they were doing this, they brought up all of the guns that were in the hold. There were a total of 18 on board, and they finally put them all in place. There were 7 on either side below decks, and up top, there were 4 heavy bronze cannons. This was a ship that was armed to the teeth. It had many more guns on it than any of the Spanish ships in the region did. These waters had never seen anything like it before. They spent this time, as well, putting together a small pinnace that was on board the Hind, one of those small ships that could be used for going up and down rivers and traveling between ships. But while they were constructing this and making repairs to the Hind, there was a battle on land between another mounted Spanish cavalry unit and the natives who were standing guard on the English. The English could hear this battle taking place, and after it was over, the natives returned to their position to watch the English. So Francis Drake realized that this land was too dangerous for any Spanish messengers to get through. Nobody was going to reach Lima overland, and the man that he had taken captive, that Spanish pilot, Griego, he assured Francis Drake that there were no other Spanish ships besides his in the region. So Drake and the English realized that no word had reached the Spanish in Lima of their actions. Francis Drake was still free to go about his business. For a while, they found only a few small villages. They took some food and water, they probably desecrated the church, and usually they took a guide that would lead them to their next stop for water and food. And then at one point, Francis Drake saw a light on the shore as they were anchored. He sent a small boat to investigate, and what the men found was a campfire smoldering with a man sleeping next to it. And 7 llamas that were standing there, heavily laden with chests. When they opened them, they found that these 7 chests contained bars and bars of silver. So the men loaded up their small boat and rowed back to the ship, the man who was sleeping, never having woken up. I imagine it was something of a surprise when he did. The fleet continued north very quickly. Whenever they chanced upon a ship, they would seize it and take anything on board. They took a couple of small barks that had some silver on board, but mostly they were moving at breakneck speed. The men became aware that Francis Drake was racing towards Lima. He was trying to beat any word of their actions to the Spanish capital, where he thought he would be able to intercept the Spanish treasure fleet and once again steal all of King Philip's gold. But the men were growing restless. The coast was rich with villages and women and ships that probably had some treasure on them, and they really hadn't taken anything of any real note since they first entered the Pacific. So Francis Drake took that into account. They stopped at a port called Eureka. It was a place famous for its gold and silver mines, even more well known than Imperial. In the harbor, they fell upon another bark, and once again, this bark had some silver, but it really wasn't much. Then, when a larger, more prosperous-looking ship sailed into harbor, the men's hopes were raised, so they took that ship as well. Unfortunately, on board, they only found some linen and wine and a few other goods, which they took, but it really wasn't anything that they were happy with. And unfortunately, for such a small prize, well, they had some misfortune. Another ship that was in port at Eureka that didn't seem like it had anything worthwhile on board unfurled its sails and headed out of the port, heading north, which was exactly the direction that Francis Drake did not want any ships going. So the men stopped ransacking the vessels and headed back to the Golden Hind. They gave chase to the ship, trying to catch it. However, this ship was smaller and lighter than the Hind was, so it was able to move just a little bit faster. So Francis Drake, though he chased it for days, was unable to capture it. He thought it likely that he would be able to capture the ship at the next port they came to. When he arrived, he found hordes of Spanish citizens on the shore, jeering at him, pointing at the English and laughing, and screaming insults. Apparently, a mere 2 hours before, a ship full of gold bullion, truly a part of the Spanish treasure fleet, had left this harbor, hearing news that the English were coming. It was clear to Drake that news of his exploits was outpacing him, so he had to think fast. He told the men that instead of taking any ship that they found and seeing what was on board, they would have to start looking for information and choosing their targets much more carefully. Now, one of the next few ships they took did have some information. It had a captain that knew a lot about ships in the region and what they were carrying, and they found out that there were 2 ships worth taking. Now, one was in a port nearby, ready to leave into Panama. The other ship had already left port and was on its way to Panama, so Drake had a decision to make. Would it be the smarter move to just head to that port and take whatever was on that ship, or to hurry past it and catch the ship that was already on its way, fully laden with all the silver and gold they could carry? Francis Drake decided to play it safe and head to port to take that ship that was waiting to be bought. When they took the ship, again, very easily, there was almost nothing on board of note. There were a couple of chests of silver, some silk and linen, which was a decent haul, but not what Francis Drake needed, and not what the men were expecting. Unfortunately, while they were in port, the harbor master noticed that there was some activity going on aboard the Golden Hind, a ship that he had never seen before. So he went out to investigate what was happening. He rowed his boat over to the Hind, and when he started to climb aboard, he saw a musket barrel shoved in his face. He fell back into his boat and began rowing away. Francis Drake ordered his men to work faster. They had to unload the ship and get out of the harbor as soon as possible. Before they were done, another ship sailed into port, almost blocking Francis Drake and the Hind in. So Francis Drake had his ship's tack about and opened fire on the newcomer, a ship called the San Cristobal. Now, the San Cristobal fired back. They traded volleys for some time, but Francis Drake was able to move. Unfortunately, he saw that on shore, the militia was being raised, and ships in the harbor were getting ready to chase after him. So Francis Drake had to move quickly. Finally, the wind filled their sails, and they were able to leave the harbor, leaving all these other ships behind for the time being. Now, Drake had two priorities. First was escape these ships and the militia that were going to tail them. Second was to catch that other ship, the ship that had already left port that was going to be filled with all sorts of riches and treasure. This ship was known. It was called the Nuestra Señora de la Concepción, nicknamed affectionately by its crew the Cacafuego. You might remember me mentioning this ship in one of our first episodes. Translated into English, it's the Shitfire. The Cacafuego was a merchant vessel. It had its hold filled with heavy bars and minted coins of silver and gold, so it was not going to be moving very quickly. Francis Drake, if he moved, would definitely be able to overtake her, which is what he attempted to do. He let his men know that the first person that saw the Cacafuego on the horizon would be given a gift of gold, and they set out in chase. Not only in chase, but also trying to outrun the other ships that were tailing him, attempting to catch Francis Drake's ship. While in pursuit, Francis Drake took another Spanish vessel that had something around 24,000 pesos worth of gold on it. And for a night or so, Francis Drake considered adding this ship to his fleet. He saw the kind of guns it had aboard, the shape of its sails, and thought that it might make a decent addition, but he decided to abandon that ship, and then, taking both ships' guns, he left the other Spanish ship that he had collected as well. He set them adrift and put all the cargo on board the Golden. He needed as much speed and as much firepower as he was able to manage. So, back down to a single ship, Francis Drake set out to catch the Cacafuego. He had learned, taking that Spanish ship, that it was only a mere 2 days ahead. He was very close to catching it. And on March 1st, John Drake spotted the Cacafuego's sails on the horizon. He did get that golden reward, but Francis Drake had some planning to do. And the Golden Hind was a much faster ship than the Cacafuego. With its sails unfurled and full of wind, it moved much faster than the Spanish ship. That was good if he was trying to catch up to it. However, he needed to slow down and come up alongside the Spanish vessel. If he did so by furling his sails, the Spanish vessel would become suspicious and flee, which doing so would probably lose Francis Drake. So he needed a way that he could slow down without appearing to do so. He ordered a number of jugs filled with water and tied to anchor cables, and then thrown astern. They dragged behind his ship, unseen by the Cacafuego, but slowing him down enough that though his sails were entirely unfurled, it appeared that he was moving slower and slower. The Golden Hind came up alongside the Cacafuego, and its captain, a man named San Juan de Anton, called out to the English ship. At first, he asked for the captain's name and name of the vessel, and the man on board gave a false Spanish name. But the man who was captain of the Cacafuego had never heard of this and was deeply suspicious. So he called out that the other ship should strike its sails in the name of King Philip. And there was a pause. But then a reply came: "Strike your sails in the name of the Queen of England." So de Anton was stunned. He knew that these men were no friends of his. He replied, "English, I order you strike your sails." And Drake replied to him, "Come and do it yourself." Then the Golden Hind opened fire. The very first volley took out the mizzen mast of the Cacafuego. There was a hail of musket shot, cannon fire, and arrows raining down upon the Cacafuego. Drake himself tells this tale the best. Quote, "What seemed to be about 60 harquebuses were shot, followed by many arrows which struck the side of the ship, and chain balls that from a heavy piece of ordnance carried away the mizzen and sent it to the sea with its sail and lateen yard. After this, the English shot another great gun, shouting again, "Strike sail!" and immediately a pinnace laid around port until 40 archers climbed up the channels of the shrouds and entered the ship, while, at the opposite side, the English ship was laid aboard. It was thus that they forced San Juan's ship to surrender. They seized him and carried him to the English ship, where he saw the corsair Francis Drake, who was removing his helmet and coat of mail. Drake embraced him, saying, "Have patience, for such is the usage of war," and immediately ordered him to be locked up in a cabin in the poop. End quote. It was the greatest prize that Francis Drake had taken on this voyage to date. The hold was full of victuals that the ships needed, delicious things such as fruits, wine, and rum. They also found, quote, "a certain quantity of jewels and precious stones, 13 chests of reels of plate, 80 pounds weight in gold, 26 tons of uncoined silver, 2 very fair gilt silver drinking bowls, and the like trifles, valued in all about 360,000 pesos." End quote. This equals, translated to modern dollars, almost $50 million on a single ship. This was a prize that Francis Drake had been looking for. It was clear to Drake, as well as the other Englishmen on the voyage, that they no longer had the free rein that they had had previously. After taking this ship, such a rich haul, the Spanish would be out for them in force, so they had to move. They unloaded nearly all of the treasure onto the Golden Hind, and they began discussing with the Spaniards what their plans were. If you think back to last week's episode, Francis Drake, in that private, slightly burned document, was told that he should return the same way that he came. That would be going back down south, all the way to the Strait of Magellan, through it, and then up the coast of Brazil, and back across the Atlantic Ocean. That was what Francis Drake told the men on board the Pacafuego that he planned to do. He let them know that his plans were to set them free and then leave Spanish territory forever. Then he held a meeting with 2 members of his group, the Portuguese pilot De Silva and the Spaniard Griego, telling them that he had lied to the Spaniards on the other ship and that he intended, in fact, to go back via Acapulco. Then, the very next day, he released Griego and De Silva. They told the Spanish when they were picked up that Francis Drake had lied to them, that he was, in fact, going via Acapulco instead of directly down south. So the Spanish were thrown off the scent and headed back down south. Now, what Drake had told both the Spaniards and the 2 members of his crew were liars. He didn't intend to go back south at all. After telling them this information, he headed north a little bit up the coast, stopping in Panama and Guatemala for water, taking a couple more vessels. But then he headed out to sea, due west, and then turned course, heading directly north. He sailed north past modern-day Guatemala, past modern-day Mexico, past the entirety of the Spanish Main. He sailed north until he had left behind what any European would consider civilization in the wilderness. He continued sailing north, further and further, until fog enshrouded his ship. Then, finally, he made landfall. Now, it's almost impossible to know where Francis Drake made landfall, but there are a lot of theories surrounding it. In California, there's a place known as Drake's Bay, where for many years it's been assumed Drake made his landfall, and in a lot of ways it fits the descriptions that Drake left behind. However, a wealth of new information has come to us in the last few years that put this theory into question. After this theory was no longer seen as historic fact, the floodgates opened and people all along the western seaboard of North America began claiming that they had information that they knew exactly where Francis Drake made landfall. It seems, though, that the best theory actually comes near Vancouver, Canada. Wherever it was precisely, we can assume from how Drake described the area that they landed somewhere in the Pacific Northwest on June 5th, 1579. Now, there was a tribe of natives that lived in the area that met Drake with a very warm reception. This was probably this tribe's first encounter ever with white Europeans. So the 2 groups traded, and the natives examined the newcomers in their strange clothes and armor. They saw the ship that these men had come on, and they wondered at it. These were all highly strange oddities to the native people. Their king even came down to the beach to meet the English, and held a ceremony. Drake recorded this account. He said, quote, "It was their intent that the king himself, with all the singing a song, set a crown upon his head, enriched his neck with all their chains, and offering unto him many other things, honored him by the name killed, because they were not only visited of the gods, for so they still judged us to be, but the great and chief God, who's now become their God, their king and patron. The man that the king gave the crown was Francis Drake. They believed him to be the king of the gods, and Drake held a ceremony directly after this, holding aloft a scepter that the king of the native tribe had given him, and claiming that these people were now watched over by his patron, the Queen Elizabeth. This might seem to people with modern sensibilities like something that's got to be nothing but historical propaganda by Francis Drake. However, it's actually quite likely that these people did believe that the visiting English were gods. This is something that really happens all throughout history. No matter who you are on this planet, it's almost guaranteed that somewhere in your history you have ancestors who met a technologically superior civilization and built myths around them. Whether it be meeting gods or angels or even aliens, most cultures and most peoples have gone through this exact same experience. You see this with tribes that the Egyptians encountered, with tribes that the Roman Empire encountered and the Persians encountered. You see this all the way throughout history, up until even as recently as World War II. There were tribes who lived on islands in the Pacific Theater that had never seen anybody who was not a member of their community. Allied forces came to their islands and built airstrips. And now that these communities are finally beginning to move out and make contact with the rest of the world, we're seeing that they in fact built altars and almost a religious mythology around these gods that visited them. They've built airstrips and planes out of the rudimentary materials that they have available to them. So I don't think it's inaccurate or culturally degrading to claim that these people probably do believe that they are meeting the gods at this time. But as opposed to what the Spanish did when the natives believed that they were gods, Francis Drake didn't enslave these people. He treated with them and traded with them and even learned some of their language. And there are, in fact, members of native tribes in the Pacific Northwest that claim that they still have myths of white-skinned deities coming to visit them long in their past. And many of these tribes believe that this was in fact a visitation by Francis Drake in the 1500s. So Francis Drake and the English stayed there for some time. They even named this place. They named it Nova Albion, which is, in the Latin, New England. It was really England's first colony on North America, although nothing was ever come of it. After several months of preparation, Francis Drake left Nova Albion. He probably traveled for a little while further north. It's clear from the latitude and longitude that they did travel further north than where we believe Nova Albion to be. It's likely that in that private meeting with Queen Elizabeth, he had actually been given orders to travel as far north as he felt he safely could to search for the western end of the Northwest Passage. While Francis Drake was on this voyage, that other explorer, Martin Frobisher, was exploring the eastern coast of North America, looking for the Northwest Passage. It was believed that if they could find the two ends, they could prove that there was, in fact, a Northwest Passage and a way for England to get to the Indies and the riches of Asia. However, of course, Francis Drake didn't find anything. He found several inlets and mapped this area fairly thoroughly, but nothing that proved to him that there was a Northwest Passage. With his holds full of Spanish riches, fresh food and water, they traveled west, out into the Pacific Ocean. However, it took a full 68 days for them to make the crossing before they encountered an island that actually parallels once again Ferdinand Magellan's voyage. They made their first landfall on September 30th. It was a small Micronesian island with a tribe that greeted the English warmly. However, that warm greeting was somewhat misleading to the English. You see, this tribe had a custom of communal ownership of all their property. Nothing belonged to any one person, and they would share freely whatever they needed with whomever needed it. If you needed a tool or an article of clothing or whatever it may be, you could go take that from whoever had it at the time, and there would be no ill will or retribution at all. And they could do the same to you. Anything that was in your possession at the time, they could come and use freely. When Ferdinand Magellan made this landfall, he and his men were stunned by this. They didn't realize that these men were merely trying to share, as was their custom. They saw this island as a group of men that were stealing from them. Anything that these people wanted, they would just take off the person of the European, who saw this as an act of theft. And they attacked in retribution, which was exactly what happened when Francis Drake made landfall. The natives, Francis Drake believed they wanted to trade, but instead they just began taking whatever caught their eye, whatever they were curious about and wanted to see how it worked. And of course, one of the Englishmen shot some of the natives, and the natives attacked in kind. There was a short battle, but the English escaped with most of their possessions intact. And Francis Drake called this island the Island of Thieves. This was, in fact, the same island where Ferdinand Magellan was killed. These were the ancestors of the same native peoples that assassinated him on their beach. They stopped again in the Moluccas, what are called the Spice Islands, which is not something that was a big stop for Francis Drake, but it must have been significant to them on a psychological level. This was the place that all of the plans for England or any of the other European nations to make it to the Far East, this was where all of the riches that they desired came from. This is where cloves and cinnamon, certain types of peppers, and all of the spices that fetched such a high price in Europe came from. However, this late in the game, the Spanish were no longer really present in the Spice Islands, and while the Portuguese were still in this region of Southeast Asia, they were really truly hated and lived a somewhat defensive existence. They rarely left their compounds. Francis Drake, an Englishman, met with the Sultan of the area, a man named Babu. And though he didn't really have the political authority, he went ahead and opened up diplomatic relations with this Sultan. They began discussing how they would ally themselves, and Francis Drake even offered the Sultan as many English ships as he needed to oust the Portuguese from their waters. The Sultan, after receiving several gifts, gave Francis Drake and his men 6 tons of cloves, one of the most valued spices in all of the world. On top of all of the riches, the silver and gold, he had some of the most valuable cargo to date now in his hold. So Francis Drake headed further west through the Indian Ocean. The rest of the voyage, well, aside from coming upon a reef that was very shallow and running aground, which nearly ended the voyage in its tracks, there was really very little else around. In fact, there's very little else recorded. Aside from when they finally rounded the Cape of Good Hope in Africa, there's almost nothing, despite the fact that there were many feats of navigation and seamanship that this crew could have recorded. They failed to. It seems that they must have been truly eager to get home. And it wasn't until September 26, 1580, when the record of a fisherman who was fishing the English Channel remembers that a worn and weather-beaten ship, heavily lilting, made its way into Plymouth Sound. The fisherman remembers a stocky, heavily bearded man with curly red hair leaning over the ship and asking him, "Is Elizabeth still queen?" The fisherman replied to him, "Aye, and in fine health, too." The fisherman reports that he saw that as something as a strange question for a stranger to ask him, who was on an English ship, speaking English and flying the flag of St. George. Of course Elizabeth was still queen. But Francis Drake and his men had been away from home for almost 3 entire years. Drake was to find that that question was not ill-advised. The 3 years that he had been away had proved it difficult for both the country of England and its queen Elizabeth. In many ways, they were some of the most challenging that she ever faced. Now, Francis Drake was soon to meet with her, and in that meeting, he would discover that while Elizabeth was still queen, she and the nation desperately needed the help of Sir Francis Drake. And with that, the return of Francis Drake, I think that's a good place to leave off for this week. This voyage changed things in Europe. While Francis Drake's other expeditions to the Caribbean had worsened tensions between England and Spain, this really showed the Spanish and the rest of the world what the English were capable of in a naval sense. And it changed the dynamic between all of the nations of Europe. Next week, we're going to look into what was happening in Europe during the first 2 voyages of Francis Drake, as well as on this very long circumnavigation of the globe. We're going to look at a lot of the political factors and some of the religious ones that are turning burner up in Europe to a boiling point. Things are getting ready to explode, and we're going to look at the factors that are going to lead to the greatest of Francis Drake and Queen Elizabeth's achievements. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8 Books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8 Books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com youtube.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an ebooks and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either ebooks or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of books. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening.
I like that in some countries, not so much in the
Hello,
U.S.,
and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast.
children are treated
My name
with
is
more
Henry.
respect for
Thank you
their
for listening.
intelligence, you know,
When Francis
and
Drake
not
returned
constantly
from his
getting
circumnavigation
dribble
of the globe
of
to
just
England,
kind of
he
moronic
found that the
explosions
situation in Europe was
whistles
dire.
and bells and the voices.
Both the
Just
voyages
kind
of John
kids-
Hawkins
children,
and
obviously,
Drake's
are children,
War
and
were really
their brains
English
are young and
campaigns
plastic,
in the American theater of war, what was really an international European war.
but they
The
have
war was
intelligence,
largely
and I
undeclared.
think that
It took place mostly
like
in
morons,
smaller
and
conflicts
they're
and
gonna
battles
behave
rather than
like morons. You treat
outright
them as,
warfare,
you know,
but in two fronts. It was something that could truly be called war.
information and make sense of
In
it
France, the
their own way.
Huguenot forces were entrenched against the forces of the king,
They have
and
a
they had been really
serious
in a decades-long civil war.
I love people.
But in the Low Countries, where much of our story today takes place, things were moving from the realm of diplomacy and conflict to outright warfare.
Because they're like
The
really,
armies of both the
they're
Huguenot
asking
forces
some
of the
big
French
questions.
and the Dutch
And I think
armies,
people
they were well
sometimes
trained, but they were really no match for the French and Spanish armies that they faced. These were two of the greatest armies of the world, backed not only by their respective kings, but by the full force of the Catholic Church.
in like a
So the
child
peaceful
act.
forces of the
And I always
Huguenots
love
and the
those
Dutch
questions.
and the English all
But
turned
also
to
the
a
depth
third option.
of those
Instead of
questions.
facing these armies on
The
land,
reason I
they
started
faced
watching
them at
your
sea,
podcast
where they had a better
was you
chance.
did an
Now,
episode
while the
early
Spanish
on
did
with
have the
Val,
greatest navy in the world,
and
unparalleled by
the
anyone
first,
else in the
maybe the
West,
first, but
we've learned that you don't need
definitely
great
asked him,
warships
he
and a
just
massive
said,
armada to take on a
what
great
is
naval power.
And his
You
answer
need
was
smaller
fantastic.
fleets
It's a
of quick,
superb
smaller
question, and
vessels,
he gave a superb answer.
manned by sailors
And
who, while
I
perhaps
never
lacking
would
in
have
moral
thought to ask
fiber,
that question.
possessed a
And
will
it's
to
the
fight for their
question.
cause.
And it was the question to Teeth and
This
Josh
is episode number 11.
So
The Sea
simple
Beggars.
questions that get
To
right to
understand
the heart
today's
of
story,
the
we're going to need to take a step
matter. And
back.
kids aren't
We've
often
talked
put
about
in
the
the
Sea
same,
Beggars before. We've talked
cultural
about the Dutch
filters
and the
and,
Low Countries, but they've always been
you know, they're not, kids
footnotes.
generally
They've
aren't
been
concerned about
background
getting
characters
canceled.
in the story of Queen Elizabeth and
So
her sea
they'll
dogs.
ask the
And
question.
they're going to be such important
And they're
players in
not
the story to
concerned
come
about
that we need to take a closer look at them.
sounds.
The Low
I find it most
Countries,
fascinating.
well, that's the 16th century name for
And
what
it is a
today
really good
comprised of
embarrassment
the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg. And even the name the Netherlands
You're
in
asking
German
for
and
all of
Dutch
us, so
means
please
the Low
ask
Countries.
I think
Now,
that
these
question
countries
was
don't really have as ancient a
crucial,
past as
and
most of the rest
I
of
think
Europe.
the simple questions
Compared
are
to Italy or Germany
I
or
asked
Spain
you
or France or England, they're
and it has
relatively
the
newcomer on the
basically
block.
all you talk to people should definitely
The whole
listen to
region
it.
was largely uninhabited for most of its history. While there were some people living in certain select areas, it was difficult for them to really build a civilization. It wasn't really possible to build much in the way of towns or cities until the Romans arrived and began industrializing the area. You see, the Low Countries are on the North Sea and the English Channel. They're that region where the Rhine enters Europe, and they're a very marshy, swampy area. It's that same region that's famous for their dikes, and it was the Romans who built really the first system of dikes in the Low Countries. The Roman border in continental Europe was essentially the Rhine, and they had it extremely well defended. And they had it defended all the way up to the North Sea, where they built forts and encampments. In order to man and fortify these forts, they built roads, and because of the problem of frequent flooding and the marshy nature of the area, they had to build these roads on raised embankments. And these embankments really were the first system of dikes that dried out some of the Low Countries and allowed people to start to inhabit the place full time. Now, the post-Roman history of the region is extremely complex. Due to all the flooding and the politics of Europe at the time, things are very difficult to follow, but really, this isn't important to our story. What is important to realize is that what became known as the Low Countries never really had a centralized government. Occasionally, one man or another would gain power under them and unify some of the Low Countries, but for the most part, they were essentially city-states that had a cultural significance to each other, but weren't really politically aligned. And they had something of a democratic aspect to them. Most of the people of the Low Countries didn't seem to want a single overlord over all of them. The cities in the Low Countries, such as Antwerp and Amsterdam, they usually had a governing body as a city council, led mostly by white men who were pillars of the community, but that had a more democratic bent than what was going on in the rest of Europe, where feudalism and monarchy was the order of the day. Now, the 17 regions of the Low Countries, what were called the states, well, they did have feudal lords, but those lords gave their people certain, what were called privileges. These privileges are something that today we would consider rights. Usually they were an exemption from certain taxes that would benefit people who lived there, or sometimes it was the right to govern themselves in their city. Almost all of these provinces had an independent court of law in which you could be tried by a jury of your peers instead of by the local lord or the church. Now, that's not to say the church wasn't powerful in the Low Countries. It was. It was the most powerful organization in Europe and had as much influence on the people in the Low Countries as everywhere else. However, the Low Countries were always kind of a hotbed for dissent. It was the place that birthed and housed men like Erasmus of Rotterdam, who, though he was a Catholic his entire life, was famously critical of some of the church's less savory aspects at the time. This was something that was very common in the region. They were notorious free thinkers in Europe. Now, the people in the Low Countries, if you were to hear one of them referred, I think even today, to the enemy, they wouldn't be referring to a foreign power. Usually, they would be talking about the sea. Life in this region was centered around the sea. It was a constant threat in the form of flooding, as well as really the thing that kept them alive. You see, farming was a dicey proposition in most of these regions. They usually didn't have farmland for very long, and if it flooded with seawater, that land wasn't too good to farm on after that. So most of the people in the Low Countries made their money and their fortunes through trade, through merchant activities, and due to that, the major trading hub in all of Northern Europe grew up in the Low Countries, the city of Antwerp. Now again, we've talked about Antwerp on the show before. It was that city that was closely allied with England, largely because they bought nearly all of England's wool, the prime export of the English countryside, and cities in the region would spin that wool into some of the finest cloth made in all of Europe. Now, people from all over Europe would come to Antwerp to buy that cloth, and they would trade things such as spices and fine wine, riches that you couldn't get anywhere else in Europe. So Antwerp became a serious financial power in the whole of world politics. However, during all of these centuries, since the fall of the Roman Empire, these small principalities and dukedoms, they all stayed independent for most of their history, up until the 16th century. That was when a line of dukes from the region known as Burgundy began to amass power. Between shifting marriage alliances, open warfare, and sometimes outright buying land, these Burgundian dukes began to unify the provinces. And then in 1543, all of the 17 provinces of the Low Countries fell under the rule, finally, of one man. That was Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor. That same emperor that was in office when Martin Luther became a powerful force in Europe. Charles V was arguably the most powerful man that Europe had seen since the height of the Roman Empire. He was heir to the Holy Roman Empire. That was his by birth. However, also his by birth from a marriage alliance a generation before, he also had control of the Low Countries. That marriage alliance was to that same line of Burgundian dukes that controlled. Now, beyond that, on his mother's side, his grandparents were Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain, the Catholic monarchs. Those very same monarchs that sent Christopher Columbus across the Atlantic Ocean and founded the Spanish New World Empire. Charles inherited their thrones as well. So Charles ruled not only the Holy Roman Empire, not only the Low Countries, but Spain, as well as all of Spain's overseas holdings, including those in the Atlantic, in North Africa, and in the Americas. He controlled what was, in terms of sheer land mass, the largest empire the world had ever seen. This, however, proved to be a bit much for Charles V. Even the Roman emperors at the height of the empire decided they needed to split up the empire because ruling that much territory was simply too much work for one single man. So in 1555, Charles V abdicated his throne. In his homeland, the Holy Roman Empire, in Italy and in Germany, he abdicated in favor of his brother. However, for the rest of the empire, that being essentially Spain, the Low Countries, and all of Spain's holdings overseas, he abdicated that in favor of his son, Philip II. That is the same Philip II who we talked about so much up until now. The Spanish king who married Queen Elizabeth's predecessor, Mary, sat on the throne of England, fought a war with those two countries against France, and finally, when Mary died and he lost his power in England, treated for peace with France and decided it was time to meet his young new Queen Elizabeth. It was at those peace talks in France where Philip II met the young Queen Elizabeth that we meet the real major player in our story, a man named William of Orange. William was born in 1533 as William of Nassau. For those of you who have some idea of what's to come, yes, that will come into play later. He was born the son of a minor noble house, and despite their blue blood, they were not a wealthy family. There were a grand total of 17 children in this line, and his mother made clothes for all of them with her own two hands and cooked every meal for all of them. This was not the lap of luxury he was born in. He was educated at home by his mother, not in Latin and courtly manners, but primarily in how to read. He read was the Bible, along with some other theological works. Mostly they taught him the tenets of Protestantism. In a lot of ways, William's upbringing was very similar to Francis Crick's. They were both educated young men who weren't members of the upper class. They knew what it was to come from the lower echelons of society. Then, at the age of 11, William's entire life changed. One of his cousins died, a man who had been prince of some of the richest land in the Low Countries, as well as a province known as Orange, that was within the borders of France and not under the control of the French crown. And he left William as his sole heir. This made William of Nassau, at 11 years old, William of Orange. Now, the King of France and the King of Spain were not willing to let a young nobody who happened to be a Protestant become one of the more powerful nobles in their lands. But instead of refusing his claim, they elected to have him sent to court where he could be educated in all the courtly trappings that he was going to teach. He was sent to the court of Mary, who was the regent of the Low Countries. She also happened to be sister to Charles V, the current Holy Roman Emperor. His life at court was an antithesis to everything he had known so far. Although he had been raised a Protestant, Mary was a Catholic, and his first action was to be baptized and taught about the Catholic faith. Well, his home had been an austere place. The court was opulent. He created his homespun black wool for colorful silks and linens, and the solemn hymns that he had learned at home were the most popular and robust music of the day. William excelled in his studies, not just in the things that he would need to know as far as manners, but as far as the church was concerned and politics. He became a favorite of Mary very quickly, and even the emperor himself took an interest in the young woman. He was known to, when the emperor would visit the Low Countries, one of his provinces, have long talks with William of Orange alone in private, and whenever they would have diplomatic meetings with other lords, he would frequently bring William with him to learn and discuss for himself. William became a spectacular musician and artist. He really took to his new life very well. But through all of that, he never forgot his roots, never forgot his hard-working mother who he loved for the rest of his life, and he always remembered the copious leanings of his upbringing. When Charles V abdicated his throne in 1555, William was there. He had really grown to be something of a second father to William of Orange, and when Charles V climbed down off his throne, he leaned on the shoulder of William of Orange. And William continued to play an important role in politics. He was there in France when Charles's son, Philip, met King Henry of France to sign that peace treaty. As a powerful noble who had lands not only within the borders of France, but one of the few nobles there that had lands in the Low Countries, he was chosen as a hostage to stay with the King of France until the treaties were on more solid footing. This was something that was typical at the time. These hostages were honored guests of the other court, and frequently William would go on outings with the French king, along with some of the other Spanish nobility. One of their favorite activities was to go on long, extravagant hunts. On these hunts, Henry would speak freely. Everybody there, they all were friends. They were all good Catholic gentlemen nobility. Now, William learned that King Henry of France and Philip II of Spain had plans to oust all of the Protestants from Europe. Now that the war between Spain and France was over, the French were able to concentrate on their civil war with the rebels. Philip, on the other hand, had plans to burn every Protestant out of the Low Countries. Henry would talk about this at length, and William listened to him, listened to all of his boastings, but he said nothing. However, his mind must have been troubled. He came from a Protestant household. His mother and father were members of Lutheran nobility. His own lands in the Low Countries were filled with untold numbers of Protestant peasants. And then, in addition to everything that he had to say, William got troubling news from back home in the Low Countries. When Philip had left the Low Countries, after signing the Peace Accords and after having all those Spanish troops on Low Countries soil to fight the French, he had left around 3,000 Spanish troops on their soil, something that he had promised not to do. More and more Spanish officials were being appointed in high positions of power as well, something that was technically illegal. You see, King Philip was not the king of the Low Countries. He was either duke or prince of the Low Countries, but to be a lord in these nations, you had to be essentially elected by the people. You had to be agreed upon by them. He had been universally agreed upon by all of the states, but he didn't have the political authority to do what he was doing. However, those 3,000 troops that he had left on Low Country soil, well, they make a powerful argument. Every day the situation around his home and in his land was growing more and more dire. But William's position itself was terrible. He was a hostage of the King of France, a well-treated, noble hostage, yes, but still at the king's mercy. So though learning all this terrible information, William didn't say anything back, which is where he earned his name, William the Silent. When he returned to his lands in the Low Countries, William returned. Well, he had been a hostage. A new regent had been appointed in the Low Countries by Philip. This was his sister, his half-sister, Marguerite de Prague. She was officially supposed to rule through correlation with an official council called the Council of State. This was something about Parliament. All of the highest nobility in the Low Countries belonged to it, including William's son. But in reality, that wasn't how things really worked. Margarita ruled the country in concert with one man, Bishop Antoine de Granville. This was Philip II's chosen representative in the Low Countries. Granville was a proud Spanish Catholic. He had really no love for the Low Countries and absolutely detested the Protestant element there, so really he was perfect for Philip's purposes. William spent his first couple of years back home contacting all of the nobility of the 17 different states in the Netherlands. He organized them and built strong ties and allies with them, and even began a network of communication, correspondence. They would be able to talk to each other very quickly and relay news even faster. This network of lords had several objectives, but the first and most important to them was to petition Margarita de Parma, Granville, and Philip II himself to remove those 3,000 Spanish troops still stationed on their soil. The petitions, and they sent many of them, went unheeded for 2 full years until Philip finally had the need to move those troops off Low Country soil into his war with the Arabs and Turks in the Mediterranean. So William's coalition immediately shifted its focus. With the withdrawal of those Spanish troops, Granville was raised to be a cardinal and archbishop, and this granted him the authority to call an inquisition. This inquisition did what inquisitions were intended to do. They searched out anyone who wasn't a Catholic and kidnapped them and questioned them, usually ended in torture and sometimes even execution. They terrorized the countryside of all of the Low Countries, and naturally, William and his group of nobles that had banded together to fight this injustice, well, They decided to press for Granville's removal. They took to wearing a symbol on all of their coats. They had this symbol embroidered on the coats of their soldiers and their servants. The symbol they decided upon was a quiver full of arrows. The quiver represented the unity among these nobles. The fact that a single arrow could be broken, and yet many arrows together could not be broken. It also represented the fact that they were open to rebellion. They were fighting the power that they saw as unjust, and they were not afraid to tell that power exactly how they felt. In fact, they would put this symbol on banners and march it through the city square of every town in the Low Country. They even went so far as to promise Margarita de Parma that if Granville were not removed, all of the taxes that they were required to pay would not be paid at all. They said that if Granville stayed in office beyond that, they could not promise that the Low Countries would stay peaceful. This was essentially telling the regent of the Low Countries, Philip's representative, that if they did not remove the man that they hated so much, they would go into open rebellion against them. However, on the other hand, if Granville were removed, taken away from power, and they promised that there would be no accidents of ordination and the taxes would flow freely. This was an argument that Margarita definitely understood. You see, her realm was always hurting for money, especially in this time when taxes were not exactly forthcoming. So, learning that there was a way to get more tax revenue, which she desperately needed, she wrote and petitioned Philip herself to remove Granville from office. And finally, they did. Granville was sent away to, I believe the excuse was, visit his aging mother, but really, he went to Italy and was never to return to the Netherlands again. Now, in much the way that William had been sent to learn courtly manners as a young man, and similar to how he had been held hostage after signing the peace accord with France, William sent his daughter to Margarita de Parma, to her court, to be a lady in waiting and learn all the courtly manners that she would need to make a good match. In return, Margarita granted William a new title. She gave him the position of stadtholder, was a high office in 3 provinces, that was Zeeland, Holland, and Utrecht. The stadtholder was the commander-in-chief of all the armed forces of the region, as well as the highest magistrate, the highest official of the law of the region, and someone who was essentially in complete control of these matters. This was a big promotion for William, and something that he definitely appreciated. William saw, along with the other nobles who received similar treatment, that all of their taxes were paid on time. They had their demands met, and they attempted to make this a lasting peace. However, the Inquisition was still in place. Granville, the man who would call the Inquisition, had left, but all of the inquisitors, all of the soldiers, all of the officials that were there performing the Inquisition, they were still there doing their jobs. Ousting Granville had really done nothing to improve the situation of the common people in the Low Countries. Everywhere, poor Protestants were arrested and tortured. Families lost their land, merchants lost their shops and their ships. Whole families were left fatherless, with no land, no money, and no hope. I'm going to quote from a book called William the Silent and the Dutch Revolt by Ermine de Jonge. It's not exactly the most reputable source. It's from the 70s, and in a lot of ways it's heavily biased, but it has some of the most colorful writing about this period that I've found. And I really love that, so I'm going to read it. Everywhere there was unrest. For some years, the harvest had been a great disappointment. The winters were severe and long. There was unemployment, poverty, and even starvation. The heretics became more daring, even in the face of the prosecuting magistrates. The poor attended the secret Protestant meetings and watched the heretics dying like martyrs and heroes. Everywhere there was fear. Fear of the king, of the Inquisition, of another severe winter without food. There were whispering groups of people on street corners, and in the end, talking of resistance. At last, there was open action. Groups of people chanted songs, marching the streets in the night, hidden in long, dark coats, putting out lanterns and knocking down the guards. They broke into the prisons to free their fellow heretics, and they even attacked the executioners, threw paving stones at the guards around the scaffolds, and snatched the victims out of their hands. There are several stories about half-burned martyrs. These, the ordinary people, as they acted in this way.
break up that thermal layer.
The attitude in the country was changing, and while the higher nobility, such as William, had been largely bought off by Margarita de Parma, many of the lower nobility had not been. So, in 1566, a group of about 300 lesser nobles, these are younger sons of these noble families primarily, even including William's younger brother, Louis de Nassau, signed a pact called the Compromise of Nobles, and they made a list of grievances that they intended to be read by both Margarita and Philip II. They took this list, which they called the request, and they marched up to the regent's palace to present it to him. This was intended to end the hostility towards the Protestant underclass. However, when Margarita saw this force approaching her palace, she was reportedly unnerved. But one of her advisors was said to have leaned over to her and whispered in her ear, quote, "Fear not, madame. They are only beggars." The man who was at the head of that column, right next to Louis de Nassau, a man named Henry of Bradera, he overheard this supposedly, and he was a man that certainly looked the part. He had long, unkempt hair and a very long, wild beard, and he was said to have a temperament that matched. In a lot of ways, he was something of a barbarian in the eyes of many of these very genteel Renaissance people. But what that advisor said, "Fear not, they are only beggars," it went on to be something of a let them eat cake moment. See, it was something that Margarita did not say, and likely was never said at all, but it proved to be something that galvanized this nobility and the common people. It became a rallying cry for their burgeoning movement. When they were at dinner later that night, feasting and celebrating after Parma agreed to bring the letter to Philip's attention, the nobles laughed at being called beggars, and they raised a cheer. He called out in unison, "Long live the beggars!" And it was something that was going to become a rallying call and a battle cry for all of the day. In a lot of ways, it's really kind of a perfect symbol for them. First of all, they were beggars who had had their titles, lands, and riches stripped away by this Spanish overlord. And beyond that, most of these men were Protestants, people who believed that they followed the true word of God, while the Catholics did. They were people who believed that their poverty mirrored that of Christ. They attempted in all of their actions to be as Christ-like as possible, even, and perhaps even especially, mirroring Christ's actions at the temple when he drove the money changers out. It was around this time, actually, that many works of art were created, one notably by a man named El Greco of Christ driving the money changers. This was something of a response to this large amount of people who believed that they were very Christ-like, outing the sources of power from their countenances. But all of these letters, all of this diplomacy, it was intended to avoid the violence that was simmering right under the surface. This violence was due almost entirely to the Inquisition. People were dying, and they were unable to fight against the Inquisition, and it was becoming a more and more dangerous situation all across the continent. Yet the Inquisition didn't stop. It kept executing and torturing the Protestant innocents. The group of that lower nobility, they knew that this situation was bad. So did the upper nobility, men such as William and Simon. Even so did Margarita, so did Philip. But they didn't do anything to stop it. On July 22nd, Margarita de Parma received a letter informing her that there was a destruction of churches and church property imminent. This was something that people across Europe had seen for years, ever since the Lutheran Reformation. In France, for years, they had been dealing with Huguenot radicals defacing effigies of saints, attacking priests in the streets, and burning churches. It had only been 30 or so years since the town of Munster in Germany had been taken over by Anabaptist rebels and had executed or exiled every non-Anabaptist from town, including not only the Catholics, but the more moderate Lutherans as well. This must have been at the forefront of Margarita's mind when she received that letter. She knew that these were possibilities, that these people were growing desperate, and that she had to do something to stop them. Unfortunately, the letter came too late. She was out of time. It was on August 10th, 1566, the feast day of St. Lawrence, when that storm of Protestant rage engulfed the Low Countries. It was called the Gilded Storm, or the iconoclastic fury. and it began in a town called Stamford. Today, it's part of France in the very southwest of what was then the Low Countries. It was when a group of pilgrims invaded the chapel of St. Lawrence. This group of pilgrims destroyed all of the Catholic icons, the saints' effigies, and as much church property as they could get their hands on. It was a tremendously violent affair, but it wasn't as violent as what happened elsewhere. There was no loss of life reported, no clergy killed, no people attacked beyond defending their property that these Protestants took from them. It was as civilized as it could be.
Without question.
But it
And of
would
course,
get
their
worse.
relationship to
This iconoclastic fury it spread.
The thing that's really important to
Churches
remember, though, in this
all over the
transfer
Low
of
Countries
circuitry
began
from one
burning.
role to
It moved
another
almost
is
as a
that-
wave. People would hear about what
and
had
it certainly
happened and
doesn't
attack the church in their town.
gender
By
is
August
interchangeable.
20th, only 10 days
Sex
later,
is
this
interchangeable.
movement
So, for
had reached
let's say you
Antwerp,
had a
the
wonderful
cultural
relationship.
hub of the
Let's take
region.
let's take a hypothetical.
They attacked one of the preeminent
Usually not
cathedrals in
But
all
let's
of
take a
Europe. It was
young
the
woman who
Church
has
of
a
Our Lady
wonderful
in
relationship
Antwerp.
with her father.
They did
And
terrible
it just
damage to the
absolutely
church,
terrible
much of which
abuse.
can actually still be seen today.
Just
There
for
are
sake of
images of religious significance
She
that
then
the
goes
church
into
fathers
adulthood
decided
and
not to repair to
she
show
is
what had
drawn to
happened on
very
that day.
abusive.
The interior of the church
Not
was
always, but
really
this is-
destroyed, and luckily it
And the
caught fire, but
dynamic
not
is
bad enough to
exactly the
destroy the
same
church.
as the dynamic she had with her mother.
If we're going
That's
to use a
actually a
metaphor
common
of this being
Even
similar
though
to the French
in this
Revolution,
context she's
they
heterosexual,
they
she's
are
a
but
lesbian,
beggars being
that's
similar
what
to let them
we've
eat
seen
cake.
over and over again.
Well,
is
then
that the
this
dynamic
attack,
is one parent
it acted
transferred
sort of
onto
like
the next
a Dutch
but
version
it
of the
doesn't have
storm
to
of
be,
the West.
you know, that if it was
The
with the mother,
revolutionary
then it
Protestants, as well as many of the
So gender
opportunists
is
who were just
interchangeable
joining in,
versus circuitry
would inspire
are
them. And
pre-sexual.
the following
They're laid
days,
down in our
churches,
brain
monasteries,
before
convents,
has any
chapels,
concept of
hospitals,
sexual
basically
attraction.
anything that was attached to the church, even priests' houses and houses of
there are
those
a lot
people in town who were
interesting
well
examples of
respected
data
members of the
this.
church.
The
They were attacked
book
and
of
destroyed.
Passion is a pretty
And the
interesting book by
nonviolent attacks earlier were
psychologist, one
becoming
of
more and more
Columbia
violent.
University,
It was a dangerous time to
that
be
talks
attacked
about
in all
how
countries.
childhood dynamics
This
carry
Pilgrimstone
over to
moved
adult
finally to Amsterdam,
when they
then further north and
So
east
as you
along
can
the
tell, I
coast.
get
It
pretty
hit
alert
Holland
responses,
almost
especially
worst of
to a
all.
lot of them
Hundreds of
relate to this
churches
domain,
all
and
across the
they have
states
a
were
lot of
destroyed.
impact on people, and they're wondering about
An
the
Englishman
and
who
no one
was
knows
a
what other
Catholic that was
people
in
are doing.
exile in the Low Countries, he described what happened in one of these churches.
You know
Quote,
the rules.
these fresh followers
but,
of this new preacher
you know,
threw down the graven and defaced
there
the
are a lot of
painted
people
images, not only of Our
leading
Lady, but
academic
of all others in the town.
particular
They
those
tore the
schools not
curtains,
created
dashed in pieces the
that are
carved work of the
in
brass
open
and
air.
stones, break
This is
the
more
altars,
common.
spoiled the clothes of
It's not
corporations, wrested
very
the
common,
irons,
but it's more
conveyed
common.
away or break the
And,
chalices and the
you know,
vestments,
obviously
pulled up
that's
the
a way of
brass of the
bypassing
gravestones,
some of these
the
more
blessed
primitive
sacrament of the
emotions,
altar they
jealousy,
trod under
etc.
their feet, and,
And
horrible as it is to
towards
say,
maybe
shed
an
their
ongoing
stinking
relationship.
piss
I'm
upon
not
them.
passing judgment one way or
These
the other.
false
I
brethren
would say
burned and rent
four
not
conditions
only
have to
all
be met
kinds of
when
church
discussion
books,
about
but moreover
sex
destroyed
and
whole
sexuality is
libraries of books of all
age
sciences and
appropriate,
tongues,
context
yea,
is
the
appropriate,
holy scriptures and the
consensual.
ancient fathers. End quote.
Well, that's weird because
As horrific as
thing
this must have been
trying to
for
figure out
any
is
of the
why
priests or
my
even any of the
sexual
Catholics
fantasy
who witnessed it,
is to go to
for the people taking
furry
part
orgies
in
and
the
have
Gilden
sex
Throne,
with
this was
others dressed
almost a fun
as
affair.
squirrels
It had an
and
element of
me,
carnival to
with
it.
other animals.
There were
So that
people
could
who
be,
were
but, I
around
had
this,
to
not exactly
see if
taking
that
part,
was,
but serving beer and sausages and bread and
not going to
cheese.
respond to that
And
except to
some
say
of these
that
attacks, they were even
as long as those
plays put on by some of the youth around who were
sexual
enacting a play of papists versus beggars. These attacks lasted for just over 3 months. And naturally, after they died down, neither Margarita the Former or Philip II could allow this to go unpunished. So Philip II sent in a man called the Iron Duke, named Fernando Alvarez de Toledo, the Duke of Alva. The Iron Duke was a military hero who was around all throughout Europe for his prowess. He had done extremely well against the Muslims in the Mediterranean. He had done very well in the war against France. He was a man that was greatly feared by any of Spain's enemies. And now he brought down his full force upon the Low Countries. The nobility in the Low Countries did everything they could could to distance themselves from his high-class superior. Immediately, just a few days after arriving in Brussels, the Duke of Alba established what he called the Council of Troubles, an organization that the locals in the region knew as the Court of Blood.
Commitment to one
They began
particular kind
arresting
of
anybody that was even suspected of having anything to do with the iconoclastic figure.
like it's almost
They
like
arrested everyone from the lowest
journey
peasants
that
and
you take
actual
on together,
beggars
because
up
also
to the higher
the interesting
nobility.
thing about
William the Silent knew
they're
that it was
moment by
time to
moment
leave the
different
Low
person.
Countries.
Day by day,
He
week
began
by
making
week,
preparations
month by month,
even
they
before
change,
the
they
Duke of
evolve.
Alba arrived.
There's an ups and
He
downs and
attempted
stuff
to
like that.
persuade
So
one of his
what
very
you're
closest
doing
friends,
is you're saying,
a man
well,
called
I'm
Count
going to
Egmont,
explore all the ways that this human
and
being
Egmont was a lifelong
morph,
cat who
change,
had nothing to do with this iconoclastic figure.
cry, what makes
He
you
was also a
excited,
war hero in many of Spain's wars against
lonely,
France. He was a member of what was called the Order of the Golden Fleece, as was the Duke of Alba. They were brothers in
how
that
they
sense.
feel when those habits are broken. Like
William the
those
Silent did
stupid,
not believe that
minute
this would be
things that
enough
make
to
every
protect
day
his friend.
life you're going to be
According to
on that
legend,
journey together,
when
figuring it
William
out.
left
Just
on
the
his
way we're
journey,
trying to figure ourselves out.
Egmont's last words
And
to
like
him were,
optimizing
quote,
these things, diet,
"Farewell,
health, so
cursed
on.
cattle
We're kind
land,"
of doing this
to which William
competition
replied,
together. Because again,
"Farewell,
the person really
Count
understands
Egmont."
themselves at
And
all,
as
and
it
you're
turned out,
together both
they would both be proven
you get
correct.
to almost like
Now,
a
William
relationship
wasn't
is a
alone
chance
in his exile.
to
There was a
understand yourself
flood of noble refugees
and
from the Low Countries.
to understand another person.
Not only William the Silent,
Like
but also
together,
two of
that
his
process
brothers
is
left,
somehow,
along with many others. And it wasn't
even
just
the
nobility.
dynamics
Common
of
people were
emergence
leaving in
here
droves.
is one.
Many
This
people
is
who had
what's
had their
described
lands
very well by
taken
the
or their
expert
families destroyed, left and
truly
tried to
great.
find exile elsewhere, tried to find some land that
He
would
said,
succor
there's
them.
4
And this was
arrows.
difficult because they were nearly all Protestants. There were very few places in Europe that would take in
There's how you
Protestants.
feel towards the
The
other.
only two that were
There's
really
how they
available
feel towards
were
you.
England
But
and
then there's
parts of
an
France
arrow
and
that
parts
comes
of
back
Germany.
to you,
The nations
which
of
is
France
how
and the
you
Holy Roman
feel
Empire
about how
would officially not take Protestant
and then they
refugees,
have
but
an arrow
there
of how
were
they
many
feel about
Protestant sympathizers
right?
there
This
that
is
would
why
seek
someone
the
else
land.
is moody or someone else
William
is
and his
upset.
brothers fled back to their familial
There's
lands
one
in
version of
Germany,
ourselves
but
where we
this
respond to that.
tide of people
They
who were
respond to
escaping
us.
elsewhere
There's
in Europe,
another
they began
version
making
where
contact.
we
So many of
respond
these
to that,
people
but
already knew each
also
other and
there's a
had
process
lines
of
of
what it means
communication
for
on.
us.
Between the Huguenot lands in
And
France,
this again
the many
leads us back to that
Dutch
early
exiles in England,
because of a
and
parent
those like William of Orange that were living in the
the child's
sympathetic
role is
parts
not
of
to
Germany,
see the parent.
they began to
That
organize
healthy model of
military
parenting say that
resistance.
children should actually know
The
how
French
their
Huguenot
parents
force
feel.
that allied
Of
itself
course,
decided to attack from the
they're not supposed to
southwest
be in
from
that
France
mindset
itself.
of empathizing for the parent.
William's brother,
This is
Louis of
often
Nassau,
not the case.
he was going to attack
Maybe the
from
cutoff
the
isn't exactly
northeast
eight, but
into
you get the idea.
Holland.
So
And
the dynamics of
William the
relationship
Silent
are
was going to
learning
attack
is
right
learn how
in the
we
center,
react to other
heading
people react.
straight for him.
It's not just
The
two
French
arrows.
Huguenot force never even made it to the Low Countries. They were intercepted by a force of the French king before they were even turned back.
Going through life with
Alba,
somebody
who
is
was
so much
supposed to
better
be
than
distracted by this
you know,
initial Huguenot invasion, was
never
able
thought
to
I'd
deal
make
with
that statement.
Louis very easily. His army was
wasn't
small
always
and meant to
obvious.
be more of an
No, it
irritant
wasn't always
taking back
obvious to me.
valuable
I
lands while Alba
really
was
enjoyed
engaged
wonderful
elsewhere.
relationships.
But Louis was defeated
And some
quickly.
have been hard. And
So William
certainly been a lot of
had
fun.
21,000 troops faced off against the Duke of Alba.
In close with
However,
some,
the Duke of Alba decided not to fight William the Silent. He entrenched his forces nearby. William presented battle to him time and again, a total of 29 times over 3 months. But every time he would present battle, the Duke of Alba would not fight. He would keep his defenses up and not allow William to make any attacks on his position. Anytime that William would try to take a city or any other valuable resources, Alba would block his path, but he would never enter battle. This wasn't cowardice, this was strategy.
What do you think is the
You see, these 21,000 troops of William the Silent, the vast majority of them were paid mercenaries from Germany. Eventually, all of his money dried up. And when mercenaries aren't getting paid, they're not fighting for a cause. The army dissipated and fled. Soon, William the Silent was forced to flee as well. The planned glorious military reconquest of the Low Countries was a complete failure. The Huguenot forces were invested in France and could no longer leave them behind. William, he was completely broke. He had spent all of his money on what essentially was entirely useless. He realized that he had to turn to other tactics, other troops, other battlefields, and other
tending
allies.
to the relationship, doing a little bit more than you could.
The
Everyone
whole
does that.
Dutch American historian,
I mean, I'm
Bloom
sometimes so
University,
positively struck by how
quote,
supported I feel.
all were men without a country, outlawed by the blind instruments of a foreign potentate who had endeavored by all possible means to make a royal will law in a country of constitutional liberties. Revenge was their motive, privateering their object, while necessity often drove them to piracy. They ended their career by becoming the co-founders of one of the most illustrious republics of modern times. In history, they are known as the Sea Beggars, that unique aggregation of freebooters and avengers whose like never before nor since has been viewed upon the scene of the world's events. Even before the arrival of the Duke of Alva, or before the arrival of the Inquisition, or even before the Spanish arrival in the Low Countries at all, the coast of the Netherlands was home to pirates of all stripes. The Dutch were seafaring people by nature. Piracy was inevitable, especially in a region that was so rich with foreign trade routes and foreign ships. But with the arrival of the Inquisition, the arrival of the Duke of Alva and his court of blood, thousands of people were turned away from their homes. The prospects for any young Protestant man who was growing up in this region, they were vanishing quickly. And in the Low Countries, there was a tide of patriotism rising.
As you get close to something,
the men who had for decades been nothing more than outlaws were becoming to the Dutch a valuable resource. Any man who had a ship and the will to attack Spanish ships, or Portuguese or French, or really any Catholic ships for that matter, they had their ranks swell with hundreds upon hundreds of young men who had no other prospects in life. These men were hungry, desperate, and angry, and they were joining pirate ships at an alarming rate. What had once been just a few small, sleek pirate ships grew. They would take any merchant vessels they could find, arm them with the cannon from any forts or cities that had been conquered by the Spanish and abandoned by the Dutch, and turn them into fighting ships that they used for piracy. The first historical record of these pirates turned patriots comes from the regions known as Friesland and Holland. They began to conquer, primarily in a town in Holland called Emden. There was an inn in Emden called the Golden Fountain that they favored. It became such a popular hangout for these pirates that it wound up being called the Beggars' Inn. Now, at the Beggars' Inn, a pirate captain could buy a round of drinks for his men. He could meet up with other pirate captains, talk about the best places for fishing grounds, as well as where any Spanish ships might be in the future. They were also able to meet up with merchants of ill repute who were likely to fence their goods and give them any leads they might have. And occasionally, they could meet up with a representative of some rebel nobleman. I imagine these representatives were well dressed and slightly out of place, but they were an important facet of the Beggars' Inn. These noblemen's representatives would confer with these pirate captains. When they had a certain need of naval warfare, they would ask these pirate captains, frequently pay them well to attack a trade route or attack a city. Sometimes this was just to keep the Spanish occupied while the Dutch noblemen attacked somewhere else, but frequently they would employ these pirates to attack targets of a certain political or military interest. The Duke of Alva took note of these pirates. They were becoming a real menace, and in April of 1568, he commanded the authorities in all the regions of the Low Countries to be on watch for them. He had towers in all the ports, manned guns that could take out any pirate ships that invaded. In Holland, the man who was the Stadtholder, the military leader of that region, on May the 6th, after Louis of Nassau had that unfortunate invasion, he released a command. He informed any villages in the district called the Waterline of the danger of a possible invasion from the direction of India, saying, quote, "We have learned that those congregating about Emden and Wed are equipping and arming some vessels, and warn you to be prepared, so that they will not be able to invade any of His Majesty's towns." It was around this time that King Philip II of Spain enacted a new rule in the Netherlands. Any captain, be they Spanish or Dutch or French or English, had to obey the rules and laws of the Catholic country. Any Protestants had to behave as though they were Catholic, and if they did not, they could be taken by the Inquisition in the Low Countries. This was something that we talked about a few weeks ago, when many English captains were taken by Spanish soldiers in the Low Countries. This is that very same event that enraged Elizabeth so much against Philip II. Not only had Philip led England into a disastrous war against the French, not only had he destroyed their trade prospects abroad, He had entered into open war, a war of conquest against one of England's closest allies in the Low Countries, and now he was kidnapping England's own captains and commandeering their ships. It was said that in London her rage could be felt throughout the city. However, her chance for retribution came quickly. Both French Huguenot pirates and Dutch pirates used many of the English ports as a port of call. It was a safe haven, a Protestant country where they would not be persecuted, and frequently were able to sell many of their stolen goods in English towns. As things grew worse and worse in Europe, they became less merely friends and trading partners and closer to what you would call allies. In November 1568, a fleet of Huguenot pirates chased 4 Spanish ships into English harbors. The English and the Spanish were still technically allies, and the Spanish needed a safe haven from these Huguenot pirates, which is why they chose to land in England. You see, these ships were important. They were very valuable, and they needed a safe place to wait out the storm. It turned out, on inspection, that these 4 Spanish ships that had been chased by Protestant pirates into English ports carried all of the gold that the Duke of Alba was to use to pay his forces in the Low Countries. This was an extremely dangerous situation. They knew exactly how angry Queen Elizabeth was. She had made her rage apparent, and the Spanish ambassador in England wrote to King Philip, quote, "Up to the present, 2 cutters and 1 other vessel have arrived safely in Antwerp, and for the rest of them, Benedict Spagnola asked me to intercede. At the same time I received news of them, I requested an audience with the Queen, which was granted on the 29th, and the Queen consented to give me a passport for the money to be brought overland, or to lend one of her own ships to convey the vessel in safety, of which I gave notice to the Duke of Alba. I warned the captains of the vessels, and had letters from the Queen sent to the officials of the ports, ordering them to defend the ships, which was highly necessary, as, although in the cases where the ships could get shelter near the towns, they have done so, the pirates have attacked them, and some of our men have been killed defending their vessels, with the greater loss still on the part of the corsairs. Many people have advised the Queen to seize the money, and the Vice Admiral has written of this effort to her. I am in hourly expectation of the Duke's order." Elizabeth had signed an order of safe conduct, a passport for all of the gold to be taken overland to the town of Dover. From there, it would be given an escort to Antwerp. This was all exactly what she was supposed to do. She was still technically allied to the King of Spain, and this was his goal. So she didn't have any intention at the time of betraying this, and as many in her court suggested, paper and gold from Philip. She signed this document on December the 2nd. It was then, the very next day, on December the 3rd, that a letter arrived in London. It went into the hands of William Hawkins, the older brother of John Hawkins, who was the man who had written the letter. The letter came from the Caribbean, informing William Hawkins, who informed the Queen, that a hurricane had dashed her fleet in the Caribbean, and that they had subsequently been betrayed and attacked by Spanish officials in the Gulf of Mexico. The day after Elizabeth signed the letter of safe passage, that was when she learned of that troublesome voyage of John Hawkins, that same voyage that Francis Drake was the captain of the Judith, and where he abandoned the rest of the fleet to return. The Queen learned that the Spanish officials in the Caribbean had killed her appointed naval officers. And currently, all of the gold intended to pay the troops who were occupying England's closest ally was traveling overland within her borders. Elizabeth learned that gold did not actually belong to the King of Spain. It was a loan from a wealthy Italian merchant at 10% interest. Elizabeth, after learning of the betrayal at the hands of the Spanish, sent her top advisor, William Cecil, to discuss the terms of that loan with the Italian merchant. She gave him a better offer on those terms of interest, and considering how dangerous the situation was in the Low Countries, the Italian merchant saw that loaning the money to Queen Elizabeth was a much safer bet. So while en route to the city of Dover, all of the gold that had formerly belonged to the King of Spain was transported directly to the Tower of London, where it was put under heavy guard. All of this happened so quickly that King Philip did not learn of it until after it was already in the Tower. Again, a letter from the Spanish ambassador to him. Quote, The Queen has taken possession of the boxes of money brought by Lupe de Sierra's ship and 64 boxes from the cutters in Plymouth. She is going to do the same with the other 2 cutters in Falmouth, notwithstanding her promise and letters, besides the passport she gave. The Duke of Alva has ordered all English ships and property to be seized. They tried to raise the mob against the foreigners, but the aldermen and constables acted well to take possession of the streets, so that matter was ended in the seizure of property. The sloops that these pirates have taken are full with the Spanish ship, all very valuable. They, the English government, have also seized the property of Portugal. The heretic knaves of the council are going headlong into perdition, incited by Cecil, who is indescribably crazy in his zeal for heresy. The council are in consultation every day, and I know not how it will end. The Duke of Alva was quickly losing control of the situation in the Netherlands. His army hadn't been paid in months, and they were threatening mutiny if there was any further delay in their payments. As it turned out, there would be a delay. The Dutch sea beggars and the English sea dogs, they controlled the North Sea because the Spanish fleet, the majority of it, was engaged in the Mediterranean with the troops. Alva needed money fast, and he needed to keep all of the Dutch from learning how tenuous his situation there really was. So he decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In order to raise the money and keep things quiet in the Netherlands, he seized every English ship in the Netherlands, every ship's captain, and all of the property on board. This action was in direct opposition to nearly every one of the treaties ever signed between the English and the Spanish. He had broken these treaties, which freed Elizabeth's hand. She decreed, quote, "Any merchants born or living under the allegiance of the King of Spain who may be found in towns, ports, or other places under suspicion of hiding or disguise, or in any manner of fraud in order to prevent the detention of themselves and their goods, shall be called to account by the officers of justice of such places with the help of all justices of the peace, who shall inquire and examine the said merchants by all legitimate methods and cast them into prison, no matter to what nation they belong, including all those who may abet or help to hide those who practice such fraud, and especially those who may have concealed such persons and their property. Her Majesty, having also learned from trustworthy sources that it was the intention to detain her subjects beyond the sea, under the pretext that the Queen had obtained in one of her ports a certain ship and 3 or 4 small boats in which were a certain sum of money, Her Majesty thinks fit to declare briefly the facts of the case, by which it will be seen that the detention of her subjects was unjust and without due cause." End quote. This was a dangerous situation, but as it turned out, it was a good Elizabeth was hoping for. She needed this pretext to enter into war with Spain. Things had grown so dire, but if she were the one to break their treaties, then many of the independent powers in Europe would have sided against her. But now that Spain was the first to break the treaty, she had every excuse she could possibly need. Finally, William Cecil could now meet with William of Orange officially and begin a collaboration. The English would offer any aid and succor to any Dutch patriots that needed it, especially the sea beggars. The sea beggars began to use England really as their primary base of operations. In return, the sea beggars would do all they could to repel the hated Spanish from the Netherlands and restore England's place as their primary trading partner. After the meeting, William the Silent sent his brother, Louis, to the French Huguenot port of La Rochelle, where there waited 18 ships of the Dutch sea beggars, led by a man named William de la Marck. William the Silent had provided his brother Louis with 18 letters that he was to present to each one of the ship's captains in this small Dutch fleet. Each of these letters was a letter of reprisal, a letter of marque that would, legally, under the terms of the Dutch Revolution, allow them to attack any Spanish ships in their waters. At almost the exact same time, Elizabeth had done exactly the same thing to many of her sea dogs in both the North Sea and the Channel and the Atlantic Ocean. So had many of the Huguenot pirates been given leave to attack any Spanish ships they cared to. The Dutch, the French Protestants, and the English were all allied together. The battle lines had been drawn. The lines were drawn down divisions, both religious and
I would say
political.
they give us like
These were
D
really
minus
the
on
first
economics.
maneuvers in what would be called the
Like
80 Years'
you know,
War.
an F plus.
That was
D
a
minus.
global war that for its first years would be fought by pirates on the high seas.
Not everybody, but most people listed.
So that's going to be all for today. We've given a lot of background on the Dutch pirates, who are going to be a major player in the story, and set the stage for some of the most notorious acts of piracy in history. Next week, we're going to look briefly
studied the
at
history of science
and some of their earlier days, and then we're going to look at the actions of both the French and the English and the Dutch and their fight on the high seas against the allied forces of the Spanish and French. This is going to be a war that would shape Europe forever and shape the politics of the Caribbean for centuries. I hope everybody enjoyed this episode. It took a little longer to get out than most of our previous episodes. This story is getting very complex, and all of a sudden, there are a lot of moving parts, and I wanted to give some pretty important background information to one of the key players. We're really going to need to know some of this stuff because things are coming to a head very rapidly, and things are about to get, frankly, quite explosive. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at ParentHistoryPodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have on every episode a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more. If you do use that service, 8 Books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8 Books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an iBooks and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either iBooks or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, you're kind enough to throw in a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps the podcast content. We really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you.
The metaphor of human beings leaving shore, sailing across the horizon, risking their lives in pursuit of a better life.
Thank you for listening. In March 1569, at the French port of La Rochelle, a group of 18 sea captains met and conferred.
During the Revolutionary War,
some of these men had spent their entire lives as outlaws, raiding shipping in the North Sea and the English Channel. Others were more recently brought into the trade. They were men who had been pushed from their lives, and as talented mariners, people who decided to take up piracy. We're talking about a new development in their lives. Each of these 18 men was in possession of what was called a letter of reprisal, better known as a letter of law. They had just received it from Louis of Nassau, the brother of William VII. For these men who had always been outlaws, on the run, on the high seas, from the authorities, be they Spanish, French, or from the Low Countries, they now had a measure of legitimacy, and they had to decide exactly what they wanted to do. To many in Europe, they were still outlaws. They would have to run from the Spanish, just as they always had, and from most of the Dutch authorities. However, in the ports that were friendly, be they the port they were currently in at La Rochelle, France, or Cuba, or any of the ports in England, or even some of the ports in their homeland in the Low Countries, they would be able to stay there without having to sneak in and pretend they were somebody else. They could sail in proudly, and instead of pirates, they would be seen as freedom fighters. Some of these captains saw this as an opportunity to better themselves, make themselves proper navy in the service of the country. Others, and some of the most powerful among them, saw this as license, plunder, sack ships, and raid. This is episode number 12. The Rising Tide. These 18 captains were the most prominent in a group known as the Sea Rebels, those pirates turned patriots that were now fighting for the cause of low country independence. They cast a net out across the coast of the Netherlands and into the North Sea. Any Catholic ship, be it French or Spanish, that was foolish enough to make their way into their harbor, well, they took that ship. Any worthy
If
ship
I
that they
can
took, they
actually put
sailed
the
into a friendly
reservoir
port
to
and
dam,
outfitted for
spin
war.
turbine,
There was no shortage of
and
young men eager to
generate
serve on those
energy
pirate
from
ships,
my
not
draw
just for the
source.
plunder which they would be doing,
That's
but
extraordinary,
also for the chance to
right?
serve their
And
newly
so
founded
our
country.
ability to cross the
3
ocean,
of these captains at this
our
conference
ability
stood
to
out
grow
as leaders of
food,
the sea
our ability to
beggars.
live.
There was Lord Dahlheim, the
Technology
man
that
who
gets the
was
human
giving most of
race
the orders of
from,
the group.
you
There
know,
was another named Jan
a
Abels
brutal
and another
life where
named
life
Jan von
expectancy is
Torn.
30 to
These 3
a
men,
world
more
where
than
life
any others,
expectancy is
realized that these letters of marque gave them not just legitimacy, but responsibility,
So are they two at the
and not
public
just
to watch
increased
in
risk,
terms of
but also
ideas and bad
a chance
ideas?
for increased plunder.
That tiny
At
delta
nearly the same time that William and Louis of Nassau were granting these letters of marque
plus
to their pirate
D
captain,
minus territory.
Queen Elizabeth of
I
England
think
was
most
issuing a
economic
decree
ideas
against
like what,
any Englishman,
you
any
know, like
English port, or any English
take us
merchant
back
that
to
either gave
MIT,
harbor food or assisted these sea beggars would
fluid
face
dynamics problem,
severe
like
consequences.
design the shape of the hull of that
At
ship.
least that's what her decree
Or
said
you
on
want to
paper.
design
In
an
reality,
airfoil,
things
a
were
wing,
somewhat different.
or if you want to
When
design
one of those sea
an
captains,
engine
Jan Abels,
or
took 5 ships off the
a
coast of Holland,
nozzle in
the
a
local
rocket ship,
authorities there in Holland
you
sent
wouldn't do
3
it with
ships out to
simple
capture him.
arithmetic. You wouldn't do
Now,
it with
Jan Abels
scalar. There's not
had
a single number,
10
right?
or maybe
It's
11
vector
ships at
math,
his command,
you know,
so he
computational
easily
fluid
could have competed
dynamics
these
is
Dutch vessels, but
n-dimensional,
for 2 reasons he decided not
higher
to.
level math.
First,
You know,
these were
complicated
Spanish
stuff.
ships. Though they had been
So
ordered by
when
the
an
Spanish to
economist
capture them,
says
they
the
were Dutch
inflation rate
vessels,
is
and he didn't intend
2%,
to
that's a
fight them. And
scalar.
second,
And when
despite
an
the fact that he would have
economist
won that
says
fight, he was a
it's not
pirate,
a
a man
problem
whose
to
object
print
was
more money
plunder,
because
not
the
battle,
velocity of the
so
money
he
is very
decided to
low.
flee to England.
Monetary velocity is
He
low.
had a particular
That's not a
hiding place in
scalar.
mind, but
Okay,
unfortunately, one of
so
those channel storms
the
blew
truth
in
of the
and
matter
forced
is
him to seek harbor in an
inflation
English
is
port.
not a scalar.
Naturally,
Inflation is
an
an
English harbor
n-dimensional
official
vector.
came out to inspect his
Money
vessel,
velocity
a
is
vessel
not a scalar.
stolen from the Spanish,
Um,
filled with
the
Spanish
the
loot,
saying
and
what's the
manned by
velocity of
heavily
money?
armed Dutchmen.
Oh, it's slow or
Jan
it's
Abels,
fast.
though,
It
wasn't really
ignores
released,
the question
despite
of
Elizabeth's
what
proclamation.
medium is the money
He
moving through.
produced his letter of
In the
marque
same
from
way
Louis
that,
de Nassau and presented it
what's
to
the
the
speed of
inspector, and
sound?
he assured the man that they
Okay,
had
well, what
not
is
harassed
sound,
any
right?
English vessels.
Sound,
The
you know,
harbor
sound
master
is
inspected the letter of marque
a
and
compression
the
wave,
Spanish
is
cargo and
energy
agreed that everything
moving
seemed to
through a
be on the
medium,
up and
but
up.
the speed is different.
Jan Abels
So,
asked
for
the harbor
example, the
master
speed of sound
where
through
he
air
could the
is
best
different from the
place to
speed of
sell
sound
his
through water.
entirely
And
legally obtained
sound
cargo.
faster through water.
The Spanish
The
ambassador in
solid
England,
vessels faster.
where he would have been
Sound.
outraged at any
So
other
the
point in
reason
his life had this happened.
What is the
However, he
problem
had
with the way
other things
economists
occupying his mind at the
boil
time.
down to a model? Is it
Only
simple,
recently, Queen Elizabeth
or
had
is it
acquired
just
all
even
the
the
gold
first
intended
principles
to
of
pay
constructing
the
the
Spanish
model?
troops in the Netherlands.
I think that
She had
the
locked them away in
fundamental
Tower
problem
London, never to see the light of day.
if you see the world as a
His king,
scalar,
King
you
Philip
simply
II,
pick
was
the
understandably
one
outraged by
number
this,
which
and
is
there was a
which
constant line
supports
of
whatever you
communication going
want to do,
between these two men,
and you
and
ignore
it was very
the
clear
universe
that the
of
Spanish ambassador
other
was in deep trouble.
consequences.
Beyond that, ever since the
Yeah,
Spanish
I don't know if
had
you've heard
seized the English ships in the Low Countries that were
air quiet
Protestant vessels
talking
not adhering to
theories,
Catholic law,
different kinds of
the Spanish
approaches,
ambassador had been
physics
placed
law,
on house arrest and
mathematical law,
only ever allowed to leave his home to visit court and see the king, and even then, only with heavy guard. It was on one of these occasions while visiting the English court that he saw the Queen meeting an emissary from a notorious source. He was the ambassador from William the Sailor, the de facto prince of the undeclared Netherlands Republic.
I think that if we're going
The
to really
emissary
make any
was Lord
scientific
Dahlheim,
progress in
that man
economics,
who
we have
was
to apply
essentially the admiral of all the
much
sea
more
beggars.
computationally
He was
intensive
the
and
admiral
richer forms
even
of
of that Jan
mathematics.
Abels, who was busy in that English port, selling to
Yeah, you know,
forgotten
when I was at
goods,
MIT,
buying
I
rounds
studied
of drink
system
for his
dynamics.
men, and presumably
You know, they
enjoying
taught
some
it
of the
as
local
slow school. It was
English
developed
women's
by
company.
J. Forrest.
Lord Dahlheim was in England attempting to build an alliance between his men, the Sea Beggars, and William of Nassau and Queen Elizabeth. He had also been to La Rochelle, meeting with Huguenot leaders attempting to build an alliance there. These three groups were essentially creating a league of Protestants in Europe, a league that was struggling against the combined papal forces of Spain and France and the Holy Roman Empire.
demand will fall.
This was in response to many of these people forces moves against the Protestants in Europe. For example, the Duke of Alva and King Philip had elected to blockade all of the English shipping in their English home ports. Notably, there was a wine fleet that was stuck in London. It was bound for La Rochelle in France, but not allowed to leave the harbor. And more importantly, there was a wool fleet unable to leave English shores. They were intended to sail to Germany, where they would sell a large percentage of England's wool. So much, in fact, that this really threatened English livelihood. It was even thought that if this fleet weren't allowed to sail, this might collapse England's entire economy.
For example,
to break the blockade, Elizabeth sent out her most trusted sailors. She sent out the Hawkins brothers, John and William Hawkins, from that troublesome journey. She sent out the Winter brothers. She also sent out Francis Drake and all of his brothers as captains of different vessels to harass any Spanish ships that were blockading their trade and occasionally engage in what was really almost outright naval warfare. This was really one of England's first naval actions as a nation. After chasing off the Spanish blockade, she aided the Huguenot forces in the Channel and kept open the port of La Rochelle, both for the French and for the English to trade in. The Channel was becoming a place that was deadly for any Catholic ships. So many French corsairs, these Huguenot forces, were tied down in the Caribbean that really they'd been unable to keep the Channel free. However, with this new alliance with England, they were really able to bolster their numbers and keep both the Royal French forces and the Spanish from interceding in their trade. Now, on the east coast of England and in the North Sea, as well as along the coast of the Netherlands, it was really the sea beggars that ruled the waves. During this time, after the break of the blockade, hundreds of French and Spanish ships were taken, many of them stolen and still more burned. The navy of the Huguenots had, for a long time, really been a well-organized force. The Huguenot rebellion had a well-established naval law. However, now that the sea beggars and the English navy were both in the fray, they really were able to press their advantage in their seas. This was the first time that England had really been able to put that massive navy they had built into use. And the Dutch were overnight as well. Beyond the group of ragtag pirates they had been, they were becoming something more. Their fleets had grown too large, and their numbers swelled too much to rely on backroom meetings at the Beggars' Inn. They decided to elect officially Lord Dauphin as their head. Then, on August 15th, 1569, they signed an accord. It read, quote,
if we take, for example,
whereas during the past years, the greater part of the nobility of Friesland, as well as Holland and this country, have been driven away from their fatherland, leaving behind goods, wives, and children to assist one another with all their possessions, bodies, and lives, only for the purpose of damaging, destroying, and annihilating the Duke of Alva and his bloodthirsty adherents. None of us shall, on his own account, either conceive and plan or begin any attack without the knowledge of all, and without the consent of our common council and assembly. They were still not quite navy. They were still pirates, and their object was still plunder, but they did agree in their decree to give half of all of their proceeds to William of Orange in the cause of Netherlands independence. The combined forces of the Protestant forces at sea proved to be too much, at least in the North Sea, for the Catholic navies. So they turned to a higher power. They turned to Pope Pius V. He published a papal bull on February 25th, 1570. It was called the Regnans in Excelsis, and it read, quote, we declare that Saint Elizabeth heretic, and patroness of heretics, and her adherents to have fallen under the sentence of anathema, and to be cut off from the unity of the body of Christ, and her, Elizabeth, to be deprived of her pretended right to the realm, and of all and every dominion, dignity, and privilege, and also the nobles, subjects, and peoples of the said realm, and all else who in any manner have made oath to her to be forever absolved from such oath, and all duty of lineage, fealty, and obedience, as by the authority of the presence, we absolve them, and deprive the said Elizabeth of her pretended right to the realm, and of all else aforesaid. End quote. I've mentioned this papal bull before. It was this action that so enraged not only the Queen and her Privy Council, but Sir Francis Drake.
products or
After this
services
occurrence,
or assets
finally
that he
convinced Elizabeth to allow him to go
I
on
think that
what would wind up being known as
the
trade school.
fundamental failing of economists.
If you are new to the show,
First of
or this
all,
is your first episode, I
they
really
don't really
suggest going back
have
sometime
a
and
term
listening to
for
episode number
asset
8 at the
inflation.
Treasure House of the World.
Right?
We go into
What's
some
an
depth there,
asset?
but in short,
What's asset
what Francis Drake
inflation?
did was
Section,
take
bond market,
a
swap
subsequent
rate,
number of voyages to the
assets
Caribbean
where
where
the
he attacked and plundered all along the many Spanish-held Caribbean islands
what's
and the
inflation?
Spanish Main
What's
in
hyperinflation?
more and more
Assets.
audacious fashion as the voyages continued,
What assets?
culminating in what
In the
was one of
conventional
the most notorious
economic
acts of
world,
piracy ever undertaken
you
in
would
the
treat
entirety of the
inflation
world.
as the
It
rate
was there that
of
Francis
increase
Drake
in price
met up
of
and
a
allied
market
with
basket
many
of
French
consumer
juvenile
products
pirates and really
defined
opened
by
up
a
an
government
an American front and what was becoming a
So
global
they
war
have
between these two
traditional
religious
things that
factions.
a regular consumer
Back
would
in
be
Europe,
buying.
there was a fleet of
The
sea
government
beggars that
selects
left
toilet
the
paper,
English shores where they had been harbored to go
toaster,
and find a new
refrigerator,
home.
electronics,
They
all that
needed
kind of
a
stuff,
port
and
that
it's the
was not
representative
La Rochelle, a Huguenot port, and
basket of
not one of the many
goods
Protestant English
that
ports, but
lead
a
to
true
a
Netherlands port,
intense
something that they could
existence on this earth.
call their home base and center all of their actions
define
around.
as synthetic metric.
Now,
Right? I mean,
many of
somebody
the
could
ports
say
in the
you should have
Netherlands were
1,000 square foot
somewhat friendly to the
apartment
sea
and you
beggars,
should
especially
have
in the north.
a
The
used
locals
car
there
and you should
were
eat,
not people that hated
3
the sea
hamburgers a week.
beggars. The
Now,
sea
10
beggars
years go
never
by
harassed the
and the
locals, only the
apartment
Spanish.
costs more.
To
I
show,
could
though,
adjust the
the
market
lack of
basket
ill will that the
by
locals held toward the sea beggars, I'd like to
adjustments. I
read a
could
bit
decide
from a
that
letter to prove
it
this
used to
point.
be in 1970
The author of the
1,000
letter
square
wrote
feet,
from
but
his
in the
homeland
year
near Amsterdam,
2020,
his
you only
own
need 700
exiles
square
in
feet
England.
because we've
He wrote that,
miniaturized
quote,
television
out of heartfelt
and we've
pity,
got
have been
more
moved to write you for
official
the purpose of
appliances
highly recommending to you an
collapse
honest
of the
skipper of
iPhone is done in
Amsterdam
that
named
space.
Dirk
So now,
alias
it may be that the
who,
apartment costs
having
50%
arrived here
more,
and
but
been
after
from
the
England,
economic
has
adjustment,
informed us
there's
of
no
his great
inflation
misfortune
because I
and
just
misery,
downgraded
that
the
his ship was there
expectation of
to his
what a
great
normal
loss
person
been
should have.
seized, and to the great affliction and sorrow of his dear wife and children, of whom he is a large number. Whereas we have had such information concerning the said Derek from the mouth of the witnesses and from other honest merchants of Amsterdam who have taken refuge there, therefore, upon a kind request, we have not deemed it inadvisable to inform the brethren of the same, hoping that it will assist not a little in relieving his sad case.
By
This man,
mainstream
Black Pirate,
conventional thinking,
he was
to
just
immediately
a poor
equate
merchant
inflation
man from
to
Amsterdam who was
the
sailing
government
from
issued
English shores
CPI
and
or
had
government
his
issued
vessel
PCE
seized.
or government issued
At least that's
PPI
how
measure,
this letter
which
hinted it.
was never the
I
rate at which
imagine that
things
the
go up.
Spanish in the
It's
region
simply
didn't
the
see
rate
him the
at
same
which
way.
a
To
synthetic
them, he
basket
was nothing
of
more than a loathsome pirate,
products
and
and services
despite
the
these friendly
government wishes to
locals,
attract
the
go up.
Spanish really
Now, the
controlled
problem
all
with
of the
that
coastline of the Netherlands.
is
So
two
that
big
fleet
things. One
of
thing is
Dutch
the
vessels that was
government
sailing
gets
from
to
England,
create the
led
market
by Lord
basket, and
Alpine,
so they
to
keep
find a
changing
port
what's
that
in
they
the
could seize
basket
from the Spanish
over
and hold
time.
against them, with the
So,
aid
you
of
know,
both their Huguenot
if I
and
keep,
English
if I
allies,
said
much
3
like
years ago
the
you
port
should
of
go
La
see 10
Rochelle and
concerts a
several other
year, and
ports on the
the
English
concert
coastline.
tickets now cost
However,
$200
as
each.
they
Now it's
approached the
$2,000
Netherlands
to go
coast,
see a
a
concert.
storm arose,
Now
and
I'm in church,
it forced the Dutch
calculating
fleet
inflation,
into
so I
a Zealand
redefine,
harbor.
you
The
know,
harbor
your
was called
entertainment quota for
Via.
the year to be
Now, while they
Netflix
waited for the
streaming
storm to die
concerts,
down,
and now they
another
don't
fleet
cost
sought shelter
$2,000,
there.
they
A
cost
total of
nothing, and
60
there's no
ships sailed
inflation
into
that
their
comes with
harbor.
the concerts. Right?
These ships,
So
as
the
it turned out, were
problem
from the Baltic
starts
and
with
bound for Spain.
continually
These ships
changing
were
the
fair
definition
game
of
for
the
the
market
pirates.
basket.
The
But
Dutch
in my opinion,
couldn't let
that's not the
prize such as
biggest
this slip through their
problem.
fingers,
The
so they spent the next
the
2 or 3
more
days plundering these
egregious
60 vessels of everything they had on
is
board.
the fundamental idea
However,
that
after
assets
those 3
aren't
days,
products or
another fleet
services.
sailed into the harbor,
Assets
chased by the
can't
very
be
same
inflated.
storm. 40 ships that were even
House.
more richly loaded.
a share of apple slice.
These were some of the greatest prizes that a Dutch would ever take. And think about how something like that must have been. In a relatively small port on the Dutch coast, battered by storm winds and ceaseless rain, 100 ships from around the North Sea were stuck there, unable to move. They had nowhere to run. Where could they go? Back out into the ocean? Into that shit killer of a storm? No, they were forced to stay at anchor and attempt to defend themselves against this roving band of pirates that was going from ship to ship, taking anything on board any of these vessels that they cared to, and beyond that, these pirates took not only the ships that they had taken fancy to, the crews of all of these vessels. They intended to hold them for ransom. Word spread quickly that depredations of this kind spread inland to the Spanish officials in the region, who marched a column of soldiers directly to the shoreline, who halted there and made a base camp. letting the Dutch know that if they were to disembark, they would be immediately attacked. This was intended to deter these Dutchmen from raiding England, taking parties ashore, and bringing some smaller villages there. This was something the Spanish were always somewhat fearful of. If the Dutch were to attack, it would prove to the locals in the region that the Spanish couldn't protect them and weaken their rule, so they took sharp measures to keep it from happening. Now, the Dutch knew that they had to leave, but they weren't deterred from their search for a home. Some of the ships in this fleet sailed to England or to La Rochelle to sell some of their plunder, but still more ships around the area joined their fleet, swelling their ranks even larger than before. The fleet traveled to an island called England, that they had long used as a base where they unloaded much of their cargo. There was a lord in the area, a man named Peter van Palmingen, who was sympathetic to their cause. He allowed them to use his island as essentially a storehouse for any of their goods, but the sea beggars learned that Lord Peter had been pressured into betraying the sea beggars by the Spanish. Before he could strike, the sea beggars acted first. They stormed his castle and took it relatively quickly. When they controlled the castle, they essentially controlled all of the island, and this was a strategic location for the island. It controlled a large amount of harbor and ocean harbors, so this was a great place for the sea beggars to have a home base. For several months, this island served as a base of operations for the Dutch. They launched countless raids from the island, and all over the North Sea, people knew that this was a place of security to come to. Now, of course, the Spanish couldn't have it, so they gave a man named Robles the task of liberating this island from the sea beggars. I'm going to read a passage from The Sea Beggars by Damon Versteeg. This book was written in 1901, and though some of the history is somewhat questionable, it's one of the best sources we have on some of these men, and the language that Victorian-era history is just fantastic. Quote, Robles' first plan was to dislodge the beggars from their strongholds. For this purpose, he dispatched, in December 1569, a force of Spanish soldiers to the island of England. Here, however, the Spaniards were so warmly received by the sea beggars under their impetuous commander, the famous Rongyre nobleman Barthold Anton von Mattea, that the attacking party was obliged to beat a precipitate retreat. Anton and his sea beggars remained for a month longer in undisputed possession of King stronghold and the island of England, whence they continued plundering and wronging their Ephesian coasts whenever the opportunity was favorable. This was not to go on much longer, and Robles was resolved to drive them away at any cost. In January 1570, he sent out a much stronger expedition than the one of the previous December, and this time he was more successful. Under his own leadership, his troops surprised and attacked the sea beggars on England. A short, decisive battle ensued in which the beggars were completely routed. Once again, without a home base, the beggars tried to find somewhere new to compete. For months and months, they tried one harbor after another. One of their more famous captains, a man named Jan van Troyen, he took a market town that was directly between Antwerp and Amsterdam. This was a fairly important port of call. The Spanish were quick to decline the house to them. The Spanish, though they had garrisoned troops, had many cannon in every harbor of the island. They intended to repel the sea beggars any way we call it. Still, they were the kind of real threat to the Spanish rule. So, the Duke of Alba established a fleet. It was originally composed of 12 large Spanish warships with the express purpose of destroying the sea beggars. This was a fleet, the likes that the North Sea hadn't seen for some time. The beggars, well, they fled as fast as possible. They were tracked by the fleet, however, and while running from this overwhelming firepower, they decided to try and take refuge in the harbor of a local river. They didn't expect these large Spanish vessels to follow them, however, some of the vessels were able to. The fleet chased them upriver, and finally, they soundly defeated the sea beggars. They took 2 of the sea beggars' largest ships and sinking 2 others. This was, of course, hardly all the ships that the sea beggars had in their armada. There were many remaining vessels in and around England at the port of La Rochelle and sailing elsewhere in the North Sea. The call went out to any of the sea beggar ships that could be found to rendezvous on the shores of Britain. They were received there by the Countess de Montgomery, who presented the Dutch with really a splendid ship, something that to be a flagship for them to replace one of their lost vessels. They wouldn't face in her honor the Countess.
In the past 12 months.
Despite this warm welcome by the English nobility, and despite the many friends and allies that the Sea Beggars had on British soil, England was no home to the Sea Beggars. The edict that Elizabeth had made against them still stood. Frequently, when they would chase in Spanish ships into English ports, they would be fired and occasionally arrested. Now, these weren't acts of true violence, but they were made to ensure that the Sea Beggars didn't use England as their real home base. This was due in large part to the actions of the beggars themselves. They were a rough, violent, and uncouth lot who caused trouble wherever they went. Even those of them that were members of the nobility knew that they had to play a role in
Now that gets you
They had to be part of who they were. They had to spread fear in their enemies' hearts, and to do this,
if I borrow $1 billion and pay 3% interest,
even
and the money
other friendly
supply
ports like the
expands
port of La
at
Rochelle
7 to
began to
10% a year,
refuse some Sea Beggars' entrance
I
into
ended
their harbor
up
because of
making
their
a 10%
propensity for
return
causing trouble.
on a $1 billion
So the Sea
investment,
Beggars
paying
continued
3%
their
interest.
search
Is
for
that
a
fair?
port of call. They needed a place that they could call home, a real base of operations. For months and months, they searched, trying again and again to take different ports, and again they were defeated by the Spanish and their Dutch enemies.
It stands to reason that the price of
In
all
one
the
such encounter, that
assets
man, Jan
is
van
what you
Toorn, that
appreciate,
favorite among the Sea
somewhat
Beggar
proportional to
captains,
the
one
money
of the
supply.
most popular among their
And the
ranks,
difference in asset
well, he was boarded
appreciation
before he was
is
even
going to be a
encountered.
function of the scarce
The Spanish
desirable
attacked him at
quality
sea.
of the assets.
His
And to
men
what
fought
extent
hard
can
to
I
defend
make
their vessel.
more of
However,
them?
they were
To what
overwhelmed
extent
very
are
quickly.
they
All the men that were left
limited
had to
in
jump overboard
supply?
to escape Spanish
so
capture.
we'll get to
Now, there were
a
other
lot of
ships
the
in this fleet that were
said
still
there.
fighting the Spanish.
Scarcity,
But the men who had jumped off of Jan van Toorn's ship, well, they swam to the nearest vessel they could get to. They climbed aboard,
assets,
but
but
unfortunately,
so the
they
expansion
found a
of money
company of
supply
Spanish troops
is,
had already taken them.
so in other ways, using
Before they
money.
even climbed over the
So
rail,
is
they
that
found
always
themselves
bad,
staring
the
down
expansion of
Spanish
money
steel
supply?
and Spanish
Is
muskets.
this just some
This
terms on the
began
table?
happening with alarming frequency. The Sea Beggars were
You're not
under
sure
attack
to say
by the
so
Dutch and Spanish authorities.
on
The
average,
fleet would have been organized to fight them for good
spending every year
well.
about 7%.
So Lord Dalheim
That's a bad
sent
thing.
most of the Sea Beggar fleet to England, but he himself stayed with
I
the
guess to be
12 ships
precise,
left on the Dutch coast.
it's the
The Sea Beggars'
currency.
ranks had moved to the safer harbors of English soil, while
I
only a
would
few
say
of them,
money
some
is
of the
monetary
most
energy or
notorious among
economic
them,
energy.
stayed to fight the good fight.
And the economic energy has
This
to
proves to
find
have
its way
been
into
something
a
of a
medium.
tactical
So
mistake,
if you
however.
want to move
While
it
he may have
rapidly
saved
as a
the
medium
majority of
exchange,
the
it
fleet of
might
Sea
as well be
Beggars,
currency.
those 12 ships
But the
became
money can
a
also
prime
flow
target
into
for
property,
all of the Dutch in the
like a
region.
house or gold.
That fleet, backed by
If
the
the money
Spanish,
flows
caught
into
up with those 12
property,
ships in short
it'll
order.
probably
Those two largest ships
hold its
were
value
captured by the
much better
Spanish,
if the
taken.
money
They were
flows
the
into
best
currency.
vessels they
Right?
had.
If you had
With
put
nearly all the arms and
$100,000 into
ammunition
this
that they had
house,
in the fleet,
you would have
9 of the other ships were
305x
burned by the
return
Spanish,
over
and only
92
one,
years. But
carrying
if you
Lord
put the
Dalheim
money,
himself, managed to escape.
$100,000 in a safe deposit
Now,
box and
he
buried
went
it
to
in the
England to
basement,
join the rest of the Sea
you
Beggars,
would
but
have
at the
lost
request of Prince William IV, when Lord
99.7%
Dalheim
of your
arrived
wealth
in England,
in the same
well,
time
he was
period.
promptly arrested by the English
So,
government.
so the
This was
expansion
due
of
to a
the
number of
currency
factors. There was money involved,
creates
as that took
creates
place.
a
Lord
massive
Dalheim had
inefficiency in the
taken out
society,
loans
what
that
I'll
he
call an
refused to
adiabatic
repay.
lapse.
Other people had taken out loans that were
What
his
we're
as well,
doing is
and
we're
several other things that aren't exactly
the
explained. But the reality
civilization.
is, if he'd been doing better as the admiral of the Sea Beggars, he likely would not have been arrested. William the Silent
Right,
Throne and
in
another man,
aerospace
who were
engineering, you
a
want to solve any
nobleman who was
problem,
one of his
they
friends, in the
start
hopes
with
that
the
he would do a
phrase,
better
assume
job. However,
adiabatic
this
system.
man wasn't
And
the
what that
most
means is
experienced at
closed
sea,
system.
and if anything,
So
the experience of
I've
the
got
Sea
a
Beggar fleet
container,
got worse.
and in that
The
container,
core
no
element of
air
Sea
leaves
Beggars
and no
continued
air
trying to
enters,
keep
no
up with
energy
and continued
exits
being
or enters.
reduced.
So
However,
it's a closed
many of the
system.
other Sea Beggar ships,
So
those
you
that
got
had
the
rounded out their
closest
numbers, well,
Okay.
discipline began to break down.
Okay, I'm going to
The
use
captains weren't able to keep them in line, and in many cases, the captains
physical
themselves
metaphor
simply
for you
rode.
because you're
They began going back to their
like you
old
get 10
habits of
pints of
taking
blood in your
any
body.
shipping they could find and
So
putting all the
before
money
your
into their
next
own coffers rather than
workout,
paying
I'm going to take
back a
one
lot
pint
to
of
Prince William II.
Now you're going
Not
to
only
go
the Spanish
exercise,
and
but
the
your
Royal
life.
Fleet,
You've
but
lost
also
10% of your
Dutch,
blood.
English, and Huguenot
Okay?
vessels were now under
You're not going
threat
to
from these
perform as
rogue
well.
sea
It
raiders.
takes about 1 month.
They were giving the beggars
for
who were
your
trying
body
to
replace
be a Royal Navy a truly bad name,
So
and
what if I
turning this
tell you
from
every
a fight for a good cause into real piracy.
Okay, so
They were losing many of
if
their
I'm
allies and
draining
many of
the
their friends
energy,
during this
I'm
period, and it was
draining
happening
the blood from your
alarmingly
body, you
quickly.
can't
So
perform.
Prince William
If
fired that
you
second admiral as
adiabatic
soon as
lapse is
possible.
when you go up an altitude.
He
Every
devoted a
1,000
third
feet,
admiral,
you lose 3
the
degrees.
most famous of all of the
You go
admirals and sea
50,000 feet,
admirals.
you're
He was
150
the Baron of
degrees
Louis
colder
and
than
the
sea
Count
level.
of
That's
La
why
Marque,
you
known to
look at
history as William Vandermark.
instruments instead of 80 degrees.
William Vandermark was, well, he was one of the first and most ardent supporters of Dutch independence and William slavery. However, initially, his fight was on land. He was a man who acted as a general in some of these armies, not a sea captain, but being from the Netherlands, he did have sea experience and reportedly had a good experience with piracy in general. He contacted any of these rebel rogue sea beggars, any of them that were still willing to fight for the cause under his leadership were allowed to come back to the fold. Any who had decided that regular piracy was more their liking, they were essentially exiled from the Netherlands community. Now, he rallied all of the ships that were still loyal to the cause of Dutch independence and moved operations to England. The Netherlands had become an extremely dangerous place because of that Spanish-backed fleet that was patrolling their shores that had caused the sea beggars so much trouble. So, under William Vandermark, they operated out of the eastern harbors of England, primarily in the Channel, around Dover, was their real base of operations. The second contingent of the sea beggars, who was doing perhaps even better than the main contingent, operated off of the island. Now, their attempts to take a home base, to attack a port on land and take it and hold it, had all ended in failure, and sea beggars were essentially broke, as was Prince William's Island. They needed to raise some funds to support themselves. So, rather than attempting naval warfare or on-land warfare, the sea beggars turned back. They were Spanish and French ships, only to target the ships that were their enemies, but they would take them, steal everything they had, ransom the sailors, and sometimes sell the vessels themselves. They became a real danger, a real menace. While the edict of Elizabeth against the sea beggars still stood, the sea beggars were smart about this. Making so much money through piracy, they bribed any quartermasters on English soil that they needed to, as well as any government officials that could help. They sent some of their money back to William, as they had before, but most of it went to go to the sea beggars, not so they could while it away on drink and women, which I'm certain they did, but much of it went to create a new sea beggar fleet. Under William Vandermark, the sea beggar fleet was reborn. Discipline was brought back to their ranks, despite the fact that they were acting as pirates. They were acting in unison and attacking every French and Spanish ship they could get their hands on. The channel for the French and Spanish was now more dangerous than ever. It was split between England and La Rochelle. There was a region that it was just immensely dangerous to travel through, and to get any shipping through, they had to send it through with a large fleet of armies. All of these acts of piracy done by the sea beggars originated from English ports, which in reality suited Queen Elizabeth just fine at first. But then, on the 10th of February, 1572, everything changed. Without warning, one of the born tourists of the sea beggar captains was arrested by English officials. That very same day, William Vandermark received an order from the English government instructing him to quit English waters with every vessel under his command. Several other captains were arrested in the following days. They were subsequently released, but Elizabeth went so far as to declare William Silent a false prince, that made his letters of marque null and void. John Hawkins himself was sent to chase the sea beggar fleet out of English waters. This ended what was one of the more profitable periods in the history of the sea beggars, and it was a serious blow to the Dutch, but it wasn't exactly the betrayal that it seemed to be. You see, around this time, Elizabeth really needed to garner some Spanish goodwill. She needed, just for a while, to have some of their favor. This was due to some of the politics involving the Catholic Church and the Scottish. There were developments in the Catholic Powers War on Queen Elizabeth that required her to play safe for a while. However, Elizabeth ordered that no violence be used except by direct command of either herself or the Privy Council against the sea beggars. They were to be attacked just to be chased off. This had to appear as legitimate as possible. Now, she neglected to enforce any of her decrees against the sea beggars through either her harbor masters or her merchants. This was all political theater, and it was well timed too. The sea beggars had a plan, so well timed, in fact, that it seems suspicious. It makes you wonder if Elizabeth had messages from some of the sea beggars that now they had big plans and she was able to garner that goodwill with the Catholics that she needed. This plan that the sea beggars had was very bold, and it would require them to quit the English waters. So one way or another, it seems that everything was working out for him.
I think a lack of
The Duke of Alba in the Netherlands, well, he was in trouble. His
if
taxes,
people had
his
more
taxes being
humility,
enacted on the Low Countries,
realize
well, they were not being paid.
Humility about how
Due
little
to
they
the lack
know,
of tax
how
income, he
little
was
they
unable to
understand
enforce his
about the
rule,
functioning
and
complex
many
system.
towns in the Low Countries stood in open rebellion against his rule. The sea beggars had returned in large numbers to the Netherlands,
I
being
think a lot of people
unstoppable due to that
overestimate
Spanish fleet not
what they
being
can
paid.
accomplish,
Despite his early
and
successes,
experience
for the Iron Duke, the Duke of
experience in
Alba,
life
the
causes
Netherlands
you
proved to be too much for his mother.
to
His
to
successor, the
reevaluate
Duke of
that. So
Medina,
I mean, I've done a
was
lot
set
of
to
things in
arrive
my
in the
life,
Netherlands shortly.
and
Now, William
generally,
Vandermark did not
my
intend to
mistakes were
allow him
always
to
my
make
good
landfall
ideas that I
in the Low
enthusiastically
Countries.
pursued.
His fleet
To the
included the sea
detriment of
beggars,
my
which at this point was comprised
great
of
ideas
almost 40
that
ships,
required
and each one of them flew the
150% of
colors
my
of William of
attention
Orange, their prince,
to prosper.
and each
So
of
I
them
think
carried an
people
additional
pursue too
red
many
plate
good
that had
ideas.
10 pennies upon
You
it,
know,
which
they all
was
sound
a
good,
declaration of their intent
but there's
to
just a limit
deliver their
to
homeland
what you
from
can
Alba's
accomplish.
hated tax, which was
And
known
everybody
as the
underestimates the challenges
They sailed to the Low Countries in
of
battle
implementing an
formations
idea,
toward the city of Brill.
right?
This was
And
the rumored landing
and they always
of the new Duke.
overestimate the
Now,
benefits
having close to
of
arriving,
pursuit of
the
that.
town
So I
watch
think it's
recognized them,
an
and a crier rose, quote,
overconfidence that
"The sea beggars
causes an
have come,"
overexuberance
and the
in
town
pursuit
was
of
reportedly
policies.
filled with pin. However,
As the
a local
ambition of the
fishmonger
government
who was
expands,
sympathetic to the sea
so
beggars was
must
in the harbor,
the
and
currency
he made his
supply.
way over to their fleet.
You know,
He
you could say the money
met
supply, but let's say
with
the
William
currency
Vandermark and
supply.
discussed terms with them.
You
He
can triple
returned
the
to town
number of
after discussing these
pesos,
terms and met with the city
but
council.
it doesn't triple
He told them,
the
quote,
amount of manufacturing
"You
capacity
need have no
in
fear.
the
The sea beggars will harm
and
no
it
one.
doesn't
They have come
triple the
only to
amount of
save the city
assets
for
in
the
the
king
economy, it
from
just
Alba's
triples
tyranny and his
pesos.
ruinous
So
10 penny
as
tax."
you increase the currency
He showed the
supply,
town fathers a token
then the
that William
price
Vandermark had
of
given
all
him
those
to
scarce
prove his
desirable
legitimacy, and
things
told
will
them
tend
that
to
the town
go
had
up
true dollars to
rapidly.
decide on what to do.
And the confidence
The town fathers were in a
of
quandary.
all of
They
the
knew that if they
institutions,
were to surrender,
corporations, and the
the
individual
Spanish would send an
actors
army out to crush their
and
town,
trading
doing
partners
great
will
damage,
collapse.
perhaps killing women and
We should
children.
take a tangent
That
on a
if they
tangent.
did surrender, he would bathe
Return
their town in
to
blood.
the
However, this threat
civilization.
standing right in front of him, the sea beggars, well, he knew that if he didn't
So the
surrender to
government
them, they would sack the town
naturally
immediately.
wants to
Well,
buy
they were
stuff
waiting for an answer. An army of sea beggars began to march towards
What's the
town,
best
and it appears that these men were beggars in truth.
anarchist,
There are many reports of how haggard they looked.
libertarianism?
Their clothes were in tatters, nearly rags. All of them looked gaunt and hungry. The word "want" is used in the old text. They were starving.
The smallest
These men were
possible,
desperate to find somewhere that they could be safe, find something to eat, and
that.
use as a new home.
You think about this.
The town council
You think
told
about,
the
okay,
fishmonger
government is the way it is.
that they acquiesced to the beggars, and then they began to evacuate the entire town by a gate on the far side of the
But you
city.
also think about the big
Now, the beggar
picture.
captain
We
didn't
started
receive word of the town's surrender,
civilization,
so
so
he
on,
ordered his
on
ships to fire on the
think
gate.
about
He ignited casks of gunpowder on the gate,
What's,
and he dropped down a mast from one of his ships and began to use it as a battering ram. Around 8 o'clock, on the evening of April 1st, 1572, the sea beggars took the town of Den Brill, and
I have
their
laser
first
eyes
footholds
on
in
my
the
profile
Netherlands.
on Twitter.
They didn't sack
What's
the
that
city
mean?
And the
well, as
significance
most
of
would have expected
laser
them to do.
eyes is
They
to
took up
focus
residence in the homes
on
of
the
some of
thing
the
that
town's
can make a
richest who had
difference.
evacuated.
And
These were mostly
if I
Catholic
look at the
merchants and
civilization,
leaders that were loyal to the
I would
Spanish and
say
their Dutch subordinates.
half the
No, they
problems in
didn't
the
sack the towns, they did
civilization
ransack those homes.
are
They
due to
used
the
any of
fact
the
that our
goods that they
understanding of
found and
economics and
money
money is
to buy
defective.
themselves food and drink. They
50%.
feasted after a good
$500
night's sleep.
trillion worth
They
of
were
problems.
described as the very best
Money,
kind of conquerors. In fact, they were
money
found to
represents
be
all the
gentlemanly and
economic
kind.
energy in the
Now,
civilization,
it
and
wasn't
it kind of
entirely without
equates
violence.
to all the
The
products,
sea
all
beggars
the
did take
services,
prisoners.
and all the
They took
assets that we
19
have around the
priests
gut.
in Albertville, and
So that's half.
well, they wrote to
The
William
other
son.
half of the problem
Now,
in
William
the
wrote back that
civilization
no man was
are
to suffer for his
medical
religion.
and
The beggars were reported to have quote saying, quote, "Who captured Den Brill, he or we?" end quote. And all Lincoln priests were hanged.
And I think
A listener pointed out to me on the website, piratehistorypodcast.com, that there's a saying in the Netherlands. On April 1st, Alba lost his glasses.
and they all merit a
This is
lifetime
something of
of
a pun,
consideration
because the Dutch word for glasses is brill, B-R-I-L.
I
While the
think
town of Den Brill is
what
spelled
I could
somewhat
offer
differently
is
depending on when you're reading about it, but they sound very similar. Now,
inflation
this listener told me
is
that this
completely
is typically
misunderstood
used
as a much
as a
bigger
way to
problem
teach something of the
than we
language to
understand it to
students,
be.
but It's also a little history lesson, which is similar to many of our rhymes and funny little child plays. Things were going well for the Protestant cause all across Europe. The taking of Gambrel was a turning point in the Dutch revolt. The Duke of Alva was finally leaving. The sea beggars were finally victorious and home on their native soil. The brothers, William the Silent and Louis de Nassau, were finally having some success on land as well. William Vandermark was made the stadtholder of Zeeland and Holland. It was a position that he quickly turned over to William the Silent when he arrived. In the north of the Low Countries, they really began to establish the Dutch Republic. Cities all across that north area were in open rebellion against the Spanish. Finally, they had a cause that everyone could get behind. William had even gone so far as to garner the support of the Ottoman Empire under their ruler Suleiman the Magnificent, who claimed that he held a kinship to the Protestant cause. He said that they both rejected idolatry and the Pope's rule, as well as their perceived polytheistic belief in the Trinity. I imagine the fact that both of these men, William the Silent and Suleiman the Magnificent, were fighting the Spanish and something to do with as well. Now, in this republic, things were going well. There was a mass migration of many of the wealthiest and best educated men in the Low Countries to this newly founded republic. They were people who, even if they were Catholic, were tired of the rules and high taxes of the Spanish, so they moved to this new country where they could once again follow their own path. In the southern Low Countries, where the Spanish still held sway, Louis de Nassau marched at the head of an army of Huguenot soldiers. They intended to finally, once and for all, oust the Catholic myths from the Low Countries. This was a daring move, to be sure, but it had unforeseen and unintended consequences. 2 years prior, in France, the Huguenot forces had signed a treaty, a peace treaty, with their Catholic rulers called the Treaty of Saint-Germain. This allowed Huguenot leaders to finally hold political office, and there was a marriage alliance promised between the French royal family and the Huguenot prince, Henry of Navarre. When 2 years later the wedding was finally to take place, it brought all of the Protestant leadership to Paris. Now, when I think about this, I see almost direct parallels to a Game of Thrones. There are characters here who are almost certainly inspirations for characters within the story. If you're a fan of either the books or the show, I'd like you to imagine if there was a marriage alliance between King Rob in the north and, say, Princess Marcella Baratheon in the south. And when the marriage was to take place, all of the leaders of the rebellion in the north marched out to King's Landing to be there at the wedding ceremony. What do you imagine that Queen Cersei would do in that situation with all of her enemies in her grasp? Well, it was probably very similar to what Catherine de Medici did in France. In the days before this wedding, Paris was an uncomfortable place for people, both Catholic and Protestant. Arguments and fights broke out all over the city, and mobs were raised, but the peace held. On August 18, 1572, the marriage finally took place, and Paris was able to breathe a sigh of relief. But mere 4 days later, a man named Admiral de Coligny, who was the most powerful man in the Huguenot forces, was shot on his way home. Coligny was a staunch Protestant who was an anti-monarchist, and he was a personal friend of John Calvin. He established Huguenot colonies in both Brazil and Florida, the Florida colony being the one that Englishmen visited in one of our previous episodes, where they allied themselves with Huguenot princes. And this man, this Greek thinker and leader, now lay critically wounded by a French bullet in his bed in Paris. Now, who actually ordered this assassination attempt is unclear. It's possible that it was Catherine de Medici, the mother of the French king. She worried that Coligny, who was very close to her son the king, would convince him to invade the Netherlands and drag France into another war. So, after the marriage alliance was consummated, well, she had Coligny in her grasp. Although it may also have been the Duke of Alba that ordered the assassination.
you trade the 20x
Coligny
leverage.
was the man who was behind that Huguenot army, marching behind Louis de Nassau, who was currently besieging the Duke of Nassau. After the assassination attempt, while Coligny lay critically wounded, the king went to visit him personally. And that same day, while Catherine de' Medici was at dinner, a group of Protestant leaders burst in on her and demanded justice. She promised them they would have it. Again, if Catherine de' Medici or Queen Cersei, then I think Coligny would best be described as the high spirit. He was the leader of a group of religious zealots who were reformers that had their eyes on the throne. They were gaining influence through Coligny's close friendship with Catherine's son, the young and impressionable king. The next day, after that mob broke in on Catherine de' Medici again, a group of royal officials entered the home of Admiral de Coligny, murdered all of his guards as well as the noblemen who accompanied him, and finally threw Coligny from the window, killing him. The gates of Paris were closed and locked. The Swiss Guard, the king's personal soldiers, armed with a list of Protestant leaders in the city, as well as their swords, marched out of the castle. The bells of the Church of Saint Germain began to chime. Protestants came out of their homes to see why the bells of Saint Germain were ringing at this odd hour. What they saw was a force of heavily armed Frenchmen waiting for them. The streets had been blockaded and chained. There was nowhere to run. The Protestant leaders were dispatched, shot, and beheaded. Their blood ran in the streets, their bodies were thrown in the river or paraded through the streets. The head of the Huguenot forces in France had been severed. But the mob smelled blood. Catholic loyalists rose in huge numbers, and for 3 days they murdered any Protestant in the city. When order was finally restored, nearly every Huguenot or Huguenot sympathizer in the city was dead. The massacre spread all throughout France, and thousands were killed. In cities all across the realm, men were run through, women were raped and murdered. Babes were torn from their mother's arms and dashed against the pavement. The highest death toll was estimated to be 70,000. It was said the bells of Saint Germain were heard around the world. They heard them in England. Queen Elizabeth's ambassador to France escaped barely with his life and gave Queen Elizabeth this tragic news. Tsar Ivan the Terrible of Russia wrote of him, denouncing this heinous crime. Suleiman the Magnificent decried the villains that perpetrated it. And Catherine de' Medici, she marched through the streets in triumph. I imagine that the Duke of Alba and King Philip II smiled when they heard the news. I wonder if Francis Drake, on board his ship in the Caribbean halfway around the world, heard the bells of Saint Germain. It's possible that he was meeting with his Huguenot allies in the abandoned and doomed French colony in Florida. The Protestant cause was ruined. It was a dire blow to be sure, but now they had something to rally around. This was something that proved that there could not be peace through negotiation. Now, open war was upon them. Next week, we're going to turn our eyes to them. We're going to look at the alliances and treaties, the declaration of hostilities, and, turning back to Francis Drake, we'll look at his springing of the King of Spain's beard and the Spanish Armada. If you enjoy the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have on every episode a list of the sources you use. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the ebbooks.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you like to read. If you do use this, ebbooks is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8-book search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. Let's go into patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an eBooks and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either eBooks or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps with the podcast, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you.
the United States dollar
Hello,
and the
welcome
United
to
States
the
economic
History
system
Podcast.
was
My
the
name
most
is Matt.
successful economic
Thank you for
system
listening.
in the last 100 years
While
in the
Francis
world.
Drake
We
was on
won
his
every
voyage of
war. We were
circumnavigation
the
around
world
the globe, he
superpower.
had
Our
really
currency
no
lost
news of England or
99.7% of its
European
value,
politics.
and that means
No news of the
horrifically
ever-heightened tensions
every
between
other
England and
currency
Spain. Now, he must have
lost
had some
everything.
notion of this,
In
since his
essence,
piracy
the
and
other
raiding were
ones were
directly responsible for
99.9,
most of
except
Spain's
for
complaints
most
to
that
Elizabeth.
were 100% because they all
But
completely
halfway around
failed.
the globe, he had
And
no news. It was really
you know,
impossible for him to
you've
hear
got a
anything
mainstream
about either the Queen of
economic
England
community,
or the
you
many
know,
Catholic
that
plots
thinks
against
that
When he
inflation
finally
is the
sailed in
number
at Plymouth
and
Harbor in
2% is
September 1580,
desirable.
his very first question was to
It's
ask after the
kind of
Queen.
like,
He held a
you
deep
know,
love for
remember
Elizabeth,
George
and she
Washington, you know
appears
how he
to have
died?
trusted and respected him, but Francis Drake had
Well-meaning
no idea
physicians
how he would
bled
be
him to
received.
death.
Immediately after returning to England,
The
he sent
last
word to
thing in the
court
world you would
his
want to do
return
to
and
a
his
sick
adventures,
person
his trials, his
leave
exploits,
right?
and his
The
treasure.
modern world. I think
So
we
King Philip
understand
II of
that
Spain
oxygen
and the
is
Spanish
carried by the
ambassador
blood
in
cells,
England, they demanded the
and
return
you
of
know,
all Spanish property stolen by Francis
if
Drake. They had
you know,
before them
there's
a
that
list of
phrase,
cases
right?
that had been drawn
Triage
up
phrase.
for
What's the
their eyes,
first
and they
thing you
argued
do in an
bitterly over
injury?
whether or not to sign it to
Stop
appease
the
the King of
bleeding.
Spain.
Single first thing,
Now,
right?
some of
You
these
show up
privy
after
councillors
any
argued that the
accident,
treasure should be locked up in the
stop the
Tower of
bleeding
London,
because you're going to
perhaps
be
along with
dead
Francis
in a
Drake,
matter of
to
minutes
await
if you bleed
return
out.
to King Philip.
So
Others,
it strikes
including
me as being
Lords
ironic
Leicester,
that
Walsingham,
orthodox
and Hatton,
conventional
they
wisdom was
refused to
to
sign
lead
this order.
patients to death.
They were,
And this was the
after
most
all,
important
financial
patient
backers of Drake's
in the
voyage, and they
country,
stood to lose a
maybe in the
fortune if the
history of the
treasure were
country.
returned.
And
Now,
we bled
all
him
this
to death,
bickering was
trying
really
to
the
help
ultimate
him.
point.
So
These
when
men
you're
were
actually
powerful and
inflating
influential,
the
but
money
Elizabeth
supply
was
at
queen.
7%,
She
but you're
sent
calling
personally
it
a missive to
2%
Francis
because you
Drake,
want to help
summoning
the
him to court,
economy,
asking that he
you're
please
literally
bring a sample
bleeding
of the treasure from his
the
invention.
free market to
For
death.
6 hours,
But the
the
sad
two met
fact is
in
George
private
Washington went
council.
along with it
Drake
because
certainly
he thought that
reported
they
about
were
the
going to do him
trial and
good.
summary
And
execution of the Lord and
the
Commander of
majority
his
of
voyage. He
the
would have told her of
society,
his
most
exploits in the
companies,
Pacific and perhaps
most
discounted his
conventional
many
thinkers,
important
you
geographic
know,
discoveries.
the
His
working
conquest
class,
of Nova
they go
Albion
along
and his
with this
exploration of the
because they think
potential
that
western edge of the
someone has
Northwest
their
Passage.
best interest in mind. And
However,
the people that
perhaps
are
most
bleeding them
notable
to
to the
death
Queen were the
believe
trade deals that Drake had
they
struck
believe that
between the
prescription
English
because
and
their
the
mental
Molucca
models are just
Islands.
so
These
defective. Their
ensured future
understanding
profit
of
and goods from the East
energy
Indies.
and
His
engineering
future income, not to mention the
and
windfall of
the
Spanish gold and
economics
silver,
that are at
must have
play
been
is
abnormal to Elizabeth.
is crippled by this
I
mental
imagine
model.
she told
That's
Drake
both the
this
bug and the
as she
feature of
described the
civilization and
dire
ideas take
situation.
hold. They unite us.
She would have told him
Even
of
then,
the Cold War in the Netherlands that
and
was
we make a
threatening
lot of
ever to
mental
break
patterns
out into a firefight.
by,
She would have told him
as
certainly
an
about the death
average,
of the King of France and the raising of the new
back to
king,
the
Henry
matter,
III,
a lot of
which
people believe the
didn't
same
bode
thing.
well
They
for
get
England, seeing
together
as how Henry
and they
III
get
is so
shit
closely
done.
tied to
It's
Mary
the
Queen of
that way.
Scots.
And then some
In addition to
ideas
that, there were several
be as
plots
bad
on
as
Elizabeth's
the
life
truck.
personally, as
An
well as
average
many
atheist
Scottish
would
plots
seem
to
to
see
be
her executed
progressing
or overthrown.
in the direction.
Beyond
But we
that,
need to just
Ireland
step
was a
back.
constant problem.
What the hell are
The
we doing
Spanish,
here? Us
French, and all the
humans on
Catholic
this
forces
earth.
of Europe continued
How
to
do you
use
think of
Ireland as
humans? How
a
special
thorn
are
in
humans?
Elizabeth's side,
How did
fomenting rebellion
human
there. There was
civilization
a plot where not only were the local Irish Catholic
and what
lords
is
rising
this
up,
human
they were
project of all
funded
things?
and sometimes bolstered
And
by
this is,
soldiers from all
fire
around
and
the
water
attack of European
and apparently
nations.
bleeding you to death is not a good idea. I
Francis
always
Drake had been
thought
gone for
it
years,
demons
and
out
his
that way.
absence had been felt severely
That was the
in
reason
England.
I invented.
All men with older names and
What's
greater
this thing we're doing
titles
here?
were lords of the Admiralty. Admiralty, it was to Francis Drake that Elizabeth turned
I
again
think what
and
the
again
statement is,
into a war
human
with the
beings
Spanish.
from all the
And
other
after she had
creatures on
given
the
him
earth
his rewards,
is
she would send him back out
our ability
into
to
the open
engineer.
ocean.
We're engineers.
This is episode number 13.
Problems
War
or
is
just
not enough.
build incredible.
On April 1st, 1581, the Golden
Engineering,
Crown, Francis Drake's ship,
harnessing energy
traveled
and
to Bedford
technique
for the
to make the
Queen
world a
and
better
all of
place to
London
live.
to see a ship that had traveled around the globe.
Right, but from the point that we
The
actually
Keith was filled
started
with
to play
hundreds
with
of
fire,
onlookers hoping to catch
right,
a
that was
glimpse
a
of the
big leap
captain that they
forward.
all adored. Drake
Harnessing the
was
power
not just the
of
captain and not just a
kinetic
soldier,
energy
but
and
he was really a
missiles
celebrity.
another step forward.
He was a man who was not
Every
unlike the
city
common
built
people, and
on
he
water,
had been able
by
to tell
water.
Philip exactly
Well,
what he could do
water's
with his empire,
bringing
with his
energy,
pope,
right? If you
and with
actually
his ships.
If you
With the
actually
Golden
put a
Crown at
turbine
anchor, Queen Elizabeth
on a river
ascended
or
the
you
empire to view the golden hind,
capture,
and
change
the
an
crowd
elevation of water,
thronged
really
upon
harness
after her,
gravitational
collapsing it
energy.
and them into
But,
the mud
you know,
flats
water is
below.
also bringing you
The
food, it's
crowd
also giving
laughed
you,
and cheered at the
you know,
antics of these people trying to
a
escape.
cheap
Now
form
they were
of
unharmed,
getting rid
but
of
they must
your
have been
waste.
paying
It's
the
also giving you free
The
transportation.
queen, who was
You want to move
ever the
blocks
entertainer
around,
herself,
you need to move them in
lost
water.
one of her garters,
So
which
I think,
a man who
I
was
mean,
gallant and
the human
dashing, the
story
French
is really the
ambassador,
story
Monsieur
of
de
energy
Lachemont,
better
who
than
collected
love.
it for her. In front of all of the onlookers, in fact,
And
all of London,
the rise
the
of the
queen
human
raised her
condition
skirts to
is
replace the garter,
determined by
and she told
those
Marchemont clearly
groups of
that
people, those
when she was done
civilizations
with
that were
it,
best
she would give it
at
to her as a
harnessing
gift.
energy.
Now that the crowd had
If
been
you look,
awed by the
you know,
ship,
the Greek
amused by
civilization,
these
they
people's
built it
antics, and just a little bit
around
intimidated by
ports,
the queen,
seaports,
it was time
and
for
water
formalities.
trading network.
Francis Drake
The
kneeled before
Romans
the
were
queen.
really good at
She
harnessing
raised her
all
golden
sorts
sword above her head, asking the
engineering.
audience
I mean, the
if she should
aqueducts are a
strike
great
off Francis
example.
Drake's head. The crowd,
You
of
go to
course,
any big
bellowed a
city,
resounding no.
you travel through cities
The
in the
queen
Med,
bowed
you
her
find
head,
that, you know,
passed
the
her
carrying
sword to
capacity
Monsieur
of the
Marchemont,
city or
and
the
asked
island is
him to
5,000
perform the
people
ceremony of
without
knighthood
running
on
water.
Francis
And
Drake.
if you can find a way to
He
bring
was
water
going to
to it,
lead
it
him.
increases by
He
a
was
factor of
a new
10.
knight.
And
He was her
so
dragon.
human
The
flourishing is
threat to
really
England
only
that was posed
possible
by
through
Spain
that
really cannot
channeling
be
of
understated.
energy,
All
right?
of the things that she told
Eventually
Francis
takes
Drake, be it
the
the
form
situation in the
of
Netherlands, the
air
rebellion in
power,
Scotland,
right?
the
I mean,
open rebellion in Ireland, or the
that
minor
ship,
plots against Elizabeth's
look
life,
at the intricacy of those
they were all
sails.
backed by the Spanish.
I mean, it's just
Be
the
it
model is
financially,
intricate.
or
Now
with
think about
spies, or
all of
even with
the
soldiers, the Spanish
experimentation
were
that took
behind
place to
everything.
figure out how many sails to
Spain
put on
was
that ship,
growing
how
ever
to
more
rig
powerful
them,
too.
how to repair
How
them,
Francis Drake had been on his
how to
voyage
operate
in
them.
1578, there was a battle on the shore of Morocco called the Battle of the Three Kings. There, King Sebastian of Portugal was killed. His elderly uncle, a deaf and blind old man named Cardinal Enrico, was raised to the throne. Now, it's arguable that he didn't have the best claim. In fact, both Franco de' Medici and Philip II had more legitimate and better claims. However, Philip bided his time. He didn't want to be seen overthrowing an old man. And when the cardinal inevitably eventually died, Philip ordered the Iron Duke, the Duke of Alba, into Portugal. Now, most of the rural country in Portugal fell almost immediately, but Lisbon held out for their king, a man who was the bastard nephew of Cardinal Enrico, a man named Don Antonio. Now, Antonio was not a legitimate claimant to the throne. However, really, Portugal had nobody else to put forward. The throne was go to either a French woman or the Spanish king himself, and that was something the Portuguese just couldn't stomach, seeing the foreign monarch sitting on their throne, so they supported this man, Don Antonio, fiercely. In Lisbon, the fighting was urban fighting, soldiers with spears, arrows, and swords in the streets going home to home, killing anybody who stood against them. It was bloody, and it was violent, and it was terrible, but finally, the forces to bring Don Antonio were defeated. And on September 12th, 1580, Philip II was named King of Portugal. He sent a letter to Alba thanking him, saying, quote, "I don't know how to express the gratitude I owe you for this."
I googled something the other day.
Spain had been up until now the richest and the largest empire in the world, with the empire of Portugal ahead, with her possessions in Brazil, parts of Africa, and the greatest European holdings in Asia. Spain was now a true global empire, the largest that the world had ever seen. After taking Lisbon, Philip found 12 very pleasing surprises. He found 12 brand new galleons ready to sail. The Portuguese galleon was really the greatest warship in the world, and these 12 had more guns, more men, more sail than any other ships in Europe. With these, Philip could really crush the sea battles. He could cripple this new English navy and, hopefully, reclaim the Mediterranean from the Turks. In land, in wealth, and now in naval power, he eclipsed England, France, and the Holy Roman Empire combined. They were now the world's only superpower, and Philip's eyes were trained directly on English shores. Now, he wanted to avoid open war with Elizabeth, but he supported every tactic plot against her and her nation. But despite their superiority, Philip was
and they
quickly
built
grew to
strong
be
hold
rival
there,
in naval
and
power
they
by the
flourished, and
English.
the family
The
flourished, and the tribe
Portuguese, who had
flourished until
become
someone
sort of
came along
allies
and
with the
knocked them
English
off
and
the
shared
hill,
their design
and
of
has
the
been
galleon with
a
Elizabeth.
non-stop,
John
never-ending
Hawkins, who was
fight
now the
by
treasurer of the Navy,
the
had been
aggressive,
tasked with
most
building England's fleet.
powerful entity,
He went to work
family,
constructing these
organization,
Elizabethan
municipality,
ships,
tribe,
this
whatever,
version of the
involved with him.
Portuguese galleon.
For that one
Now,
hill,
the first ship
going
completed
back
bore a
since
name
time
that would become
immemorial.
forever a defining trait of the Royal Navy.
You scratch your
The
head
first galleon,
and
Dreadnought.
you think,
By the time Francis Drake was back in England, they completed several other ships, including the Revenge, the Scout, and work was progressing on even more English galleons. It's worth taking a second to look at exactly what a galleon is and why it is such a vast improvement on former English vessels like the Caravel, or even those ships like the Jesus of London, which had really massive flat castles. If you picture those old-time medieval ships that have massive constructs on the back of them that look so imposing on the waves, well, that was what the old ships were like, and while they looked so domineering, they were really ungainly on the sea. These galleons, they had a smaller fore and aft castle, and they had a much longer keel relative to their width, which really made them extremely swift and very maneuverable. So in addition to the stability by shortening the fore and aft castles, they had been given a much longer keel, which really let them cut through the water, and almost more importantly, these warships, it gave them a whole lot more room for guns. Now, while the Portuguese and the Spanish and the English and perhaps the French were all now building these galleons, it was really in those guns from the English itself. For years, perhaps decades, it had been agreed by every navy that the only proper material to build a cannon out of was bronze. Bronze guns were far superior to their precursors, the iron guns, in both their weight, their durability, and their lack of probability to explode on deck and kill all of them on board. They were able to take the repercussions from these explosions much better. Now, bronze guns were too expensive, though, and they were difficult to produce. The Spanish and the Portuguese relied almost exclusively on the German companies making these bronze guns. The English, unfortunately, were unable to buy any more of these bronze guns. Due to the war in the Netherlands, they had had their trade cut off primarily with the country, so they had to do something radical to produce their own guns. So John Hawkins turned to an old source. All the way back in the reign of Henry VIII, the king had turned to the foundries in Sussex in England and told them to start working on building some new buildings, not made of bronze, but made of cast iron. Now, this was agreed by all the navies to be inferior. However, he told them to develop a gun that could take these concussions and was less likely to break, and also extremely maneuverable on board the ship. When John Hawkins turned to them, he found that while their guns were still inferior to the bronze guns, they were able to produce them much more safely than before, and much more quickly and cheaply than anybody could produce bronze guns. These guns were lighter than their forebears, more maneuverable, and most importantly, capable of rolling from one side of the ship to the other. They were now built along extremely strict plans that were much more stable and less prone to destruction. These cast iron guns were all identical. All of the galleons they were building were also made by very specific plans that matched these new iron cannons. So you could fit so many of these guns on board that really they looked like monsters whistling with bullets. These new English galleons had more firepower than any other ships in Europe, all due to these improvements on the iron cannon. So the Queen and John Hawkins now had all of these brand new ships, brand new guns, and the question remained though, what exactly to do with this new and powerful navy? The ships that were owned by Drake and the Hawkins family and the Winter family continued their activities in and around Europe, that being along the North Sea and the Channel, and in the West Indies. They would take prizes, they would take plunder, they would sack ships, and they would raid villages. But these were really nothing more than pinpricks to Spain's all-encompassing empire. They needed a troop plan to showcase their naval might and to deal a real blow to the empire of Spain, something that would make them stand up and take notice. This new navy was a big deal, and whatever the plan was going to be was discussed all around them. In lords' castles and tavern rooms, these armchair admirals would discuss exactly what should be done with this new navy. But the men who were really in charge of the navy, men like William Winter, John Hawkins, and Francis Drake, Well, they came up with many plans, and some of these plans they even planned out meticulously, down to where they would get all of their materials from. However, again and again, these plans were vetoed by sometimes the Privy Council, but more frequently by Elizabeth. Her new navy was expensive, and she didn't want to see it wasted in some reckless naval action. She needed proof to be convinced that whatever their plan was, it would go off without a hitch. The first and most audacious of these plans, to at least be seriously considered by the Privy Council Elizabeth, was brought to the council by Sir Francis Drake. Now, Drake had befriended and many allies at Don Antonio de Carvalho, that dethroned and exiled King Portuguese. The plan that they had come up with together was to attack the Spanish treasure fleet at the Azores, which was really the Portuguese loyalist stronghold. However, now Philip was using it as it was not part of his empire. This was a means not only to rob the King of Spain of all of the riches in his treasure fleet, but also to take back that stronghold for Don Antonio and perhaps lead a rebellion against the King of Spain. This would have stung him on 2 points very strongly, and it appealed to everyone in England, but it was imperfect for a number of reasons. First, being that it was risky and potentially disastrous. Elizabeth wanted something that was less probable to failure. The second, being that this would be an open declaration of war with Spain. It would be allied with this Portuguese king in a civil war for the throne, which was something that, as yet, Elizabeth was not ready to consider. So Drake had other plans that he decided to bring to the attention of some of the more powerful men in England. This time, he went directly to the Earl of Leicester and pleaded with him for another mission. This was a voyage that Drake would plan and fund, but he would not actually lead himself. The plan was to go trade with that Sultan Babu in the East Indies that Drake had made that trade alliance with. The voyage was backed by Drake, and Leicester got behind it as well. After those two, Walsingham, Hatton, and Admiral Lincoln all got on board. In addition, that Muscovy Company and many of the other corporations in London got on board as well. It was quickly proved any operation backed by such a list of people would come with support. However, Drake wouldn't be on board, and that absence, well, it left sort of a power struggle to see who would actually lead this voyage. Drake had men that he thought would be best for it, but these were among his friends, people who were those rough West Country Englishmen that these nobles in London didn't think would be best for the voyage. Perhaps they should have listened to Drake in the long run, but eventually, the captain of the voyage went down to a man named Edward Fenton. Now, Fenton was a distinguished military man. However, most of his distinctions came from military actions on land. Really, he had almost no experience with the sea, which has proved in the past disastrous. And in the fleet that Drake was putting together, showed. When Drake went to survey the ships, he found that every ship was like on tackle and line, and so he appointed several of his own trusted Marines to supervise the provision of these ships. Now, the council had gone over Drake's head to appoint Fenton, but Drake had every confidence that his own men who were on board each of these ships would see that the voyage went well and would return with a wealthy and resounding success. The voyage was a disaster. Almost immediately, Fenton found himself alienated from the more seasoned sailors, and in the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean, he began to lose his mind. His men on board demanded that the fleet sail west rather than east to go back to Strait of Magellan and plunder Peru as Drake had done that a year before. Fenton, who had quickly lost complete control of the men on board these ships, had really no command left, so he acquiesced to it. And when they reached Brazil after sailing west, well, it showed that a wise and competent commander like Francis Drake really was vital to a mission like this. The fleet attacked the very first Spanish ship that they came in contact with, 3 of them, and one of them they wanted to sink. So immediately, all of the ports in the region closed their shop and fitted themselves with whatever guns and ships they had available. Now, Francis Drake, while he may have taken certain ships, he wouldn't have sunk them. He wouldn't have sunk the first ships he encountered. He would choose his prizes much more wisely.
The Sailor Academy, and the
So
Sailor Academy
the
gives
fleet
away
was forced to fled back east, penniless,
free college
destitute,
education
and
to
Fenton,
anybody on Earth that
but
wants
he
it.
raged at the men
And
on
we've got more
board
than 1
and
million
demanded
students.
that they take the
And
island
if
and
you
safely
go and you
land
take
it,
the physics
and
class,
also
the lectures were by the same physics lecturer that taught me.
He told the men that they could plunder every ship traveling to and fro to keep their
cost of
hope.
the first 4
They
weeks
could build
of
themselves
MIT would have drained my
They
family's
did.
life, collective
The
life
fleet
savings for the
returned to
last
England.
100 years.
They were smaller,
100
they were
years worth of
broken,
my
and
father, my
one of Drake's
grandfather, my
brothers,
great
John
grandfather,
Drake,
saved
had
every
been
penny
left
they had
behind,
after
never
100
to be
years. They
seen
could have
again.
paid for 1 week or 2
The
weeks
mission
of
was a
MIT.
disaster.
That's how
The
fiendishly
captain,
expensive
that
and
king of
efficient
St.
it was.
Helena,
So
he was ushered
I
into
went
the
on scholarship. I was lucky to have a scholarship.
Elizabeth seethed in court.
On the other
In the
hand, I
13
sat in
months
the
that
back
the
of
doomed voyage had
the
gone,
801
Philip had
lecture
crushed the
hall that I
fleet of
was like
ships
right up
loyal
in
to
the
Don
rafters.
Antonio and the
It was an
Azores.
awful
Now, this
experience
wasn't the
on
English
these like
Navy, but
uncomfortable
these were
wooden
allies
benches
too,
that you could barely see the black
and that
wall.
wasn't the end of the
And
bad
you got to be
news.
there
Queen of
synchronously.
Orange had been
And the stuff
assassinated.
we upload, you
The
can
Duke of
start it and
Parma
stop
in the
it and
Netherlands,
watch it
who
on
had
your
taken the
iPad or
place of
watch it
the
on your
Iron Duke,
computer and
was
rewind
even
it
more
multiple times.
merciless
You sit
than
in a
the
comfortable
and
chair and you can
much
do it from
independence
anywhere on
was
earth, and
welcome.
it's absolutely free.
Elizabeth turned
So
to
I
Sir
think about
Walter
this and I
Raleigh,
think,
who was her new
you want to
favorite.
improve the human
She had
condition.
given him the nickname Water,
You
as
need
she
people
realized that she
with
couldn't live without him.
postgraduate level
She asked him
education.
to
You need
found an American
PhDs.
settlement
I know
in
this sounds
Roanoke,
kind
which
of
was
elitist,
something
but
that
you want to
Raleigh
cure
and his brothers
cancer,
were
and
eager to do.
you want to go
Now,
to
as
the
that settlement
stars,
wasn't getting off to the best
fusion
start,
drive. We
Elizabeth
need
was
new
forced to turn
propulsion,
once
right? We
again
need
to her most powerful weapon.
extraordinary breakthroughs
She planned to
in
unleash the
every
dragon.
area of basic
Now, Drake's
science,
plan
be
hadn't
it
worked out, but he hadn't
biology
been
or
at the helm,
propulsion
so
or material
John
science
Hawkins
or
brought a plan
computer
that he had
science.
mentioned to
You're not
Elizabeth
doing that with
before
an
he wrote it
undergraduate
back.
degree. You're certainly not
This was
doing
a
it with
plan,
a high
simply,
school
to go back
education.
to the West Indies
But
and
the cost of a
continue
PhD is
Now,
like
he
$1
was
million.
fresh off a voyage
There's like
that
10
his
million
family had been
PhDs in the
involved in
world.
that had gone extremely well,
If
but
you check it
wasn't
out,
an
there's 8
official
billion people
Royal
in the
Naval
world.
voyage.
How many people
A document
could
from
get a
November
PhD or would want to?
1584 shows
Maybe
the
not 8
Queen,
billion, but
Sir
a
Francis
billion,
Drake, John
500
William
million.
Hawkins, and
Let's
the
just
Lords
say
Leicester,
500
Raleigh,
million
and
to a
Patton
billion.
heading the voyage.
How do you go from
Now,
10 million
it was
to a
possible that
billion
the planning a voyage to
highly
Los Angeles.
educated
This was something
people,
that
all of
hadn't
them
happened on the last
specializing
voyage because Clinton had
in,
lost control
and I
of
don't
the
have to
fleet.
tell you how many different
However, this
fields of
voyage would
human
not be so
endeavor are in.
small.
And your life
This
is
would have
interviewing these
11
experts,
large
and
ships, at least 4
there's so
barks, and
many,
11 pinnaces,
right?
carrying
You know,
at least
it's amazing.
1,600 men.
So how
This
do
was
I
going to be
give
an
a
official English
multi-million
naval
dollar
fleet, the
education to
largest
a billion
ever commissioned by
people?
the Queen,
And there's two
and there was
choices.
only really one choice for
You can
everyone.
either endow a
On Christmas
scholarship, in
Eve,
which case you pay
1584, Sir Francis
$75,000 a
Drake
year.
was named Admiral of the English fleet.
75,000. Let's pay
Now,
$1
only
million.
a few days later,
$1
on
million
December
per
31st,
person. I
Philip
can do it
II of
that way.
Spain and the French
And
royal
you're
family
never,
signed
even
what
if
is
you
called the
had
Treaty
$1
of
trillion,
Joinville, forming
if
the
you had
European
$10 trillion
Catholic
to
League
throw at the
against the
problem,
Protestant
and
forces
we've
of
just thrown $10
Elizabeth
trillion
and the
at a
Netherlands
certain
and the
problem,
French Huguenot forces.
you don't solve the
Now,
problem.
Philip was
Right? If
nervous
I put
about
$10 trillion
Elizabeth's
on the table
intentions
and I said
and
educate
the
everyone, give
rumors
them
of
all a
her last
PhD, it
fleet.
still wouldn't solve the
Since
problem.
the
Harvard
Spanish ambassador
University can't
Mendoza had been
educate
exiled in England,
18,000
news was
people
unreliable, and he wanted a
simultaneously,
strong
or
alliance in
87,000 or 800,000.
Now, that ambassador,
So
who
you have to
was in exile in
dematerialize the
Paris,
professor,
did get occasional
dematerialize
word
the
of what was
experience.
happening
So
in
you put
England,
it all
and
as
instead
streaming
Philip
on
learned of the
demand,
massive
computer
fleet, which was a
generated
confirmation of Philip's
education.
worst fears.
And you
Now,
create
in only a few days'
simulations
time,
where
Philip
you
received
create
another message,
simulations
this
and
time
you
from the
upload
Duke
it.
of Parma in the Low
It's
Countries,
like
informing
the
him
human
that the English
condition
would cut off
is being
all
held
trade with the
back
Spanish
by
Netherlands. The signs were clear that
500,000
Elizabeth was no
well-meaning
longer playing games with Spain.
average algebra
But
teachers.
Philip's highest military officials urged
I love them. Please don't
Both
take
the
offense if you're an
Admiral
algebra
Alba
teacher. But
and the
instead
Admiral
of
Santa Cruz
500,000
pushed the open
algebra
water
teachers
program.
going through the same
They encouraged him
motion
to
over and
take
over
their
again,
ships, destroy
what you
Drake
need
and
is
his fleet, and invade English
one
shores
or
immediately.
5 or 10
But
really
Philip
good
hesitated.
algebra teachers,
Open
and they
war
need to
could
do
still
it a
be a
billion
disaster.
times a day
And
or
Philip
a
still
billion
had
times
cards
a
up
year
his
for
sleeve.
free.
I'd like to read
And
a
if we do
passage
that,
from historian Susan Ryan.
there's no reason why
This
you
is
can't
less
give
of a
infinite
quote and more of a reader because
education,
it is quite lengthy, but I think
certainly
it
in
gives a perfect picture of
science,
what's
technology,
happening.
engineering, and math.
Quote,
Infinite
Balabo, Spain,
education
6
to
p.m.,
everybody
Wednesday, May
with no
26,
constraint.
1585.
I think the same is true, right?
Mr.
Just about
Foster
every other
gazed
thing.
upon Balabo
If
Harbor.
you
He
want
spent his eyes on the fine sight
bring
of
joy
so
to
many
the world,
hours that
you
it
need
heeded
digital
even Spain's
music.
call for
If
help.
you want to bring,
Philip
you know,
II had invited
enlightenment to
English
the world, you
merchants
need
to some
digital
cargoes of
education.
corn and assured the Queen's
If you,
Majesty that
you
the
know,
people would
want
have
to
his
bring
very own assurance of
anything
safe
of
conduct in these
consequence
troubled
in the world,
times.
you got to digitally
Payment for the corn
transform
would be
it, and
made
then
by
you got to
bills of exchange
manufacture it
payable to the
something
city of
like
London and Antwerp at fair
100
market
times
prices.
more efficiently
And
as
so,
a
the
start, but a
primrose,
million
the
times more
150-ton
efficiently
liner, had been stocked with nearly 20 tons of corn
probably
and several ells of broadcloth
you
and
know,
set
that's
sail for
hopeful.
Balabo
Maybe you have
on
a
Spain.
chance. When you
Master
look at all
Foster
of
had
these
heard that the country was
space
starving,
endeavors
that
and
the
everything,
whole of
thinking
Iberia
about
had
getting
had
to
a harsh
Mars,
winter.
getting off the planet,
Though the
getting to
master
other
of the
worlds,
Primrose and his men could be
number
no
one
firm
thing you got to
judges
do
of that
is you got to
fact for
make a
themselves,
fundamental
Lavo had
breakthrough
been
in the
bathed
engine.
in warm sunshine for the
People
past 2
dream
days
about
in
flying
port,
for
and the
thousands of
Spaniards
years,
had
but it's
seen
their
the pretty
until the
burning
internal
welcome.
combustion engine.
Indeed, as Foster
You
took
didn't
in the
have enough,
idyllic scene with the sun low in the
enough
sky,
energy,
its rays
enough
reflecting
power
lazily on the
in a
bay,
light enough
Lavo
package
seemed a welcoming voice
in
on
order
the
to
wind
solve
as
the
she had
problem.
always been.
And the
It was
human
then
race
that
has
he
all
noted the
sorts
south
of
groove of his
those
rigging. A fine
fundamental
southwesterly was stirring.
engines
Foster
and
prayed it would still be
materials
blowing
and
the following day
techniques
when they would weigh anchor
that
and
we
head
need
for
to
home.
master.
He
And
hunched
each
over the
one
rail
of
of the
them
ship,
is a
leaning heavily on his
lifetime of
arms, and looked on
experimentation
as a number of
of
sleek
someone
Spanish pinnaces started
capable of
between his
making
fellow
a
rowboys.
similar
It was one of
contribution
those
to the
mere
body
moments of
of
leisure
human
for the
knowledge.
captain of an English
There's certain
merchantman.
problems with education that can be
Perhaps that was
solved
why he did not
through
spy
the
the
process
pinnace
of
heading for the
dematerialization.
Primrose.
And by the way,
When the watch called
just
out the
give
approach of the
props to
Spanish
the
vessel,
500K
and that there were 7 souls aboard, Foster awoke from his reverie
when I
and
look
barked
at
his
YouTube,
orders
for
to the crew,
example,
alerting them that a
one
small
possible
party wished
approach
to
is
board.
each one of those
What
500,000
the devil
teachers
could they want this time
probably
of
had
evening?
days
The
of
Primrose's cargoes had been unladen.
the ability
It
to
was most
contribute
unusual for the Spanish
to
merchants
the
to settle
natural
their bills of
process, the
exchange at the
market
same day.
of
Further,
education,
the master of
when
the
the best
Primrose had
ones
already
rise
settled
up.
the matter of loading the
That's a
Spanish
really
lines
interesting
for the
way,
return voyage
which is
the
like
following day.
the best
It was a wary
the
Foster
best
who
day of
greeted
your
the
life,
corregidor
the
of this
best
day.
lesson you
The
can
hale
learn
and hearty fellow presented Foster to the 6 other men as Biscayan merchants and claimed that they wished to give him a small token of their esteem.
broadcast.
They had brought a hamper full of fresh cherries
So
as a
all
gift,
of
a
those
favorite
kinds of
of the English
ideas
queen, or so
get
they
made real in the
understood.
digital world.
Master
Now
Foster
traveling
thanked them
across
and ordered
planets,
that beef, biscuits,
you
and
still
beer be
can't
brought from
solve
their
that
impromptu
problem
gathering in his cave.
with
Yet,
the
before they
materials
sat
that
down to
what
eat,
you could
4
solve
of the
potentially
Biscayan
is
merchants made their excuses and
materialize
announced
the
their
human
intention to
brain
return to the shore aboard the Spanish pinnace.
transfer heat.
This
Like you
lack
don't
of
need to
common
have
civility
astronauts
made
on
Foster
the ship.
truly smell
You
danger.
have
He
a
ordered his first mate to accompany the
carrying a
Spaniards
human
back
brain.
on deck,
Touching on those
simultaneously giving
points,
him the signal that
you'd
all
love for
was
the
not as it should
500,000
be. It
algebra
was a
teachers to
well-rehearsed
become
exercise by
500,000
English merchantmen in
math
foreign waters,
specialists, or
and
maybe they
the
come
first
into
mate knew how to
50,000
alert the crew in
specialties as
secret to
teams,
be
and
ready
they
for
all
the
pursue
assault.
50,000 new
The
problems,
master of
and
the
they put their
Primrose
algebra
returned to his
teaching on
unwanted
autopilot.
guests, laughing and
That's the
joking with
same.
them in
That's
broken
the same
Spanish
as
and
when I give you
English,
11
noting all the
cents
while
worth of
who would foretold
electricity,
the pinks
and
and
you don't
oranges of the
have
setting
to
sun, wondering
row,
undoubtedly if it would be his last
row a
sunset.
boat 8 hours
After
a
some
day
15 minutes, the watch called out again that the
It would be
pinnace
a
had
lot
returned,
better,
carrying more than
that
20
you would pay
men,
for
and the
your
larger
food
vessel
in
with
the
perhaps
first
as many
8
as 70
seconds of your
merchants also
day, and then
followed.
you just go think about
Foster
it.
silently prayed that God would be English this day.
With regard
The
to
master bade the corregidor and his men to
technology,
return to deck to greet the ships,
one thing that I
expecting the worst.
learned
They
in
were, after all, only
technology, when you look
26
at
men
S
against some
curves,
90
is
or more Spaniards.
until you
He could only
start the
imagine
S
these
curve,
Biscayan merchants meant to board the
you don't
Primrose,
know whether
capture the crew,
you're
and at best
100
imprison
years
them all.
survivability,
Many a merchantman had been in prison
1,000
before
years
them, and most
survivability,
had fallen foul
or
of the
a few
Inquisition.
months survivability.
It was a destiny
So
that he could not wish
Isn't that
upon his
fun?
enemies.
That's so
Once
fun.
above deck, Foster's
The early
suspicions were
part of the S
confirmed.
curve is so fun.
Turning to the magistrate and his 2 friends, he said that he
in
could not allow
1900,
such a
you
group of
could have
men to
got
board
any
his small
number of
ship, and the
learned
corregidor not
academics to
confirmed.
give you 10,000
Yet,
reasons
before
why
Foster
you
could
should
give his
run
crew
a
the final signal to repulse an
right? And in
attack, he
1903,
heard
the
the
right
beat
drug
of the battle drums from the
But
Spanish ship
1969,
below,
we're
and the
walking on the moon.
unmistakable sound of their swords
So
being
the
unsheathed.
advance
The
that we
thud of the
made
grappling irons and
in
the roar
that
of the
field
Biscayans
was
wrestling alongside the
extraordinary.
Primrose to
But for
board
the
her by
100
force
years to
drowned
200
out his
years
orders to
before,
his men.
back
The
and forth,
corregidor and his merchant wretches, seized Foster with daggers drawn at his throat, and cried out above the shouts of the melee, "Yield yourself, for you are the king's prisoner." Foster narrowed his eyes and bellowed back, "We are betrayed." The crew of the Primrose had fortunately taken the defensive measures that her master had laid down for circumstances such as these. Within seconds, 5 Caligars were fired through the grates from below decks of the Spanish scuffling above. There were screams from those Biscayans who had legs blown off, and shouts to abandon their actions from the others. They could not know it, but it was the only gunpowder and shot that the Primrose had on board. But a few seconds of confusion the blast created was enough to turn the tide. Foster prized himself loose from his captors and gave the order to fight to the death. Many of the Biscayans fled back to the boarding vessels, fearing that they would be blown to smithereens, as several of their number had been seconds before. Others stood their ground. Hand-to-hand battle broke out, and a well-practiced English drill of a skirmish at sea ensued. The English, knowing that if they were forced from the ship they would die 1,000 slow deaths, fought like demons possessed with boar spears and lances, which whipped through 2 to 3 Spaniards at a stroke. Yet, despite the heavy carnage on the Spanish side, the outcome of the battle remained in doubt for a time. The only certainty to Foster and his men was that the deck of the Primrose was stained red with the blood of the Spaniards and Englishmen.
And
The fighting raged on for another half an hour, with many Spanish Biscayans butchered, flung overboard, or drowned before the English could claim victory. Amazingly, only one Englishman, John Tristram, had been killed. 6 other members of the crew were injured, but Foster thought that they would survive their wounds. He had to presume that his 2 men, John Burrow and John Broadbank, who had delivered the last of the corn cargo, had been taken into custody ashore. While the master and his crew made ready to set sail, Foster was perplexed by the Biscayan merchants who had escaped in the pinnaces did not bring reinforcements. He could not understand, at the moment of his own victory, why no armed relief for the corregidor had come. While he decided what should be done with the unfortunates struggling for their lives in the bay, Foster looked out across the harbor for the first time since the assault. All the other Londoners had declared Spain's flag flying high on their masts. The Spanish treachery was now clear. The English ships had been lured into Spanish harbors for Philip II to confiscate and master piratical acts and leave in unhelpless.
What kind of airplanes you can create without aluminum?
I understand that was a very long quote, but despite my best efforts, I couldn't find a better way to tell that tale than Susan Orleans did. Her book, The Pirate Queen, which we have used frequently on the show, is really spectacular. She's got a true gift for narrative. She's able to tell the stories of real history in a way that is extremely real. Her stories are really engaging. If you're interested in this period, I really recommend picking one of her books up. There is a link to the books in the show notes, so if you're interested, go to the website and pick one up. So the Spanish had betrayed the English and taken an entire fleet and their crews hostage. Luckily, the Admiral was able to escape, the only ship of trade that was able to do so. Perhaps even more luckily, they still had on board those 2 agents of the King of Spain.
Pretty basic
Under what I imagine was a fairly unpleasant questioning, they said, and they told everything they knew of King Philip's plans. More to the point, they had in their possession, both of them, direct written orders signed by the King of Spain, telling exactly what was going to happen and giving undeniable proof of what had happened in the Bay of Biscay. This was exactly what Elizabeth needed. On July 1st, Elizabeth signed a decree granting Francis Drake and any English merchant who had suffered from the seizure of their ships the right of reprisal. Now, this wasn't a declaration of open war, but it was almost as good. It gave huge numbers of English sailors leave to attack Spanish shipping or on land anywhere in Spanish territory. It was free license to plunder and raid. In addition, Elizabeth signed the Treaty of Nonsuch with the Netherlands. She agreed to send almost 7,000 troops and 1,000 cavalry to relieve the besieged city of Antwerp. There was also financial aid as well, amounting to almost a full quarter of all of the Netherlands' wartime costs. In return, Elizabeth was granted use of and dominion over the ports at Brill and Flushing. These were strategic staging grounds against the Spanish. Then, she gave Sir Francis Drake his orders, and she sent him no more. The seizure of the English ships on the Bay of Biscay at Galicia had changed everything. The English were forced to rush their timetable, and as preparations for the original plan to raid the West Indies were still incomplete, the fleet was understocked and underprepared. Still, Drake elected to leave with the entire fleet. His orders were to sail for the Galician coast to free the imprisoned English, to take back their vessels, and to deliver a return blow to them. After those orders were completed, Sir Francis intended to continue on with the plan to the West Indies. The Earl of Leicester approved. He wrote, quote, "That is the string that toucheth Philip indeed, for while his riches to the Indies continue, he thinketh he will be able with them to weary out all other parties, and I know by good means that he more feareth this action of Sir Francis than he ever did anything that hath been attempted against him."
Then you have to find that
It was on September 14, 1585, that the largest Royal Naval fleet ever to set sail from English shores left port. The vessels included such illustrious names as the Elizabeth Bonaventure, the Aid, the Talbot Hawk, the Galleon Leicester, the Sea Dragon, the White Lion, the Bark Bond, the Hope, the Bark Hawkins, the Galleon Duck, the Bark Bonner, the Thomas Drake, the Francis, the Elizabeth Drake, the Tiger, and the Queen Rose. They were captained by such illustrious names as Francis Drake, Edward Winter, William Hawkins, and Martin Frobisher, among many others. Now, there was some controversy over who exactly was going to be captaining some of these ships. Drake had very particular ideas on who these men should be, considering the last voyage he had ended in such a disaster because of the meddling English lords. He left in quite a rush. He wanted to leave some of these captains behind, and he needed to avoid any chance that Elizabeth might send a message to call him back to the port. Now, in the rush, the fleet left more than half of their victories, their food behind. So, all of the captains were at first without orders, or really without knowing what the plan was. So, after sailing in the channel and getting away from Elizabeth's strategic messengers, Drake called a halt and called all of his captains into a meeting. Now, all of the captains gathered aboard the Elizabeth Bonaventure, the ship that Drake captained, and they discussed exactly what was going to happen. The very first issue that everybody had on mind was the lack of food, and Francis Drake had plans to address this. He believed that they had enough food on board to get them to Spain, where they could restock any provisions they were needing. While this meeting of the sea captains was taking place, Philip of Spain received his very first news of the English fleet. His spies told him that the fleet was anchored off the Isle of Wight, which, in fact, they weren't, but he did know that they were in the channel. Drake discovered something at this meeting too. He discovered that he really didn't care for this sort of large command. In the past, he had been little more than a private captain, commanding a very small fleet of fiercely loyal men. Now, he was a royal admiral, forced to confer with at least a dozen other proud and powerful noblemen before coming to any decision. He felt hindered by this rather than empowered. Now, back in England, Drake was known as Sir Francis Drake the Fortunate, and his luck on this voyage seemed to hold as well. They happened upon a Spanish vessel carrying fish, wine, and the usual other victuals. This vessel would keep the men fed and happy at least until they reached the coast of Spain. On the 27th of September, the fleet set anchor at the mouth of the Vigo River near Bayonne. Drake sent one of the most important men in the fleet, the on-land military commander named Christopher Carlisle, with a force of soldiers. They were to take a number of pinnaces and land at Bayonne. This fleet of pinnaces was met in the river by the Spanish governor, and in their boats, these two men conferred. Drake had sent Carlisle with one question, one request, and one demand. His question: is Spain at war with England? Now, this might sound like bravado or posturing on Drake's part, but it was likely a legitimate question. With the Spanish ambassador in exile, it's possible that Spain had declared war on England without notifying the English of it. But the governor replied, no, they were not. So then came the demand. Release all English captives and English ships, or face the full might of the fleet's guns and armors. The governor allowed that the terms could be met, but he would need to speak with Sir Francis Drake directly. And then the request: allow us to trade for supplies until we are well stocked, and we will leave Spain in our wake forever. It was framed as a request, but the threat was really clear. Allow us to trade, or we will bring down the full might of our fleet upon you and take your town and everything within it. The governor, though, carried on this. Trading with the English was very frowned upon by the Spanish colonists. He did, however, allow that since he was unsure whether or not he could grant this request, he would go ahead and release all of the English prisoners. Now, when Drake came ashore, he wanted first to meet with these sea captains and see that they had been actually released and see exactly what it had been like in the Spanish days. Now that the freedom was secured, he sent his men further. They entered the town, and for one night they plundered, pillaged, and pilfered without hindrance. Churches were desecrated or destroyed, homes were entered and ransacked, and taverns were certainly emptied of all their food and drink. However, for one destruction, it appears that Drake and Martyr were kept in check. Drake intended to scare them, not to galvanize the town against them. And it appears to have worked. The next day, he met with the governor, and they agreed that trade could proceed peacefully with the English. Now, the plunder had only amounted to about 6,000 ducats, most of which was quickly traded back to the local merchants for further riches. For some reason, though, the fleet waited in London. Perhaps even did repairs to some of their vessels the storm had hit while they were on the harbor. Perhaps some of the other captains believed that they were not still provisioned well enough to travel west across the Atlantic Ocean. Or perhaps there were other reasons. Drake did have other plans that never exactly told all the captains about. Whatever the reason was, though, it cost them. Their primary target on this voyage, aside from freeing the English, was to take the Spanish treasure fleet. They knew that it was coming, and they had plans to take it. And that they had stayed where they stayed may have been a perfect place to wait. Unfortunately, while they dallied at anchor, the Spanish treasure fleet passed by just over the horizon, completely oblivious to the English presence. This fleet carried millions of dollars in Spanish silver, and it passed less than 12 hours away from their clients. It appears that they had been waiting for it on the coast of Galicia, and it's unclear exactly why they waited so long. It's likely that it was a simple mistake. The Spanish and most of Catholic Europe had recently transitioned over to the Gregorian calendar, while the English and the other Protestant nations refused to transfer over to something that Pope Gregory was involved in. So the English were still 10 days behind the Spanish, and they would be for years and years to come. It's possible that whatever news Magistrate had about the Spanish treasure fleet was in fact correct, but he was 10 days behind on his calendar from the Spanish. Regardless, this was a blow to the sailors when they learned just how close they had been to being rich men. So in mid-October, they left the coast of Spain and sailed for the Kingdom on the Cape Verde Islands, where they arrived at the island of Palma on November 2nd. The fleet immediately began taking fire from the According to another sailor who left a journal on board, quote, "The first shot was made at our admirable, which went fair over. The second being likewise shot at her stick betwixt our general's legs, standing his galley with Captain Frobisher and C. Carlisle under Captain George, and the other, the splinters of a plank where they stood, hurt George a little, but there was no more hurt done by it than an English shot." What he's saying here is that his cannonball passed between Drake's legs while he was pacing on board with the other captains, and this has gone down in Drake's legend as a symbol of his luck and fearlessness in battle. However, the resistance from the island fort was too much for the English to believe, so they turned tail and left. They raided all throughout the Cape Verde Islands, but they found really little or no plunder, and still even less food and water. Their last landfall on the island at Santiago, someone visited a local curiosity, something they didn't see back in London. These men were impressed by the cleanliness and order, but they spoke of the 20 or so suffering inside from quote, foul and filthy diseases, unquote. 5 days after sailing away from Santiago in the Atlantic, these foul and filthy diseases began to race throughout the crews of every vessel of the fleet. For 2 weeks of the crossing of the Atlantic, this plague increased. Every vessel reported at least 2 or 3 deaths per day. It finally passed 200 or 300 men, as many as 500 according to the Spanish records. Many more were permanently disabled. Upon reaching the Caribbean at the island of Jamaica, Drake sent all of the sick men on board ashore, ostensibly so that the climate could help them heal, to sail away to the northwest. It was on New Year's Eve 1585 when the fleet arrived at Santo Domingo on the island of Hispaniola. On New Year's Day, the town was theirs. Santo Domingo was a city that had a rich past in the Caribbean. It had been one of the most prominent early settlements in Spain. It was a capital and a trading hub that had paved streets lined with tall whitewashed mansions peppered by statues and fountains. Drake's men expected upon past the far, but the luster of Santo Domingo had begun to fade. The trade and prosperity of the town had dried up in the last years, and despite the English having free reign in the town for days, they found almost no movement. So, in frustration, Francis Drake ordered captives taken in the town, and he attempted to ransom the city for a full $1,000,000 ducats. When the sheriff of the region countered that so much money simply did not exist in his jurisdiction, Drake began to burn the town down, one building at a time.
And they simply
In the end,
poured
they
into
left Santo Domingo with nearly 25,000 ducats,
degrees to
a very
people that
paltry
actually
sum compared to
met
what
those
he
requirements.
believed the town was
They
worth.
could provide 100
After the
extra
fact, when the
education
exploits of this raid were to be published about a year later in
cost,
England,
and they could do it with
the
no
events were
technology. That's
enhanced
a
in glory and
marketing,
power.
political
Only two of the mentions in
challenge.
that
So
appear
I
to
don't
be
think
at least
every
confirmed by the
objective
Spanish. Now, first,
is
the
equally
English
practical.
despoiled every
And I think
church,
the
abbey,
benefit of
or
being an
convent they
engineer
found.
or
From that
thinking
same
about
anonymous sailor's journal,
practical
quote,
achievements
at our
is
coming to the town's end,
when
we
the
built an
government
abbey in which lay an old
pursues
friar
an
dead, who
impractical
was killed by some of
objective,
the
or
soldiers
when
which were disorderly.
anybody, an entrepreneur,
The second
not
of
so
these
bad an
events,
entrepreneur
informed by
because
the
they don't have much money to
Spanish,
waste.
occurred in a
When the
local
government pursues an
audiencia building
impractical
behind a town hall,
objective, they
where
squander
Drake
trillions
found
and
and
trillions of
removed a
dollars
shield
and
bearing
achieve
the
nothing.
motto in Latin,
Whereas if
said,
they
non
pursue a
sufficit
practical
orbis.
objective,
Drake
or if
asked the
or
local
if they
leaders
simply
to
get out of the
translate
way
this message, but
and do nothing,
they lowered their
and
eyes
they
and embarrassed to
allow
do
the
so,
free market
being
to pursue
fearful
practical
of crime.
objectives, then I
However,
think
one
you can
man
have
did speak Latin and did
impact
translate
on
for
the human
them. The
civilization.
shield held the banner
And
of King Philip II of
if I look
Spain,
at
and it said his words,
the world we're in
"The
today,
world is not
I
enough."
think that there
Drake resolved to
are
return this item to the Queen, proof of Philip's,
multi-trillion,
quote, foul
10,
and
20, $50
unreasonable
trillion
reaching of
dollars
vain
worth of
his, end
opportunities
quote.
in the
The
digital
governor of the
information
town
realm
wrote back
yet
at
to
Philip of
be
Spain,
obtained.
describing Sir Francis Drake, El Drake, to
But
him.
there's
He wrote,
hundreds
quote,
of trillions of
Drake is a
dollars
man
of
of medium
opportunities
stature,
in the digital
blond, rather
energy
heavy than slender,
realm
merry,
that
careful. He
not only
commands
not
and governs
obtained,
imperiously.
the
He
majority
is
of people
feared and obeyed by his
don't
men.
even know what
He
digital energy
punishes
is.
resolutely,
Most of
sharp,
them reject
relentless,
the concept.
well-spoken,
They're not looking
inclined
for
to
it.
liberality and to
They're not
ambition,
expecting to
vainglorious,
find it. It's
boastful,
inconceivable
not
because
very
it's a
cruel.
paradigm shift.
End quote.
But in fact, it's
Back in
completely
Spain,
practical.
Philip received
Right under our
word of this
nose.
attack on his home
It's
shores,
staring at
on
us,
his
and it
islands,
could
and
make
his
the
New World
entire
possessions. He
civilization
contacted the Duke of
dramatically
Parma, and
better
he asked
every
him formally to draw up plans
So
for the
you
invasion of
mentioned
England.
in the digital
The
world,
top in every
digital
inn,
information
household, and royal court
is
in
one.
Europe, though, was
Digital
still Sir
energy
Francis
is
Drake
two.
and his
And the
raid on the West
possible
Indies. The
impact
reports were
on the
nearly always
world
exaggerated.
and the set of
Drake
opportunities
had taken
available
Havana,
in
conquered
digital
Cuba,
energy space
freed
was
200,000
greater.
slaves,
So
or,
how do you
on the
think
other hand, Drake had been killed in battle and soundly defeated.
So
Now,
I'll
while these
start with
rumors
Tesla.
were inflated, they did
He had a very
hold a
famous
nugget
quote.
of
He
truth.
said, "If you understand the
Drake
universe,
had not
think in
sacked
terms of
Havana, however,
energy,
he had considered it.
vibration, and
And he
frequency."
did free slaves, but not nearly 200,000.
And it gets
Among
you
the
thinking
slaves he
about
did
what is the
free,
universe.
some of
And of
them
course,
went
the
to join
universe
their
is just
brothers
all
in the
energy.
wilderness, while still
And then
more
what is
joined
matter?
up with Drake's crew,
Matter is
intending
low
to
frequency
take
energy.
revenge upon the Spanish.
And
Now,
what are
while the
we?
cash
We're
prize that he had taken
vibrating,
had been so small,
ashes to
and to be
ashes,
one of the
dust to
oldest
dust.
and most
I can
prestigious
turn a
colonial
tree
possessions of Spain,
into
was
light.
it was a
I can
symbol
turn
of
light
English
back
strength
into a
against
tree.
Spain.
If
And
I
instead
consider
of taking
the
Havana
entire
and going towards
universe, and
Cuba,
it's very
Drake
important
elected to
because
go
we don't really
south
think this way.
towards
Let's
the
take the New
Spanish
York
mainland and the port
disco
of Cartagena.
model.
As the
What
fleet
if I
neared the
walk
port,
into a
Drake
nightclub
landed a
and there's
force of
loud
about
music blaring
1,000
in New
seasoned,
York
armed, and
City?
armored troops
What's
under that
really
man,
going on
Christopher
there?
Carlisle,
Right?
about 4
If you
miles up
blast
the
out
beach from
15,
Cartagena.
14 billion years
His
ago, the
fleet
universe is
sailed
formed.
near to the
Okay,
well
that's a
defended
low
Fort
frequency
Erie.
thing. The universe
They suffered
4.5 billion
somewhat
years ago, the
withering
sun,
fire from the
maybe
fort.
the earth
There was
formed.
a chain barricade across
The
the fort as
continents are
well, and
400 million
2
years
galleys
old.
in the
The
harbor
ships that New York
holding
City
them
is
back by
on
the
is
water.
some hundreds of
Now,
millions of
Drake's
years.
guns fired
But the Hudson
relentlessly,
River's
drawing
only
all
20,000
eyes from the
years.
town. He
There's a
didn't really
building
do much
that's
damage, but
probably
everybody was
50
paying
years
attention to the
old.
fleet in
There's a
harbor.
company
While
operating
he
out of
was unable to reach the defenses, it's helpful that that was actually his purpose. Because while Carthagena looked on at the battle on the harbor, those 1,000 Englishmen marched into town. The only resistance that Carlisle faced were some poisonous stakes that were blocking the path that were easily avoided, and an amateurish ambush by citizens of the town, not even trained soldiers. There were attacks from the trees and from the city walls by some natives that were allied to the Spanish, but their arrows just bounced harmlessly off the English armor, so they really weren't any impediment at all. When the town had fallen and Carlisle sent word for him, Francis Drake focused all of his fire on the fort, bombarding it from sunup until sundown. After the sun set, every soldier manning the gun batteries fled on the night. The English took minimal casualties in taking Cartagena, but still, The plague continued to rip through them. The Spanish spoke of boatloads of English dead and said that the English were burying their dead in secret to hide how reduced their numbers were. Much like at Santo Domingo, Drake entered into negotiations to ransom the town back to the Spanish. This time, he didn't expect as much. He demanded only 500,000 ducats, and that offer was summarily rebuffed. The local bishop, who was in on the negotiations, called Drake a pirate, at which point Drake flew into a rage. He insulted the bishop's pope and his king. The negotiations altered. Drake once again set to burning the town piece by piece, culminating in one of his ship's cannons being fired at their newly completed cathedral. It hit one of the arches that was a support to the rest of the cathedral and toppled the entire structure to the ground. Finally, the town agreed that they would give Drake 107,000 ducats to make the English accept. In both of his attacks on Santo Domingo and Cartagena, the records of the Spanish don't indicate that the English were as violent as one might expect when taking the town. They, of course, called Drake a coward and a villain, which he was, but they also called him a gentleman and an honorable man. Yes, the English burned and looted, but as I said before, they didn't murder or rape. They warned the locals in advance before they burned their homes and their buildings. Drake even went so far as to befriend a man into whose home he was staying. Drake, when he found out that the man's wife had died, gave his wife a funeral with full honors. He had his own men take her grave. They raised the Spanish flag, and he had his soldiers beat them off the drum. There was a grew between this Spanish man and Sir Francis Drake, which when Drake finally left Cartagena, he demanded only 5,000 ducats from the man instead of his regular 6,000 because he had been such a hospitable host. From Cartagena, the fleet sailed north. They went on to Cuba, took on some wood and water, and continued on, sailing north to St. Augustine. Drake called the war council together, and they decided that the fort at St. Augustine, and especially the watchtower there, were a serious threat to the English settlement growing, and they opened fire. For 2 days, the cannons rang until the men manning St. Augustine's defenses retreated. The fleet, the men on the released were weary of what had been happening. They didn't want to spend a long time in court ransoming the town, so they decided to go to St. Augustine and see what was there. Luckily, the soldiers defending the fort had left in such a hurry that they had failed to secure the thousands of pounds stored in the fort for safekeeping. The fleet moved on to Roanoke, where they delivered some supplies and news, and then they sailed back to England.
Or a crypto token controlled by a small team.
If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at pirate-historypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as facts and works of art relating to our topics. We also have on every episode a list of the sources. If you're interested in learning more about any of this, those source lists also have links that go to the eggbooks.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read. If you do use that service, Eggbooks is kind enough to hold a couple of books. We also have an Eggbooks search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an eBooks and Amazon search bar, so if you want to search for anything over at eBooks or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they can end up uploading a couple of books. In addition to any of that, you can also leave.
Not really.
Hello.
At that point, you
Welcome
get into a
to the Pirate
conflict
History
of interest
Podcast.
because what
My
you're
name is
doing
Matt.
is you're
Thank you for
promoting
listening.
an
Back in
asset
Spain,
which is
Philip
substantially
raged.
controlled
This
by
devilish pirate, this dragon, had burned his cities, insulted him personally, and stolen his gold. In the Low Countries, his heir to Queen Elizabeth had installed her former lover, Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester, as the de facto king. Had his assassination of William of Orange been completely forgotten? In France, Henry of Navarre, a Protestant, seemed ready to take the French throne. And on the British Isles, the heir to Queen Elizabeth executed his strongest Catholic ally there. She beheaded Mary Queen of Scots. Everything appeared to be slipping away from Philip. So he called once again for his military leaders, and he ordered plans for invasion to be sped up. The Pope, intending to help, published a papal bull condemning Elizabeth once again. This bull ordered all church proceeds taken in Spain and Portugal to go directly into the coffers of Philip, and presented a lineage from Edward III, the King of England, which named Philip the rightful Catholic ruler of the English and the English throne. In preparation to help Philip take that throne, the Lords Parma and Santa Cruz gathered ships into one of the largest gatherings ever seen. Unfortunately, when they returned to England, the news that Francis Drake and the other captains brought back was not good, especially for the families of all of those lost on the voyage. The sailors had lost at least 40% of their number due to that horrible sickness that tore through them. It was a failure in other ways as well, a financial failure especially. The crown had to come in and cover the shortfall to pay the soldiers and sailors their full wage because they had not made enough money on their voyage. Despite this ill news, though, the Queen was not entirely displeased. Her ships were still in good repair, none of them had been lost, and back home to guard the English shores, which is exactly where Elizabeth wanted them. And they had freed those English vessels and their crews and dealt that severe blow that came through. That blow was really taking its toll on Philip, who lay in bed, tormented both by the physical ailment he had gout, but also by the psychological stress of what he saw as losing a war and perhaps losing the favor of his God. For a time, Drake was sent to Holland to give aid to the Dutch there, but quickly he was recalled. His plans to once again sail west and raid the Indies had to be put on hold. That amassing of ships, well, that was the worst kept secret in all of Europe. Everybody knew that they were gathering a massive armada for the invasion of England. Once again, Elizabeth came to Drake. The Navy, the English Navy, was busy building as many ships as possible. They were amassing cannon and crews while the Winters and the Hawkins family constantly patrolled the English Channel. And Elizabeth turned to Drake and told him to gather his fleet. Once again, Drake was going to command from the ship the Elizabeth Bonaventure. The Crown also granted the fleet the ships the Golden Lion, the Rainbow, and the Dreadnought. They had a full complement of soldiers and cannon on board. The sea fleet was supplemented by Drake and some of the other West Country investors. They had ships like the Drake, the Thomas, the White Lion, the Hawkins, the Elizabeth, the Edward Bonaventure, and the Minion, along with a host of smaller yet still armed vessels and pinnaces. In Plymouth, Drake had some trouble finding enough men to crew these ships. At the last minute, hundreds of the men who had agreed to go on board deserted, wary of Drake's dangerous ventures and the shadow cast by his last outing. Sailors can be a superstitious lot, and so many had died on Drake's last voyage that this one was avoided by a lot of men. This angered Drake, and he sent a missive to the Crown asking that any of the men who had deserted this voyage be arrested. The Queen declined to send her sheriffs to arrest them, but she did send soldiers to fill the crews, and on April 2nd, 1587, the fleet departed. It appears that the Privy Council sent some last-minute orders to Francis Drake. Quote, "You shall forbear to enter forcibly into any of the said king's ports or havens, or to offer violence to any of his towns or shipping within harboring, or do any act of hostility upon the land." End quote. However, this command, for some reason, never seemed to reach Sir Francis Drake. On April 19th, near midday, the fleet anchored just off the Spanish coast. They waited near the port of Cadiz, which was a busy and well-defended harbor that was connected by river directly to the city of Seville. Drake called his captains in for conference. All along the Spanish and Portuguese coast, the armada was gathering, but especially here. As yet, the ships from the farthest reaches of Spain's empire had not reached them, and all of the ships in port still lay at anchor. Nearly all of these ships were unmanned, and only a few merchant vessels were actually under sail, bringing necessary goods from ship to ship in the harbor to prepare for the invasion. Drake, against the wishes of many of the captains, ordered an immediate attack. At about 5 o'clock that evening, the English sailed toward the harbor. At first, the Spanish there assumed that it was the returning fleet of a friendly Spanish captain, and they sent a delegation to greet him. Drake, though, quickly dispatched them of this notion. He opened fire on the vessels. A couple of them were sunk, and the rest of them retreated to defend the harbor. Now, the Spanish galleys' guns, these smaller vessels, were no match for these English galleons, who fired well out of the Spanish range. The English sunk those two-manned vessels, and still not properly actually in the harbor there, well, they took a 1,000-ton merchantman and then a 700-ton disdain galleon. They took 5 smaller merchant vessels, and then they took the galleon owned by Santa Cruz, the Spanish admiral himself. When these 8 ships had been fully ransacked and robbed of all of the valuables on board, including victuals and wine, they were set ablaze and cut adrift. Throughout the night, then, the 14 towers fired at Drake's fleet, and whatever ships could be manned set their guns to fire against the English. However, it was really a poorly organized and ineffectual defense. The Duke, a man named Medina Sidonia, led reinforcements into the town. He had a contingent of both foot soldiers and cavalry, but they were unable to stop Drake from entering the harbor. All they could do was stop Francis Drake from entering the town, landing his men ashore, and taking the town. At dawn, the fleet sailed into the harbor at Cadiz. They took every ship that laid at anchor and all of the crews that were too slow or too foolish to escape, and then lashed all of those ships together, which made it easy for them to take all of the riches they found on board. But more importantly, to this mission at least, they took all of that which is required to outfit a navy. They took rope and tackle and tar and lumber and sail and any navigational instruments they may find. They did this so they could cripple the Armada before it even got started, and they could use all these things to bolster the English navy. It was really a well thought out plan. Now, Drake did falter in one of his orders, though. The Queen had told him specifically that he was to burn any ship that he found in the harbor at Cadiz. And though Drake had all of these ships slashed together with plenty of tar and certainly plenty of fire, he failed to do so. Why? He exchanged the prisoners he had taken for gold, and the Duke of Medina Sidonia himself gifted Drake with a cask of wine and a basket of sweetmeats. And Drake left the harbor in a rush. Why? He left over 60 vessels in the harbor unharmed, if a bit lighter, in defiance of his direct royal orders. Why? Well, one possible answer is that Drake had taken some of those Spanish prisoners and had them questioned. One of these prisoners may have given up some sensitive information, perhaps even more valuable to Drake than burning the ships. It appears that he had learned that Spain's second most accomplished admiral, a man named Juan Martinez de Recalde, sailed with a squadron that was half the size of Drake's and was, at this very moment, anchored off Cape St. Vincent. It's also possible that this smaller fleet was accompanying the Spanish treasure float, which was Drake's greatest lust in life. En route to get to the Cape, Drake encountered a fleet of tiny merchant vessels, really little more than fishermen's boats, and found on board what would actually wind up becoming perhaps the most valuable cargo that he would take this entire voyage. He found bound together bundles of barrel staves bound for Cadiz. I understand that this might not sound like much, but you have to understand that life on board a ship required many, many barrels filled with water. If you didn't have these iron barrel staves to hold the barrels together, you couldn't have water or wine, and your ships would be unable to sail, and it took time and money to produce. So perhaps the greatest delay that Drake effected this entire voyage was stealing these barrel staves. Still, though, barrel staves, while they were important, weren't exactly a rich prize. Drake needed a real haul, both to repay his investors and to line his own pockets, so he chased after Withheld, who had sailed away from the Cape. He was headed towards Lisbon, and Drake believed he could catch him. Unfortunately, the winds weren't in his favor, and Raquel managed to beat him again. Lisbon was far too well defended a port for the English to take, so Drake turned his attentions elsewhere. He took what was called the Sagres Castle, which had once, strangely enough, been the home of Prince Henry the Navigator. This was a symbolic victory, but not a rich one. Still, one monk did repair, quote, They committed their usual feasts and drunkenness, their diabolical rampages and obscenities. They stole everything they found and then set the place on fire, having first committed 1,000 excesses and diabolical desecrations of the images of the saints like wicked heretics. Then, on June 1st, Sir Francis Drake's fortune changed once again. He learned of a ship called the San Felipe, owned by Philip himself, and carrying all of the goods from the Orient directly into Drake's clutches. It's said that the San Felipe was taken without a single shot being fired because her holds and her gun ports were too crammed with goods to fire any guns in her defense. On board, Drake found gold, he found silver, he found precious gems, ivory, silk, rich dyes, cinnamon, cloves, and pepper, all in all worth $32 million in modern money. With this haul, Drake was finally able to sail for home. It was around this time that Francis Drake enlisted perhaps one or maybe two men to write all his letters and document all his deeds. You see, Francis Drake needed better representation to both the Queen and the English people, and the results turned out to be ludicrous. You see, Drake was uneducated, he was poorly read, and he had really abysmal penmanship, and suddenly his correspondences were beautifully composed with allegory and reference to God, the Bible, and history. For example, he is reported to have said at Cadiz, when the wind turned to his favor, "The wind commands me away." Yeah, no, he didn't say that. Francis Drake was a sailor and a pirate, and he knew ships and violence, not poetry. Similarly, at this raid on Cadiz, he is reported to have claimed that he, quote, singed the King of Spain's beard, end quote, which was not true. It was actually said by the Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire in reference to his own beard rather than King Philip's. Now, this new eloquent correspondence may have actually helped Francis Drake, though, when he returned to London. He found himself out of favor with the Queen, at least on official record, and defending some of his decisions during the raid on Cadiz. However, Drake showered Elizabeth with gifts, and he still had her ears. He may have failed to burn all of the vessels that he had been ordered to, but he had really delayed the invasion. That was Elizabeth's aim. He also brought the news of Philip's true plans. He wrote to Lord Walsingham, quote, "I assure your honor, the like preparation was never heard of nor known. As the King of Spain hath and daily maketh to invade England, all possible preparations for defense are very expedient to be made. I dare not almost write into your honor of the great forces we hear the King of Spain hath in the straits. Prepare in England strongly, and most by sea. Stop him now, and stop him ever. Look well to the coast of Sussex." End quote. Drake begged again and again to be allowed another voyage, this time in force to go to Lisbon to destroy the Armada before it even began sailing. The Crown, however, decided not to grant it. Finances in England were once again tight, and Elizabeth hesitated to back any venture that would take English vessels away from English shores. Philip, too, though, had suffered setbacks. In addition to the raid on Cadiz, he had been forced to call off the treasure fleets for the year, fearing that they would be taken by English pirates. They stayed in port in the Americas. And then his plans were dealt a truly terrible blow. His close friend, the Admiral Santa Cruz, died. Philip was forced to name the Duke of Sidonia, that man who was a hero of the raid on Cadiz, who had gifted Francis Drake wine and sweetmeats. He was forced to name him Admiral in the Spanish Armada. Medina Sidonia was a morose man, especially about the state of the Spanish Navy. He surveyed the fleet, and they didn't have enough guns. They didn't have enough soldiers that were trained well, and the ships themselves were even sometimes in poor condition. He was forced to smuggle in at least 100 cast iron English cannon, something that the Spanish thought were so low quality they weren't even worth using, but he needed the guns, but still they weren't enough. The Spanish had little powder, they had less shot, and they had only a very few properly trained gunners. Only 6 vessels in the Spanish fleet carried more than 40 guns, while every English vessel carried more than 250. However, Philip refused to hear of these reports. He believed that God was on his side. The Pope himself granted special indulgences for every Spaniard on the voyage, and when confronted with the possibility of bad weather, Philip said, quote, "Since it is all for his cause, God will grant us fair weather," end quote. As he lay in his sick bed and his admiral continued to bring complaints to him, his very last command to Medina Sidonia was, quote, "Sail, sail," end quote. The Spanish plan was simple. The Armada would sail into the channel. They would break the English naval defense there, and they would hold a landing in sight. Then, somewhere between 30 and 60,000 soldiers, under the command of the Duke of Parma, would sail from the Netherlands to England. They would sail upriver and take London in what they believed would be no more than 2 or 3 days. The sailors, though, in the Spanish fleet, as the Spanish Armada was preparing to sail, one sailor wrote, quote, "Things hang in the balance. Please, God, let the events be for his cause, and may he assist us, as is so necessary," end quote. Another sailor, when he was speaking to a papal official, a papal nuncio, said to him, quote, "The English, who have faster and handier ships than ours, and many more long-range guns, and who know their advantage just as well as we do, will never close with us at all, but stand aloof and knock us to pieces with their culverins, without our being able to do them any serious hurt." When the nuncio asked him what the Spanish needed to win, the officer answered, "A miracle," end quote. The English weren't entirely aware of the Spanish shortcomings, though. They thought that the fleet was a lot better defended than it really was. I think that Winston Churchill gives a good description of the English attitude. He said, quote, "The chances were heavily weighted in favor of Spain. From the mines of Mexico and Peru there came a stream of silver and gold which so fortified the martial power of the Spanish Empire that King Philip could equip his forces beyond all known scales. The position was well understood in the ruling circles in England. So long as Spain controlled the wealth of the New World, she could launch and equip a multitude of armadas," end quote. On the English side, the Queen's plan was to separate her navy, to guard the western end of the Channel from Spain, and to guard the eastern end from the Netherlands. However, she acquiesced to her advisors. The Lord Admiral was now a man named Charles Howard of Effingham, and he was in command of the Queen's Navy. His plan was to have Lords Winter and Hawkins the Armada in the middle of the channel, while the Lord Admiral Howard himself and Sir Francis Drake would wait at and near Plymouth. They would be in a fleet of sleek, fast, and heavily armed smaller vessels that would be able to chase and harry the Spanish. They were going to follow behind the Armada after it sailed into the Channel. The plan was to allow the Spanish Armada to sail until it nearly encountered the fleet of larger English galleons, and then Lord Admiral and Drake would come up behind them, bite their heels, and then catch the Armada in the crossfire and demolish her. The plans of both sides were interrupted by some inclement weather. Some of those famous channel storms blew in, and the fleets of both the Spanish and the English, well, their timetables and their charts were thrown off course, so they had to regroup and make some new plans as quickly as possible. However, the basic plan for Drake to come behind still stood, because Drake and his fleet were still at harbor. Legend has it that when Drake received word of the Spanish Armada entering the Channel, he said, "Time enough to finish the game and beat the Spanish after." Now this sounds like some of Drake's famous propaganda, but this might actually be something that he said. See, the tide was high in Plymouth Harbor at the time. It was too high for the fleet to leave, and he knew they would have to wait until sundown. However, once sundown came, the fleet did set sail, and they rushed after the Spanish Armada. When the Duke of Medina Sidonia awoke the next morning, it must have been something of a shock. He found the English fleet not before them as he had thought, but waiting behind. Their entire formation was planned to meet the English fleet waiting before them. However, that formation and the Armada itself must have been something of a fight as well. It was at least 2 miles in width. It was a virtual forest of mast and sail, punctuated by these massive Spanish aft castles who towered over the smaller English vessels. Lord Admiral Howard said, quote, "All the world never saw such a great force as there was," end quote. All the same, Lord Howard ordered a single pinnace called Defiance forward to fire a single shot at the Spanish flagship. This was a gesture of formal challenge. Think of a knight pulling off his glove and slapping another man in challenge for a duel. This was that sort of move. The Spanish, they had their ships arrayed in 4 columns. Their heaviest ships were in the center, with their faster and smaller galleys along the sides. They made a tight crescent formation, all meant to face forward so they could surround the English fleet whenever they encountered it. However, somehow, these massive vessels had to turn around and change their entire formation because they were now facing a force that was coming from the opposite direction. Really, their formation was perfect. The Spanish were spectacular sailors. If the English had been waiting in front, they would have destroyed them immediately. However, they didn't account for what the English actually had planned. I'm going to quote historian Arthur Herman in his book To Rule the Waves, How the British Navy Shaped the Modern World, which is really a pretty excellent read, especially for any nautical or military historians out there. It goes all the way from the very earliest days of the British Navy to all the way up until World War II. He writes about this battle, quote, "The English rushed forward with gun ports open, and as many guns wheeled and lashed pointing forward as possible. This was no classic battle of broadsides. Each gun was aimed on its own, while the master gunner himself gave orders to the helm. Bow chasers fired first, then the guns on the leeward side, and as the ship turned, then the guns in the stern as the boatswain shouted to his men aloft to lull sails and brought the ship to a halt. Then, as the ship turned back, the guns on the other broadside opened up as the ship completed its stately pirouette past its target. Wreathed in smoke, the Revenge, or Bear, or Vanguard, then tacked back windward to reload. In this way, the English guns got off an average of a shot an hour, whereas the Spanish, keeping to their tight box formation, were sometimes lucky if their guns could fire back 1 shot a day."
There's almost like a layer 4, by the way. If you want to, a layer 4.
It was really, at the end of the day, an ineffectual battle on both sides. While the English had proved that they could fire many more shots, their tactics weren't doing a whole lot of damage to the Spanish fleet. They took out a few of the smaller vessels, but from the distances they were firing, they were unable to take out any of the massive Spanish warships. As night fell, though, Drake was given the order to light the lantern on his stern that would guide the way for the rest of the fleets. On the Spanish side, they faced disaster. While their ships were still nearly all floating, the Nuestra Senora de Rosario was rammed by another Spanish vessel in the night. The Rosario lost her bowsprit, mizzenmast, and her main yard. Then, in a separate event, another ship in the Armada carrying somewhere near 383 men and almost all of the gold meant to pay the soldiers suddenly exploded. It's unclear exactly what happened, but apparently something lit their entire powder magazine alight. In the chaos after this explosion, Francis Drake seized on an opportunity. He broke formation from the fleet, endangering all of those relying on his lantern, and he took the Rosario, along with the reported 55,000 golden ducats aboard, and he ordered the ship to be sailed home. Despite Francis Drake's knighthood, all of his titles and his lands, he still couldn't fight what he was at heart: a loathsome, no-good West Country pirate. The next morning, when Lord Admiral Howard came on deck, he discovered that he had not in fact been following Sir Francis's lantern, but one for the Armada. A fierce morning firefight ensued, the exact kind of thing that a good English navyman needed to get the blood pumping, but he managed to redeem himself from the Spanish Armada. Francis Drake returned to the fleet and was called on board of the Lord Admiral's ship. There's no record of exactly what the Lord Admiral said to Francis Drake, but man, I wish there was, because I imagine that even the Spanish in the Armada, a mile or more away, can hear the curses of this old sea captain to Francis Drake.